Upon awakening, Wong Hong found himself transported back to a perfect ancient celestial realm. As he opened his eyes to behold this world, he encountered cultivators, sacrificial spirits, mythical beasts, ancient nations, grand paths, true immortals, elixirs of longevity, seeds of enlightenment, and the world tree. Everything around him felt both strikingly unfamiliar and hauntingly familiar. In the mid-epoch of the celestial ancient era, what a resplendent age this is! True immortals manifest in the mortal realm, and even the celestial kings are within sight. Chapter 1 Dream. It seemed as though only an instant had passed, yet it felt as if countless lifetimes had elapsed. Wong Hong struggled to articulate this sensation. He lay back, drifting amidst a void of chaos, unaware of his origin or destination, aimlessly floating in an eternal cycle of beginnings and endings. Even his thoughts meandered with the currents, as if exiled to an endless maelstrom of the void, leaving him in a state of profound confusion. Time slipped away, and suddenly, from an unknown expanse ahead, a magnificent river emerged abruptly into Wong Hong's vision, igniting a glimmer of vitality in his otherwise vacant gaze. What manner of river was this? Time and years transformed into a tangible essence, flowing like water, visible to the naked eye, no longer an intangible abstraction. Countless droplets of temporal water coalesced into a grand river, surging with vigor, bearing witness to the cycles of the great world, chronicling the vicissitudes of life and the passage of time. Gazing down upon the river, it was as if an ancient historical scroll unfurled before Wong Hong, depicting towering figures and monumental events, weaving tales both tragic and heroic. Just as Wong Hong immersed himself in this captivating spectacle, the situation abruptly shifted. His suspended body plummeted from the heavens, propelled by an irresistible force. At that moment, Wong Hong felt the world spin violently, dizziness overwhelming him as he could not suppress the urge to retch. He longed to cry out for help, but found himself voiceless, helplessly flailing his limbs. After several breaths, Wong Hong felt himself land, arriving in a darkened expanse where the sensation of falling vanished instantaneously. Then, he was involuntarily drawn deeper into the space, colliding with a shadowy figure. What followed was a tidal wave of pain, concentrated in his head, as if a colossal hammer had struck him, inflicting unbearable agony and an intense heat, as though a blazing sun hovered in his mind, radiating endless light and warmth. This torment was so excruciating that Wong Hong frequently succumbed to unconsciousness. Each time he awoke, he was met with an unrelenting headache, to the point where he wished to claw his skull apart and cast it aside. Just as he teetered on the brink of collapse, his consciousness fading as he approached death and eternal silence, a sweet nectar surged forth from his lips, flooding his mouth and swiftly spreading throughout his body, soothing his limbs and penetrating deep into his skull, bringing waves of refreshing relief that alleviated his cerebral anguish. It was difficult to articulate the nature of this substance. From Wong Hong's perspective, it flowed like a gentle stream, radiating a divine and resplendent light, reminiscent of celestial brilliance, exuding a fragrant aroma that nourished all it touched, enhancing the vitality of every particle of flesh it graced. With a resounding boom, Wong Hong felt a shackle within him shatter as he awoke to life, his flesh, organs, and bones brimming with a profound life force, accompanied by an indescribable energy swirling throughout his body, causing every pore to open, enveloping him in a sense of blissful exhilaration, as if he were destined to transcend and ascend. What is this? Wong Hong pondered, filled with uncertainty. Could this be the legendary celestial essence, the jade liquid, the divine nectar that could bring the dead to life? As this cooling aura entered his head, the sun that loomed in his mind gradually extinguished, extinguishing all pain and scorching heat, while the myriad wounds were soothed by this substance, slowly healing, leaving him with an unprecedented sense of comfort, as if he were submerged in celestial liquid, his body evolving and his spirit transcending. This sensation was utterly extraordinary, a feeling Wong Hong had never experienced before. In his world, where science reigned supreme, all supernatural phenomena were dismissed as mere fabrications of imagination, and being a staunch materialist, he could never have envisioned encountering such marvels. At that moment, as the pain subsided, his thoughts were drawn back to reality, restoring his capacity for reflection. Feeling the astonishing effects of the mysterious liquid flowing into his mouth, he shook his head in the darkness, convinced that he was merely dreaming, including the earlier vision of the time river reflecting the vast expanse of ancient history. All that surrounded him was but an intricate tapestry of dreams, not rooted in reality. The certainty of this realization stems from the fact that, over the past 6 months, Wong Hong has experienced an extraordinary frequency of dreams. Whenever he closes his eyes and succumbs to slumber, a myriad of bizarre and fantastical scenes materialize before him. He had even sought the counsel of a physician, who concluded that his frequent dreaming was a result of an overly vibrant spirit, causing his mind to remain active even during the state of unconsciousness. Additionally, Wong Hong's penchant for reading fantastical and transcendent novels has conditioned his mind to habitually construct such scenarios. Thus, it is hardly surprising that he dreams of the river of time and of imbibing celestial nectar. With a wry smile, Wong Hong murmured to himself, "Ultimately, it is but a dream." As he spoke, a somewhat urgent call resonated in his ears. "Young Master Hong. Young Master Hong." The voice was distinctive and ethereal, akin to heavenly music, possessing an extraordinary penetrative quality that struck at the very core of his being, exuding an indescribable charm, reminiscent of an enchanting melody that seemed to transcend the earthly realm. Young Master Hong? A sense of doubt arose within Wong Hong. To whom was this calling directed? His name contained the character Hong. Could it be referring to him? Contemplating this, he attempted to lift his heavy eyelids. At this moment, the enveloping darkness dissipated, and as the blazing sun melted away, Wong Hong could distinctly feel his consciousness residing within a corporeal form. Instinctively, he perceived this body as his own. However, he had lost the majority of his control, finding it challenging even to open his eyes. After considerable effort, he ultimately succeeded. A ray of light pierced through the darkness, illuminating Wong Hong's eyes. "Are you awake?" Wong Hong mused to himself. Generally speaking, a dream concludes with the opening of one's eyes, and upon awakening, fragments of the dream may linger in the mind, allowing one to recall what transpired, or perhaps the dream would vanish entirely, leaving no trace behind. Just as he opened his eyes, preparing to gaze at the ceiling as he usually did, lost in contemplation, he was stunned by the scene that unfolded before him. What appeared before his eyes was not a ceiling at all, but rather an array of indescribable phenomena, mysterious and boundless, fantastical and surreal. Among them, a luminous ancient tree dominated Wong Hong's field of vision. It stood approximately as tall as an adult man, its trunk thick and robust, its bark resembling the twisted scales of a dragon, riddled with numerous fissures that suggested it had endured an extraordinarily lengthy existence. The venerable tree was lush with foliage, entwined with wisps of pure white essence, sacred and noble like celestial mist. Amidst the clouds, several fruits of varying sizes could be discerned, exuding delightful fragrances that, upon the slightest inhalation, imparted an exhilarating sensation of ethereal transcendence. Chapter 2. The Apothecary Garden of the Celestial King. Surrounding the ancient tree, an array of peculiar and diverse flora congregated, grasses, ginseng, flowers, and trees, all exuding a hazy luminescence. Standing majestically amidst the sacred white mist, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled sanctity. Wong Hong gazed at this scene, momentarily bewildered. Where is this? Could it be that he had yet to awaken from his dream? After a brief daze, he regained his composure, staring in astonishment at the assembly of plants before him. Rather than mere flora, they resembled celestial beings seated in radiance, each exuding a divine and resplendent aura, embodying an otherworldly essence. This sight inevitably led Wong Hong to a delusion that he had inadvertently stumbled into a legendary realm of immortals, for in his understanding, only in such a heavenly domain could such extraordinary plants flourish. These plants not only possessed a sacred appearance, but also wafted a rich aroma of medicinal essence that danced in the void, entering his body through his nostrils, relaxing his pores and enveloping him in a sense of blissful euphoria. At that moment, Wong Hong noticed a slightly withered azure fruit suspended above him, adorned with 1 or 2 droplets of nectar teetering on the brink of falling, tantalizingly fresh and exuding a heartwarming fragrance. This aroma was familiar to him. It was the very essence that had emerged in a moment of dire agony, dispelling the gloom and saving his life. The nectar clinging to the fruit before him was of the same kind, or perhaps derived from the same fruit. In an instant, Wong Hong discerned the context of this dream. In a realm transcending the mundane, a young man named Prince Hong had inexplicably fallen into a stupor, and subsequently, a congregation of divine, ethereal plants had utilized the nectar of a fruit to rouse him from slumber. Contemplating this, Wong Hong smiled, for it seemed that, within this dream, his identity was that of a celestial being residing in the heavens. Just as he was lost in reverie, marveling at the dream's authenticity, the withered fruit suddenly floated gracefully towards the extraordinary ancient tree. With a soft pop, the fruit burst open without warning, transforming into a cascade of brilliant light that showered the tree's branches and leaves, emitting a radiant glow. Whether it was an illusion or not, Wong Hong felt that, after being bathed in this luminous rain, the fruit borne by the ancient tree appeared even more profoundly colored. Upon observing the fruits on the ancient tree, Wong Hong realized that the very fruit whose essence had alleviated his suffering and ultimately transformed into this radiant rain originated from this extraordinary tree. The only difference lay in their size and the depth of their color, signifying their ripeness. "Prince Hong, you have awakened," a venerable voice echoed in Wong Hong's ears. Accompanied by the breath of ages, cleansing the soul, in a moment of disorientation, he seemed to witness a grand river of time. With an ancient tree standing resolutely against the relentless passage, eternal and unyielding. Shaking his head vigorously, he glanced in astonishment at the ancient tree, which had uttered the profound words. The notion of a tree speaking was startling. Even more astonishing was its unwavering presence amidst the tumultuous currents of time. As if it were immortal, in a state of shock, Wong Hong found himself at a loss for words, and the atmosphere grew tense. The essence of Prince Heng's spirit has recently endured great tribulation, perhaps leading to unforeseen consequences. He appears to have lost his memories and does not recognize us, spoke a venerable purple ginseng. Upon hearing this, the surrounding plants began to rustle their leaves in agreement, as if nodding in acknowledgement. Indeed, something is amiss. The look in the prince's eyes reveals a sense of unfamiliarity. Alas, not even the life-extending fruit can mend the wounds of his spirit, lamented a towering, flourishing ancient tree. It dwarfed the ancient tree, its vast form adorned with divine fruits, exuding an imposing presence. Yet, Wong Hong sensed a profound respect from this grand tree towards the ancient one, indicating that the tree providing him with the celestial nectar was of remarkable lineage, likely the foremost among the sacred flora of this realm. The very name of the fruit, life-extending fruit, suggested its extraordinary nature. It was difficult to imagine otherwise. Does this imply that I have consumed the life-extending fruit? Could I potentially attain immortality? Wong Hong pondered, but then scoffed softly, reminding himself that this was merely a dream, not to be taken seriously. Upon waking, all would dissolve into nothingness. Such a possibility exists. Although I poured the nectar of a life-extending fruit into the prince's mouth, extinguishing the chaos within his spirit, what has transpired is irrevocable. We are, after all, a step too late, the ancient tree remarked, a hint of melancholy in its tone. It then turned its gaze towards Wong Hong. Although as a tree, it was impossible for him to discern its expression, and only its inquiry reached his ears. "Prince Hong, do you still feel any discomfort in your body or your head?" Wong Hong promptly shook his head in response. Subsequently, adopting a mindset of acceptance, he inquired, "Where's this place? And who are you?" In his view, since this was merely a dream, there was no need for excessive restraint or fear. If worst came to worst, he would simply awaken from a dream. Indeed, he has lost his memory. He came here to gather herbs, only to inexplicably encounter this calamity. If the Celestial King returns and learns of this, he will surely be displeased with us. What should we do? A crimson flower spoke with a hint of urgency. Its entire being was blood red, swirling with an ethereal flame. Merely approaching it instilled a parched sensation. Indeed, the wrath of the Celestial King is not something we mere divine herbs can withstand. Echoed another divine herb with 9 leaves, each emblazoned with enigmatic patterns depicting blades, swords, towers, and cauldrons, exuding an extraordinary aura. The dialogue between the 2 divine herbs instantly stirred a sense of panic among the plants present. They were acutely aware of the significance of the Celestial King's offspring and the immense regard and affection bestowed upon Prince Hong over the years. Should news of his predicament and memory loss reach the Celestial King, it would undoubtedly incite his wrath. At that moment, the ancient tree, as the leader among them, spoke to reassure them. Do not be hasty in your conclusions. This calamity to Prince Heng's spirit may not necessarily be a misfortune. Upon hearing this, the others gradually calmed down. The ancient tree refrained from further elaboration and instead responded to Wong Hong's earlier questions. "Prince Hong, do you not remember it all? This is the apothecary garden of the Celestial King, and we are the divine herbs who follow him, cultivated within this garden." Chapter 3. The Celestial Ancient Era. The apothecary garden of the Celestial King. Wong Hong was taken aback. The term Celestial King held profound significance, denoting the monarch among immortals. The mere mention of immortals evoked a flurry of thoughts and trepidation, let alone the Celestial King. Moreover, judging from the discourse of these sacred plants, it appeared that he was indeed the progeny of this Celestial King, an identity of unparalleled distinction and privilege. It was no wonder the ancient tree had chosen to save his life with a life-extending fruit. The divine herbs sensed Wong Hong's unusual reaction, further solidifying their suspicions. This Celestial King's offspring had truly lost his memory, forgetting even the apothecary garden, along with all the divine and sacred herbs within it. Might I inquire what you mean by the calamity to the spirit not necessarily being a misfortune? It is essential to understand that the esteemed Lord of the Immortals has expended an immense cost to cultivate young Master Heng's foundation for a decade, akin to a Chung Han, merely awaiting the day to plant his path, after which he shall soar to great heights. However, With the recent calamity befalling his primordial spirit, resulting in a grievous injury and subsequent amnesia, it is feared that this may adversely affect the forthcoming planting of his path, leading to inevitable blame upon the present. As for you, my fellow Taoist, being an elixir of eternal life, even should punishment ensue, it would hardly trouble you. We, on the other hand, are not so fortunate. To the Lord of the Immortals, the presence of one more or one less divine herb is of little consequence. The crimson divine flower spoke, its tone steeped in profound concern. The other divine herbs chimed in, eagerly yearning to hear the explanation from the ancient tree of longevity. The ancient tree, upon hearing their inquiries, did not withhold its insights. Over the long expanse of time, since the fall of the emperor, countless immortal kings have emerged, most of whom have left behind bloodline descendants. Any direct descendant of an immortal king, be it a son or a daughter, is bound to inherit certain advantages, transforming into innate talents that endure through countless generations. Logically, young Master Hong, as the progeny of an immortal king, should possess formidable talents that others could scarcely aspire to. Yet, for nearly a decade, he has failed to display any such remarkable attributes, which is indeed perplexing. However, at this moment, I seem to perceive a terrifying talent blossoming within young Master Hong. A terrifying talent? The divine herbs gasped in astonishment, their gazes shifting toward the bewildered Wong Hong. As divine herbs, they were far inferior to the elixir of eternal life in various aspects, lacking the acute perception of such celestial herbs. Indeed, this terrifying talent is intrinsically linked to the immortal king. Across the vast expanse of the primordial ancient realm, the boundless celestial domain, and even within the extensive myriad realms, the achievements of an immortal king in the realm of primordial spirits stand unrivaled, casting a shadow over other immortal kings. When the sword of the primordial spirit emerges, the heavens dim and all things wither. Who can contend with such might? Even among fellow sovereigns, they must temporarily retreat from its brilliance, humbly yielding. As the son of an immortal king, young Master Hang's innate talent in primordial spirits ought to be unparalleled through the ages, but alas, it has remained hidden until today. When his primordial spirit faced calamity, revealing a glimpse of that talent, you may carefully sense and observe how his primordial spirit differs from before. The words of the ancient tree of longevity prompted the gathered divine herbs to exert their utmost, utilizing their keen spiritual awareness to sense and investigate. Moments later, all the divine herbs could not suppress their cries of astonishment. Indeed, as the ancient tree had asserted, Wong Hong's primordial spirit had undergone a fundamental transformation compared to before the calamity. If previously young Master Hang's primordial spirit merely conformed to the ordinary status of an immortal king's offspring, now it could be deemed unparalleled among all peers of the same realm. In their earlier eagerness, they had overlooked the magnitude of the transformation in the young Master's primordial spirit. Such power had surely earned him the right to inherit the legacy of the immortal king. It is said that the primordial spirit sword technique, one of the three great sword techniques, requires an extraordinary aptitude to even qualify for its practice. A divine herb with 9 leaves spoke, its gaze shifting toward Wong Hong. It seemed to foresee the rise of an immortal king's offspring who would vanquish all enemies, unparalleled in the world. Meanwhile, Wong Hong, who had been listening to the conversation between the ancient tree of longevity and the divine herbs, was utterly bewildered, for he had heard too many familiar terms. What emperor's fall? What primordial ancient realm, the celestial domain, and what one of the 3 great sword techniques, the primordial spirit sword technique. All these references pointed to a web novel he once read. Could it be? Am I dreaming of the perfect world? Wong Hong mused inwardly. Subsequently, to verify his thoughts, he began to pose questions to the gathered celestial and divine herbs, inquiring about the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal king, the eternal immortal king, the 10 fiends, and so forth, all characters from the perfect world's ancient epic. After all, in the original novel, the protagonist sure how existed in an era where the primordial ancient realm had already shattered into 9 heavens and 10 lands, with no immortal kings remaining. Wong Hong merely pondered for a moment before concluding that this was not the chaotic ancient epic. The responses from the ancient tree and the divine herbs confirmed his suspicions. Indeed, this world possessed the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal king, the eternal immortal king, the true dragon, the true phoenix, and other supreme beings of the immortal king level. As for the 10 fiends, the ancient tree informed him that it had never heard of such a term. Wong Hong immediately countered, inquiring whether there existed a thunder emperor who commanded the path of heavenly punishment, reigning supreme among mortals. The ancient tree shook its head, asserting that it had not heard of any such thunder emperor. Throughout history, there have indeed been formidable beings who diligently cultivated this path, seeking to wield heavenly punishment and mete out justice, yet their outcomes were seldom favorable, with few achieving a good end. Even the strongest of the immortal path are reticent regarding the path of heavenly punishment, daring not to delve too deeply. How could there possibly be a being who ascended through this path and claimed the title of emperor? The ancient tree swayed its branches, refuting Wong Hong's assertion. As an elixir of eternal life, it had lived through an exceedingly long time, and sometimes longevity itself proves advantageous, at least in terms of experience. From its perspective, it was inconceivable that any being could master heavenly punishment, let alone presume to call itself an emperor. Wong Hong chose not to respond, for he knew that in the future an unparalleled humanoid powerhouse would emerge, mastering the path of thunder and punishing the world, becoming one of the infamous 10 Fiends. After a series of inquiries, the divine herb sighed. Although young Master Hang's primordial spirit had grown immensely stronger, his memories had been lost, requiring him to ask them. The reclusive, spiritual herbs, about even the most commonplace knowledge. They did not know whether this was a blessing or a curse. Having initially relaxed, their concerns began to resurface. At that moment, a distinct sound of footsteps echoed nearby, clear and enchanting, reminiscent of an ethereal orchid, resonating like a sound from a secluded valley, embodying an indescribable rhythm that harmonized with the laws of heaven and earth. Each step felt as if it were treading upon the heart, causing it to beat in synchrony with that cadence. Wong Hong turned to follow the sound and immediately spotted the newcomer, a humanoid entity enveloped in sacred celestial mist, rendering their features indistinct, shrouded in mystery with no discernible gender. Chapter 4. True Immortal. A humanoid entity. Wong Hong felt a sudden jolt of surprise. In the company of divine herbs, he felt little pressure, as they posed no threat to him. Even the ancient tree of longevity was merely adept in evasion techniques, wholly ignorant of combat. This understanding stemmed from his reading of the perfect world. However, facing a humanoid entity was an entirely different matter. Yet, he did not feel particularly alarmed. Deep down, he maintained the belief that he was merely ensnared in a dream. The worst outcome would merely be awakening from this grand dream. Moreover, as the son of an immortal king, his esteemed status should afford him protection from any hardship. The only caution he needed was the fact that he had not inherited the memories of the original body, leaving him unfamiliar with everything here, reliant solely on information gleaned from the novel. Should the secret of his divine nature be discovered, he could easily find himself in dire straits. As he contemplated this, the humanoid entity shrouded in celestial mist approached him. The tendrils of mist, as if imbued with life, gradually parted, revealing the visage of the humanoid being. In an instant, an indescribable face materialized before Wong Hong's eyes. A man of extraordinary beauty, nearly otherworldly, with profound eyes that seemed to encapsulate the truths of the universe. Just by locking gazes, Wong Hong found himself ensnared, rendered utterly dazed. The next moment, the humanoid entity withdrew its aura, and that otherworldly sensation vanished instantaneously. Its demeanor descending from the realm of immortals to the realm of mortals, returning to simplicity. Young master, you ventured to gather herbs, and have yet to return for an extended period. Has something befallen you? Inquired the man, his words imbued with a palpable respect. Upon speaking, his gaze flickered, shimmering with an ethereal light, and inadvertently swept over Wong Hong, instantly discerning his peculiar state. The air around him was suffused with the essence of the longevity fruit, indicating that he had recently consumed one, with the path of cultivation imminent. Consuming the longevity elixir is akin to hastening the growth of seedlings. It may lightly affect one's foundation, or, in severe cases, obliterate one's path. Could you provide an explanation? Thou brother? The man's countenance grew grave, his eyes directed towards the ancient longevity tree. He too had sensed an anomaly in Wong Hong's primordial spirit, which had noticeably doubled in strength within merely the span of a tea's brewing, an extraordinary amplification that defied comprehension. He could only temporarily attribute this phenomenon to the longevity fruit. In response to the man's inquiry, the ancient longevity tree replied nonchalantly, "Rest assured, true immortal. What I provided him was merely the juice of the longevity fruit, not the whole fruit itself. Furthermore, I extracted the longevity substances in advance, preserving only the essence of life and the quintessence of the heavens and earth, ensuring no detriment to his cultivation path." Upon hearing this, the man felt reassured. Wong Hong, standing nearby, was taken aback. This man before him was indeed a true immortal, explaining his extraordinary aura. If he were to reveal his full power, merely a glance could send him to the netherworld. However, Wong Hong's primordial spirit had encountered certain issues, having momentarily fallen in a crisis, which was precisely why the longevity tree had administered the juice to him. The ancient tree conveyed this truth. The true immortal, upon hearing, scrutinized Wong Hong's eyes intensely, his gaze oscillating between light and shadow until it eventually shifted elsewhere. Employing his celestial techniques, he had discerned everything, his expression shifting between clarity and obscurity. The young master has not yet embarked upon the path of cultivation, yet the power of his primordial spirit has surged more than double. Such a situation has never been heard of in the ancient realms. There are only a few possibilities: possession by another, forced infusion, consumption of a legendary elixir that enhances one's primordial strength, or an awakening of innate talent. Observing the current state of the young master's primordial spirit, there are no signs of external invasion, and the longevity fruit is not an elixir for enhancing the soul. It seems that this is indeed an awakening of the young master's unparalleled innate talent. Given the immortal king's profound mastery in matters pertaining to the primordial spirit, it is only natural that his progeny possesses such talent. Yet, the timing of this emergence is somewhat tardy, coinciding with the eve of his cultivation. And the drastic change in his primordial spirit has also led to amnesia. Thus, the optimal moment for cultivation has been missed. But considering the awakening of the primordial spirit's talent, it might be a blessing in disguise, the true immortal mused aloud. Afterward, he took his leave from the ancient longevity tree and the myriad divine herbs in the medicinal garden, intending to take Wong Hong out for a more meticulous examination. As they traversed the path, Wong Hong followed silently behind the true immortal, his mind racing with thoughts. This dream seemed markedly different from those he had experienced previously. In the past, once he recognized he was dreaming, the dream would swiftly dissolve into ambiguity and collapse. Yet this dream, even when he awoke, despite pinching himself, showed no signs of disintegration. Instead, a piercing pain radiated from his skin. What could this mean? Could it be that the dream has materialized? He pondered, feeling perplexed and bewildered. The true immortal, observing his actions, inquired, "Young master, do you still remember your name?" Wong Hong was startled by this sudden question, recalling the true immortal's previous words about the surging primordial spirit. One possibility was possession by another, and although the true immortal had verbally dismissed this, who could know his true thoughts? He considered responding with the 3 words Hong Gongzi, a reply that would surely be correct. Yet, given his lack of entry into the cultivation path and the unimaginable gap between himself and a true immortal, any deceit or reservation could be detected by the other party. In addition to the disparity in cultivation, Wong Hong recalled much from the original text. One of the 3 great sword techniques, the primordial spirit sword technique, known as the calming chaos technique, had historically only been passed down through one lineage. The wielder of the calming chaos technique during the ancient era bore the surname Wong. Thus, the immortal king who utilized this sword technique to quell chaos in the immortal ancient era should also share this surname. However, this immortal king had yet to unleash his might with this technique. Hence, it was still referred to as the primordial spirit sword technique and had yet to attain the title of calming chaos. Thus, he replied, "Of course I remember. My name is Wong Hong." The true immortal nodded, then asked, "Aside from your name, do you recall anything else?" Anything else? He must be referring to the memories of the original body. With this thought, Wong Hong shook his head, feeling justified. He had not gleaned a single fragment of memory, remaining completely in the dark. Following this, in a bid to seize the initiative, Wong Hong preemptively posed a question, aware that as the favored progeny of the immortal king, his status was undoubtedly far more esteemed than that of a true immortal. Indeed, in response to Wong Hong's inquiry, the man exhibited no impatience whatsoever, providing answers to each question, including the current circumstances within the immortal king's residence. Wong Hong asked, "What a longevity tree and others? Where has my father gone?" The true immortal replied, "The esteemed immortal king has been invited by a friend to the border, where it neighbors the foreign realms. There seems to be some recent unrest there, and the immortal king has gone to establish a stronghold, which can greatly intimidate the foreign marauders." Chapter 5. The immortal king's residence. What? The border? The foreign realms? Wong Hong was profoundly shaken. According to the official history of the immortal ancient era, the downfall of the Wong surname's immortal king, who mastered the primordial spirit sword technique, was indeed linked to a tentative attack from the foreign realms. In that battle, the Wong surname's immortal king unleashed the calming chaos technique in a display of great power, slaying the immortal king of the foreign realms and repelling their army, thereby quelling the turmoil, which led to the naming of the primordial spirit sword technique as the calming chaos technique, enshrined in history. Although the Wong surname's immortal king did not perish on the spot, he sustained grievous injuries that left him on the brink of death, struggling to survive until the later stages of the immortal ancient era when he finally passed away, returning to the dust. By the time of the subsequent chaotic era, the Wong family had evidently become a family of true immortals, with no mention of their ancestor being an immortal king. What transpired in between was a mystery, yet one could surmise that the immortal king had suffered a grave blow, which would have undoubtedly rendered the Wong family's situation dire, leading them to obscure the legacy of their immortal king ancestor. With this thought, Wong Hong felt an overwhelming weight upon him. If the unrest in the foreign realms, as mentioned by the true immortal, was indeed the prelude to the historical tentative attack, then his immortal king father was about to face severe tribulation, and the Wong family was poised for decline. It is well known that the rise of an immortal king is invariably accompanied by endless bloodshed, inevitably creating numerous enemies. Should the Wong family's immortal king fall, losing the capacity for battle, struggling for survival, the family would face unimaginable pressures. As the favored progeny of the immortal king, burdened with great expectations, he would likely bear the brunt of the external pressures. "You seem troubled, young master," the true immortal inquired with concern, mistaking Wong Hong's furrowed brow and flickering gaze as a manifestation of worry for his immortal king's father. At these words, Wong Hong relaxed his brow, regaining his composure. He coughed lightly and replied, "It is nothing. Merely the term foreign realms feels oddly familiar, imbuing me with an unshakable pressure that is hard to bear. The might of the foreign realms is well known, with a terrifying number of immortal kings and immortals stationed there, renowned for their martial prowess. Over the past 3 epochs, they have annexed and obliterated several ancient realms, staining the skies with blood, leaving billions of corpses in their wake. Their conflicts and collisions with the immortal domain and our realm have been relentless, embodying a fierce and overwhelming menace. In the direst of times, beings of celestial king caliber have perished in battle. Were it not for the presence of several illustrious figures of our realm, along with a multitude of celestial kings stationed here, the foreign forces would have surely launched an assault long ago. Such a ferocious domain inherently exudes a certain malevolence, causing listeners to waver and those who hear to tremble. This is quite natural, as elucidated by the true celestial." Wong Hong chuckled softly, refraining from an immediate response. After a moment, he casually inquired, "The distinguished figures you mentioned, could they be the celestial king of the 6 realms, the eternal celestial king, and the ancestor spirit?" The man nodded affirmatively. "These esteemed individuals, along with my master, are titans among celestial kings, their renown resounding throughout the myriad realms. Even though the foreign domains boast numerous immortal kings, they would never dare to wage an all-out war against our realm," the true celestial declared, brimming with confidence. Observing the man's unwavering assurance, Wong Hong couldn't help but scoff internally. If everyone in this realm shared such a sentiment, including those celestial kings, then when the foreign armies descended, it would spell the day of this realm's downfall. By the way, young master, these illustrious beings are revered entities in the ancient realm, worshipped by all living things, and their names must not be uttered lightly. Otherwise, it may invoke strange phenomena, drawing the attention of the celestial kings. Here, we are shielded by their overwhelming presence, but once we step outside, one must be cautious in this regard." Wong Hong nodded, indicating his comprehension. As the two conversed, they had already departed from the celestial king's medicinal garden. Under the guidance of a true celestial, they traversed through an array of magnificent palaces. Wong Hong was uncertain of the destination, yet he followed silently, finding no malice in the celestial's demeanor, though it could well be a guise. Nevertheless, he felt that a true celestial being would not need to feign anything in their dealings. After a considerable time, having passed countless towering ancient structures, the celestial king's estate still showed no signs of conclusion, which left Wong Hong astonished. In his former world, this estate would rival many grand cities. It was only reasonable. After all, it belonged to a powerful celestial king, a realm unto itself, akin to the celestial domain's city of the celestial ruler. Indeed, under the true celestial's guidance, Wong Hong beheld a succession of vibrant scenes, arenas for combat, chaotic inns, and ancient streets brimming with celestial energy, bustling with throngs of people and the ceaseless flow of vehicles, displaying an array of peculiar and unheard-of wares that truly widened Wong Hong's horizons. Each time he and the true celestial passed by, those around them would offer respectful bows, evidently aware of his identity as the celestial king's offspring. There were even beings, young and old alike, who attempted to engage him in conversation, yet were politely rebuffed by the true celestial, who wished to keep the young master's memory loss from becoming common knowledge. Such matters would undermine the celestial king's dignity. After a lengthy walk, they arrived at a pair of colossal doors, standing upon a weathered stone slab, stained with dark red. Gazing up at these towering gates, one could palpably feel their own insignificance, as if an ant gazing up at an unattainable peak. Noticing Wong Hong's long pause, the true celestial spoke. These gates were forged from a renowned ancient celestial mountain eons ago. They emerged on a tempestuous night, filled with thunder and lightning, and from their inception, they sparked endless phenomena, inciting fierce battles among the celestial beings vying for the treasure. At that time, the Great One had already attained the realm of celestial king and commanded respect across the universe. With but a single hand, he vanquished all contenders and seized that celestial mountain, thus leading to the creation of these portals to the celestial king's estate. Wong Hong nodded, his thoughts lingering. If the highest peak from his original world were to be transported here, it would scarcely compare to the magnificence of these doors. What kind of dream had he stepped into? What vast world of gods and demons had he entered? As he followed the true celestial up the expansive, enduring steps, The sounds of the great Tao resonated in his ears, echoing in his heart, causing his very being to respond, exuding wisps of celestial energy, his primordial spirit becoming entranced, ready to comprehend the Tao. However, the true celestial intervened, halting his enlightenment. Young master, your memories are entirely lost. Everything must begin anew. Entering the realm of comprehension now is ill-advised and could hinder your future path. Moreover, this place is no sanctuary. The stone slabs beneath our feet are sourced from the battlefield of celestial kings, some having soaked in the blood of immortal kings, already infused with spiritual essence. It is conceivable they might mislead you onto a treacherous path. Chapter 6. Seeking the sun. Wong Hong jolted awake, his heart racing. The stone imbued with the blood of immortal kings, even if originally ordinary, would transform into an unparalleled treasure. Yet, within the celestial king's estate, it merely served as flooring. This illustrated the immense wealth of a celestial king. He nodded slightly, keeping pace with the true celestial. As they ascended the steps, they passed through magnificent celestial structures and entered a narrow path. Along the way, both the buildings and the flooring, as well as the pillars, were crafted from supreme celestial materials. On either side of the road stood flower beds planted with divine herbs, emanating a rich fragrance that added a touch of vitality to the solemn royal estate. Wong Hong admired these sights, akin to a traveler witnessing wonders for the first time. The true celestial accompanying him harbored no suspicions regarding his reactions, for it was already established that this celestial king's offspring had unexpectedly lost his memories. Before long, they arrived at their destination, a towering palace that pierced the clouds, forged from a unique metal. From afar, it appeared extraordinary, with the great Tao flowing and celestial mists swirling, clearly a treasure of the celestial realm. This palace is the dwelling of Xuanyang, the most formidable general under the celestial king. With Xuanyang's prowess, he will surely conduct a thorough examination of a young master, ensuring no mistakes occur. The nearly ethereal man spoke. As a true celestial under the Wong family, he was acutely aware of the celestial king's high hopes for this offspring. Wishing for Wong Hong to tread the path of ultimate strength, replicating the legendary Jinwu clan of the celestial domain and founding a myth of dual celestial kings. Therefore, there could be no room for error. Being in the true celestial realm, he could not discern any issues with Wong Hong. Thus, it was prudent to have Xuanyang, a quasi-celestial king, inspect him to prevent any mistakes that might incur the celestial king's wrath upon his return. A mere true celestial could not withstand the fury of a celestial king. After explaining their purpose to the guards of this celestial palace, they were swiftly granted passage. The two stepped forward, entering the enigmatic celestial palace. Inside the palace, resplendent with gold and jade, adorned with intricate carvings, an array of reliefs dazzled the eyes and left one breathless. An unknowing observer might mistake it for a lavish royal palace. Wong Hong mused. Could it be that this quasi-celestial king Xuanyang also enjoys the trappings of the mundane world? In his imagination, beings of a celestial realm were supposed to be those who wholeheartedly pursued the Tao, transcending the mundane above such earthly concerns. However, the scene before him was starkly at odds with his expectations. As his thoughts churned, a depiction of a golden crow etched upon the grand hall's wall seemed to come alive, suddenly emitting a deafening cry and releasing an overwhelming heat, akin to a blazing sun in the sky. Boom! Flames surged skyward, and indeed a golden crow burst forth, circling above the hall. Wong Hong watched in astonishment, while the true celestial beside him appeared unperturbed, as if he had anticipated this very spectacle. The golden crow soared through the air, its fiery feathers ignited, slowly descending onto a person's arm, where it perched, quietly preening its divine plumage. Wong Hong then noticed a middle-aged man clad in a blue Taoist robe, with flowing black hair, who had appeared in the grand hall unbeknownst to them, gazing at them with a hint of surprise. Xuanyang, I have the honor of meeting you, my lord. The middle-aged man approached them, bowing respectfully to Wong Hong. This individual possessed striking features, with sharp brows and bright eyes. His long black hair cascading freely, and his tall, imposing stature resembled an insurmountable mountain, exuding an overwhelming aura of pressure. A quasi-mortal king, he stood on the precipice of true immortality. Beings who reach such a stage are never ordinary, each one a paragon of an era, possessing formidable strength that allows them to look down upon true immortals. This was precisely the reason the prodigious man had brought Wong Hong here. What has transpired with you, my lord? Xuanyang immediately discerned the peculiarity surrounding Wong Hong, sensing the unfamiliarity in his gaze, which was rather unusual, given their long-standing acquaintance. Esteemed Xuanyang, please discern my intentions. Just moments ago, my lord ventured into the medicinal garden to collect herbs and unexpectedly awakened his primordial spirit talent. However, this came at grave cost. He has lost all his memories. Such a significant matter cannot be taken lightly. So I hasten to bring my lord here, and I beseech you to make a determination. The prodigious man elaborated, bowing once more before Sun Yang and recounting the events that had transpired with Wong Hong. Awakening of the primordial spirit talent, yet losing all memories? The middle-aged man quickly grasped the situation, shifting his gaze towards Wong Hong's head. "My lord, I beg your pardon." He first offered an apology, then a brilliant divine light emanated from his brow, from which a golden crow emerged, engulfed in blazing flames. Resembling a sun descending upon the mortal realm, Wong Hong felt a surge of heat wash over his face, and soon, the golden crow dove into the realm of his primordial spirit, flapping its wings and swiftly soaring past. In a fleeting moment, the warmth dissipated, along with the three-legged golden crow. Although unaware of the exact occurrences, Wong Hong could vaguely surmise the quasi-immortal king's intent to investigate whether there were any signs of external invasion upon his primordial spirit. Regardless of the outcome, Wong Hong could only feign ignorance. Fortunately, Sun Yang's findings aligned closely with those of the prodigious man, revealing no secrets of his true nature. "The immortal king instructed me to ensure your safety, my lord, and to assist you in perfecting your cultivation path, leading you onto the road of supreme power. Who could have anticipated such an event would occur midway? At present, although my lord has awakened his primordial spirit talent, he has lost his memories, likely due to the sudden expansion of the primordial spirit causing damage to its essence. I fear this may hinder my lord's future path. Esteemed Sun Yang, what is your perspective on this matter?" The prodigious man sought the opinion of the quasi-immortal king. After observing Wong Hong for a moment, Sun Yang replied, "In my view, the awakening of your primordial spirit talent is indeed a stroke of fortune for my lord, a blessing from the immortal king. To possess such formidable primordial spirit power before even embarking on the cultivation journey is already sufficient to meet the requirements for practicing the primordial spirit sword technique. When you truly begin your cultivation, who knows how powerful you will become. At the very least, in terms of your primordial spirit, you will be able to effortlessly crush your adversaries. As for the issue of your primordial spirit's essence being damaged, I believe it is of little concern. You may first assist my lord in cultivating his path, and when the immortal king returns, we can address this matter then. Your words carry great wisdom, esteemed Sun Yang. The issues concerning the primordial spirit are not a concern for the immortal king. I have indeed been overly anxious," the prodigious man conceded, then bid farewell to Sun Yang, preparing to escort Wong Hong away. With the guidance of a quasi-immortal king, he felt significantly reassured. Next, they would focus on restoring Wong Hong's condition to its previous state, enabling him to select a path seed and subsequently cultivate perfectly, thus stepping into the realm of cultivation. Chapter 7. The Metal Hall. The two departed from Sun Yang's immortal palace, and according to the prodigious man, their next destination was the Wong family's hall of transmitting the Tao. Originally, Wong Hong had spent several years mastering a plethora of characters and ancient languages prior to selecting a path seed. Even without stepping onto the cultivation path, he could rely on the robust foundation bestowed upon him as the immortal king's son to cast some rudimentary spells and talismans, a testament to his extraordinary talent, rarely seen throughout history. However, Wong Hong's sudden arrival had rendered all his previous accomplishments null and void, leaving him with a blank slate. Since he had not inherited the memories of the original body, he would have to start anew. The writing and language of our realm are not merely tools for communication, but are the very language of the Tao, serving as both a vessel for the Tao and a tangible trace of the innate Tao. What is the most complex thing in this world? It is undoubtedly the Tao, indescribable, unfathomable, formless and shapeless, yet permeating the heavens and the earth, existing everywhere. The written language of our realm offers a relatively precise depiction of the Tao. Once one masters this script, they grasp many of the essence of the universe, which greatly benefits their personal cultivation. Had my lord been proficient in our realm's writing and language prior to selecting a path seed, it would have significantly aided his future journey. Therefore, I recommend my lord diligently study within the hall of transmitting the Tao before proceeding to select a path seed. As for the matter of the path seed, my lord need not worry. The immortal king has already paved the way for you, with 3 perfect seeds prepared, each a flawless path seed coveted by beings throughout the realm. Each seed boasts a glorious history and legend, with former owners who have shone brightly through the annals of time, sufficient to meet your needs for cultivating a path. The prodigious man spoke animatedly, and even as a true immortal, envy flickered across his face at the mention of these so-called perfect path seeds. This was not surprising, as a well-known saying in the ancient realm holds that possessing a perfect ancient seed is tantamount to seizing one's destiny. Many cultivators devote their entire lives in pursuit of perfect seeds, for they possess extraordinarily miraculous properties. They encompass the essence of this world, and should they merge with a cultivator in an instant, the practitioner would, in that moment, perceive the myriad essences of the world and grasp the profound truths within. This would influence the cultivator's entire life, yielding effects beyond imagination. Moreover, Unlike other seeds, perfect seeds, once united with a cultivator, achieve a permanent fusion. Unlike others that merely offer fleeting insights. This means that the cultivator has numerous opportunities in their lifetime to utilize the perfect seed to merge with the universe, thereby achieving evolution and transcendence on their cultivation journey. Such an extraordinary entity would entice even true immortals. Regrettably, perfect seeds are limited in number, and ordinary beings have little hope of acquiring one. Even those who have attained longevity find it exceedingly difficult to obtain a single seed, often traversing the ancient realm in search of one. Only beings of the immortal king's caliber have a slightly better chance, though it still depends on fortune. Families like the Wong family, possessing 3 perfect seeds, are indeed among the elite in the ancient realm. However, Wong Hong did not exhibit overwhelming excitement or agitation, for he was aware of the historical accounts of the future during the immortal ancient era. The downfall of the ancient realm in the war against foreign domains was largely attributed to the flaws of the path seed system. The lesson imparted by this war to future generations was that perfect seeds are not truly flawless. Perhaps in the ancient realm, their bearers were powerful enough to defy the heavens, able to merge with the ancient realm at will, wielding control over heaven and earth, omnipotent. However, once the environmental conditions of the world change, such states would be severely impacted, even becoming maladaptive, leading to a drastic decline in strength. In the wars between realms, the impairment of a top-tier cultivator's power is exceedingly fatal, directly determining the outcomes of battles and the survival of countless beings. Of course, this does not imply that Wong Hong does not yearn for a perfect seed. If one were to possess an immaculate Tao seed in the era of the immortal ancient, the future achievements of the practitioner would undoubtedly be remarkable. The extraordinary man cast a glance at Wong Hong, observing his silence and lack of reaction, and could not help but shake his head and sigh inwardly. What was the point of discussing so much with a young master who had lost his memory? The other party was utterly oblivious to the path of cultivation, unaware of the significance of a perfect seed, and did not comprehend that he was born with a proverbial golden spoon in his mouth. It was indeed an understatement to say he was blissfully ignorant of his fortune. "Master, we have arrived. This is the place." The two halted before a magnificent cluster of metallic halls. This was the renowned Tao Hall of the Wong family, a repository of countless Tao techniques, celebrated throughout the entire primordial ancient realm. The cultivation of the immortal ancient Tao seeds hinges fundamentally on the concept of inheritance. Regardless of the type of seed one plants, be it a fire seed, a Tao seed, an immortal seed, or a demonic seed, one requires a guide to lay the foundation and ignite the seed, unleashing its latent power. Only then can one truly cultivate. Of course, this guiding figure could also be an ancient character or scripture within the Wong family's Tao Hall. Such ancient characters and scriptures are as numerous as the stars in the sky, with some of the most exceptional being coveted even by true immortals. Wong Hong stood still, gazing at the towering metallic halls. One imposing structure after another loomed into the clouds, arranged in a specific layout across the vast expanse of the plaza. Forged from an unknown metal, gleaming brilliantly and exuding grandeur. On the surface, the metallic halls appeared tranquil, devoid of any visible protective force. Yet those who resided within the immortal king's estate were well aware that it was a forbidden zone, not to be trespassed. Even beings of formidable strength in the realm of longevity could not approach without the immortal king's permission, lest they pay a bloody price. In times past, there have been painful lessons, with more than one true immortal perishing. Since then, even the knowledge of the staggering immortal legacies hidden within the Wong family's Tao Hall had not compelled anyone to dare intrude. As a true immortal under the Wong family's banner, the extraordinary man naturally exhibited a proud demeanor when discussing such matters. To be frank, those deceased true immortals actually ventured here for one of the 3 great sword techniques, the essence sword technique. At that time, it was rumored, though I know not who spread the word, that the immortal king had no heirs and, fearing future misfortune would lead to the loss of this sword technique, sealed it within the Tao Hall, awaiting a fated individual. Consequently, several reckless true immortals dared to infiltrate, only to lose their lives in vain. Wong Hong listened in silence, pondering how a handful of true immortals could possess the audacity to covet the immortal king's secret arts. He remained unconvinced. Perhaps there was a hidden hand of the immortal king at play behind this incident. Chapter 8, Bloodline. Furthermore, it was highly likely that the Wong family's immortal king was aware of the intricacies involved but chose to remain silent, both parties tacitly understanding one another. It is said that during the immortal ancient era, the primordial ancient realm was characterized by simplicity and sincerity, with practitioners wholeheartedly seeking the path of immortality, devoid of excessive malice. However, in such a vast ancient realm, it is impossible to avoid conflict and bloodshed. These are inevitable elements of any grand domain. Regardless of how gentle the environment may seem, for the essence of existence remains one of the survival of the fittest. Wong Hong's impressions of the primordial ancient realm were derived solely from the fragmented narratives within the perfect world tome. He understood that when the armies from other realms invaded, nearly all clans and beings rose in resistance, creating an unprecedented unity across the ancient realm. Yet prior to this, the world was equally rife with hatred. It was only the pressure and threat posed by the foreign forces that compelled people to temporarily set aside their grievances and choose to fight side by side. Which hall shall we proceed to? Wong Hong inquired, pointing towards the towering metallic halls on the horizon. From his perspective, each grand hall emanated an extraordinary aura, making it difficult to discern their ranks. The extraordinary man responded, gesturing towards the most peripheral silver metallic hall. In response to the young master, we shall visit this one. This hall is the most basic among the Wong family's Dao halls, housing ancient characters and scriptures particularly suitable for novice practitioners. Though you are not yet a practitioner, a talent like yours, who has not yet embarked on the path of cultivation, yet can overshadow the vast majority of Dao cultivators, will find comprehending those ancient characters and scriptures to be as effortless as turning one's hand. It is known that the closer one is to becoming an immortal, the more potent the aura of immortality one carries. When contemplating ancient characters, this can yield remarkably efficient results. As the esteemed offspring of the immortal king, it is no exaggeration to assert that every inch of your flesh and blood pulses with the brilliance of immortality. What others might take 10 days or even half a month to grasp, you could achieve in an instant. This is a talent that others can only aspire to. As the extraordinary man spoke, his gaze towards Wong Hong grew increasingly respectful, for he recognized that, barring unforeseen circumstances, Wong Hong's future was extraordinarily bright. In this era, Wong Hong stood alone as the sole youth of the immortal king's lineage. The other prodigious youths from various immortal families were descendants separated by countless generations. Even those who exhibited ancestral traits lacked the intense bloodline power of a true descendant of the immortal king. Moreover, distinctions existed even among the offspring of the immortal kings themselves. A clear demarcation exists. On one side are the offspring born before the immortal king attained enlightenment, and on the other, those born after. The two cannot be compared, and the challenges faced are drastically different. As the cultivation of practitioners increases, the probability of producing offspring diminishes. By the time one reaches the realm of the immortal king, this probability plummets to a point of near insignificance, measured in millions or even tens of millions of years. The Wong family exemplifies this, having only managed to give birth to a son several epochs after the immortal king achieved greatness. From this, one can glean the extraordinary nature of Wong Hong's talent and bloodline, which effortlessly surpasses his contemporaries among the progeny of immortal kings. Destined to become a leader within a realm, such an existence might truly replicate the myth of the Jinwu clan of the immortal realm, allowing the Wong family to bear two immortal kings. Contemplating this, the extraordinary man felt an increasing reverence and awe towards the young master before him. Sensing the change in the true immortal's gaze beside him, Wong Hong surmised the thoughts running through the man's mind. He felt no sense of pride nor elation. Instead, a weighty urgency and gravity filled his heart. According to the historical records of the immortal ancient era, the Wong family fell into decline after the mid-epoch, transforming from an immortal family into one of mere true immortals. The immortal king suffered calamity, sustaining severe injuries before retreating to seclusion, clinging to life until the latter part of the immortal ancient era, ultimately passing away. His actions were likely to instill fear in his enemies and ensure the Wong family survival. As the last descendant of the Wong family, Wong Hong's destiny was to survive and bear the family banner, ultimately achieving the status of a true immortal and securing the family's place among the true immortal clans. The legendary immortal weapon, the eternal war halberd, would be his. Yet, Wong Hong had not withstood the great tribulation, perishing in battle against the foreign realms. The Wong family, once celebrated for their significant contributions to the primordial ancient realm, was reduced to being part of the rebels. In this life, Wong Hong had traversed time and space. Assuming the identity of the original Wong Hong, the wheels of fate began to turn at this moment, and everything was destined to change. He had no desire to meet the same fate as his historical counterpart. Even if this were merely a dream, he resolved to live fully. Taking a deep breath, Wong Hong stepped forward with a steady gait, proceeding towards the silvery metallic hall indicated by the extraordinary man. According to him, the restrictions within would not be activated against the sole descendant of the Wong family. He could simply walk inside. Indeed, the journey was remarkably tranquil, devoid of any disturbances or incidents. However, this tranquility did not necessarily imply that the area was genuinely secure. With an extraordinary sensitivity that transcended the ordinary, Wong Hong was acutely aware of the celestial forces coursing through the surrounding void. These energies were majestic, expansive, and boundless, occasionally manifesting as intricate, enigmatic patterns. and at other times transforming into complex ancient characters, embodying the cosmic truths and embracing all sentient beings, instilling a profound sense of grandeur. Had it not been for the celestial royal blood flowing within Wong Hong, these forces would have erupted long ago, overwhelming even a quasi-immortal. Fortunately for Wong Hong, he possessed a unique privilege that allowed him to disregard these celestial-level prohibitions. Upon arriving at the entrance of the silvery metallic hall, he was met by a pair of colossal gates that obstructed his path. These gates, equally silver in hue, towered imposingly, resembling insurmountable mountains, adorned with two enormous metal rings, motionless as if they had remained silent for eons. The surface of the doors was adorned with winding patterns, etched with intricate designs and ancient characters. Although Wong Hong could not decipher these cryptic symbols, he sensed their significance. They articulated the most primordial truths of the cosmos, encapsulating the essence of the ancient language and the principles of the Tao, directly pointing to the source of the Great Way. Even before entering the Hall of Transmission, the sheer presence of these gates was akin to a supreme scripture. Were they to fall into the mortal realm, they could undoubtedly elevate a powerful clan, ensuring its prosperity for countless generations. Wong Hong couldn't help but marvel at the vast wealth possessed by the celestial royal families, where every corner revealed treasures beyond mortal imagination. As he pondered this, an abrupt creaking sound echoed, seemingly triggered by the celestial royal blood coursing through Wong Hong. The massive metal doors began to slowly part. Before him unfolded a vast expanse of starlit cosmos, the very quintessence of this divine realm, serving as the entryway to the path of cultivation. Now fully revealed to Wong Hong. Chapter 9. Ancient Characters. The silvery metallic hall opened, revealing a mere glimpse of its grandeur to Wong Hong. In an instant, his eyes were filled with an indescribable splendor. What lay before him was not merely a hall of transmission, but an immense galaxy. Countless stars floated within the hall, arranged and shimmering with a resplendent brilliance that Wong Hong had never before encountered. Each star emanated a gentle light, creating a breathtaking spectacle that felt almost dreamlike. Yet, upon closer inspection, it became evident that these stars were not celestial bodies, but rather individual characters. Each stroke and line contained the trajectory of the Tao, delineating the most fundamental secrets of this realm. Wong Hong was overwhelmed. Could this truly be the million ancient celestial characters passed down from the primordial realm? They were indeed vast, akin to an immeasurable ocean. According to the enigmatic man, it was imperative for him to master the ancient characters before embarking on the path of sowing the Tao, as this knowledge would greatly benefit his cultivation. However, the celestial characters before him, representing the words of the Great Way, numbered in the millions, far exceeding the number of characters in the real world by more than tenfold. To comprehend the majority of them would not be an easy endeavor. Furthermore, these characters differed from the familiar script. They were designed to describe and embody the Great Way, necessitating a profound understanding of the true essence contained within them, thus complicating the task further. Nevertheless, Wong Hong was not deterred by the apparent challenges. He understood that these characters formed the foundation of the path of cultivation. To ascend to the pinnacle, one must first establish a solid base, and the journey must be taken step by step. Drawing in a deep breath, he stepped forward into the majestic silvery metallic ancient hall. As his feet crossed the threshold, the immense doors rumbled shut, leaving not even a sliver of a gap. In the distance, the true immortals observed this scene and nodded in silent approval. Given the unparalleled talent of the young master, it would not be long before he comprehended those ancient characters. The sowing of the Tao was imminent. It seemed that this awakening of talent had not taken an excessive amount of time, and by the time the Celestial King returned, everything would proceed according to his grand design. The immortal mused to himself, should Wong Hong succeed in sowing the Tao, and with his formidable spiritual talent casting its gaze over all, shaking the primordial realm, he, as Wong Hong's protector, would surely be rewarded by the Celestial King. For a true immortal, even a casual piece of advice from a Celestial King was an invaluable treasure, let alone a reward. With this thought, a smile broke across the man's face as he pondered the possibility of advancing further on the path of the Celestial Way. At that moment, within the silvery metallic hall, Wong Hong stood amidst a realm of darkness, gazing upward at the heavens. The vast river of ancient characters hung above him in the form of countless stars. Without yet having begun to truly study or comprehend, he could already sense the extraordinary nature of these characters. Each character possessed a profound meaning, elucidating rules and principles that exuded a powerful aura of the Great Way. Rather than a sea of ancient characters, it felt more akin to an ocean of the Great Way. As he immersed himself in this realm, it was as though he was merging with the Tao, becoming one with the cosmos. With a mixture of apprehension and determination, Wong Hong fixed his gaze upon one particular star, positioned at the edge of the celestial river. Its radiance was not among the brightest. It represented a relatively weaker aspect of the Great Way. Being a newcomer, unaware of the complexities inherent in comprehending these ancient characters, He naturally chose to begin with the most easily grasped. As his focus settled on this star, an inexplicable connection seemed to form, bridging the gap between him and the character. In the next moment, the star descended, trailing a brilliant tail of light as it fell toward Wong Hong. A wave of the great way's essence enveloped him, invigorating him with a sensation of vitality, akin to the rebirth of all things. Wong Hong himself responded, as strands of celestial energy permeated his flesh, enveloping him in a sacred ambience, as if he existed beyond the mortal realm. This was not a conscious act on his part, but rather a natural response of his body. As the star fell with great momentum, it was captured by the celestial energy surrounding Wong Hong, akin to a marsh trapping its prey in a vast net, slowing its descent until it ultimately settled before him. The ancient characters, mysterious in their curves, appeared as if forged from metal, radiating shimmering starlight, all revealed before Wong Hong's eyes. Despite having entered this world less than an hour ago and being unfamiliar with everything, he found himself endowed with an extraordinary ability to swiftly grasp the true meaning of the ancient characters before him. This might have been due to his formidable spiritual strength, or perhaps the celestial energy surrounding him that felt almost like tendrils. In any case, Wong Hong comprehended the Daoic principles articulated by the characters in mere moments. The character conveyed the process of a plant's journey from seed to sprouting roots and eventually growing into a towering vine. Throughout this transformation, it was infused with a vibrant life force, suggesting that it was the essence of life that propelled its growth. Thus, this ancient character could be classified within the realm of life principles. Having fully grasped the essence of the Tao, Wong Hong reaped significant rewards. Although this was merely one of the millions of ancient characters, it served as a stepping stone, offering him insight into the direction of the celestial ancient system. Suddenly, he extended a hand, gathering the available powers within himself into his palm, attempting to manifest what he had learned. Within his palm, a wispy white mist swirled, mysterious and boundless, with fundamental principles of the great way flowing through it. In the next moment, an ancient character materialized, its curvilinear texture identical to the one that fell from the firmament, as if it had been chiseled from the same mold. Under Wong Hong's command, this ancient character began to transform. It first emanated a radiant glow, forming a luminous cocoon at its surface, and subsequently morphed into a seed, brown with a hint of green vitality. Then, a surge of life energy flowed in, causing the seed to tremble erratically, quaking incessantly. Ultimately, a tender sprout broke through the seed's shell, emerging into an unfamiliar world. Following this, an overwhelming force of life surged forth, acting upon the sprout. It grew with ferocious speed, as though it had consumed a potent elixir, reaching the height of 2 full-grown men in the blink of an eye. Moreover, with Wong Hong's exertion, it continued to extend and expand. Before long, a colossal vine, several zhang in length and as thick as an arm, adorned with lush green leaves, thrived in the place. Observing his own creation, the once staunch advocate of science, Wong Hong, found himself profoundly shaken. Within less than the span of a single tea ceremony, he had conjured such verdant splendor, which in the realm of reality would undoubtedly be deemed miraculous. Is this the power of the ancient characters? Truly worthy of being the language that delineates the great Tao, Wong Hong murmured to himself. However, he also discerned a flaw. The vine he had summoned did not possess true life. Should he cease supplying it with life energy, it would swiftly wither away, disintegrating into dust. Compared to genuine green flora, his creation, born of the laws of the Tao, lacked many essential qualities. It had no soul, nor could it endure. After all, the creation of life is the dominion of the heavens. How could it be so easily bestowed upon sentient beings? Shaking his head, Wong Hong severed the flow of energy, and the vine instantly turned to ash, scattering with the wind. He felt no regret, instead shifting his gaze upward. Having successfully grasped the first ancient character and manifested it with his own power, he grew increasingly intrigued by the myriad ancient characters suspended above him, numbering in the millions. Having witnessed the marvels of the life-rule ancient character, what other extraordinary ancient characters awaited him? With this thought in mind, Wong Hong eagerly embarked on the study of the second ancient character. Like the first, he merely needed to fix his gaze upon it to lock onto the ancient character's star, then awaited its descent, capturing it with the breath of his celestial Tao. Soon, Wong Hong discerned the true essence of the second ancient character. It elucidated the most substantial element of the 5 phases, Earth. Mastery of this character would allow him to conjure Earth from the void. With sufficient strength, he could create a colossal mountain or even a star from thin air. However, beings like Wong Hong, who had yet to truly embark on the path of cultivation, could at most manifest a few earthen clods, while mountains and stars remained beyond reach. Indeed, upon a slight attempt, Wong Hong successfully produced a palm-sized clod of yellow earth. It possessed mass and boundaries, undeniably existing as a tangible entity. akin to conjuring matter from the void, defying conventional imagination. Yet, like the vine, the clod would struggle to endure without Wong Hong's power, dissipating in a short span. Watching the clod vanish with the wind, Wong Hong wasted no time and commenced his comprehension of the third ancient character. Once again, there were no exceptions. He succeeded in a remarkably brief period. Following this, he tackled the fourth, fifth, sixth, and even the 100th character. The more ancient characters he comprehended, the more enthralling the experience became. Wong Hong found himself unable to halt, ravenously accumulating knowledge. These ancient characters served as a solid foundation in this foreign realm and were indispensable cornerstones on his path of cultivation. Naturally, the more, the merrier. As time progressed, Wong Hong grew dissatisfied with his pace, directly locking onto 5 ancient characters simultaneously. He beheld 5 meteors plummeting together, trailing luminous tails, slicing through the night sky, hurtling toward him with tremendous force. To the naked eye, they appeared as 5 meteoric fragments breaching the atmosphere, exuding immense pressure even before nearing him. Wong Hong managed to maintain his composure, for through repeated captures, he had gained a rough understanding of his limits. 5 ancient characters were far from his utmost capacity. However, fate is often unpredictable. As the 5 meteors descended with the weight of a mountain, the ancient characters unexpectedly underwent a transformation. They arranged and combined in a peculiar manner, spinning rapidly. In the next moment, flames erupted, and the meteors entirely morphed into fireballs. Within the fireball, a rhinoceros with a colossal horn emerged from the void, gradually solidifying its form, its gaze fierce and cold as it locked onto Wong Hong, opening its massive maw to unleash a deafening roar. Taken aback by this sudden turn of events, Wong Hong's heart raced, but he quickly regained his composure. At present, he possessed not only the celestial aura inherent to the offspring of the Celestial King for capturing ancient characters, but could also employ the ancient characters he had previously mastered. With this in mind, Wong Hong flipped his hand, and pure white celestial energy surged forth, boiling like water. This was not cultivation nor Tao attainment, but rather the innate power bestowed upon him as the Celestial King's progeny, intrinsically aligned with the celestial Tao. It was precisely for this reason that he could grasp the profound truths contained within the ancient characters with remarkable efficiency. Buzz. 3 ancient characters materialized, flickering briefly before transforming into seeds, bursting forth with radiance. Subsequently, under Wong Hong's incantation, the 3 seeds took root and sprouted, growing in astonishing pace, transforming in the blink of an eye into towering vines, which intertwined to form a colossal net above Wong Hong's head. Just as the net was completed, the fiery rhinoceros charged down with the fury of thunder, colliding with the net. Hiss! Flames soared, and the green leaves of the vines ignited one by one, vanishing at a visible rate. However, the vine's trunk remained robust, impervious to the fiery rhinoceros's relentless onslaught, unable to break free. It wore an expression of fury, its eyes blood red, howling to the heavens as mysterious ancient characters manifested upon its body. Suddenly, the color of the flames shifted, and a wave of terrifying heat enveloped the area. Even the resilient vines began to struggle, their roots turning charred. As the net appeared on the verge of collapse, Wong Hong remained silent, amplifying his energy output while simultaneously utilizing the celestial aura that overflowed from his Celestial King bloodline, intertwining it among the vines. With the enhancement of the celestial aura, the vine's resilience surged significantly, allowing them to firmly restrain the fiery rhinoceros, which now harbored no hope of escape. After a prolonged standoff, the fiery rhinoceros gradually calmed, the ferocity in its gaze dissipating, until eventually, its entire form crumbled, transforming into countless particles of light that coalesced in the void, ultimately converging into 5 ancient characters. Witnessing this, Wong Hong exhaled a long breath of relief and beckoned with his hand, drawing the 5 ancient characters towards him, now devoid of resistance. His gaze shifted as he comprehended the true essence of the 5 characters. Following this, Wong Hong embarked on a new endeavor, gradually increasing the pace of his understanding and cultivation. 6, 7, 10, he pushed the boundaries of his limits. With the celestial aura entwining around him, all the plants grown from the seeds became significantly sturdier, enabling Wong Hong to simultaneously comprehend 10 ancient characters, markedly accelerating his learning process. As he continued to grasp the ancient characters, the transformations he encountered grew increasingly wondrous. The fiery rhinoceros, 3-headed bird, white jade lion, and rainbow butterfly. Each creature represented a complex rule of the great Tao, formed through the arrangement and combination of the most fundamental ancient characters. The same ancient characters, when arranged in different combinations, yield disparate results. However, this does not imply that any arbitrary arrangement can constitute a spell or Tao talisman. Perhaps among the myriad permutations of these ancient characters, only a precious few can manifest efficacy and unleash formidable power. Over time, Those potent and effective Tao practices will coalesce into a lineage, giving rise to sects and clans. Chapter 11. The Tao Cocoon. Thereafter, Wong Hong continued his journey of enlightenment through the ancient characters, wandering ecstatically amidst the endless starry river of archaic symbols. He sat cross-legged, entwined by vines, surrounded by wisps of celestial energy, as stars occasionally fell from the heavens, transforming into various life forms during their rearrangement, roaring as they descended, only to be captured and deconstructed into ancient characters. As time flowed by, myriad profound truths of the Tao seeped into Wong Hong's heart, forming the foundation of his understanding, nurturing the soil of his path. At this moment, Wong Hong found it increasingly difficult to discern whether he was dreaming or awake, and he cared little for such distinctions. His sole focus was to embark upon the path of cultivation, to unfold grand ambitions, and to honor his unparalleled innate gifts as the child of an immortal king. In this vast and boundless realm of deities and demons, he could choose to remain in a corner, leading a life of mediocrity, merely preserving his existence amid chaos. Or he could soar to great heights, standing atop the pinnacle of the immortal path, savoring the splendors of the world. Without hesitation, Wong Hong chose the latter, believing that a single lifetime should be lived with vigor and brilliance. Now, having become the progeny of an immortal king, with such a lofty starting point, he could not afford to squander or waste his potential. Thus, he voraciously absorbed the profound truths flowing through the ancient characters of the Tao Hall, tirelessly enhancing his foundation. As time ticked by, the number of ancient characters he mastered grew exponentially, reaching into the thousands and tens of thousands. Each character represented a rule, elucidating a principle of the Tao, flowing in accordance with Wong Hong's intent, swirling around him in the void. Initially sparse, these characters gradually thickened, coalescing into a mist of the Tao, resonating with a thunderous sound that reverberated through the cosmos. Eventually, they formed a web-like structure enveloping Wong Hong's form. He himself sank into the deepest state of enlightenment, his eyes gently closed, his brow glowing, his blood coursing like a surging river, accompanied by the murmurs of sacred texts. This was the power latent within his immortal king's bloodline, now awakened. Should any cultivator be present, they would undoubtedly discern that he was enveloped in a cocoon of the Tao. In this state, the capacity for understanding the Tao was magnified numerous times over. Wong Hong was thus transformed. His original limit was to comprehend 10 ancient characters at once, necessitating the defeat of the Tao creatures manifested by these characters. Yet now, with the Tao cocoon in place, his speed of comprehension soared dramatically. Stars from the heavens frequently descended, aimed directly at the cocoon, transforming into ancient characters just before contact, merging into the cocoon and flowing into Wong Hong's consciousness. Under this accelerated pace, the quantity of ancient characters he grasped surged visibly. Ordinary beings, lacking a foundational cultivation, would find it nearly impossible to comprehend the words of the Tao. Even if they attempted to cultivate, their speed of understanding would be severely limited, and upon reaching a certain threshold, they would require further enhancement of their cultivation to continue their studies. Wong Hong, however, was an exception. The bloodline of an immortal king endowed him with formidable strength and depth, akin to an abyss, capable of absorbing an unlimited amount of ancient characters without saturation. This was undeniably astonishing. Even without having cultivated, he had mastered such an abundance of ancient words, a rarity throughout the vast historical continuum of the primordial ancient realm. Few beings could achieve such a feat. Perhaps even the most prodigious figures within the true immortal realm would never have anticipated Wong Hong's extraordinary potential. Had they known of his circumstances, they would have been utterly astounded, for under normal circumstances, even a child of an immortal king could not fathom so many profound truths in such a short span of time. Time slipped by unmeasured until the Tao Hall gradually settled into silence, the celestial bodies no longer falling, nor were there any Tao creatures howling at the heavens. As tranquility enveloped the space, suddenly, a crisp crack resounded from where Wong Hong sat. The cocoon of the Tao that had enveloped him shattered. What was once ethereal now transformed into something tangible, becoming a true shell. This was a manifestation of the accomplishment of the Tao, signifying a profound understanding attained by the being, a rare and momentous event that would significantly influence their future. As the fragments of the Tao cocoon splintered apart, they revealed the inner scene. A slender figure sat motionless, seemingly entranced in slumber. It was Wong Hong, who had achieved enlightenment. His body was adorned with ancient characters. On his face, neck, arms, and legs, they were densely packed, countless in number, each character minuscule, diminutive to the point of being hundreds of times smaller than an ant. They were arranged in a unique configuration, resonating with his surging blood, reflecting a supreme scripture imprinted within Wong Hong's eyes, comprising over 100 characters that exuded an unparalleled aura, majestic and dignified beyond words. This was not the result of Wong Hong's own doing, given his current strength and mastery. He could not have crafted such a forbidden scripture from the rudimentary ancient characters he had just grasped. The source of it all lay within Wong Hong's immortal king bloodline. Through the cocoon of the Tao, he accelerated his comprehension, mastering millions of ancient characters in a remarkably brief time. This laid the most solid foundation of the Tao for him, and became the key to unlocking the treasures buried deep within his bloodline. The forbidden scripture manifesting upon his body was none other than the mightiest secret technique of the Wong family's immortal kings, one of the three supreme sword arts, the peacekeeping technique. From the moment Wong Hong came into the world, this legacy had already been inscribed within his being through the power of his bloodline. When Wong Hong achieved a certain level of accomplishment or met the triggering conditions, this supreme secret technique, which could even stir the hearts of immortal kings, would automatically reveal itself to him. He soon recognized the extraordinary nature of this scripture, for the ancient characters inscribed within it were entirely unfamiliar to him. Neither their structure nor the profound truths they contained could be comprehended by a novice cultivator. If he were not mistaken, each ancient character in this forbidden scripture was a condensation of tens of thousands of the most basic ancient characters, articulating a powerful and mysterious truth of the Tao, unfathomable in scope. Just as Wong Hong marveled at the profundity and intricacy of this scripture, the minuscule characters began to stir, scuttling like insects, converging towards a singular point. During this process, the ancient characters collided and fused, forming even deeper characters. What had originally comprised just over 100 characters was suddenly distilled into several dozen, and before it ceased, it further amalgamated into 10 ancient characters, each radiant and resplendent, as if forged from celestial gold. Such ancient characters, carelessly released, could establish a powerful legacy that would endure for countless eons. Wong Hong remained fixated on these 10 ancient characters, striving to grasp their essence, yet regrettably, he found himself at a loss, as their profundity was overwhelming. Only by truly embarking upon the path of cultivation and gaining a deeper understanding of the Tao could he hope to unravel the mysteries of this forbidden ancient scripture. Chapter 12. The Spirit's Sword Technique. At that moment, the 10 ancient characters, now concentrated with the essence of the Tao, began to tremble violently, emitting beams of unparalleled sharpness. Wong Hong's eyes instantly became radiant, like two brilliant suns illuminating the heavens. Buzz! After a soft sound, 10 ancient characters astonishingly merged into one, forming an indescribable black glyph. It exuded an aura of serene silence, devoid of any sound, with its pitch-black surface appearing both solemn and austere, as if crafted from some form of black metal. Its intricacies were profound, with each segment of its structure revealing an astronomical number of foundational ancient characters upon dissection. Witnessing this scene, Wong Hong was left in sheer astonishment. The previous 10 ancient characters had already been intricate enough for him to comprehend but a fraction of their essence, and now, they had fused into such an astounding character that it was truly unimaginable. It resembled an embodiment of the Tao, suffused with an overwhelming resonance of the Tao, akin to the primordial point of creation from which all things emerge, capable of cleaving heaven and earth. Suddenly, Wong Hong's eyes sparkled with surprise and bewilderment, as if he had momentarily perceived the black glyph as a seed. Upon closer inspection, he found that indeed, the black glyph had vanished, replaced by a black seed pulsating with the essence of the Tao, lying quietly before him. Thus, it could be surmised that the supreme figure could also serve as a seed of the Tao. Wong Hong muttered to himself, speculating. Just as he was deep in thought, the black seed underwent another transformation. Its outer skin began to shed in large flakes, revealing the interior. Within lay a small black sword, quietly suspended in midair, instilling a sense of unease and trepidation as if it were poised to strike, ready to obliterate soul and spirit with a mere flicker. Wong Hong could even perceive the sharpness emanating from the black blade, a force capable of plunging him into eternal silence, leaving only his corporeal shell in this world. This was the supreme sword technique coveted by even the Shuang, although it was still referred to as the Gishijie at present. Pingwanjie, Wong Hong murmured softly. He recalled how, during the tumultuous ancient era of the perfect world, sure how it sought this unparalleled sword technique through countless means, ultimately in vain, as it had always been a singular inheritance within the Wong lineage, with the only exception being Wong Chongsheng, who allowed the dark faction's nine-headed monster to grasp it. Now, it lay within his reach. The forbidden scripture was concealed within his very blood, ready to be activated under the right conditions, manifesting before his eyes. He could not help but feel a surge of excitement. This was the thing, an unparalleled secret art of the Unshin path. With a single stroke, it could render the world silent, extinguish both man and ghost, and restore peace in chaotic times. At that moment, the black seed's skin had entirely fallen away, accumulating on the ground. Its essence comprised ancient characters of the Tao, nourishing the core sword body, while all else was rendered dross, swept away by the winds, leaving only the black sword body suspended before Wong Hong. Outwardly, this small black sword bore no remarkable features. It was entirely dark, lacking intricate patterns or profound designs, appearing rather ordinary, plain, and unadorned. Yet, none dared to underestimate it, for the Unsen Drujang solely cleave the Unsen, the most vulnerable aspect of the majority of cultivators. Invoking fear and trepidation in all, Wong Hong could not resist extending his mental hand to caress the sword body. It was undoubtedly a tremendous treasure, one of the cornerstones upon which he would navigate the ancient realm and traverse the heavens in the future. Having successfully mastered the myriad and awakened the conscience of the Pundai within his bloodline, this journey of comprehension had yielded immense rewards, laying the most solid foundation for his future cultivation path. Wong Hong exhaled deeply, rising from his meditative position. At that moment, he felt considerably more powerful than before entering the Jiadan, having grasped the most fundamental applications of the Taoist principles. He was enveloped in an ethereal aura, mysterious and unfathomable, exuding an aura of Shandal. His long, raven-black hair cascaded over his shoulders, and his deep-set eyes were difficult to penetrate, while his countenance was that of exquisite grace. With exceptional bone structure and an extraordinary demeanor, commanding respect even at the tender age of 10, the power of the Sheng's bloodline was indeed formidable. He had already mastered nearly all the foundational ancient characters. Wong Hong marveled, then stepped forward towards the colossal silver metal door. With a resounding rumble, sensing Wong Hong's approach, the metal door automatically swung open, revealing a passage for one to pass through. As he exited, the massive doors slowly closed behind him. The prodigious figure, already awaiting him outside in the realm of true Shiding, immediately approached upon seeing Wong Hong emerge. As a being of the Shandal, his gaze possessed extraordinary penetrative power, instantly detecting the changes within Wong Hong. Compared to before entering the Jiadan, Wong Hong was no longer a blank slate, but rather an expansive canvas, awaiting the brushstrokes to paint a vibrant tapestry. His eyes brightened, a smile gracing his lips as he spoke. "Congratulations, young master. The Tao has flourished within you." Wong Hong's expression remained composed. Even though he conversed with a Trushan, his status greatly surpassed that of the other, rendering a lack of response inconsequential. However, he was already aware of the impending decline of the Wong family, and such displays of arrogance might well sow the seeds of future repercussions. He smiled faintly and replied, "My gains this time are indeed substantial, and a portion of it is owed to your guidance, senior. When my father returns, I shall certainly mention this matter." Upon hearing Wong Hong's words, the prodigious figure felt a tempest of emotions within, for the mention of the Sheng made it difficult for even a true Shan to remain composed. "Your words are too gracious, young master. It was but my duty. By the way, there is no need to call me senior. Simply refer to me by name. Back then, I was merely a mortal being trapped at the pinnacle of the supreme realm, struggling to ascend to Shandal. However, by a twist of fate, I joined the Wong family and received unimaginable nurturing, allowing me to traverse the chasm and enter Shandal, becoming a true Shan. Since then, I have shed my former surname to follow the Shenwang, so you may call me Wong Mian," the prodigious figure said respectfully. If the youth before him were merely a descendant of the Sheng, separated by countless generations, it would not warrant such reverence from a true Shen. Yet, the reality was that he was indeed the direct scion of the Sheng, his status unfathomably exalted. Those in the outside world would surely believe that true Shan guardians flanking Wong Hong were plentiful, given the demand, for who would not wish to be close to a supreme Shenwang? Yet Wong Hong merely shook his head. On the path of cultivation, one must prioritize their own achievements. I have not yet sown the seed of the Tao. In the presence of a being who has already ascended to Shandal, it is only fitting that I address you as senior." Wong Mian had intended to say more, but was interrupted by Wong Hong. "There is no need for further words, senior. I possess my own judgment." Seeing this, Wong Mian ceased his discourse, yielding to Wong Hong's wishes. However, he harbored doubts before the awakening of his talent, prior to losing his memories. Wong Hong's demeanor had not been thus. A single bout of amnesia seems to have transformed his character entirely. Chapter 13. The Pulse Refining Pill. "Senior, I have now mastered the vast majority of ancient characters. I should be able to sow the Tao, correct?" At this moment, Wong Hong, walking ahead, inquired. Having comprehended the vast expanse of Shengu, he had witnessed the grandeur and marvels of this realm of deities and demons, and his anticipation for the path of cultivation had intensified, naturally desiring to hasten the sowing of the Tao. Though the term sowing the Tao was unfamiliar and distinctly different from the initial stages of bloodline awakening in the chaotic ancient era, Wong Hong grasped its meaning. To sow the Tao, as the name suggests, is to plant a seed and commence the journey of understanding, symbolizing a new beginning. One must recognize that the essence of Shan Gufa lies in selecting a suitable seed of the Tao merging with it, and accompanying it from the weakest stage of existence, growing together until they achieve unity and step into the realm of the utmost Tao, ultimately ascending to Shan. Thus, the significance of the Tao seed is self-evident. It is for this reason that during the Shangujian, the saying emerged, possessing a perfect seed is tantamount to controlling one's own destiny. Wang Mian, upon hearing this, pondered for a moment before responding, regarding the matter of cultivating the Tao, young master, there is no need for haste. I perceive that your current state is not optimal. It appears you have recently comprehended a significant amount of ancient characters, yet have not fully digested their essence. In my humble opinion, it would be prudent for you to consolidate your gains over the next few days, adjusting all aspects to their peak condition before attempting to cultivate the Tao. By then, you shall undoubtedly execute each step with flawless perfection. Wong Hong nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in the advice of a true immortal. Naturally, it represented the most advantageous course of action. Very well. I shall solidify my recent insights before contemplating the cultivation of the Tao. At that moment, Wang Mian produced a beautifully adorned porcelain vial, its mouth sealed with a dark wooden cork. Though unsealed, a delicate fragrance wafted forth, permeating the air and entering Wong Hong's nostrils. Instantly, he felt a profound sense of ease, his flesh and blood particles vibrating lightly, and his primordial spirit soaring as though it were on the verge of transcending. What is this? Wong Hong inquired. This, young master, is an elixir personally crafted by the esteemed immortal king, specifically for you. It is known as the pulse smoothing pill, which aids beings in refining their corporeal forms, drawing closer to the Tao and facilitating the absorption of the true essence of the ancient characters. It will greatly assist in your cultivation of the Tao. Should you consume it now, you will undoubtedly solidify your recent comprehension in a remarkably short time, laying a solid foundation for your path. The pulse smoothing pill. Wong Hong mused, recalling a similarly named elixir from the perfect world, renowned for its efficacy, which aligned with Wang Mian's description. However, the quantity available at the Celestial Academy was limited, and cultivators had to compete fiercely for its consumption. Moreover, the pulse smoothing pills contended for by figures such as Shi Hao and the Ten Crown King were merely fragments, refined by true immortals. The vial before Wong Hong contained a complete, unparalleled elixir, personally crafted by an immortal king, its potency far superior to the fragments obtained by others. Without hesitation, he accepted the porcelain vial, feeling its coolness and the smooth texture adorned with intricate patterns. With a gentle pop, Wong Hong removed the dark wooden cork, and an indescribable, fragrant aroma surged forth, enveloping him. The scent of the immortal king's pill sent shivers through his bones, invigorating his flesh and expelling minute impurities from his body. Even Wang Mian, as a true immortal, felt a profound sense of purification, astonished by the might of the immortal king, realizing that a single pill could transform even a true immortal. Regaining his composure, Wong Hong shook the vial, revealing 3 pristine white pills nestled within, each embossed with mysterious patterns and surrounded by wisps of celestial mist, interspersed with flickers of lightning. Is this truly the elixir crafted by the immortal king? It had already taken form, encased within the vial, yet still enveloped in lightning, a marvel to behold. One could only imagine the miraculous effects of such an immortal king-grade, pulse-smoothing pill. Young master, this pill possesses extraordinary effects. Consuming it here may provoke astonishing celestial phenomena. I advise you to take it in a secluded location, Wang Mian suggested, glancing around at the towering palaces and expansive avenues, where fleeting figures dashed by. The size of an immortal king's mansion could indeed be likened to a miniature world, teeming with inhabitants and various factions, making it unwise to create a disturbance. Wong Hong nodded, replacing the cork. Subsequently, Wang Mian led the way through the grand avenues imbued with the essence of the Tao, arriving at the secluded chamber designated for Wong Hong's cultivation. Before them stood a majestic complex, adorned with numerous prohibitions, rising amidst pure, white, celestial mist, exuding an air of mystery, as if they had stepped into the realm of immortals. Young master, the prohibitions here are akin to those at the Hall of Transmission. They pose no restrictions to you, allowing free passage, Wang Mian respectfully stated. Such privileges were exclusive to the offspring of the immortal king, Wong Hong, with even this true immortal guardian unable to enter uninvited. Wong Hong acknowledged this with a nod and strode purposefully towards the grandeur of the buildings. He pushed open a door and entered a dimly lit corridor, extending deep into the unknown, illuminated solely by oil lamps flickering along the walls. Each pair of lamps was separated by several meters, casting a soft glow. According to Wang Mian, his secluded meditation space lay at the corridor's end, which would respond as he approached. With this thought, Wong Hong advanced steadily through the shadowy passage. The corridor was dark and profound, with only the faint flickering of candlelight illuminating his path. An eerie sensation washed over him. The oil lamps seemed peculiar, evoking an unsettling feeling within. Suddenly, a lamp ahead erupted into terrifying flames, resembling a sunburst. As a face formed from the flames struggled forth, contorted in agony, its blood-red eyes fixed on Wong Hong, radiating malice. Indeed, you are the spawn of that man. I would recognize you even in ashes, this filthy, detestable bloodline. The fiery visage bellowed, attempting to break free from the flame's grasp to attack Wong Hong. Startled by the sudden apparition, Wong Hong halted, taken aback by the face's horrific countenance, twisted and ghastly. However, after a brief moment of shock, he began to comprehend the situation. This being, filled with intense resentment towards him, was likely a formidable enemy vanquished by his father, the immortal king. Instead of being entirely obliterated, it had been confined here, serving as lamp oil, burning endlessly. Chapter 14. The Secluded Chamber. The lineage of the Wong family deserves death. The fiery face roared, its gaze filled with venomous hatred, as though it longed to flay Wong Hong alive, consume his flesh, and drink his blood. In response, while Wong Hong felt some discomfort, he harbored no fear. After all, this entity had likely perished countless years ago, leaving only a thread of resentment to rage impotently within the oil lamp. There was nothing to fear. Ha! Merely a defeated foe of my father, daring to bark here. Wong Hong scoffed. One day, I shall capture you, squashing you like the insignificant insect you are. The fiery visage twisted in fury at Wong Hong's words, its face contorting in rage as it spat forth a venomous curse. You have been reduced to lamp oil. Your fate is sealed, forever trapped here, unable to reincarnate. What need have you for such grandiose proclamations? Wong Hong chuckled lightly, dismissing the lingering resentment. Only as he distanced himself from the seething lamp did its roar gradually fade. Not just that lamp, but all the oil lamps in the corridor appeared abnormal. Wong Hong suspected that the oil within them was derived from the enemies his father, the immortal king, had slain. As he traversed the dim corridor, he felt an unsettling sensation of being watched. Glances like venomous snakes lay in wait within the darkness, making him feel profoundly uneasy. Not all resentments would manifest as vociferous as the previous entity. They understood that such actions would only bring disgrace upon themselves. At long last, Wong Hong reached his secluded meditation chamber, where a stone door embedded in the wall began to glow unexpectedly before rumbling open. He recognized this as the chamber that Wong Mian had described as belonging exclusively to him, and stepped inside. The interior was spacious, equipped with various facilities, imbued with a rich aura of the celestial Tao, and even inhaling its essence felt like inhaling divine radiance. A meditation space reserved for the offspring of the immortal king was undoubtedly extraordinary. In a secluded chamber, a stone bed lay ensconced in the corner, its substantial form emanating an aura of chaos. Even from a distance, it imparted a weighty sensation. As Wong Hong approached, he was astonished to discover that his affinity for the great Tao was steadily increasing, signifying an enhancement in his enlightenment efficiency. While various truths of the Tao circulated and coalesced into chaos. Could this be a stone bed forged from chaos stone? Wong Hong pondered, his mind in a whirl. He was convinced that meditating upon this bed would yield exceptional results in his pursuit of enlightenment. Undoubtedly, this stone bed was a treasure of immense value. Upon sitting upon it, his expectations were met. The bed's effect were nothing short of extraordinary, providing tremendous assistance to his cultivation and allowing him to perceive myriad paths. With such an extraordinary bed, what other marvels might this chamber conceal? His gaze shifted to a stone table, seemingly unremarkable and devoid of any special features. Yet, upon closer proximity, he could distinctly sense an enigmatic substance emanating from within the table, diffusing into the void and instilling a sense of tranquility within his spirit, subtly enhancing it. Wong Hong was taken aback. What material was this table crafted from? Its ability to bolster a cultivator's spirit was remarkable, albeit its effects were not immediately discernible. However, with the passage of time, the cumulative benefits could be staggering. His attention then fell upon 2 platters of divine fruits resting atop the stone table, each brimming with several exquisite fruits that released a delightful fragrance. Just a whiff could enthrall one's senses, leaving them enraptured. Wong Hong contemplated. The mere fact that these fruits were placed within his private chamber implied that he could consume them at will. In the outside world, such divine fruits would incite fierce competition among cultivators. Yet here, they lay casually, akin to ordinary, delectable fruits. If he did not partake now, the opportunity might never arise again, especially given the inevitable decline of the Wong family. Wong Hong foresaw the future, aware that his father, the celestial king, would face severe setbacks in foreign lands, ultimately leading to his demise. Yet, he found himself powerless to alter this fate. Who would heed the ramblings of a 10-year-old boy who had yet to embark on the path of enlightenment? Moreover, his father had journeyed to the borders to instill fear in foreign realms, Such monumental matters could not be swayed by his mere words. Wong Hong was acutely self-aware, realizing that he could not deceive a celestial king. There was a risk that his father might discern him as an outsider, not the true offspring of his lineage. This concern had lingered in Wong Hong's heart, and presently, he found no suitable means to confront it, opting instead to navigate one step at a time, hoping that his future cultivation would grant him the confidence to face his destiny. With these thoughts weighing on his mind, he absent-mindedly plucked a divine fruit and indulged in its sweetness. The fruit was ambrosial, its juice abundant, melting upon contact and delighting his palate to an exquisite degree. Most importantly, it was imbued with the essence of life and a plethora of substances beneficial to the spirit. Just one fruit revitalized Wong Hong's spirit, illuminating his eyes with a fierce brilliance. The accumulation of these beneficial substances fortified his foundation, promising to unfurl in his future cultivation. As he opened his eyes, he exhaled softly, the fragrance of the divine fruit lingering in the air. He could not help but marvel at the disparity among individuals. Some were born standing upon heights unattainable to others. The privileges bestowed upon the progeny of the celestial king were beyond the imagination of outsiders. For the precious divine fruits were merely refreshing snacks to him, a luxury only the royal family could afford. Feeling unsatisfied, Wong Hong seized another divine fruit, and in the blink of an eye, only the pit remained. After quenching his thirst, he turned his gaze to the center of the chamber, where a meditation cushion lay, woven from unknown slender branches, sprouting tender shoots. It appeared quite ordinary, akin to any regular cushion, albeit with an added touch of greenery. However, Wong Hong knew this cushion was far from simple. As the son of a celestial king, the cushion upon which he meditated must possess its own extraordinary attributes. He settled upon the cushion, and before he could even commence his meditation, his tumultuous thoughts were instantly calmed, as if a turbulent lake had transformed into a placid pond in an instant. Subsequently, he found himself involuntarily immersed in a state of enlightenment. The ancient characters he had previously comprehended now manifested vividly before his eyes, as various truths of the Tao swirled within his heart. After a profound session of enlightenment, Wong Hong reaped significant benefits. He grasped the wisdom imparted by Wang Mian. Without consolidating one's foundation prior to cultivation, achieving a flawless path would be impossible, as even the slightest imperfection could arise. Gradually regaining consciousness, he gazed at the cushion beneath him, unable to resist the urge to gently caress its surface. Indeed, this cushion was a true treasure, one that facilitated enlightenment. Wong Hong recalled that one of the 10 fiercest beings, the Kunpeng, possessed a similar cushion woven from the tender shoots of the kunmu tree, imbued with divinity, promoting tranquility and focus, conducive to enlightenment. Chapter 15. Perfect Evolution. Wong Hong was uncertain whether the cushion in his chamber was crafted from the tender shoots of the kunmu tree, but it was undoubtedly exceptional, a true divine wood. A glance around the chamber revealed that not a single item was ordinary. Even the most unassuming candlesticks and incense held unique divine efficacy. In such a privileged environment, coupled with the inherent gifts of the celestial king's offspring, the chasm between him and beings of the same age in the outside world would only continue to widen. Alas, the brilliance before him was but a fleeting memory, transient and ephemeral. Wong Hong sighed. Between the arduous trials of life and the utmost luxury of his surroundings, he would naturally choose the latter. However, fate's design compelled acceptance. Shaking his head, Wong Hong steadied his mind. For now, he could only proceed step by step. The most pressing matter was to solidify his foundation and prepare for cultivation, striving for perfection in every step as he embarked on the path to supremacy. With a resounding pop, he uncorked a vial, and a wave of celestial fragrance enveloped him, instantly filling the chamber with an ethereal ambience. Crack! Thunder roared, flickering amidst the mist, as a pill was dispensed, resting quietly in the palm of Wong Hong's hand. It was not only encircled by clouds and lightning, but also adorned with profoundly intricate celestial patterns that intertwined with the great Tao of heaven and earth. This was the supreme pulse-breaking pill concocted by the celestial king, a rarity in the ancient realms. Consuming just one would transform an ordinary person into an extraordinary prodigy. For someone like Wong Hong, endowed with the bloodline of the celestial king, consuming such a pill would only amplify his already unimaginable prowess. He pinched the pill between 2 fingers, savoring the refreshing aura it exuded, and without hesitation, tilted his head back and swallowed whole. As the celestial pill descended into his abdomen, it immediately unleashed a torrent of celestial energy, rapidly expanding from his stomach to engulf his entire being, permeating his blood. An abundance of divine essence surged forth, nourishing his body and spirit while expelling the impurities accumulated within him. Due to his innate gifts as the son of a celestial king, the impurities within him were minimal, primarily acquired through the passage of time. At this moment, the celestial pulse-breaking pill coaxed them out through countless pores, manifesting as faint black vapor that dissipated into the void. Wong Hong felt invigorated, as if he had undergone a sublime transformation. Even his physique felt lighter and more agile. Moreover, the celestial aura surrounding him grew increasingly potent, bestowing upon him an ethereal demeanor, akin to that of a youthful immortal. Seizing the opportunity while the effects of the celestial pulse-breaking pill lingered, he sat cross-legged upon the cushion and commenced a profound journey of enlightenment and cultivation. In the hallowed halls of the preaching temple, the ancient characters he had studied transformed into myriad shimmering particles, akin to stars, swirling around Wong Hong with an ethereal grace, cloaked in mist, intermingled with flickering ancient character constellations that passionately expounded upon the profound truths of the great Tao. He found himself ensnared in the vast ocean of Tao, akin to a fish swimming freely, gathering strength, awaiting the day he would leap forth, basking in golden light, and metamorphose into a true dragon. Time became an irrelevant concept as Wong Hong's meditative space gradually quieted, the effects of a celestial king-level pulse-dissolving elixir yielding immense benefits, significantly fortifying his newfound abilities. His physique and primordial spirit underwent a comprehensive baptism, resulting in a remarkable transformation. Yet, he yearned for perfection, whispering to himself. He engaged in further meditation to elevate his mind and body to a state of ethereal clarity. With a delicate grasp, he lifted the second elixir, pausing in contemplation before placing it upon his tongue and swallowing it whole. In an instant, a mist of vital essence surged forth, the dense celestial energy transforming into vapor, emanating from all 7 orifices, creating an illusion of cloud and fog. This was the essence of the elixir, and Wong Hong could not allow it to dissipate. Thus, he employed the ancient characters he had mastered to weave a layer of sealing energy around his body, akin to a furnace or a grand cauldron, enveloping him as he refined himself. As time progressed, the potency of the elixir erupted with volcanic ferocity, and within the Tao furnace, Wong Hong's sinews, physique, and primordial spirit underwent further mystical alterations. His corporeal form radiated brilliance, resembling a body of platinum from a distance, sculpted as if by a master craftsman, exuding dazzling luminescence and harboring explosive power. At this moment, Wong Hong could crush path cultivators and even beings of the root stage solely with his physical prowess. An awe-inspiring feat, his primordial spirit was equally unparalleled, the fusion of his original soul's strength with his current essence transcending imagination, further enhanced by various celestial treasures and elixirs, maximizing his advantage. Yet, he did not succumb to arrogance. Instead, he focused his mind, diligently consolidating his mastery over the ancient characters. A million was no trivial figure. Each character concealed extraordinary truths of the great Tao, requiring meticulous contemplation to achieve mastery. With the aid of the elixirs, Wong Hong drew ever closer to his aspirations. Before long, the absorption of the second pulse-dissolving elixir neared its conclusion. The celestial radiance surrounding him grew denser, yet the efficacy paled in comparison to the first elixir, indicating that its effects had been thoroughly exhausted, approaching a state of perfection with scarcely any flaws. Nevertheless, uncertain whether true perfection had been attained, he consumed a third pulse-dissolving elixir. Indeed, the third elixir had some effect, albeit slight, yet crucial. Ultimately, the elixirs no longer bore any impact on Wong Hong, while he had firmly consolidated all million ancient characters, achieving a profound familiarity. At this juncture, Wong Hong had completed all preparations prior to embarking on the path of cultivation, awaiting only the selection of a suitable Tao seed to formally commence his journey into the realm of practice. As he sat upon the meditation cushion, gradually opening his eyes, an unexpected sound of dragon roars and phoenix cries erupted above him. This was an omen of the fruition of the Tao, heralding the rise of an unparalleled prodigy. Above Wong Hong, the heavens wove together constellations, golden lotuses blossomed, true dragons roared, and phoenixes sang across the skies, creating a spectacle of immense magnitude, foretelling Wong Hong's future accomplishments would transcend the mundane, reaching the extraordinary. The phenomenon persisted for a considerable time before gradually subsiding. Wong Hong rose, stretching his limbs, causing the very void to tremble under the might of his physical strength. Simultaneously, his gaze became piercingly sharp, instilling a sense of trepidation, indicating his remarkable achievements in primordial spirit power. Surrounded by threads of pristine celestial aura, he appeared shrouded in mystery, reminiscent of a youthful true immortal descending upon the mortal realm. All is in readiness. Only the eastern wind is lacking, Wong Hong murmured, his eyes shimmering with excitement. For he was on the cusp of officially stepping into the path of cultivation. As he prepared to depart, Wong Hong swept the remaining divine fruits from the plate. Their exquisite taste, abundant juice, and rich essence elevating one's foundation with each bite, truly a rare treasure. leaving behind a few seeds. He exited the secret chamber without a backward glance. Within the dimly lit corridor, he advanced, soon experiencing the unsettling sensation of being observed once more. This time, however, he had undergone a profound metamorphosis, having consumed 3 celestial king-level pulse-dissolving elixirs, enhancing his bones, foundation, and spiritual perception to a qualitative degree. His spiritual awareness had sharpened to the point where he could trace the source of a gaze back to its origin. Suddenly, his attention fixated upon an oil lamp, still and quiet, its flames seemingly unperturbed. Yet Wong Hong discerned the malevolence contained within, far more vicious than a venomous serpent, its gaze icy enough to chill the marrow. It was far more terrifying than the previous roaring, flame-faced apparition. Standing before the oil lamp for a moment, it appeared to recognize Wong Heng's unusual nature, capable of tracing the source of its gaze. "Ha! The Wong family has indeed produced a fine son," a raspy voice echoed, chilling as if a vengeful spirit from a millennium past had spoken. "Alas, the fate of the Wong family has run its course. I perceive the aura of death upon you. It won't be long now." As these words lingered in the air, the void suddenly trembled, as if some terrifying entity were about to descend. Wong Hong felt his blood begin to boil, its flow accelerating like a raging river. In the next moment, a small black sword materialized in the void, unadorned yet commanding silence across the heavens and earth. The imprisoned presence within the oil lamp could no longer maintain its composure. Emitting a terrifying growl, the black sword, imbued with sentience, shook a few times before hurtling toward the oil lamp. With a soft sound, a mournful wail echoed through the ages as the fragmented consciousness within the oil lamp was struck with devastating force. "Wong Hong, you are destined for a life of emptiness. Your celestial king's path shall become ancient history. And as for the Wong family scion, you are fated to meet an untimely demise without a burial place." Wong Hong regarded the tumultuous oil lamp with an impassive expression, sensing a force attempting to manipulate destiny, striving to make these foreboding words come to fruition. Yet it ultimately failed. Undoubtedly, this was the work of the being within the oil lamp. Even in its sealed state, it retained such capabilities, a testament to its unimaginable strength during its prime, at the very least at the level of celestial king. "You shall be disappointed. I will endure. Even if this ancient realm crumbles to dust, I shall persist and ascend to the pinnacle of the celestial path." Wong Hong spoke calmly, then stepped away. He ignored the roaring, flame-faced apparition and proceeded directly to the entrance of the corridor, pushing open the heavy stone door to exit the premises. As anticipated, the true celestial king, Wong Mian, awaited him outside. Upon sensing the changes within Wong Hong, Wong Mian was overjoyed, realizing that the effects of the 3 celestial king-level pulse-dissolving elixirs exceeded his wildest expectations. "Congratulations, young master, on achieving a flawless foundation and a perfect Tao cultivation. Success is imminent." He exchanged a few words of congratulations. Subsequently, Wong Mian, without further ado, led Wong Hong directly to the repository of Tao seeds at the Wong family estate. This place was known as the Sea of Tao Seeds. As the name suggests, it is a vast ocean of Tao seeds. The Wong family is a lineage of celestial kings, although the direct descendants of the celestial king consist solely of Wong Hong. There exists a substantial number of other Wong surname cultivators. When the descendants of these cultivators embark on their cultivation journeys, they require a significant amount of Tao seeds. Thus, the Wong family constructed a storage facility for Tao seeds to cater to the needs of their clan. Among these Wong surname cultivators, some, like Wong Mian, are entirely unrelated to the Wong bloodline, having voluntarily adopted the surname out of gratitude towards the Wong family. Others, however, possess a blood connection to the celestial king of the Wong family. They may not be direct descendants of the celestial king, yet they share a certain lineage. It is noteworthy that the origins of the Wong family do not lie within the primordial ancient realm, but rather in the celestial domain. The current celestial king of the Wong family severed ties with the main lineage several epochs ago, venturing out on his own. Ultimately, he achieved great success on the path of the Tao, attaining the status of a celestial king and establishing himself in the primordial ancient realm, thereby founding the celestial king's estate. One must understand that a celestial king, regardless of the realm, is an exalted existence. The most powerful being of the Wong family in the celestial domain is merely a quasi-celestial king. Upon learning of Wong Jin's ascension to celestial king after leaving the Wong family from the celestial domain sought to reclaim this estranged scion. Unfortunately, the relationship had already developed fissures, rendering a return to the past impossible. Wong Hong's father, Wong Jin, firmly rejected the celestial domain Wong family's overtures, insisting on establishing his own path and severing old ties. The celestial Wong family, left with no alternative, resorted to sending a branch of their clan closely related to Wong Jin to the primordial ancient realm, integrating them into the ancient Wong family. Although Wang Jin felt somewhat displeased, he could not turn a blind eye to his own lineage, and thus, this branch naturally became part of the Wang clan. Under the protection of the Celestial King, this branch grew steadily, amassing considerable power, and consistently regarded themselves as the legitimate heirs of the ancient Wang family. However, all of this changed with the birth of Wong Hong. As the biological son of the Celestial King, Wong Hong naturally became the unequivocal sole heir of the Wang family. Even though many prodigies emerged from that branch, their brilliance paled in comparison to Wong Hong's radiance, rendering them obscure. As the two walked along, they passed a towering hall where 3 to 5 beings approached. Among them was a remarkable youth reminiscent of Wong Hong and a profound celestial being akin to Wang Mian. Wong Hong did not recognize the young man, yet the latter's gaze remained transfixed upon Wong Hong's visage. For reasons unknown, Wong Hong felt a peculiar quality in the other's eyes, as if concealing something. As they drew nearer, the young man and the celestial powerhouse approached with smiles. Bowing deeply to Wong Hong, "We pay our respects to Uncle Hong." Regardless of age or strength, these beings addressed Wong Hong as Uncle Hong, instilling in him a sensation of having lived through an exceedingly lengthy epoch. However, he had anticipated this, for he was the son of a Celestial King, merely one generation younger than the Celestial King himself. Chapter 17, Malice. Wong Hong merely nodded in calm acknowledgement of their greetings and titles, without further response. Observing Wong Hong's aloof demeanor, the young man and the 3 beings behind him appeared subtly perplexed. In the past, Wong Hong would have at least exchanged a few words with them, reminiscing about familial ties. Yet now, he regarded them with indifference, as though they were unfamiliar, leaving them with an unsettling feeling. At that moment, Wang Mian's voice echoed in Wong Hong's ear, imparting the identities of those before him. They belonged to the branch of the Wang family that had been expelled from the celestial domain years ago, their ancestor being a blood brother of the Celestial King. Wang General, the leading youth, was a prodigious talent to whom this branch pinned immense hopes, having exhibited extraordinary gifts from birth, believed to have the potential to attain Celestial King status. The 3 figures accompanying him included 1 celestial being and 2 supreme beings, all prominent figures within the Wang family. In addition to their identities, Wang Mian also informed Wong Hong of the connections between them, noting that the youth, who was claimed to possess the qualities of a Celestial King, had a latent competitive relationship with Wong Hong. Both required the 3 perfect seeds stored by the Wang family. However, Wong Hong's status and lineage overshadowed that of the youth, granting him the preferential right to the Dao seeds. It is natural for anyone in such a situation to harbor discontent. However, the youth displayed a demeanor of respect towards his elder, willingly acquiescing. From Wang Mian's perspective as an observer, the youth was either genuinely magnanimous, broad-minded, and understanding, or possessed profound cunning, concealing his true nature. After absorbing Wang Mian's account, Wong Hong contemplated the peculiar gaze he had noticed earlier. His intuition suggested that this youth likely belonged to the latter category, harboring deep-seated cunning. Gazing again at the celestial being and the 2 supreme figures, though their smiles were broad and their eyes exuded respect, an undercurrent of discomfort lingered. He gradually realized that this branch viewed him as an adversary rather than an ally. Even shared surnames could not alter this reality. At times, conflicts over resources could overshadow the bonds of bloodline, a phenomenon all too common. Wong Hong could not help but feel a twinge of aversion towards this branch. Benefiting from the protection of the Celestial King and enjoying the resources afforded by his might, they should feel gratitude and contentment, rather than displaying one facade while harboring another beneath the surface due to diminishing resources. Presently, it was only the Celestial King's deterrence that kept them from contesting with him, preventing them from expressing resentment. Should anything happen to the Celestial King, Wong Hong would find himself in peril. Internal strife could erupt before external threats even materialized. Reflecting on these thoughts deepened Wong Hong's disfavor towards the individuals before him. Wang Yu, you prepared to plant the Dao seeds half a year ago. It has been a hardship for you, waiting for so long. Uncle is about to choose the seeds. Fear not, your turn is imminent, Wong Hong remarked, smiling at the youth whose face was adorned with a grin. Upon hearing this, the youth and the 3 formidable figures behind him maintained their expressions, though their demeanor visibly stiffened, clearly agitated. They had waited for half a year for Wong Hong to plant a flawless Dao seed for the youth, and now, with Wong Hong bringing it up, it was akin to striking a blow to their hearts. The youth did not display any signs of rage, instead responding respectfully. Uncle Hong is too kind. As a junior, Wang Yu must honor his elders. Hearing Uncle's words, does that mean you are about to plant the seeds? Then I shall congratulate you in advance on achieving unparalleled mastery and becoming invincible. Haha, in response to your auspicious words, I shall indeed become invincible, unrivaled in the ancient realm among my peers. Just as Wong Hong prepared to depart, brushing past the group, the celestial being behind Wang Yu suddenly inquired, Uncle Hong, do you have a preferred flawless Dao seed? I observe that your physical constitution is robust, with astonishing potential. If you were to select a seed embodying the essence of the ancient universe and merge it within your being, it would undoubtedly allow you to unlock the full extent of your formidable corporeal power, paving an invincible path. Wong Hong regarded the celestial being, who appeared somewhat aged. With white hair, white brows, and a white beard, adorned in loose Taoist robes, exuding an ethereal charm. His gaze and demeanor were amiable, with a kind expression that suggested he was easy to engage with. However, Wong Hong felt an unsettling discomfort, particularly concerning the mention of corporeal power and the ancient universe's essence seed. In theory, his innate talents lean more towards the realm of the soul and spirit. To fully harness such advantages, he should have opted for a path that aligns closely with this direction, rather than venturing into the development of corporeal power. This clearly indicates that the other party's intentions were not as straightforward as they seemed. Nevertheless, Wong Hong paid little heed, merely nodding lightly before turning to depart. Once he and Wang Mian had distanced themselves, the young Wang Yu and the three formidable figures behind him began to whisper among themselves. Ancestor, do you think Wong Hong will heed your counsel and select the primordial seed of the ancient universe? This was queried by a supreme being, for whom this seed was regarded as one of the most abundant perfect seeds with a significant historical probability of occurrence, and its bearers had all carved out illustrious reputations. The celestial immortal, having altered his benevolent demeanor, responded, the likelihood is quite low. While the primordial seed of the ancient universe is indeed a premier perfect path, it pales in comparison to the exceedingly rare supreme soul seed. Furthermore, it appears that our venerable uncle has undergone some subtle transformations. He feels distinctly different from before. However, with the aura of immortality concealing him and Wang Mian present, I am unable to conduct a thorough investigation. Are you suggesting that Wong Hong will undoubtedly choose the supreme soul seed? Wang Yu inquired, his brow furrowing. The celestial immortal nodded gravely. It is an inevitability. It seems you are destined to miss out on the supreme soul seed and consequently, the opportunity to master the Yuan Shen sword technique. One of the three great sword arts of past and present. After a deep sigh, he continued, I had thought that by planting the path ahead of you, you would gain the upper hand and secure that soul seed. Once you demonstrated unparalleled talent in the realm of the spirit, the esteemed immortal king would surely bestow upon you the supreme secret of the Yuan Shen sword technique. At that point, you would reign supreme in the ancient realm, gazing down upon the heavens. Who could have anticipated the sudden emergence of Wong Hong, turning all of this into mere fleeting illusions? It is vexing indeed. Why has the immortal king not imparted to me the supreme sword technique? He once praised my talent in person. Wang Yu murmured to himself, deeply troubled. Why, you ask? It is simply because our lineage has maintained a tenuous connection with the immortal domain's main family, lingering in a state of ambiguity. The immortal king harbors grievances against that clan. Naturally, upon learning of this, he would be displeased. If only our ancestors had forsaken the shadows and severed ties with the immortal domain's main family, perhaps we would have already obtained the Yuan Shen sword technique. Alas, there is no remedy for regrets in this world, and now we cannot alter our fate. Abruptly severing ties with the immortal domain would mean offending both sides and yield no benefits. The celestial immortal expressed his profound sentiments, subtly critiquing the ancestors for their lack of resolve, which had led to the current predicament of their lineage, caught in an awkward limbo. With no supreme soul seed available, Wang Yu would have to settle for the primordial seed of the ancient universe, which, nonetheless, was also a top-tier perfect seed. Given his talents, he would undoubtedly cultivate 3 strands of immortal aura, establishing himself as one of the preeminent prodigies of the ancient realm, proclaimed one of the supreme beings. The celestial immortal nodded in agreement. Among the 3 perfect path seeds, excluding the supreme soul seed, only the primordial seed of the ancient universe and another ancient seed remain. In comparison, the primordial seed of the ancient universe is more comprehensive, with greater potential and myriad possibilities for the future. The other ancient seed represents a singular path, which may narrow Wang Yu's prospects. In essence, we have no alternative. The primordial seed of the ancient universe? Even without the supreme soul seed and the Yuan Shen sword technique, I am not inferior to anyone. Wang Yu clenches fists, speaking to himself. The aged celestial immortal and the 2 middle-aged supreme beings patted his shoulder, offering words of encouragement. Your mindset already surpasses that of the majority. You are destined to become a formidable force. The future of our lineage rests upon your shoulders. As Wong Hong and Wang Mian made their way towards the sea of path seeds, they engaged in ongoing discussions about Wang Yu's lineage. Wong Hong, shaking his head in confusion, posed a question. This lineage should not be considered benevolent towards me, as we have conflicting interests. As the immortal king, my father should discern this. Why does he permit them to act unimpeded? If it were me, I would have expelled them back to the immortal domain long ago. Wang Mian explained. Before your arrival, the immortal king shared a close bond with this lineage, and thus, it is understandably difficult for him to make such a decision. Moreover, he is not neglectful. 6 months prior, Wang Yu's audacious attempt to select a path seed was personally rebuffed by the immortal king, who informed them that it must be chosen by you first, specifically to prevent that rare supreme soul seed from falling into the hands of the collateral line. Bear in mind, it took the immortal king immense effort to acquire that supreme soul seed, and it is only right that it is reserved for his progeny. The supreme soul seed? Wong Hong exclaimed, surprised. Among the 3 perfect seeds, he only knew of the primordial seed of the ancient universe, a fact he learned from the celestial immortal who bore him no goodwill. He had not anticipated that one of the other 2 was a soul power seed, and moreover, it was the supreme soul seed. Though he had yet to lay eyes upon this seed, Wong Hong felt an instinctive certainty that the supreme soul seed was the most suitable path seed for him. His exceptionally powerful spirit, in comparison to his peers, would serve as the ideal soil for the soul seed to take root, allowing him to maximize the utilization of his immense spirit power, coupled with the peaceful rebellion technique. It was unimaginable how formidable he might become. Indeed, the supreme soul seed, Wong Hong mused internally, contemplating his future. In this world, soul power seeds are numerous. Most arrived from fallen powerful beings. Though they perished, remnants of their souls persisted, gradually forming soul power seeds over the ages, which could be acquired by vanquishing them. To his knowledge, the immortal king had once slain a soul remnant of quasi-mortal king caliber, securing an immensely powerful soul power seed. For cultivators, soul power seeds are a commendable choice. Once sown, they take root in the realm of the spirit, and with each subsequent planting, the cultivator's spirit power undergoes a continuous baptism, growing ever stronger. However, choosing a soul power seed materialized from a powerful being's remnant carries a critical flaw. Their prior cultivation level becomes a restrictive barrier for the cultivator's progression. To bypass this limitation, one must select a soul power seed born of the heavens and earth, which is exceedingly rare, possesses growth potential, and can evolve alongside the cultivator. With no upper limit on its development, the ultimate extent of its power depends solely on the cultivator's efforts. Among the 3 perfect seeds that the young master is about to choose, one is a soul power seed born of the heavens and earth, and it is the most precious and elite of its kind, having rarely appeared throughout history. In contrast, the primordial seed of the ancient universe, while also rare, is more frequently acquired by living beings. Wang Mian vividly described the supreme soul seed, extolling its virtues. Wang Heng's heart raced at the prospect, realizing that by focusing on the spirit, he might carve out an unprecedented path of ultimate strength. In the perfect world, he had grasped the significance of the physical form through the experiences of Shi, Hao, and Lu Shen. Possessing only a spirit without a body ultimately renders one as a drifting weed without roots. The balanced development of both is the true path. Yet now, a path dedicated solely to the spirit lay before him, and regardless of his desires, he felt compelled to follow it. The great path converges at its terminus. Whether one traverses the path of the body or the path of the spirit, it matters not which reaches the destination first. There exists an unquenchable scripture for cultivating the physical body to achieve immortality, yet no equivalent scripture for the spirit, underscoring the challenges of the path of the spirit. If I choose the supreme soul seed, perhaps this dilemma can be resolved. Wang Hong contemplated, charting his future. My lord, Wang Qi has intentionally mentioned the seed of the primordial universe, possibly to disrupt your decision. The reason lies with that lineage's heir, the young man named Wang Yu, who has long coveted the supreme soul seed treasured by the celestial king, seeking to utilize it to grasp the essence of the primordial sword technique. Wang Hong nodded gently. I see. I, for one, fear not the overt threat, but the covert strike. The sooner we eliminate such a smiling tiger, the better. Do you have any wise counsel? Esteemed elder, might I beseech the sun-seeking celestial king to eradicate the collateral lineage? Upon hearing this, Wang Mian slightly furrowed his brow and shook his head. Your concerns are not without merit. While one can easily evade a direct assault, a hidden strike is more elusive. However, the collateral lineage is supported by several true immortals, who have shared deep ties with the sun-seeking elder for over 1,000,000 years, long before your arrival. Without the celestial king's directive, the sun-seeking elder would likely refrain from acting rashly. The other powerful members within the family share a similar stance. Addressing such a significant matter as reprimanding the collateral lineage must be determined by the celestial king. Very well, I understand, Wang Hong replied, resigned. Ultimately, he had yet to embark on the path of cultivation, possessing meager strength, and lacked the authority to deal with true immortals. But rest assured, even if the collateral lineage harbors ill intentions, they would not dare to act. Upon the celestial king's return, I shall present all that I have seen and heard, allowing him to make the decision. You are his only biological child. He will undoubtedly ensure your safety and must have made prior arrangements. Wong Hong nodded in agreement, harboring no doubts that his celestial father would not venture to the frontier without having established constraints on the collateral lineage's machinations. Now, let us set aside these matters. Once we enter the ocean of Tao seeds, I shall first ascertain if the Supreme Soul Seed is suitable for me. Should it align, I shall have no other choice. Wang Mian nodded in approval. Had you not awakened your innate talents before, I would not have dared assert that this soul seed would be compatible with you. However, now that you have awakened your innate divine spirit, your spiritual power has increased more than twofold. Aside from the supreme ancient soul seed, no other seed could perfectly align with such extraordinary innate talents. He spoke with utmost certainty, urging Wong Hong not to miss this rare opportunity. Wong Hong naturally acknowledged this. Before long, they arrived at their destination. Wang Mian pointed ahead to a mysterious, ancient array, imbued with the essence of time, exuding a sense of antiquity. Though it remained unactivated, one could faintly hear the sound of tides, as if a vast ocean ebbed and flowed nearby. Once the array is activated, we shall gain access to the ocean of Tao seeds. Prepare yourself. We shall commence shortly. Chapter 19. The Seed of the Primordial Universe. Wang Hong nodded. In the next moment, Wang Mian made his move, lightly tapping the void with his finger, unleashing several beams of light that surged into the ancient array. Buzz. The archaic formation was instantly activated, and a cylindrical space capable of accommodating several individuals materialized. Wang Mian turned back, signaling Wang Hong to step into the ancient array. Taking a deep breath, Wang Hong advanced toward the array. As the grand formation activated, the sound of tides grew increasingly distinct, resonating in his ears like the roar of an infinite ocean. Upon stepping into the formation, the spatial pathways surged forth, swiftly transporting him to another vast expanse. For a brief moment, his vision blurred, but when clarity returned, Wang Hong found himself in the designated area for the Tao seeds of the Wang family. The ocean of Tao seeds. He stood upon an isolated island, feeling a profound solitude in the vast emptiness surrounding him. The only sight was the boundless, majestic ocean. The waves surged, creating towering billows that crashed against the water's surface, producing a thunderous sound as all the seawater ebbed and flowed rhythmically with a mysterious tidal force. Is this truly the ocean of Tao seeds? At first glance, it bore no difference from an ordinary sea, yet numerous distinctions lay beneath the surface. While typical oceans often reek of fishy odors, this ocean of Tao seeds was devoid of such scents, instead permeated by the fragrance of the Tao, revealing its extraordinary nature as an unparalleled treasure. Wang Hong approached the shoreline, crouching to scoop up some seawater for closer inspection. Though he had not yet embarked on the path of cultivation, he could clearly sense the pure essence of heaven and earth contained within the seawater. It was not mere water, but a sea of vitality, brimming with the power of the Tao's principles. The Celestial King's family truly possessed grand ambitions. This storage place for Tao seeds was indeed a vast ocean forged from condensed essence. Scattered throughout the ocean, the Tao seeds floated, emitting a faint glow like countless twinkling stars. Suddenly, a voice resonated in Wang Heng's ear, guiding him on how to acquire a suitable Tao seed from the ocean. As the voice faded, Wang Hong set forth, decisively making his way toward the ocean of Tao seeds. Underfoot, intricate patterns emerged, revealing ancient, mysterious characters that ultimately coalesced into a seed, granting him the ability to float upon the ocean's surface. He then settled into a meditative posture, calming his mind and emptying his thoughts, attempting to perceive everything around him with his body and the most primal of spiritual senses. Celestial energy coiled around his form, signifying his extraordinary nature, and attracted numerous seeds imbued with vitality. In mere moments, a considerable number of Tao seeds, drawn to Wang Heng's aura, gathered around him, each one shining brightly as if vying for his attention, eager for him to select them and take them away. Among them were even top-tier Tao seeds with immense potential. However, when compared to Wang Heng's innate talents, they all appeared dim and lacking. Naturally, Wang Hong promptly dismissed these lesser seeds, as his aspirations soared high. Only a flawless Tao seed could fulfill his ambitions. Thus, he ignored all the approaching Tao seeds, focusing solely on the supreme soul seed spoken of by Wang Mian. At long last, fortune favored the diligent. After delving deeply into the ocean of essence, his spiritual sense detected the presence of the perfect Tao seed. It radiated a fierce aura that only the most exceptional Tao seeds could emit, akin to a resplendent sun, continuously projecting the principles of the Tao, completely overshadowing the surrounding seeds. It was extraordinary, standing out in the ocean of Tao seeds like a crane among chickens. Wang Heng's heart stirred, and he immediately urged the floating symbol beneath him to approach the blazing sun. However, before he could draw near, his enthusiasm abruptly waned. For his keen spiritual sense had already informed him that this perfect seed was not the supreme soul seed he sought. Upon getting closer, Wong Hong beheld the true form of this perfect Tao seed. It was spherical, entirely snow-white, quietly suspended beneath the ocean of essence, as if in slumber. Though small in size, it emanated an intense and grand aura of the Tao. Gazing upon it, Wong Hong felt as though he were overlooking an ancient realm. Undoubtedly, this was the seed of the primordial universe referred to by the true immortal named Wang Qi. Despite its modest size, should it ever erupt, it could undoubtedly shatter chaos and recreate an entire world. Although Wong Hong's objective was not this seed, the sight of the perfect ancient seed nonetheless captivated him, rendering him momentarily unable to look away. To his knowledge, beings that utilize the primordial seeds of the ancient universe as their foundational essence possess a significant probability of cultivating 3 strands of celestial energy, thereby distinguishing themselves among their peers. As Wang Qi articulated, integrating the primordial seeds into one's corporeal form maximizes the potential of the fleshly universe, unearthing the latent strength within the body and unleashing the vast potential dormant within. Regrettably, Wong Hong's talents lean towards the realm of the primordial spirit, and between the corporeal and the spiritual, he finds no compelling reason to abandon the path of the spirit. Turning away from the primordial seeds, he continued his quest for seeds of enlightenment. Along his journey, he encountered a myriad of extraordinary and bizarre seeds: fire seeds, celestial seeds, demonic seeds, thunder seeds, earth seeds, too numerous to enumerate, each serving as a key to embark upon the grand journey of enlightenment, allowing cultivators to profoundly grasp the essence of the Tao. Wong Hong swiftly surveyed all ancient seeds, but at this moment his singular focus was on the supreme soul seed, disregarding all others entirely. Chapter 20. The Celestial Canopy. After traversing an indeterminate distance and witnessing countless varieties of ancient seeds, Wong Hong once again sensed the unique aura belonging to the perfect ancient seed. It shone like a beacon in the darkness, too conspicuous to ignore. What could it be? As he extended his spiritual awareness towards the perfect ancient seed, he was confronted with a breathtaking spectacle. Above the boundless sea of vital essence, an immense celestial canopy materialized, transforming into an extraordinarily heavy, eternal sky that descended from above. In an instant, tumultuous waves surged, the ocean roared, and countless ancient seeds were propelled forth. Those unable to escape were obliterated on the spot, disintegrating into the fundamental rules of the Tao, merging into the void. The oppressive force was akin to the violent descent of an ancient universe. Just as Wong Hong's spirit was shaken, all manifestations vanished, and the ocean regained its tranquility, with clusters of Tao seeds floating serenely within. Everything that had transpired seemed but a fleeting illusion. Amidst the vast expanse of water, a sky-blue seed hung silently, its surface adorned with intricate Tao patterns, evoking a sense of grandeur and mystery, concealing numerous unknown secrets. Wong Hong found himself irresistibly drawn to it, sensing that this perfect ancient seed embodied a unique Tao rule, powerful and unparalleled. If mastered, it would grant dominion over all. As he approached the ancient seed, he scrutinized it closely, inviting its essence into his being, attempting to comprehend it. Instantly, a hue of blue emerged in his gaze, and he radiated an aura of formidable might, capable of overwhelming the ages. This aura resonated harmoniously with Wong Hong. Even the perfect ancient seed perceived this connection, quivering slightly in response, exhibiting signs of affinity towards him. At that moment, he could have effortlessly fused with the sky-blue ancient seed, planting it within himself and officially stepping onto the path of cultivation. However, Wong Hong remained acutely aware and decisively severed the increasingly intimate connection between them. In the next moment, the sky-blue ancient seed's tremors gradually subsided, returning to its previous state of stillness. The blue hue in Wong Hong's eyes faded as he gazed solemnly at the ancient seed, articulating gravely, "Celestial Canopy Seed." During their brief connection, the blue hue he had seen was, in fact, an expansive celestial canopy, boundless and heavy beyond compare, akin to the ancient blue sky layered upon itself. If unleashed in battle, it could instantaneously reduce foes to mere dust. Few could withstand its force below the same realm. Undoubtedly, this was the famed celestial canopy seed of the ancient celestial era. In the primordial ancient realm, the canopy represented the utmost pinnacle, carrying profound significance, and a perfect ancient seed named after it symbolized invincibility. Planting such a seed would make it exceedingly difficult for any cultivator not to grow stronger. Yet, alas, Wong Hong was fated to be apart from the celestial canopy seed, as he had better choices awaiting him. Ultimately, he departed, relinquishing what could be considered an overwhelmingly powerful ancient seed. Far ahead, the scene remained unchanged, an endless expanse of ocean before him. Truth be told, this sea of Tao seeds was undeniably vast, and Wong Hong had invested considerable time to reach this point. He still needed to continue his unfinished journey. Thus far, He had encountered 2 of the 3 perfect ancient seeds, leaving only the supreme soul seed remaining. And he was not far from his goal. With this thought, a flicker of excitement surged within him, prompting him to quicken his pace. Approximately 2 hours later, as Wong Hong sped along, he suddenly felt a jolt throughout his body, coming to an abrupt halt, his eyes wide in astonishment as he gazed in a particular direction. A unique wave of energy emanated from that way, captivating and unsettling, rendering him unable to attain tranquility. Wong Heng's heart raced as he realized he had discovered the purpose of his journey, the supreme soul seed. Along the way, he had encountered numerous soul power seeds, some birthed from the remnants of powerful beings, others born from the fabric of the universe, but none compared to the astonishing presence of this seed. The terrifying waves of soul power surged with such intensity that they sent shivers down his spine. Upon brushing against his primordial spirit, they instantaneously dispelled fatigue, compelling him to unleash formidable primordial energy involuntarily. That's it, Wong Hong murmured to himself, eagerly making his way toward the source of the soul power fluctuation. Throughout this process, the fluctuations varied wildly. Some enveloped Wong Heng's primordial spirit in comfort, akin to being immersed in divine liquid, allowing for continuous evolution, while others struck like blades, carving countless wounds into his spirit. This pain was distinct from physical injuries, directly connecting to the soul, a torment that pierced through to the marrow, rendering it nearly unbearable. Wong Hong could not help but emit a feral roar and growl, battling against the excruciating sensations. He did not retreat a single step. Enduring the overwhelming waves of soul power, he pressed onward, fully aware that this was a trial set forth by the supreme soul seed. Should he retreat now, he would forfeit a rare opportunity to establish a profound connection with it. It was unfathomable to imagine that as the son of an immortal king, being rejected by soul seed would be a source of humiliation, likely to leave him ridiculed and scorned. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The most significant concern was the loss of an entrance ticket to an unparalleled path of enlightenment. Thus, Wong Hong could not afford a retreat. Even as the storm of soul power intensified and the agony escalated, he remained steadfast as a mountain. In this moment, he began to comprehend why Wang Mian held such high regard for this supreme soul seed. With his formidable primordial energy, even he struggled to endure the storm, let alone Wang Yu, who might succumb after only 3 rounds, suffering severe damage. This implied that presenting the supreme soul seed to Wang Yu would not enable him to rely solely on his strength to plant it. He would need to request assistance from an elder to subdue the soul seed before attempting to cultivate it. However, such reliance on external power for forced integration with the Tao seed would not constitute a perfect fusion, leaving behind imperfections. Wong Hong, eager to embark on the path of ultimate strength, could not tolerate the existence of flaws. Gritting his teeth, his primordial spirit shone brilliantly, unwavering amidst the relentless storm, displaying remarkable resilience. Furthermore, his immense primordial energy endowed him with extraordinary recuperative abilities. As new wounds emerged, old ones healed continuously. Thus, he persevered through the most terrifying storm of soul power, ultimately arriving before the supreme soul seed. As if recognizing Wong Hong, the soul seed ceased releasing waves of soul power, merely hovering silently before him. It appeared entirely black, profound and enigmatic, brimming with endless secrets, awaiting Wong Heng's exploration. He held his breath, extending his hand to grasp the black soul seed. Upon contact, a wave of refreshing coolness surged through him, not only in the tactile sensation of his hand, but also within the essence of his spirit that resided in his head. Chapter 21, The Path of Seeding, Part 1. Wisps of mist, akin to delicate gauze, emanated from the black soul seed, cascading down Wong Heng's palm and flowing into his head, merging with his seeded spirit. Instantly, the injury sustained by his spirit in pursuit of the supreme soul seed began to mend at a visibly rapid pace. Various scars restored to their pristine state, glimmering with resplendent brilliance. His entire spirit felt as though it were immersed in a pool of celestial essence, an endless stream of ethereal energy coursing through his pores, facilitating a transformation and evolution of his spirit. A tremor of exhilaration coursed through Wong Heng's heart. He had yet to embark on the path of seeding or merge with this supreme soul seed. It was already exerting such profound effects. One could only imagine the wondrous and extraordinary outcomes that would arise upon true integration. This is my ancient seed of enlightenment. He tightened his grip, gently closing his eyes to savor the myriad wonders of the supreme soul seed, unable to part with it. The synergy between the two was nothing short of perfect, and their fusion would undoubtedly elevate his unique spiritual talent to its utmost pinnacle. After a considerable time, Wong Hong finally paused, opening his eyes to behold an endless ocean of seed paths stretching before him, beneath his feet, and behind him, an expanse that seemed infinite. With the acquisition of the supreme soul seed, His quest for the seed paths had reached its conclusion. It was time for him to depart. Chanting a few incantations imparted by Wang Mian, the heavens responded immediately. A massive rift abruptly appeared, embedded in the vast sky, for which a beam of light shot down, landing with precision upon Wang Heng's head. In an instant, a dense aura of spatial pathways enveloped him. The next moment, the world before Wong Hong shimmered, and he found himself outside the realm of the seed paths, standing at the center of an ancient array. Wang Mian had been waiting outside the array for some time. Upon seeing Wong Hong emerge from the space of the seed paths, his expression brightened, and he appeared somewhat agitated. The supreme soul seed, he had only heard of it, never having witnessed it firsthand. There had been members of the Wong family who ventured into the seed paths to select their seeds. Experiencing the astonishing waves emanating from the soul seeds in the deepest regions, yet none had been able to approach them. Thus, this perfect ancient seed remained shrouded in mystery, eluding comprehension. Now, with Wang Heng's return from the search, it was inevitable that he would not come back empty-handed. The legendary ancient seed might soon see the light of day again. Young master, what is the outcome? Have you obtained the supreme soul seed? Wang Mian inquired eagerly. Although the selection of seeds was a process of choosing individuals, it conversely implied that the seeds also selected their hosts. To achieve perfect evolution without flaws, it was ideal to establish a close connection with the ancient seed to facilitate the subsequent merging of paths. The ancient seeds were quite direct in their selection, autonomously determining compatibility with living beings. If the connection was established, the process became simpler. If not, it indicated that the seed would reject the being, and even a forced suppression of fusion might yield unsatisfactory results. Hence, Wang Mian was eager to learn the result of Wang Heng's selection. To his knowledge, no being had yet approached the supreme soul seed, unable to pass the trials set by the soul seeds. Wang Hong merely smiled faintly, opening his palm to reveal a deep black seed, adorned with intricate patterns of pathways, ancient and profound, as if it had been crafted by nature itself. Just standing near it affected Wang Mian's spirit, imparting an unusual sensation. This astonished Wang Mian. He was a true immortal, his spirit having been tempered through countless trials, firmly stepping into the realm of immortality, capable of traversing the 9 heavens solely with his spirit. Yet now, he found himself stirred by a seed that had not yet fully matured, an unfathomable notion. However, this unusual sensation dissipated as quickly as it arose. After all, it was merely a seed and could not exert a significant influence over a true immortal. So this is the supreme soul seed? His tone bore an air of excitement, for Wang Heng's success signified his own. As long as Wang Hong thrived, upon the return of the immortal king from the borderlands, he would undoubtedly be rewarded. A true immortal-esque consciousness probed the pitch-black seed, soon confirming it as the supreme soul seed. Only the most exceptional and flawless ancient seeds could obstruct a true immortal's consciousness, preventing insight into its inner mysteries. Excellent, excellent. With such a seed to assist you, like a fish in water, you shall surely soar, becoming a leading figure among the younger generation of the ancient realm. It is even possible to ascend to the immortal king's throne in this epoch, Wang Mian exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. The more he sensed the soul seed, the more he appreciated its marvels. No wonder the immortal king had reserved it for his own progeny, withholding it from the collateral lineage. Hearing these praises, Wang Hong felt a surge of joy. Upon arriving in this world, aside from the impending calamity facing his father, the immortal king, and the imminent decline of the immortal king's family, all his circumstances had been exceptional, with a starting point that was beyond description. With such advantageous conditions, it was arduous not to grow strong, and he had avoided countless detours. It was worth noting that this was the era of the immortal ancients, which placed great emphasis on lineage. Had he descended as an ordinary being lacking background or aptitude, the path to cultivation and extraordinary achievements would have been nearly impossible, unless he possessed the fortune of a destined child. Elder, now that I have obtained the supreme soul seed, the matter of seeding cannot be delayed. I implore you to safeguard my path, Wang Hong stated. As the starting point of the immortal ancient system, the path of seeding was not as tranquil as one might imagine. To implant an ancient seed, brimming with immense potential and able to commune with the pathways of heaven and earth within oneself and merge with a living being, was fraught with inevitable risks. Especially with the supreme soul seed, the seed embodying the primal form of the ancient universe. Its perfection rendered it exceedingly perilous. A single misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. At such a moment, a formidable guardian was required beside the one embarking on the path of seeding, to intervene and avert disaster before it could manifest. With Wang Hong on the path of seeding, the presence of a true immortal like Wang Mian at his side would ensure his safety, even in the face of unforeseen events. Rest assured, young master, Wang Mian shall protect you diligently. Such a fortuitous opportunity was not one Wang Mian would refuse. It not only allowed him to gain favor with the immortal king and his progeny, but also provided a chance to closely observe the seeding process of a supreme ancient seed and witness the rise of an unparalleled prodigy. There was no reason to decline. Without delay, the two returned to the secluded chamber dedicated to Wong Hong's cultivation. Under Wong Hong's guidance, Wang Mian passed through the restrictions with ease. In the profound corridor, the oil lamps flickered softly, having burned for countless ages. At that moment, Wong Hong casually turned to Wang Mian and inquired, "Elder, after being refined into lamp oil, do these beings have the opportunity to reincarnate and rise again?" Wang Mian glanced at the quietly burning ancient lamp and replied, "Based on their cultivation prior to death, even if only remnants of there will remain, there exists a possibility for revival. However, these oil lamps were personally crafted by the immortal king. Such small remnants will have no chance of escaping." Chapter 22. The Path of Seeding, Part 2. "Let's hope so," Wong Hong remarked, his eyes shimmering. Earlier, he had held a similar belief. Thus, he was not overly concerned about the malevolent remnants of oil emanating from the oil lamps. Yet, with the impending cataclysm facing the Wong family, an inexplicable sense of unease began to surface deep within his heart. Wang Mian, hearing this, wished to offer words of reassurance to Wong Hong. However, upon deeper contemplation, he ultimately refrained from responding, dismissing it as mere overthinking on Wong Hong's part. In his perception, being refined into lamp oil by a supreme, celestial king meant he would never again see the light of day, relegated to a life within the lamp, enduring the searing pain of relentless flames day and night. "Do you understand, my lord, why the celestial king has suspended these oil lamps in this corridor?" Wong Hong shook his head, indicating his ignorance. "The purpose is to constantly remind you, my lord, that the path of immortality is fraught with peril and thorns, necessitating utmost caution, as if walking on the edge of a precipice." Wong Hong offered a wry smile. He naturally understood this principle. Yet did it need to be so terrifying? Each passage felt as though he were being targeted by venomous serpents. Before long, they arrived at the secluded chamber where Wong Hong practiced. Wang Mian wasted no time, directly imparting the essential matters that required attention during the planting of the soul seed. His explanation was thorough, as he feared any misstep could jeopardize Wong Hong's path. Although he could protect Wong Hong's life, it would inevitably impact his future cultivation, which was not what Wang Mian wished to witness. "My lord, the soul seed differs from other ancient seeds. It must be planted within the cranial purple mansion, the dwelling place of the primordial spirit, the most crucial part of the human body, and utmost care must be exercised." Upon hearing this, Wong Hong displayed a contemplative expression. "Senior, I have a question. Why must the soul power seed be planted within the cranial purple mansion?" Wang Mian regarded him with a knowing glance, unfazed by the query. For he was aware of Wong Hong's amnesia. Had he not lost his memory, he would never have posed such a fundamental question. The closer the rooting of the soul power seed is to the primordial spirit, the greater the enhancement it imparts, subsequently augmenting the cultivator's combat prowess. Thus, it is evident that the optimal location for the soul seed is indeed the cranial purple mansion. Wong Hong harbored reservations deep within. He believed that the human body should function as a cohesive whole. Pursuing the path of the primordial spirit did not necessitate the forsaking of the physical form. Planting the supreme soul seed in the purple mansion equated to concentrating all the fruits of one's endeavors solely within that region, neglecting other areas of the body, akin to a sword deviating from its intended path. While such a placement might lead to a temporary surge in primordial power, it was not a sustainable course. The potential of the human body is distributed throughout, each part offering fertile ground for the growth of the seed. How could one so easily abandon this? After considerable reflection, he concluded that the supreme soul seed should be planted in the dantian of the abdomen, a site traditionally favored for most ancient seeds, serving as the reservoir of essence within the human body. Rooting it here would align with the principles of seed cultivation in the human form, allowing for downward rooting and upward growth, flourishing abundantly before ultimately bearing the fruits of the path, culminating in the gathering of 3 flowers atop the head. Wong Hong promptly conveyed his thoughts to Wang Mian. The celestial realm cultivator, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow slightly. Historically, cultivators choosing soul seeds have invariably planted them within the cranial purple mansion, without exception. Over time, this became common knowledge. Wang Hong's notion was unique, and while it bore some merit, Wang Mian worried that such an attempt could lead to errors, especially considering the individual before him was the favored offspring of the celestial king. Any misstep would be beyond his capacity to bear. Sensing the concern of his companion, Wong Hong proactively asserted that this was his decision, independent of any external influence. Without further regard for Wang Mian's opinion, he boldly commenced his audacious endeavor. After all, his path was his to determine. Wang Mian recognized that Wong Hong would not heed his counsel and, understanding his position, refrained from further discussion, instead maintaining a vigilant watch, prepared to intervene at any moment. Gazing at the pitch-black soul seed suspended before him, Wong Hong did not rush to consume it for planting. Instead, he gently closed his eyes, channeling his primordial spirit to establish a connection with the soul seed, an essential preparatory step that would significantly enhance the likelihood of success. As time elapsed, bridges began to form between the two, delicate strands woven from primordial power, each new strand drawing him closer to the supreme soul seed. They communicated like long-lost friends, exchanging sentiments through these ethereal threads, slowly forging a bond. Once the planting and merging were complete, they would exist in a permanent union, accompanying each other from weakness to unparalleled strength. Throughout this journey, as long as Wong Hong remained alive, the ancient seed would steadfastly remain by his side. Hence, an immense degree of harmony and trust was required between them. Mere strands of primordial power were insufficient. As the strands multiplied to a significant number, Wong Hong focused intently, attuning himself to the rhythm emanating from the soul seed. This was crucial, the key to successfully planting the seed. If he could synchronize his rhythm with that of the ancient seed, the fusion during planting would be considerably smoother and swifter. Initially, Wong Hong heard nothing. The surrounding silence was profound, void of sound. Yet, he did not succumb to dismay, irritation, or impatience. He remained steadfast in his listening. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 10 breaths. Half an hour, an hour. He lost track of time. Eventually, the silence around him began to dissipate, replaced by subtle sounds reminiscent of a living being's breath, akin to the faint thumping of a heartbeat emanating from the dark soul seed. He continued to listen until the sound reached a clarity that allowed him to withdraw his focus, having firmly etched this unique rhythm into his heart. With the objective achieved, Wong Hong promptly opened his eyes, without uttering a word, seized the dark soul seed, and tossed it into his mouth. Upon ingestion, he chanted softly, as if reciting an incantation. In an instant, dozens of tiny ancient characters materialized in the void, outlining the traces of the Great Path. Under Wong Hong's control, they all vanished into his mouth, enveloping the still undiagnosed dark soul seed, which then descended along his esophagus. Before long, he reached the reservoir of essence, commonly known as the lower dantian. This location, too, was indispensable to the human body, serving as the source of one's vitality. While ordinary people use it for procreation, cultivators utilize it for the cultivation of their being. The secret realm of How similarly begins here, as does the ancient path of the celestial seeds, underscoring the significance of this location. Upon reaching the dantian, the ancient characters dispersed, revealing the dark soul seed, which began to sink slowly. Wong Hong inhaled deeply, bracing himself to welcome this perfect ancient seed that could empower him to seize control of his destiny. Buzz! The moment the ancient seed made contact with his flesh, a violent tremor coursed through Wong Hong's body, rendering him momentarily rigid. Chapter 23. The Legacy. The fusion of his corporeal form with a seed imbued with immense potential, capable of connecting to the great pathways of heaven and earth, felt akin to constructing a magnificent bridge between two disparate worlds, spanning the chasm. In that moment, Wong Hong seemed to glimpse the tangible form of the great path, mysterious and boundless, defying description. It reminded him of a saying, "The way that can be spoken of is not the eternal way. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. The nameless is the beginning of heaven and earth. The named is the mother of all things. The path that could be articulated was not the everlasting path. The name that could be expressed was not the everlasting name. The void was the primordial essence of the universe, while the tangible represented the roots of all creation." Previously, Wong Hong had studied millions of celestial ancient characters in the Hall of Transmission, known as the Words of the Great Path, which depicted the tangible traces of the path, pointing directly to the source of heaven and earth. Mastery of these millions of celestial ancient characters equated to grasping the foundation of the tangible path. Yet within the cosmos, there also existed the intangible, the path that could not be elucidated through ancient characters. In this moment, Wong Hong beheld this intangible path, his eyes widening, his heart overwhelmed with an ineffable shock, feeling its grandeur and magnificence, as well as its vastness and eternity. All of this stems from the supreme soul seed sown within the lower dantian. It serves as a bridge, forging a pathway between Wong Hong and the cosmos, severing the barriers that once isolated him and allowing him to glimpse the Tao. The vastness is overwhelming, as if it were boundless, akin to an infinite ocean or a boundless sea, causing Wong Hong's heart and mind to tremble as he profoundly recognizes his own insignificance. Adrift in the ocean of the great Tao, he feels like a mere leaf in a small boat, a grain of sand in the Ganges. Perhaps only by harmonizing with the Tao, stepping into the realm of the Supreme, and merging with the Way can one barely grasp even a fraction of its essence. Just as Wong Hong marveled at the vastness of the Tao and the minuteness of living beings, the myriad ancient characters, lingering heavily in his heart, suddenly radiated a brilliant light, exuding the essence of the Tao. Subsequently, fundamental and simple words of the great Tao began to drift from Wong Hong's body, hovering around him, as if he stood amidst a resplendent galaxy. These ancient characters, driven by the formless Tao, began to evolve spontaneously, arranging and combining to unveil endless possibilities, bursting forth with dazzling sparks. Eventually, pairs of characters began to intertwine, constructing more complex and potent ancient words. Scenes and transformations flashed before Wong Hong's eyes, imprinting themselves upon his heart. In the brief span of an hour, his comprehension and understanding of the ancient Tao ascended to a new level, becoming increasingly profound and penetrating. The million ancient characters merged, ultimately reducing to several 100,000. Although the total number of characters diminished, Wong Hong's strength and understanding of the Tao significantly increased. The fusion of ancient characters concentrated into essence, yielding greater power. This was a process of approaching the Tao. Once Wong Hong mastered a mere handful of ancient characters, he would be capable of summoning winds and rains, commanding the laws of nature, rendering him omnipotent. However, this omnipotence was confined to the primordial ancient realm. In the myriad worlds beyond, apart from the celestial domains sharing the same origin as the primordial ancient realm, the potency of ancient characters would be drastically diminished, an undeniable flaw of the ancient Tao. Each of the several 100,000 characters, formed from the fusion of the most basic two characters, was more intricate in structure and described a more formidable Tao. They surrounded Wong Hong like luminous stars, making him seem as though he were the very center of the universe. Ultimately, the ancient characters returned, transforming into streams of light that flew into Wong Hong's heart. From the awakening of the supreme soul seed that initiated Wong Hong's journey into the Tao to the initial fruition of the Tao fruit, a duration exceeding an hour transpired. Throughout this process, the integration of the supreme soul seed with Wong Hong progressed silently, now nearing its conclusion. This integration was not merely a conventional fusion. It was a permanent life-level integration with the Tao seed intimately connected to his flesh and blood, even intertwining with his primordial spirit, becoming an intrinsic part of Wong Hong's being. Only thus could it unlock the gateway to the Tao for Wong Hong, enabling him to comprehend the vast ocean formed by the convergence of the formless Tao. With a gentle hum, it signaled the complete unification of the supreme soul seed with Wong Hong, two entities irrevocably intertwined, inseparable unless Wong Hong were to perish. Thus, this Tao seed would forever belong solely to him. In that instant, a colossal potential was released from the supreme soul seed, coursing through his meridians and infusing his primordial spirit, which was already far superior to his peers, with an even greater terror. Moreover, it transformed from a crystalline, resplendent visage into a dark hue, as if possessed, emanating a black mist that spread outward from his brow. Wong Ming naturally sensed this change. He refrained from acting hastily, recognizing that this darkness did not signify a descent into madness, but rather an indication of Wong Hong's primordial spirit undergoing yet another metamorphosis and sublimation. This was the augmentation and feedback from the Tao seed following the completion of his cultivation. Wong Hong felt his primordial spirit expanding and compressing simultaneously, maintaining its current form while its power surged continuously, resulting in a qualitative transformation from quantitative changes. Even he found it difficult to articulate the magnitude of his primordial spirit's power, but he was certain it would overwhelmingly surpass that of his contemporaries. Reigning supreme within the ancient realm, the feedback from his soul seed did not stop there. Strands of black soul mist rising into the purple palace stirred the immobile black small sword suspended within. This was one of the renowned three-sword techniques. The primordial spirit's sword technique, a treasure hidden within Wong Hong's primordial spirit abode that had yet to be unlocked. Wong Hong had previously attempted to activate this black small sword's inheritance, but had remained unresponsive, utterly motionless. However, now, with the assistance of the supreme soul seed, the black small sword reacted, emitting a resonant hum. Wong Hong, in the midst of his evolving and sublimating primordial spirit, noticed this with astonishment. He had presumed that unlocking this supreme inheritance would require him to advance several more realms. To his surprise, having just fused with the supreme soul seed, signs of activation began to emerge. He observed as a portion of the sword's body broke free, as if rusted by the ravages of time, gradually shedding like flakes, transforming into black matter that drifted toward Wong Hong's primordial spirit. Witnessing this scene, Wong Hong was taken aback. He could clearly see that this was not mere black mist, but countless, densely packed ancient characters. This indicated that the supreme soul seed had forcibly pried out a portion of the inheritance from the small sword for his use. With a thunderous roar, the black mist surged forth, integrating into Wong Hong's primordial spirit, producing a resounding cacophony. Chapter 24. Quelling the Chaos, Celestial Phenomena. Wong Hong felt his vision blur, unveiling an unforgettable scene before him. It was a tumultuous battlefield, teeming with countless figures engaged in combat, the air filled with roars, cries of agony, and the clashing of blades, while blood and flesh piled high, forming a vast ocean and towering mountains. Suddenly, silence enveloped the world, all sounds ceased, and a black sword slowly ascended, rendering the surroundings mute while unleashing an overwhelming sword light. The sword light transformed into a humanoid being wielding a black longsword, charging into the fray, mercilessly reaping the lives of the strong, as if harvesting wheat. The sight was terrifying. Wherever the black sword passed, none survived. All fell into pools of blood, devoid of breath, devoid of life. Whether human, divine beast, or celestial being, none could withstand the onslaught of the sword-wielding entity. This sword technique was fearsome, specifically targeting primordial spirits, obliterating all in its path, wielding unparalleled might to pacify the chaos. In the end, every living creature on the enemy's side was slain, leaving not a single survivor. As the scene shifted, Wong Hong regained his senses, profoundly shaken. Was this the power of the quelling chaos technique? The emergence of a primordial spirit sword, slaying demons and extinguishing celestial beings, striking down gods and Buddhas alike, was truly awe-inspiring. Just as he reveled in the invincible aura of the quelling chaos technique, countless black ancient characters crystallized in the void, forming a black longsword that, without hesitation, began to slash at Wong Hong's primordial spirit. Caught off guard by this sudden assault, Wong Hong was unable to defend himself in time, and his primordial spirit suffered hundreds, even thousands of slashes, severing many remnants of primordial spirit power that fell at his feet. Intense and piercing pain surged through every part of his primordial spirit, rendering Wong Hong nearly unable to endure it. However, he discerned an important truth. This black sword was not seeking to slay him or take his life, but rather to aid him in discarding the superfluous, striving for refinement. The fragments of the primordial spirit that lay scattered upon the ground were not devoid of utility. They coalesced at Wong Hong's feet, ignited, and began to blaze fiercely, serving as fuel and sustenance for the primordial spirit. The inferno incinerated and tempered his essence, rapidly augmenting its strength. The supreme soul seed bestowed upon him quantitative growth, while a portion of the chaos decision heritage facilitated a qualitative transformation. Suddenly, the black sword body unfurled, and myriad ancient black characters reconstituted themselves into a formidable black halberd, which lunged violently at Wong Hong amidst the flames, targeting his vulnerabilities, creating numerous gaping wounds in the blink of an eye. Wong Hong gritted his teeth, enduring the onslaught while persistently mending his injuries, allowing the halberd to pierce him, as it aided in identifying and rectifying the weaknesses of his primordial spirit. After enduring this hellish trial, Wong Hong's essence grew increasingly resilient. No longer was it merely abundant in quantity, but now possessed substance. As the frequency of the halberd's strikes diminished, he presumed it was nearing an end. However, the black halberd disintegrated, transforming once more into a different weapon, launching a new wave of assaults on Wong Hong's spirit. Undoubtedly, this was an unparalleled journey of spirit refinement, where the fragile essence was treated as a rough-hewn block, subjected to relentless forging. The entire ordeal resembled a descent into purgatory, filled with Wong Hong's anguished cries and wails. Ultimately, the ancient black characters morphed into a colossal hammer, delivering brutal blows to Wong Hong's primordial spirit, continuing even as it distorted and deformed his human form. In a fleeting moment, Wong Hong felt as though he were on the brink of death, nearly reduced to a pulp beneath the hammer's relentless assault, his consciousness becoming a blur, rendering him unable to discern direction. He was too exhausted to lament, utterly devoid of strength to cry out, his voice hoarse. At that juncture, his primordial spirit had ceased to resemble a human form, having been transformed into a black sword body. Once the sword body took shape, the hammer, formed from the ancient black characters, halted, disintegrating into countless black characters that vanished into Wong Hong's corporeal form. The human-shaped primordial spirit had vanished, leaving only a black sword body suspended in stillness, quietly exuding an unparalleled sharpness. Buzz. The heavens and earth dimmed. Within the secret chamber, Wong Hong's physical form relaxed, his eyes snapping open to reveal an obsidian hue. His long black hair standing on end. Above his head, a black ancient sword slowly ascended, its tip directed skyward, its sword energy surging into the heavens, rampaging within the chamber as if seeking to cleave the very sky and glimpse eternity. What? Wang Mian was taken aback, doubting his own eyes. Had Wong Hong, who had just planted the seed of the Tao, truly manifested the supreme skill of the Wong family's celestial kings, the primordial spirit sword art? Conventionally, such an exalted technique necessitated a foundational level of cultivation before one could begin its practice. Even with his unparalleled talent as the son of a celestial king, this rule held true. Yet now, Wong Hong shattered his preconceptions, preliminarily unveiling the overwhelming power of the primordial spirit sword art, displaying an unmatched aura despite having only just embarked on the path of cultivation. This astonishing scene rendered even the true, celestial Wang Mian unable to maintain his composure, his jaw agape in astonishment. At the moment Wong Hong entered the realm of the sword art, the feedback from the supreme soul seed concluded, marking the completion of his Tao planting, culminating in success. Rumbling, even as he sat cross-legged amidst the constraints of the secret chamber, the emergence of celestial phenomena could not be staved off. Centered around this grand manifestation, the sky filled with auspicious clouds, accompanied by the thunderous rumble of lightning, as golden lotuses descended from above and sweet springs welled from below. This was not an ending, merely a beginning. Shortly thereafter, as the clouds dispersed, a resplendent golden dragon emerged within the clouds, swaying its head and tail, vividly alive, accompanied by a phoenix soaring high, releasing a long, triumphant cry. Following the celestial display of dragon and phoenix, a vast celestial palace descended, breaking through the mist to reveal a glimpse of its icy peak, with pavilions, towers, and jade palaces standing tall. In the span of a single day, a plethora of legendary phenomena unfolded. Such a monumental commotion inevitably reverberated throughout the entire Celestial King Manor. Countless powerful beings turned their gazes towards this direction, their faces etched with shock, murmuring in astonishment at the emergence of an extraordinary prodigy from the Wong family. The fact that Wong Hong was about to plant the Tao was not a secret. Numerous factions have been covertly observing, albeit lacking the opportunity to approach and obtain any useful information. Now, with such grand and majestic celestial phenomena emanating from his secluded space, it was evident that he had successfully planted the Tao. In the presence of so many apex celestial phenomena, any single one of them would signify the arrival of an unparalleled prodigy, destined to make a name for themselves in the ancient realm. Yet, Wong Hong had encompassed them all, accompanied by some unheard of miraculous manifestations that were simply unimaginable. I could almost envision a singular prodigy, unmatched, sweeping through the ancient realm. Within the Wong family's affiliated manor, the young Wang Yu and several powerful beings of this lineage observed the scene with stoic expressions, a hint of unwillingness gleaming in their eyes. It appeared that the supreme soul seed had found its way to him, and he had successfully planted the Tao. With hope extinguished, the choice of the primordial universe's embryonic seed was now imperative. He had already delayed for half a year and could not afford further procrastination. Despite his reluctance, Wang Yu could only nod in agreement. Chapter 25, A Frog at the Bottom of the Well. Within a magnificent and imposing hall, the first war general under the Wong family's celestial king, Xianyang, sat upon a throne forged from chaos stone, gazing towards the direction of the celestial phenomena, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. He understood that Wong Heng's rise was unstoppable, such a terrifying primordial spirit talent, coupled with the legendary supreme soul seed and one of the three supreme sword arts, the primordial spirit sword art, left little room for doubt. Who among the young prodigies of this era could rival Wong Hong? Even the offspring of celestial kings would fall short, the disparity glaringly evident. I await the day when you sweep through the ancient realm's prodigies, look down upon the celestial domains, and obliterate the young scions of foreign imperial clans, Xianyang mused, firmly believing that the glory and brilliance of the Wong family would ascend to new heights with Wong Heng's emergence, shining brightly in the primitive ancient realm of the future. Not only was the first war general attentive to Wong Hong's seclusion, but other true, celestial beings of the Wong family were equally vigilant. While the renown of a celestial king clan is upheld by its celestial kings, the strength of its core and the infusion of fresh blood are also pivotal indicators of the family's might. Thus, the cultivation of young beings is of utmost importance to celestial king families, as they infuse the clan with vitality and bolster its illustrious reputation. To the myriad beings of the world, celestial kings inhabit a realm shrouded in mystery and obscurity, with few possessing knowledge of it. Furthermore, celestial kings rarely engage in fierce conflicts, making it difficult for the populace to ascertain which celestial king surpasses another. The sole metric for judgment lies in the contests and outcomes among their descendants. Should Wong Hong prove powerful, the world's perception of the Wong family and the celestial kings would shift dramatically. Conversely, should he falter, the family's reputation would suffer greatly. For this reason, the true celestials of the Wong family were acutely attuned to Wong Hong's situation. He was the only son of a celestial king among the young prodigies of the ancient realm, his status inestimably high. Long before, discussions and predictions regarding his strength had already begun. It can be said that he bore immense expectations, viewed as the prospective leader of the next generation in the ancient realm. Now that Wong Hong had successfully planted the Tao, whether his power could meet the world's expectations indeed drew widespread attention. Within the secret chamber, under Wang Mian's guidance. Wong Hong, having successfully planted the Tao, did not hasten to emerge, but instead quietly consolidated his newfound abilities. This included the foundational grasp of the primordial spirit sword art, the enhanced potency of the ancient celestial characters, and the supreme soul seed, which had integrated with his flesh, becoming a part of Wong Hong's very being. In this secluded cultivation period, the gains he has achieved are truly immense. Not only the aforementioned points, but also a profound accumulation of Taoist understanding. After a decade of foundational work, he is poised for a meteoric rise, soaring to heights of 90,000 miles. Before Wong Hong descended into this corporeal form, the Wong family celestial king had spent an entire decade establishing a robust foundation for his progeny, all in hopes that he would one day tread the path of supremacy. Now, with such a remarkable foundation, Wong Hong has successfully cultivated the unparalleled soul seed, stepping into the realm of seed cultivation. His Taoist progress erupted with the ferocity of a long-dormant volcano, boundless and relentless, only pausing upon nearing a breakthrough in the seed cultivation realm. Should Wong Hong so desire, he could leverage his formidable foundation to swiftly break through the seed cultivation realm and ascend to the next tier. However, he refrained from doing so, for he believes that each realm possesses its own unique vista, requiring a grounded approach to accumulate wisdom and witness the journey. An excessively rapid advancement in Taoist cultivation could lead to a fragile and unstable foundation, thereby leaving behind imperfections. Thus, Wong Hong prudently curbed the feverish growth of his Taoist prowess. At this moment, the supreme soul seed, now fused with the flesh and blood of his Dantian, has undergone a dramatic transformation. Its feedback has facilitated Wong Hong's spiritual metamorphosis, and he, in turn, has nurtured it with the boundless potential within his very being, aiding it in breaking through its tough outer shell. The pitch-black seed, nestled in the flesh, reveals a surface riddled with cracks, for which a rich, dark luminescence flows. This represents the purest essence of spiritual power and the laws of the great Tao, continually surging through his meridians to cleanse Wong Hong's spirit. Within those fissures, one can faintly glimpse writhing black tendrils, vibrant and full of life, as if on the verge of bursting forth to take root within the flesh. The realization of this scene signifies that Wong Hong has transcended the seed cultivation realm, advancing to the next level. After a period of cultivation, Wong Hong sensed that both his spirit and body had reached saturation. Any further breakthroughs would necessitate transcending the seed cultivation realm. Thus, he paused, exhaling a breath. Congratulations, young master, on your remarkable achievement. In your realm, you stand unparalleled, Wang Mian remarked, immediately offering his congratulations. The sincerity in his expression indicated that this was not mere flattery, but rather the genuine sentiment of a true immortal. Although Wong Hong felt a sense of rightful pride, he humbly shook his head, aware that the seed cultivation method is not without its flaws. It would be the height of folly to blindly consider oneself invincible. Predecessors joke, there are always those greater than oneself, and realms beyond realms. Wang Mian chuckled softly. You exhibit too much humility. You have already reached the pinnacle of this realm, merely a step away from the seed, breaking its shell and taking root. Few in the ancient realm can achieve such solidity in their Tao, devoid of any semblance of superficiality. As for combat prowess, none among the offspring of those who have entered the seed cultivation realm could rival you. This is indeed what it means to be invincible. Wong Hong continued to shake his head. Though the ancient realm is vast, it essentially resembles a stagnant well. To call oneself king among peers and boast of invincibility is akin to a frog in a well, believing the sky is only as expansive as what it can see, unaware of the boundless heavens and the infinite universe. Wang Mian pondered this, nodding thoughtfully. Indeed, beyond the ancient realm lies not only the immortal domains and foreign territories, but also countless worlds, including the supreme realms only accessible to immortals, vast beyond measure. Wong Hong's metaphor of the frog in the well is particularly vivid. Young master, your accomplishments in seed cultivation are indeed commendable, Wang Mian suggested. This should be announced across the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses, inviting powerful entities to celebrate. This is a customary practice in the ancient realm, but only prodigies of celestial king lineage and some top-tier descendants of celestial kings are deemed worthy of such recognition. Is it truly necessary? It is merely a matter of planting a seed, not achieving immortality or attaining the status of a celestial king, Wong Hong replied, disinclined to create such a commotion. Furthermore, the Wong family currently faces an invisible colossal crisis. To hold a grand celebration now would be anything but wise. In Wong Hong's view, it is prudent to cultivate quietly and amass wealth discreetly. Of course, given his status, maintaining a low profile is inherently challenging. Yet he still wishes to keep things understated. Let us abandon the idea. I would rather devote this energy to further cultivation. Those ephemeral accolades are not worth the effort. Wong Hong resolutely declined Wang Mian's suggestion. He considered himself a mere ant newly entering the seed cultivation realm, were it not for the celestial king father standing behind him. No one would pay him heed, and now this support is on the verge of facing unforeseen troubles, making discretion the better part of valor. Wang Mian, grasping Wong Hong's intent, nodded in understanding, refraining from further discussion. However, he mused internally that had the celestial king been present in the estate, he would undoubtedly have adhered to tradition, as it would have been an excellent opportunity to amplify the Wong family's influence and showcase their promising future. Shifting the topic from the seed cultivation celebration, he broached another matter. By the way, young master, the celestial king instructed me before heading to the borders to bring you to visit a supreme being once you complete your seed cultivation. This being will bestow blessings upon you, capturing the essence of fortune and infusing it into your being, aiding you in your journey ahead, ensuring a smooth path and turning misfortune into good fortune. Supreme being? Bestow blessings? Wong Hong was taken aback. A supreme being mentioned by a true immortal must be of inconceivable power. Could it be a celestial king? Indeed, this elder's strength surpasses even that of the foremost warrior under the celestial king, Sun Yang, and is but a thin veil away from the celestial king's domain, almost within reach. Legend has it that this venerable figure once stepped into that realm, only to fall for reasons unknown, never to set foot there again. Upon hearing Wang Mian's description, Wong Hong recalled the 10 fiends of the immortal ancient, some of whom are indeed perilously close to celestial king status, possessing bodies akin to those of celestial kings, and having undergone multiple rounds of tempering, stronger than quasi-celestial kings but weaker than true celestial kings. Could the supreme being Wang Mian speaks of be such a creature? Who is it? Wong Hong inquired directly, eager to ascertain whether it was one of the familiar 10 fiends. However, Wang Mian's response dashed his hopes. If the young master has not lost his memory, there would be no need for my introduction. This elder is the guardian spirit of the vast lands controlled by the Wong family, embodied as a celestial vine growing amidst chaos. Long ago, before the celestial king attained his title, he discovered it in a nascent chaotic world and brought it forth. In the ensuing years, the celestial vine accompanied the celestial king, fighting alongside him across various realms, ultimately settling in the primordial ancient realm and becoming a guardian spirit. For several epochs, the celestial vine has safeguarded these lands and established amicable relations with other guardian spirits in the ancient realm, making significant contributions to the territory under the Wong family's dominion. So is the Wong family's guardian spirit? Wong Hong realized. No wonder Wang Mian mentioned that this supreme being would capture a portion of cosmic fortune for him. Such actions would invite heavenly retribution if there were no connection. Such generosity is unthinkable otherwise. In that case, let's proceed immediately. I wish to meet this elder celestial vine, who has fought alongside my father through the long years. Wong Hong responded. As Wang Mian listened to him speak, he teased. Before the young master lost his memory, he frequently sought out the esteemed Shinting elder. Each time he returned, he was never empty-handed. He either plucked a leaf from the celestial vine or filled a jug with the precious dew accumulated on the celestial leaves, causing envy among others. It is worth noting that this vine is a rare chaotic celestial vine that once broke into the realm of the celestial king, with every part of it being a treasure. Both the celestial leaves and the dew are immensely beneficial to someone of his caliber as a true celestial. Yet Wong Hong could freely harvest and consume them. This is not entirely surprising, considering the unbreakable bond of friendship between the chaotic celestial vine and Wong Hong's father, a sentiment that naturally extends to Wong Hong himself, resulting in a unique indulgence and favoritism. Haha, is that so? Wong Hong scratched his head, his brow furrowed in a display of deep concentration as he struggled to recall. There is no need to force yourself, young master, Wang Mian advised. When the celestial king returns, he will undoubtedly resolve the matter of your amnesia and help you remember everything. He was concerned that if Wong Hong forced his memories, it might provoke issues with his primordial spirit. All right, Wong Hong nodded, his expression calm, though a flicker of something unusual danced in the depths of his eyes. Wang Mian's words had stirred a hidden anxiety within him. What if that celestial king father of his discovered the secret of his foreign body? Would he cast him out as an outsider, or would he feign ignorance, believing that the die was already cast? Given the celestial king's immense power, he might even be able to retrieve the original Wong Hong's soul. This thought intensified his worries, yet he reasoned that when he returned, his celestial king father would likely be gravely injured, and what would happen then was anyone's guess. Wong Hong rose from the mat woven from the tender shoots of the kumu tree, following closely behind Wang Mian. They were headed towards the root of the chaotic celestial vine, which was extraordinarily close to the realm of the celestial king, to receive the so-called blessings and fortuitous destinies. These concepts were ethereal, intangible, yet they could profoundly influence the futures and paths of living beings. Now, with a powerful entity willing to endure the backlash of causality to bestow blessings and infuse him with fortune, Wong Hong was more than willing to accept. As they traversed magnificent ancient palaces and glided past bustling streets, they gradually entered a secluded area. Here, the ancient halls were bustling, yet signs of life were almost non-existent, a rarity amidst the opulence of the Celestial King's estate. Meanwhile, the restrictions beneath their feet were multiplying, suggesting they were approaching a forbidden domain. "We're almost there," Wang Mian suddenly remarked. Wong Hong turned to look in the direction of the voice, yet he could see no trace of the celestial vine. However, he did notice something. The rules of the great road ahead were becoming increasingly profound and intricate, beyond his comprehension, while the air was thick with an overwhelming vitality. Celestial mist hung in the air, chaos roiled, and it felt as if they had stepped into a primordial world. Suddenly, Wong Hong recalled Wang Mian's earlier words. The celestial vine had initially thrived in chaos, and the current environment was a perfect match. As they approached the mist and chaos, Wang Mian wasted no time, casting a brilliant celestial symbol and softly murmuring what seemed to be an incantation. This celestial symbol transformed into golden light, merging with the celestial mist and chaos, and in less than a breath, it received a response. The celestial mist beneath their feet began to part of its own accord, revealing a path, while the heavy chaos was torn open by an invisible force, unveiling the ancient road in its entirety, composed of weathered stone steps. It stretched from where Wong Hong and Wang Mian stood deep into the chaos. Chapter 27. The Celestial Vine. The two exchanged a glance, not hesitating, and stepped onto the stone steps, heading towards the depths of chaos. Walking upon the weathered steps, one could feel as if traversing the river of time itself. Everywhere were scars of blades and swords, remnants of a glorious past, baptized by endless warfare, preserving an ancient and poignant history. As Wong Hong walked, he attuned himself to the sensations around him. In a daze, he seemed to hear the echoes of great battles, the earth trembling, fierce beasts roaring, divine birds splitting the heavens, all reverberating across millennia. A supreme celestial vine rooted in chaos stood alone, facing several towering figures, its tendrils and leaves, sharp as swords, erupted with an unparalleled sword aura, overwhelming its foes and splattering blood across the skies. It was extraordinarily transcendent, its body pulsating with chaotic energy, its roots robust like the form of a true dragon. Even when struck by radiant celestial blades and axes, it could not be cleaved in two. Eventually, all beings came to fear this vine. Just the sight of it would send them fleeing in terror. The final image was striking. A towering celestial vine loomed within the chaotic sea, shrouding the skies, a terrifying presence, with several tendrils dancing, each piercing through a celestial corpse. Blood cascading down in brilliant droplets. Clearly, the celestial vine had unleashed a bloody massacre, slaying more than one true celestial. In a moment of disorientation, Wong Hong snapped back to reality, the shocking imagery having vanished, and he and Wang Mian were nearing the end of the steps. "Young master, you must have just activated the mark on the steps. You should have witnessed the images of the elder celestial vine's battles," Wang Mian suddenly inquired. "Indeed, I saw a vast battlefield, strewn with corpses, all perishing at the hands of a single celestial vine, including several celestial corpses," Wong Hong replied solemnly, nodding. "It is known that the elder celestial vine has accompanied the celestial king in battle for countless years, having helped him vanquish innumerable foes. The rise of every supreme being is accompanied by mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Even now, as the elder celestial vine sacrifices itself for a domain, it displays its divinity before countless beings, only showing a gentler, more human side in your presence," Wang Mian reflected. Before the celestial vine, Wong Hong was undoubtedly unique. Treated as kin, as they completed the final step, they arrived at a hard ground strewn with stones. This place lacked the expected chirping of birds and the fragrance of flowers, the lushness of life. Instead, it was barren and devoid of vitality. A desolate expanse of stones scattered across the ground. They felt as though they had entered a deserted and arid wasteland. Wong Hong's face revealed a look of astonishment, as this was starkly different from the sacred scene he had envisioned. Wang Mian, having been here before, was already prepared for this. In the desolate stony ground, silence reigned, with no signs of thriving life, resembling a zone devoid of existence. On the distant horizon stood an incredibly tall figure, strikingly prominent, the only living entity in this place. In the very purpose of Wong Hong and Wang Mian's journey, with a sense of reverence, the two approached the towering figure, gazing upward in awe. Before them stood an extraordinary celestial vine, rooted in the hard soil, enveloped in swirling, mist-like chaotic energy, soaring high into the sky. There was no need for words. Any being that approached this place would be awestruck by the vine's presence, and even the powerful Wang Mian felt a tremor of trepidation, knowing he was no match for the celestial vine. "You have arrived," a suddenly resonant, ancient voice echoed in their ears. Wang Mian pays respects to the elder celestial vine. "We have come at the behest of the celestial king," And once the young master achieves enlightenment, we shall bring him to seek your blessings. Wang Mian respectfully responded. Very well, I understand. The ancient vine gently swayed, nodding its leaves in acknowledgement. At this moment, Wong Hong also bowed slightly to the celestial vine, stating, Wong Hong pays respects to the elder celestial vine. His greeting rendered the atmosphere somewhat awkward. The celestial vine did not immediately respond, for in its recollection, Wong Hong was never so distant. They shared a bond as both mentor and friend, and the other had never addressed it as a senior. The ancient vine scrutinized Wong Hong closely and suddenly came to a realization. He had lost his memories. It spoke, its demeanor radiating a terrifying aura reminiscent of the celestial king, swiftly enveloping the surroundings. Wong Hong felt as though a pair of penetrating eyes were scrutinizing him incessantly, attempting to unveil all the secrets hidden within him. He understood that the celestial vine was assessing his condition, seeking the source of his amnesia. Wong Hong could do nothing but silently endure, hoping that this ancient celestial vine, which had accompanied his father, the celestial king, for countless ages, would not uncover the secret of his soul's anomalous master. After a prolonged silence, the celestial vine withdrew its gaze, remaining quiet for an extended period, seemingly lost in thought. For Wong Hong, this felt like an eternity. One must remember that the celestial vine had once breached the realm of the celestial king, and even after its fall, it was not something an ordinary quasi-celestial king could rival. Should it discover any abnormalities, Wong Hong would face dire consequences. Fortunately, it ended up being a false alarm. The celestial vine showed no signs of uncovering Wong Hong's secrets. Is this the soul sword technique? The celestial vine inquired, its astonishment barely concealed. Wong Hong then realized that the vine's silence stemmed from being overwhelmed by the might of his soul. As a being that had long served the Wong family's celestial king, it was profoundly familiar with the soul sword technique, acutely aware of its unparalleled power and the stringent conditions required for its cultivation. A practitioner, even one as illustrious as the celestial king's offspring, could only commence the training of the soul sword technique after reaching the third or fourth realm. And the path to mastery demanded immense sacrifice. Wong Hong, however, had already formed a black sword embryo from his soul essence, releasing an extraordinary brilliance, an unprecedented feat. Such an accomplishment garnered admiration even from a being of its caliber, who deemed it a miracle. Indeed, this is the soul sword technique. The young master cultivated it alongside the celestial king's own technique, demonstrating unparalleled talent that transcends the ages, Wang Mian replied. Upon hearing this, the celestial vine trembled, its leaves radiating a dazzling celestial light, revealing its profound agitation at Wong Hong's prodigious gifts. Such an achievement was truly without precedent, for even the celestial king at the same age had not possessed such strength. It was astonishing. However, do not let pride blind you, for history is replete with beings who exhibited supreme talent upon entering the cultivation path, yet failed to reach the end. The celestial vine's reminder was a caution against Wong Hong becoming complacent due to his current accomplishments. Wong Hong nodded repeatedly, although he had lost his memories. The immense and astonishing power of his soul could be considered a blessing in disguise. With the assistance of the supreme soul seed, the future seemed bright. The ancient vine sighed, feeling a sense of joy for the celestial king Wang Jin in having such a descendant. In the past, when Wong Hong frequently visited, it had personally aided him in establishing a solid foundation, fully aware of his circumstances. Had it been the Wong Hong of yore who embarked on the path of cultivation, his achievements would have paled in comparison to the current Wong Hong. A bout of amnesia, followed by an awakening, had transformed everything, allowing Wong Hong to leap forward. The celestial vine was convinced that among all beings of the cultivation realm in the primordial ancient world, Wong Hong had achieved dominance over his peers in every aspect. When it came to discussing the future, the vine suddenly fell silent, its thoughts swirling, unable to settle, as if recalling something difficult to let go. After a long while, it spoke again. The forthcoming years will not be tranquil. They will be rife with bloodshed and fire, as all realms will be embroiled in unceasing conflict. I remember the celestial king once sat in quiet contemplation for 100 years, gazing downstream into the river of time, attempting to foresee something in order to prepare. Alas, as powerful as the celestial king is, he too cannot reverse the chaotic threads of fate to glimpse the future. To intervene forcefully carries a great cost, leading to unpredictable upheaval, and the celestial king had no choice but to relinquish such attempts. In any case, a calamity that will affect all heavens and span the ages is approaching. For your generation of youth, time is of the essence. If you cannot step into the realm of the celestial king within the limited time available when the calamity descends, you may find yourselves unable to protect even your own lives. The celestial vine sighed deeply, expressing its concerns for the future. Wang Mian, being merely a true celestial, heard of the calamity for the first time and was momentarily at a loss. According to the celestial vine, when the calamity struck. Only the Celestial King would possess the ability to protect themselves. What then of a true Celestial like him? Where should he go from here? Wong Hong surmised the calamity referred to the Great Reckoning. In the depths of fate, many powerful Celestial Kings would sense the impending Great Reckoning, beginning preparations several epochs in advance. His father, the Celestial King, possessed unparalleled mastery over the realm of the soul and could certainly perceive such threats. However, the crisis sensed by Wang Jin might not stem from the Great Reckoning, but from foreign realms. Yet, the schemes of these foreign domains were suppressed by ancient artifacts and obscured by many immortal kings. The true nature of their plans remained hidden, and no one could foresee their sudden invasion with the intent to obliterate the primordial ancient world. Why does the Celestial Vine worry so? Wang Mian queried. Our realm is safeguarded by supreme Celestial Kings, as solid as a fortress. Even if a great calamity were to descend, we could surely weather it unscathed. His eyes reflected reverence and devotion, firmly believing that with the protection of the Celestial Kings, the primordial ancient world could not possibly face catastrophe. The Celestial Vine sighed, its leaves rustling. You do not understand. By that time, even the Celestial Kings themselves will be in turmoil. Wang Mian found it hard to believe that even the supreme Celestial Kings would be in danger. Could such a great calamity truly occur? Enough. It is too early to discuss such matters with you. Your level of understanding is insufficient, it stated. It recognized that some things could only be grasped through experience. Elaborating further would be futile. Subsequently, the Celestial Vine gestured for Wong Hong to step forward. Wong Hong complied, positioning himself directly beneath the Celestial Vine. Then the vine, in its quasi-celestial king state, began to bestow its blessings. It unfurled its form, drawing upon the primordial essence of the heavens and earth, inscribing powerful characters upon its leaves. These were traces of the Tao, encompassing destiny, fortune, and more. Each leaf bore an intricately complex ancient character, containing the cosmos and embodying the vastness of the primordial ancient world. Wong Hong gazed up at these ancient characters, distilled from the essence of the Tao, feeling a profound resonance within him. Truly, a being on the verge of becoming a king could encapsulate so much within a single character, at least the result of a convergence of hundreds of thousands of ancient characters. As he pondered, the ancient characters on the leaves solidified, and under the vine's control, they transformed into streams of light that danced through the void, creating astonishing phenomena. One after another, they surged towards Wong Hong. They appeared gentle, like a soft breeze caressing his face, akin to a stream flowing silently through the landscape. The streams of light glided across the horizon, plunging into Wong Heng's mind, transforming into an intangible essence that hovered above his soul, lingering for but a moment before vanishing within. Dozens of streams of light dissipated, merging into both his soul and physical form, yet throughout the entire process, Wong Hong felt nothing. However, in the depths of his being, he sensed the addition of something new, though upon closer inspection, he could perceive nothing. As a spirit of this realm, continuously worshipped and revered by myriad beings day and night, I possess attributes that even many celestial sovereigns lack, bestowing blessings that surpass those of an ordinary celestial monarch. Henceforth, I shall extract a portion of the grand fortune of the cosmos to lay the foundation for your invincible path, the Celestial Vine declared. Upon uttering these words, a series of ancient incantations flowed from the Celestial Vine's mouth, arcane and mysterious, incomprehensible even to Wong Hong. Fortunately, with Wang Mian by his side, he was enlightened about the contents of the incantation. Essentially, the Celestial Vine, in its own name, severed the grand fortune of this realm, transforming it into an intangible armor to safeguard Wong Hong. The incantation was spoken, and the vow was made. Wong Hong felt himself enveloped by a warm current, his entire being infused with unparalleled comfort, as both his spiritual essence and physical form underwent immeasurable transformations. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed. The retribution struck swiftly, as bolts of divine lightning descended from the heavens without warning, mercilessly targeting the Celestial Vine. Some struck its roots, while others lashed against its leaves. A deluge of strikes that cascaded like torrential rain. Wong Heng's heart raced. This was a terrifying backlash aimed squarely at celestial sovereigns. Were it not for Wang Mian's protection, even a mere residual force would have sufficed to claim his life countless times over. After the cacophony subsided, the Celestial Vine lay battered and scarred, many of its leaves torn asunder, revealing numerous charred, gaping holes, while its roots were shrouded in darkness, suffering grievous injuries. Before it could catch its breath, an ancient voice pierced through layers of barriers, reverberating through the void, unmistakably filled with rage. Who dares to sever the grand fortune of the cosmos and obstruct another's path? This was a quasi-celestial sovereign, not affiliated with the Wong family, currently manifesting its Dharma form amidst a starry expanse outside the celestial sovereign's abode, an imposing presence beyond description, rendering the stars mere specks of dust in its wake. Its fury was palpable. Having been in deep meditation atop a celestial spring, it was abruptly interrupted when the essence of heaven and earth plummeted drastically, affecting the very spring beneath it and disrupting its path of enlightenment. Through deduction, it was revealed that someone had forcefully severed the grand fortune of this realm. Such an act would ensure that no remarkable figures would arise from this domain for 1,000,000 years, alongside a significant decline in the overall essence concentration, impacting every aspect. Chapter 29. The Celestial Spring. Naturally, the quasi-celestial sovereign was indifferent to these matters. What provoked its ire was the interruption of its enlightenment process. The celestial spring it had painstakingly acquired now suffered diminished effects due to the severing of the grand fortune. Thus, it was prepared to emerge and demand an explanation. To sever the grand fortune of the cosmos implied that the perpetrator had at least stepped into the realm of celestial paths. Generally, only celestial sovereigns would undertake such actions. However, on this occasion, it was but a single domain that was severed. Had a celestial sovereign intervened, it would have been an entire day, several days, or even a whole realm. Therefore, this quasi-celestial sovereign was convinced that the one responsible was not a celestial sovereign, and its spiritual intuition confirmed that the assailant had yet to tread into this domain. Celestial Vine, your essence within the abode of the celestial sovereign, Wong Hong exclaimed softly, observing the celestial vine grievously wounded by the backlash, a wave of concern washing over him. As for the quasi-celestial sovereign outside, he felt no worry. The celestial vine was backed by an unparalleled celestial sovereign, and a mere quasi-celestial sovereign would not dare to be reckless. Do not fret, I am well. This is merely the price that must be paid for severing the grand fortune of the cosmos. A period of recuperation will suffice. As it spoke, the charred and hole-riddled celestial vine radiated with brilliant light, enveloped in resplendent glow. Behind it, luminous orbs began to rise, shrouded in mystery, emanating the sounds of rituals and the collective chants of the populace, continuously reciting its true name. At that moment, the radiant light cascaded down, flowing into the wounds upon the celestial vine, dispelling the aura of divine punishment and mending its fractured form. Wong Hong watched in awe, feeling an overwhelming and boundless power emanating from the luminous orbs behind the celestial vine, potent enough to dissipate the remnants of divine retribution. Although this was his first encounter with such a spectacle, he instantly recognized its significance. As a spirit of worship, the celestial vine safeguarded one divine realm after another, deriving strength from the tributes of these divine realms, akin to the primordial ancestral spirits of the ancient world, gaining power in an intangible manner. This was the path of the spirits of worship, a relatively mature system. The progenitor of this path, the ancestral spirit, ascended to the domain of celestial sovereigns, earning great renown. At this moment, the celestial vine exemplified the formidable strength of this system, swiftly healing the wounds inflicted by divine punishment, appearing to recover entirely on the surface. Yet, Wong Hong understood that the essence within the celestial vine had sustained injuries that could not be mended in a short span. This chaotic celestial vine had paid a significant cost for him. Before Wong Hong and Wong Hong could utter a word, the celestial vine tore through the heavens, symbols bursting forth, manifesting a colossal dharma form, descending beyond the celestial sovereign's abode. Thunderous roars erupted. The void shattered. Darkness engulfed the heavens and earth. An endless tide of chaotic energy surged forth, overwhelming all, as a tremendously powerful celestial vine took root within, its leaves sharp as swords. As it swayed, the stars beyond the domain were obliterated into dust, cascading downwards. What? The quasi-celestial sovereign, previously consumed by rage, was immediately doused with cold water upon witnessing the celestial vine. Regaining its composure, it recognized the identity of the celestial vine, a spirit of the Wong family. Having accompanied the celestial sovereign of the Wong family in battles across the realms, slaying gods and extinguishing celestial beings, leaving behind countless legends. Subsequently, once the Wong family had secured its position, the celestial vine had rarely intervened, often revealing itself only as a spirit of worship. Seeing the celestial vine manifest, the quasi-celestial sovereign fell silent, for the disparity in status and strength between them was insurmountable. To clash with it would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. Not to mention the celestial sovereign behind this vine. Even the celestial vine itself could suppress him. Thus, the quasi-celestial sovereign ceased its reproach, falling into silence. I am the one who severed the grand fortune of the cosmos. Do you have any objections, fellow Taoist? The celestial vine spoke indifferently. Its entire body was adorned with mysterious symbols, clearly prepared to unleash forbidden assaults at a moment's notice. The quasi-celestial sovereign involuntarily shuddered. It recognized that it was no match for the celestial vine and lacked the qualifications to oppose the Wong family. Thus, it forced a smile and replied, "It seems there has been a misunderstanding. I was unaware this was the handiwork of the Wong family." and I hold the celestial sovereign of the Wong family in great esteem. Had I known, I would not have acted thus. The celestial vine showed no reaction to the quasi-celestial sovereign's capitulation. It understood that the reason for this submission was due to its overwhelming strength. Otherwise, such a concession would not have come so easily. Ah, the celestial spring? Fellow Taoist, you are indeed fortunate. Such treasures are truly rare, with scarcely a few to be found throughout the primordial ancient realm. My celestial sovereign once traversed the ancient realm in search of a celestial spring, but returned empty-handed, as they were either claimed or had already run dry. The quasi-celestial sovereign forced a stiff smile. Those who reached this level were all shrewd. The celestial vine's praise for its celestial spring, coupled with the mention of the Wong family's fruitless search, was merely a tactic to acquire it. You flatter me. Fellow Taoist, my young master has just begun to cultivate and requires a celestial spring to stabilize his cultivation. I wonder if you would be willing to part with it to aid my young master? The celestial vine inquired with a smile. The quasi-celestial sovereign's expression darkened. The celestial spring was exceedingly precious, even if it had suffered damage due to the severing of the grand fortune. Once it left this domain and was nurtured in other realms, it would surely recover. It did not wish to relinquish it to a mere insect at the threshold of cultivation. Fellow Taoist, such a request is rather excessive, is it not? The celestial vine remained unflustered, producing a gourd of slightly darkened hue. This is a fruit born from my vine, within which lies an innate sword. In the early years, it accidentally fell off during a great battle and failed to mature. Nevertheless, it is a treasure of great value, more than sufficient to exchange for your celestial spring eye. Upon hearing this, the quasi-mortal king felt a slight shock in his heart. Even though the innate sword had fallen prematurely, its power was astonishing, indeed a treasure. However, in his view, this gourd could not compare to the celestial spring eye. My friend, you jest. The celestial spring eye is a supreme treasure of the immortal path. One that I could never bear to part with, he replied. Oh, are you dissatisfied with this gourd? This is the most precious item I can offer. If it is still inadequate, I can only wait for my immortal king to return from the border and personally seek you out for exchange. The celestial vine said calmly. However, to the quasi-mortal king, this was akin to a thunderclap on a clear day. To offend a renowned supreme immortal for the sake of a celestial spring, I was not worth the risk, as it could very well cost him his life. Weighing the pros and cons, the quasi-immortal king reluctantly parted with the celestial spring eye, accepting the gourd shrouded in chaotic energy. Turning on his heel and departing without a backward glance. He suffered a significant loss this time, failing to vent his anger and instead losing the celestial spring eye. Thank you for your generosity, my friend. The celestial vine chuckled lightly, watching the other leave before returning to the immortal king's residence. When it reappeared before Wong Hong, it held a luminous orb, hazy and ethereal, within which a silver true dragon swam, continuously exuding an extraordinarily pure aura of the immortal path. Chapter 30. The Ancient Tree. Wang Mian was taken aback, as he sensed a pure power of the immortal path emanating from the hazy orb, one that would be immensely beneficial even to true immortals. Upon seeing the silver true dragon brimming with vitality, words appeared in his mind. Celestial spring eye? The three words escaped Wang Mian's lips, revealing the origin of the orb and the silver dragon. Hearing this, Wong Hong immediately recalled the legends surrounding the celestial spring eye. In the perfect world, the remnants of the bronze immortal palace, after ambushing the 10 fiend Kuanpung, managed to endure through the ages largely due to a celestial spring eye. Even in the shattered realms of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, the celestial spring eye could emanate an aura of the immortal path, nourishing the remnants of immortals and defying the heavens. Such treasures have been exceedingly rare since ancient times. Unexpectedly, at this moment, he was witnessing a complete celestial spring eye in the hands of the chaotic celestial vine. Indeed, this was the celestial spring eye, extremely rare, with only 7 or 8 known throughout the ancient realm. In the past, the immortal king had traversed the primordial ancient realm in search of this item, but alas, returned empty-handed. Yet just moments ago, a quasi-immortal king had presented it before him, as if by some divine design. With that, the celestial vine presented the floating orb to Wong Hong. A refreshing and invigorating aura enveloped him, as if his entire being, both flesh and spirit, had undergone a cleansing. With this celestial spring eye, you shall surely lay the foundation for becoming an immortal king, swiftly rising in this epoch, the celestial vine declared, expressing great optimism for Wong Hong's future. He was already immensely powerful, surpassing his peers in both aptitude and other aspects, having long been in a league of his own. Now, with the blessing of the celestial spring eye, it was unfathomable to imagine how far Wong Hong would ultimately ascend. Thank you, esteemed elder of the celestial vine. I shall not fail to meet your expectations, Wong Hong said, taking the celestial spring eye and bowing deeply in sincere gratitude. I have watched you grow. I once fought alongside your father, braving the heavens, and naturally, I wish to see you rise to the pinnacle one day, the celestial vine responded gently. Meanwhile, Wang Mian was at a loss for words, contemplating Wong Hong's current achievements and the resources at his disposal. He was certain that Wong Hong would eventually shatter the shackles, breaking the heavy chains that bound the son of the immortal king, achieving the legendary tale of both father and son becoming immortal kings. 10 years of sharpening a sword. One strike astonishing the heavens. You have now turned 10, and with your path of cultivation flourishing, it is time to reveal your brilliance. Without experiencing trials and tribulations, one remains merely a flower in a greenhouse. The celestial vine spoke, its gaze toward Wong Hong filled with warmth and affection. Though they were not related by blood, the celestial vine had always regarded Wong Hong as its own descendant. What does the esteemed elder of the celestial vine imply? Wang Mian inquired, vaguely sensing the celestial vine's intentions. It is time for your name to echo throughout the 33 heavens, the celestial vine replied. Subsequently, without further ado, it began to cast a spell, allowing strands of radiant immortal light to cascade down from its vine. Where Wong Hong stood was once a desolate stony ground, but now it was shrouded in ethereal mist, teeming with the breath of life, as if he had entered a celestial realm. Buzz! One intricate and profound ancient character after another ascended from the leaves of the celestial vine, each radiating brilliance as if forged from celestial gold, imbued with a metallic quality. Every ancient character harbored unparalleled power, capable of invoking the essence of the heavenly principles. However, the style of these ancient characters differed from the celestial ancient writings Wong Hong had learned, as they described different paths of the Tao. Seemingly perceiving Wong Hong's confusion, Wang Mian transmitted an explanation. This is the spirit sacrifice script. As the name implies, only by walking the path of spirit sacrifice can one comprehend and penetrate its meaning. It contains the profound essence of their system's Tao, vast and deep. For beings like us, who follow the path of cultivation, we can learn the spirit sacrifice script based on its form, understanding its expressed meanings. Yet we can never apply it unless we change our cultivation system and become a spirit sacrifice. I see. These ancient characters belong to the spirit sacrifice system. No wonder they feel so foreign. Wong Hong nodded, realization dawning upon him. The spirit sacrifice script is not only a language for describing the Tao, possessing incredible power, but also a medium for spirits to communicate without barriers. It is said they can use this language of the Tao to break the barriers of space, communicating across distances of millions or even billions of miles. Wang Mian divulged another crucial piece of information. So, the esteemed elder of the celestial vine is currently conversing with distant spirits through the spirit sacrifice script? Wong Hong inquired, noticing the chaotic celestial vine was deeply focused, as if communicating with some presence. Indeed, if I am not mistaken, the entity communicating with the elder of the celestial vine from afar is another renowned and immensely powerful spirit, he replied. This spirit takes the form of a tree, rooted beside the world tree, which can be considered the very heart of the primordial ancient realm, home to many supreme beings. A tree rooted beside the world tree? Wong Hong was taken aback. Yes, its strength ranks among the very top of our realm's spirits, standing shoulder to shoulder with the celestial vine, both on the verge of breaking into the realm of immortal kings. It is said that if it were to go berserk, even an immortal king would find it challenging to withstand. Wong Hong pondered deeply. If he was not mistaken, the chaotic celestial vine of the Wong family and the tree spirit beside the world tree were likely on par with the 10 fiends, both possessing bodies at the level of immortal kings, albeit weaker than the immortal king's primordial spirits. However, unlike the 10 fiends, they lacked the extraordinary, unparalleled talents that set them apart, unable to contend with immortal kings. For instance, the berserk nature of the celestial ants or the speed of the Kunpin clan, etc. Yet, when facing quasi-mortal kings, they nearly exhibited an overwhelming dominance, far surpassing beings of that tier. Suddenly, the spirit sacrifice script on the leaves of the celestial vine shifted, unleashing a vast power akin to an ocean, piercing through layers of void, reaching far beyond. Following this surge of power, Wong Hong's vision beheld a stunning sight. A towering ancient tree, ineffably majestic and difficult to articulate, stands at the distant horizon, its branches lush and vibrant with life, radiating an overwhelming aura of celestial energy. It is evident that this ancient tree does not belong to the realm of divine herbs or elixirs of immortality, but rather is a manifestation of a formidable being capable of plucking stars and seizing the moon, one who can obliterate worlds. This is the ancestral spirit tree that nearly ascended to kingship, as Wang Mian conveyed. Ah, senior, isn't it rooted beside the world tree? Wong Hong inquired, gazing towards the vast void, yet failing to discern the presence of the world tree. Indeed, the world tree lies not far behind it, but its colossal form obscures its entirety from your view, Wang Mian elucidated. Wong Hong nodded, grasping the significance of the world tree from Wang Mian's words. At that moment, the ancestral spirit tree cast a gentle yet piercing gaze upon Wong Hong, its focus unwavering. Subsequently, a beam of light shot through the spatial chasm, directly targeting Wong Heng's being. The celestial vine made no attempt to intervene, merely observing the unfolding scene. Before he could utter a gasp, the beam surged into Wong Heng's body like a sinuous dragon, weaving through every corner of his being. An overwhelming surge of vitality coursed through his veins, igniting his spirit with fervor, compelling a low roar to escape his lips. In the next instant, a torrent of blood and energy erupted forth, far exceeding what one would expect from a descendant of the celestial kings in the realm of species, akin to a true dragon in human form, rivaling the might of the world's foremost races. As this transpired, Wong Heng's spirit was also stirred, transforming into a small black sword that ascended from the crown of his head, autonomously executing the technique of chaos resolution. Just as Wong Heng's fighting spirit surged, eager to seek a worthy opponent for a grand battle, the beam, having traversed every nook and cranny, unhesitatingly retreated into the spatial passage, abruptly quelling the fiery fervor within him. With the battle blood subsiding and his spirit reverting to a diminutive form, Wong Hong felt his fervent ambition extinguished. He was taken aback, pondering the origin of that beam of light, which had so effortlessly propelled him into a state of combat readiness. Do not be alarmed, young master. This light emanates from an ancient steel, refined collectively by numerous celestial kings, situated at the center of the ancient realm, beside the world tree. Its purpose is to establish a ranking for all cultivators within the ancient realm, thus enhancing competition. On the steel, each realm possesses a corresponding ranking, with beings recorded by name, and their positions determined by a comprehensive evaluation of their combat prowess, qualifications, and potential. Typically, the vast majority of beings in the ancient realm are inscribed, as each being that embarks on the path of cultivation has their information conveyed to the ancestral spirit tree by their respective spirits, subsequently engraved upon the steel. In this manner, a causal connection is forged between the being and the steel, ensuring that any changes occurring within the being while they reside in the primordial ancient realm will be reflected in the rankings. The beam of light, having just assessed Wong Hong, was indeed a projection from the steel, intended to evaluate various facets of his existence. Upon evaluation, shall I be included in the rankings of the ancient steel? Wong Hong inquired, his curiosity piqued. Precisely. Given your current realm, you will be ranked among those in the species realm, allowing for comparison with all beings within the ancient realm, ultimately securing a position, Wang Mian confirmed. Understanding dawned on Wong Hong. He now comprehended the implications of what the celestial vine had alluded to regarding his name resounding across the 33 heavens. Once he established a causal link with the steel and entered the rankings of the species realm, his unparalleled combat strength and innate talent would undoubtedly make his name echo throughout the realm. In the ensuing years, as long as he remained within this realm, any transformations he underwent would be scrutinized by the steel, resulting in adjustments to his rank. While Wong Hong was not particularly fond of such rankings, he did not harbor any aversion to them either. He yearned for a period of discreet cultivation, aspiring to amass wealth quietly, avoiding the spotlight that would complicate his endeavors. Yet to aspire to the title of Celestial King, one must possess the ambition of a Celestial King, vanquishing adversaries and striving for invincibility. This was a fundamental principle. It was inconceivable for Celestial King's offspring to cower in fear. Thus, he found himself in a state of internal conflict. However, with the light from the steel, now having traversed his form, discerning his combat prowess, talent, and potential, it was only a matter of time before the name of Wong Hong would resonate throughout the ancient realm. Since concealment was no longer an option, he was destined to proceed audaciously along the path to the Celestial King realm. Upon returning to the far side of the spatial chasm, the beams swiftly entered an immense, awe-inspiring ancient steel. Towering into the clouds, this steel, magnificent and grand, stood beneath the world tree, its surface pulsating with the essence of primal pathways, as if fused with the very fabric of the cosmos. Upon this ancient steel, countless names of beings were inscribed, divided into various sections: species realm, rooting realm, and true celestial realm. Except for the supreme celestial king realm, all other realms were represented. However, due to the limited space on the steel, the displayed rankings were finite, not encompassing every being in the realm. Nevertheless, the causal connections between beings remained. Should a being outside the rankings achieve a remarkable reversal, their name would ascend, displacing one already inscribed. Countless beings gathered at the foot of the steel daily, gazing up in anticipation of the shifts in the rankings. Among them were members of celestial king families, disciples of celestial traditions, and spies from various factions. The instant an emerging powerhouse was noted on the steel, they would employ various means to relay the news, swiftly seeking to draw the individual into their own ranks. On this day, a multitude of beings, as was customary, stood beneath the ancient steel, observing the rankings. The ancient realm was vast, home to 33 heavens and countless races and beings. Stories of resurgence and ascendance were commonplace, occurring daily. However, the top ranks among the various realms remained relatively static, dominated by the descendants of celestial kings and the heirs of longevity families. Occasionally, an underdog would rise, creating miracles and overwhelming the competition, but such occurrences were rare, perhaps manifesting only once in several millennia. Expectations were that today's rankings would be unremarkable, devoid of significant shifts. Yet, the steel suddenly burst forth with blinding light, resonating with the profound sounds of the great Tao. To the astonished gazes of countless beings below, a name materialized in the species realm segment, radiating a brilliance akin to the sun. Beginning from the lowest rank, it ascended with fierce momentum, as if unstoppable. Ultimately, this name ousted the illustrious descendants of the celestial kings, standing proudly at the pinnacle, claiming the topmost position. Wong Hong. Chapter 32. Tremors. Everyone was taken aback when a being named Wong Hong suddenly emerged atop the stone tablet, decisively suppressing all other entities within the realm of the Tao species, claiming the foremost position as if he were a magnificent sun ascending the sky, radiating brilliance and splendor. This was utterly astonishing, for those ranked at the forefront were all descendants of celestial kings, possessing the most formidable bloodlines in existence, having been born atop peaks unimaginable to others, who could only gaze in awe at their heights. These beings had long delved into the depths of the Tao of species, each step taken with impeccable precision, their powers terrifyingly immense. To surpass them within the same realm was akin to scaling the heavens. Yet now, a transcendent being had burst forth, trampling all in his path. Observers noted that Wong Hong's ascent over the leading entities of the Tao of species was executed with remarkable decisiveness, devoid of hesitation, indicating that his strength far surpassed theirs. Otherwise, such ease would have been unattainable. In our realm, there are numerous powerful clans bearing the surname Wong, but only one Wong family stands tall at the pinnacle. That celestial king of the Wong lineage, wielding the sword art of the primordial spirit, is unfathomably powerful, ranking among the upper echelons of our realm's greatest existences. This celestial king has a direct descendant, named Wong Hong. Whispers circulated among the onlookers, swiftly deducing his connection to the royal lineage. After all, tales of grassroots resurgence are protracted, necessitating vast amounts of time to close the gap of inherent disparities, unlike the instantaneous rise witnessed here. This young man must undoubtedly be the progeny of the celestial king. 10 years prior, an awe-inspiring phenomenon manifested in the skies above the territory belonging to the Wong family, unsettling the very fabric of heaven and earth, leading to the realization that it was the celestial king's offspring that precipitated such celestial signs. It is noteworthy that among the many celestial kings in our realm, barring a few exceptionally gifted races, the majority of human celestial kings bear children before attaining the status of king. In contrast, the Wong family celestial king fathered a child at the zenith of his power, fully passing down the strength of his bloodline to the next generation. This event had indeed caused a stir throughout the ancient realm, prompting many to journey to the Wong family with congratulatory gifts, including beings of true celestial caliber and even celestial kings who graced the occasion with teachings, bestowing blessings upon the family for their good fortune. I had the privilege of being present, listening to the celestial king's discourse, and subsequently breaking through a bottleneck that had stymied my progress for a millennium. Reflecting upon it now elicits a sense of nostalgia. It was undoubtedly a grand feast of the Tao, providing countless cultivators with an opportunity for breakthroughs. A middle-aged man remarked, standing at the pinnacle of the Tao of supremacy, his inner seed having burgeoned into a towering tree, his body in harmony with the Tao, capable of unleashing tremendous power with mere gestures. Yet, he understood that his level of mastery paled in comparison to that of a celestial king's offspring. In merely a few thousand years, the gap could be bridged, while his own ascent from the Tao of species to supremacy had consumed a staggering 100 millennia. This was considered swift among all supreme cultivators. Should one possess the bloodline of a celestial king, achieving supremacy could take as little as a few thousand years, or several tens of thousands at most. Conversely, those without any lineage would find this time frame significantly extended. Naturally, this is also related to the Tao seeds. The stronger the Tao seed one integrates, the greater their combat power and the swifter their ascension. For a being like Wong Hong, being the offspring of a celestial king and achieving supremacy is an inevitability. Barring the arduous task of surpassing the taboo of attaining supremacy within 500 years, nothing could impede his progress. And even ascending to true celestial status would be a trivial matter. After all, he has inherited the resplendent and potent bloodline of the celestial king, which guarantees at least the status of a quasi-celestial king. However, Advancing further to achieve the myth of dual celestial kings is not so easily attainable, as the myriad traces of his father's Tao reside within him. On the path leading to celestial kingship, he may glide effortlessly, as if aided by divine forces. But at the threshold of celestial kingship, these traces become formidable obstacles. Moreover, the reliance developed from traversing the path with the aid of these Tao traces complicates matters, making it increasingly difficult for the celestial king's offspring to break free from this constraint. When the time comes to strive for celestial kingship, he may find himself powerless, stagnating in place. This is why no celestial king family has ever produced a father-son duo. Even among the so-called favored clan of the heavenly domain, the Jinwu clan, their celestial kings are separated by many generations, lacking a direct father-son relationship. Thus, many sighed, lamenting the emergence of yet another future quasi-celestial king. However, a select few believed Wong Hong to be different. His formidable display within the Tao of species suggested that if he could maintain this momentum, he might indeed realize the potential for dual celestial kings. Should that come to pass, the Wong family would undoubtedly ascend to the zenith of power in the ancient realm, unrivaled by any, as beings gathered at the foot of the stone tablet engaged in fervent discussions, relaying this news back to their respective factions. Far away in the Wong family estate, the chaos celestial vine, Wong Hong, and Wang Mian observed the unfolding scene upon the stone tablet. The celestial vine chuckled softly, as the progression of events unfolded precisely as it had anticipated. Wang Heng's overwhelming dominance over his contemporaries in the Tao of species rendered him unparalleled. Wang Mian, witnessing this spectacle, could hardly contain his joy, which was evident upon his countenance. As Wang Heng's protector, he had participated in the journey of Wang Heng's Tao of species. Undoubtedly a significant achievement in the eyes of the celestial king. Wong Hong, however, remained indifferent to such emotions, aware that the current brilliance of the Wong family was akin to the waning glow of a setting sun, merely the last rays of twilight. A tempest was on the horizon. His renown within the ancient realm was not necessarily a blessing. Yet, this was beyond Wang Heng's control. All he could do was accept the inevitability and prepare for the impending storm. If such a confrontation were unavoidable, then he would not flinch, vowing to battle his way to celestial kingship. Achieving the pinnacle of the Tao of species is merely the level you are destined to reach. Do not allow this ephemeral title to inflate your ego, he mused. Remember, there are always greater beings beyond, and outside the ancient realm lies the profoundly rooted celestial domain, as well as foreign territories that have dominated for eons. They are your true targets, the myriad heavens. The celestial vine issued a warning, fearing that Wang Heng's youth and inexperience might lead to arrogance. Wang Hong solemnly nodded, indicating his understanding. Very well, go forth and embrace the trials of the outside world, continuously honing and accumulating your strength. Thus, the day of your success shall inevitably arrive. In the future, should you encounter any doubts or challenges on your path of cultivation, do not hesitate to return here. While I may not be a celestial king, I am among the foremost in realms beneath that stature, possessing some minor divine abilities that may assist you in unraveling your queries. The celestial vine spoke with a gentle tone, viewing Wong Hong as its own descendant. Chapter 33. Gifts and Invitations. Wong Hong expressed his heartfelt gratitude. This celestial vine had bestowed upon him immense support, not only in the foundational decade past, but also in the current blessings and fortuitous opportunities. The former had fortified his profound foundation, while the latter would shield him as he advanced. It had even secured for him a wellspring of celestial essence, an extraordinarily rare treasure, the likes of which could scarcely be found throughout the primordial ancient realm, numbering no more than a handful. Each drop encapsulated the essence of the celestial Tao, holding immeasurable value for cultivators. The celestial vine waved its tendrils, signaling Wong Hong that such gratitude was unnecessary. After bidding farewell, Wang Mian guided Wong Hong out of the abode of the chaos celestial vine. The celestial vine regards you like a cherished elder treating a beloved descendant, which is truly enviable. Apart from the celestial king, it is undoubtedly the most trustworthy presence for you, Wang Mian remarked wistfully. It willingly endured lightning retribution, sacrificing its essence, to secure for Wong Hong a century of celestial fortune, and then forcefully obtained a wellspring of celestial essence. With such an elder by your side, Wang Heng's path ahead is bound to be unimpeded. These acts of kindness have been etched in Wang Heng's heart, and he hopes for an opportunity to repay the esteemed Xianting in the future. Wong Hong earnestly expressed his sentiments. Subsequently, they returned to Wang Heng's secluded retreat, and as soon as they arrived, several brilliant flames materialized, having lingered here for quite some time. Wang Mian extended his hand, beckoning the flames to disperse, and in an instant, the aura of the celestial path enveloped them. The first flame revealed the presence of Xuanyang, the quasi-immortal king they had previously visited. renowned as the foremost warrior under the Wong family celestial throne, possessing tremendous strength and a prestigious reputation both within and beyond the ancient realm. Sparks flew as a formidable figure emerged, bowing respectfully to Wong Hong. Xu Yang congratulated the young master on his successful cultivation of the path, and especially gathered some divine fruits, hoping they would aid the young master's future endeavors. Additionally, he presented a piece of 7-colored celestial gold and a piece of azure sky stone. As he spoke, radiant orbs of light flew forth, settling before Wong Hong, arrayed in a dazzling display of colors, exuding a rich vitality and the essence of the great Tao. Observing this, Wong Hong graciously accepted the luminous orbs. The divine fruits, gifted by the quasi-immortal King Xuanyang, were distinctly different from the fruits he had consumed during his retreat. Their brilliance and energy were significantly more potent, indicating their extraordinary nature and value. Among them, one fruit emanated a starkly contrasting aura filled with the essence of death. The burning divine fruit, the heavenly soul fruit, the soul-attracting lotus, and the yellow spring fruit. Wang Mian enumerated the names of these divine fruits, all of which were invaluable treasures that greatly benefited the soul, deserving of the title of rarest gems. Coupled with the extraordinary celestial materials, Xuanyang's gifts were nothing short of lavish, exceeding even Wang Mian's expectations. At the very least, such treasures were beyond Wang Mian's means, only attainable by a powerful quasi-immortal king with substantial resources. Next, the flames gradually revealed gifts sent by true immortals of the Wong family, including offerings from collateral branches. While these gifts were not to be underestimated, they paled in comparison to those presented by Xuanyang. Moreover, the gifts from this lineage were notably targeted, all relating to the physical body, though it remained unclear whether this was intentional or coincidental. Wong Hong, maintaining a stoic expression, accepted all the offerings and stored them within his spatial artifact. This ancient ring, worn on the ring finger of his left hand, was said to be a war trophy acquired by his father, the Celestial King, during battles across the realms. Originating from a quasi-immortal level void beast, crafted from the bones of such an ancient creature, the ring possessed an expansive storage space capable of holding an abundance of items. Beside him, Wang Mian swallowed hard, marveling inwardly at the privileges of being the son of a Celestial King. It was no wonder he received such lavish gifts upon embarking on the path of cultivation. This was merely the goodwill of true immortals within the Wong family. With Wang Heng's name reaching the pinnacle of the ancient steel's cultivation realm, it was bound to stir a tempest within the ancient realm, drawing forth treasures from various factions in a grand convergence. One could only imagine the richness of the gifts that would arrive at that time. Although Wong Hong did not display outward excitement, his heart was already aflame with joy. A storm was about to engulf the Wong family, and the more he accumulated beforehand, the better prepared he would be. It is essential to note that any single item within the gifts was considered a treasure in the perfect world, requiring immense effort and hardship for Stone how to obtain. Yet now, he was receiving such rewards effortlessly, a disparity that evoked deep reflection. After collecting all the treasures, Wong Hong resolved to retreat for further cultivation immediately, before the tempest stirred by his ascension to the pinnacle of the steel arrived. He wished to solidify his path and the gains he had acquired. The most formidable beings in the rankings had all begun their journeys through the vast ocean of the great Tao from a young age, possessing profound insights into the laws of heaven and earth, unlike Wong Hong, who had only recently arrived in this world. Even with his extraordinary comprehension and fortune, he could not rival the years or even decades of immersion that others had experienced. Thus, Wong Hong sought to push beyond his current limits and continue his self-improvement. Wang Mian wholeheartedly supported Wang Heng's intentions, admiring his steadfast resolve. A 10-year-old youth achieving such extraordinary accomplishments and receiving so many priceless treasures while remaining undisturbed by fame or shame was indeed remarkable. Had it been Wang Mian, he would have likely already floated to the heavens in elation. Please continue your cultivation, young master. Should anything arise in the outside world, I shall send you a message, Wang Mian assured. Wong Hong nodded slightly in acknowledgement. I appreciate your assistance, senior. With that, he strode purposefully toward his retreat. Passing through the dim and eerie passage, he arrived at his private chamber. Upon entering, Wong Hong immediately noticed a change on the stone table. The once empty fruit platter now held several radiant red divine fruits, their vibrant color and alluring fragrance quite enticing. Approaching the table, he casually picked up one and placed it in his mouth, savoring the exquisite flavor and aroma of the divine fruit while closing his eyes in contemplation. During his previous visit, Wang Mian had likely noticed the empty platter and arranged for it to be replenished. It seems my guess about the source of the divine fruits was correct. Wong Hong mused. As his true immortal guardian, Wang Mian must possess the means to access his private chamber, though he rarely employed it, only doing so when necessary. After consuming several fruits, although their effects on his primordial spirit were minimal, they served well to quench his thirst. having indulged in the divine fruits and replenished his hydration. Wong Hong stretched his limbs and settled onto the Kunma mat, commencing a profound session of enlightenment and cultivation. He immersed himself in the myriad ancient characters, grasping their mysteries and transformations, and with the aid of the supreme soul seed, he connected with the heavens, comprehending the great Tao. This was the advantage of merging with the perfect ancient seeds. It brought him closer to the path, allowing his cultivation pace to far exceed that of others. Eventually, Wong Hong relied on the supreme soul seed to practice a portion of the peaceful chaos technique, continuously refining his primordial spirit. Time slipped away, and suddenly, a fiery light fluttered outside the stone door, accompanied by Wang Mian's voice calling for Wong Hong within the chamber. He abruptly opened his eyes, activating the stone door to permit the fiery light's entrance. Young master, a few days ago, a message arrived from the outside world, announcing an upcoming gathering of prodigies. You are invited to attend the banquet, which will not only feature prodigies, but also true immortals and celestial kings. If all goes as planned, the celestial king will deliver a discourse, Wang Mian informed. Chapter 34. The Purple Bamboo Forest of the Southern Sea. A celestial king delivering a discourse? Wong Hong in the chamber was momentarily taken aback. Since arriving in this world, the most powerful being he had encountered was the Wong family's ancestral spirit, the chaotic celestial vine. It was said to have once ascended to that supreme realm, but ultimately fell due to some unforeseen circumstance. Had the chaotic celestial vine exerted itself, it might have been able to contend with beings newly entering the realm of celestial kings for a brief period. Wong Hong had yet to lay eyes on a true celestial king. However, even without having witnessed one firsthand, he understood the tremendous power and terror of celestial king-level beings. In an ancient realm, within an era span, only one or two of the most extraordinary beings could attain the celestial king status, an endeavor of immense difficulty. Throughout the long eons, the number of celestial kings had accumulated through the celestial realms and the passage of time. Were one to count solely within a single realm, the numbers would be few. Reaching that domain would bestow immense divine abilities, allowing one to observe the river of time, witness the ebb and flow of clouds, and gaze down upon the cycles of great worlds and epochs, with one's primordial spirit beginning to possess the characteristics of immortality. Such an existence, in terms of the comprehension and mastery of the great path, is far beyond what beings below the rank of celestial kings can fathom. Each time a celestial king convenes to expound the teachings, it is a grand feast of breakthroughs, where countless cultivators receive blessings, achieving sudden enlightenment and shattering their bottlenecks. Such an opportunity is one that even a true immortal would covet, let alone a humble cultivator at the nascent stage of their path. Wong Hong scarcely hesitated and promptly responded, "Very well, I understand. When shall we depart?" Wang Mian, amidst the flames, was not taken aback, for the prospect of attending a celestial king's discourse represents an unimaginable fortune that none would wish to miss. Moreover, not all beings can partake. Those permitted to attend are invariably individuals of exceptional talent or those with formidable backgrounds. For others seeking entry, the path is fraught with difficulty. In a world governed by the principle of the survival of the fittest, the significance of identity and status is indisputable. Young master, it is in 7 days. At the purple bamboo forest of the South Sea, the secluded abode of the immortal flower Yun, Wang Mian replied. What? The purple bamboo forest of the South Sea? Wong Hong murmured, a hint of surprise evident in his voice. This was because in the perfect world, Sure Hao had once dreamt of returning to the ancient immortal era and encountered a gathering of prodigies at the very same location. What a coincidence. What is it, young master? Is there an issue with this place? Wang Mian, sensing the peculiarity in Wang Heng's tone, inquired hastily. Wong Hong waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. By the way, what is the background of this immortal flower Yun? To have a celestial king present at her gathering of prodigies is quite remarkable. Immortal flower Yun shares a deep friendship with several celestial kings of our realm. Her connections are profound, and her status is arguably higher than that of many quasi-celestial kings. Wang Mian elucidated. Ah, I see. Wang Hong nodded. If she has such close ties with the celestial kings, then it is not surprising at all. He believed that if immortal flower Yun were to encounter any difficulties, the celestial kings would undoubtedly lend their assistance. On the basis of this alone, her status eclipsed that of any quasi-celestial king. I shall remind you when the time comes, young master. Until then, you may devote yourself entirely to your cultivation. Wang Mian said respectfully. Wang Hong nodded. I appreciate your assistance, senior. There is no need for such formality, young master. This is Wang Mian's duty, he replied. And with that, the fiery transmission shattered into countless sparks, vanishing into the void. Wang Mian's figure disappeared along with it. In the secluded chamber, only Wong Hong remained, seated upon the kunma mat, his expression contemplative. The South Sea's purple bamboo forest, dreaming back to that era. Whom might I encounter that I know? Wong Hong mused. He speculated that, given the differing times, the gathering he was about to attend would not be the same as that which Shurhao had dreamt of returning to. Moreover, he would not meet the Phoenix Maiden, the young man bearing the celestial gold sword, or the maiden cradling the white Qilin. At this moment, it was the mid-epoch of the celestial ancient era, and the foreign realms had yet to launch a massive offensive. Even that initial probing assault had not yet commenced. It was still early days. The familiar faces he might see would likely be limited to a few true immortals and figures of celestial king caliber. Regardless, he looked forward to this gathering with great anticipation. Having reached the pinnacle of the Dao Seed realm upon the ancient steel, he would surely be the focal point of this grand assembly, the very center of the vortex. Wong Hong felt that the time had come to test whether he was indeed forged from true gold. With 7 days remaining until the gathering, he was determined not to squander a single moment, striving to grasp the Dao in every fleeting second, aiming to become even stronger before the spotlight fell upon him. Buzz! Wong Hong produced a luminous orb, a rare treasure bestowed upon him by the Chaos Immortal Vine, a source of celestial spring water that was nearly impossible to find even in the ancient realm. This item was not only rare, but also exceedingly delicate. Ordinary methods could not shift its position without risking severe damage to its vitality. The celestial spring water before him had been sealed and extracted by a great adept using ancient techniques, allowing it to be carried without harming the essence of the spring itself, albeit it was not quite at its peak potency. Such was the consequence of the Chaos Immortal Vine's grand endeavors, which had affected the foundation of this heavenly root. However, for Wong Hong, who was merely at the nascent stage of the Dao, even this diminished celestial spring was more than sufficient. He took a deep breath, inhaling the ethereal essence emanating from the spring, feeling a profound sense of comfort as his pores opened wide. He felt as if he were floating in a state akin to the primordial genesis of all things, just from a single breath, instilling in him the sensation of impending transformation. This celestial spring water is indeed extraordinary. No wonder there are only 7 or 8 such springs in the vast primal ancient realm. It is no surprise that the remnants of the immortals rely on these springs to prolong their lives throughout the chaotic epochs. Wong Hong gazed at the celestial spring, marveling at its wonders, filled with joy at having such a divine object by his side. What need had he to fear the path of the great Tao? He then placed the celestial spring in the chamber, allowing it to continuously exude celestial essence to aid his cultivation and comprehension of the Tao. Soon, the chamber was enveloped in swirling mists, resembling an otherworldly paradise. In this environment, Wong Heng's speed of cultivation accelerated. After all, within this ancient celestial system, the closer a cultivator is to the celestial path, the more efficient their training becomes. Of course, Wong Hong maintained control over his cultivation, ensuring that the supreme soul seed did not sprout roots, lest he inadvertently enter the rooting realm. His time in the Dao Seed realm had been too brief. He had yet to fully appreciate the vistas of this realm, and felt there was still much to comprehend and refine. It was best to postpone any further breakthroughs until after attending the Gathering of Prodigies. On one hand, he could engage and exchange ideas with peers at the event, while on the other, the Celestial King's teachings represented a rare opportunity for him to identify and rectify any deficiencies. Chapter 35 Mount. Time flowed swiftly, and 7 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. With the assistance of the Celestial Spring, Wong Heng's efficiency in comprehending the Tao had notably increased. After a period of diligent cultivation, his understanding of the tens of thousands of ancient characters within him had deepened significantly, allowing him to wield them with greater ease and precision, as if they were an extension of his own will. For an ordinary being at the nascent stage of the Tao, this would be an insurmountable endeavor. Yet for one of royal lineage, it was far from impossible. At this moment, Wong Hong was seated amidst a sea of celestial mist, surrounded by cascading rivers of stars, each ancient character shimmering with brilliance like celestial bodies aglow. The Kunlun mat beneath him continuously released a serene aura, permeating Wong Heng's body and nostrils, affecting his primordial spirit, bringing him tranquility and immersing him in a state of enlightenment. In his lower dantian, the supreme soul seed, now fused with his flesh, was also releasing unique principles of the Tao, harmonizing Wong Hong with the grand principles of heaven and earth. Within his mind, in the purple palace, Wong Heng's primordial spirit sat upright, eyes gently closed. Unlike the radiant and majestic demeanor typical of ordinary cultivators, his aura was shrouded in darkness and profundity, intermittently emanating waves of black light. This was the hue of the supreme soul seed, and it mirrored the color of the sword embryo that emerged from his primordial spirit during the manifestation of the Chaos Rebellion technique. Perhaps this represented the essence, the most primal form of the primordial spirit. The golden radiance was merely a facade, a shell. Suddenly, a flash of fire burst into the chamber. Sensing Wong Heng's current state, the flame hovered silently before him, making no sound. It was not until Wong Hong slowly opened his eyes that the voice of Wang Mian resonated from within the flames. Young master, the 7-day period has come to an end. We must attend the gathering. How time flies, Wong Hong remarked, feeling as though he had spent only a brief moment in contemplation. Yet in reality, 7 days had already elapsed. In the realm of cultivation, time is but a fleeting concept. The greater one's mastery of the Tao, the longer the periods of seclusion. For cultivators dwelling within the domain of true immortals, a single retreat may consume centuries, even millennia. As for the immortal kings, upon emerging from their seclusion, the world has often transformed beyond recognition. Within the necropolis adjacent to the ancient realms, there exists a unique class of beings known as the burial warriors, who cultivate their skills in the realm of dreams. With a single slumber spanning millions of autumns, and in some cases, an entire epoch, Wang Mian began to speak. Wong Hong was well aware of this, particularly regarding the lineage of the burial warriors who sleep in epochs. Please wait a moment, senior. I shall prepare myself shortly. The flickering flame swayed, and Wang Mian nodded, saying, there is no rush. Time is abundant. Take your time to prepare. On this journey to the South Sea's purple bamboo forest, you will likely be the center of everyone's attention. I hope you are mentally ready for this. I understand, Wong Hong replied. With that, Wang Mian took his leave, and the flames shattered into countless sparks before vanishing, leaving Wong Hong alone in the chamber. After a considerable time, the door of the chamber swung open, and Wong Hong stepped out, traversing the eerie passageway to the outside world, where Wang Mian had long awaited him. Master, as we embark to the South Sea's purple bamboo forest, we do so not only as individuals, but as representatives of the Wong family. Thus, the steeds we ride must embody the family's dignity and grandeur. Wong Hong nodded in agreement. Please follow me. The area where the Wong family raises its steeds lies this way. Wang Mian beckoned, leading the way while Wong Hong followed closely behind. Soon they arrived at a vibrant haven, where majestic mountains towered and pure, ethereal mist caressed the valleys. Spiritual springs cascaded down from great heights, and auspicious creatures flitted about, creating a scene of serene prosperity. Upon their arrival, Wong Hong was greeted by a resounding bird call that reverberated through the sky. He looked up to behold a resplendent azure divine bird adorned with a golden crown, its plumage of vivid blue and its elongated tail shimmering in a spectrum of colors, a sight to behold. This is a pure-blood Qingwan raised by our Wong family, nearing its ascension to immortality. It has mastered many of our family's supreme arts, and in the realm of the supreme, its abilities are nothing short of earth-shattering. It has even had the honor of serving as a mount for an immortal king. During that time, the immortal king traveled with 9 pure-blood Kingluans pulling the chariot, and wherever they went, all bowed in reverence. Wong Hong was taken aback. So, there are 8 more of such pure-blood Kingluans? Indeed, there are about a dozen of similar strength, Wang Mian casually replied. For an immortal family, such mounts are not extraordinary. However, ancient chariots drawn by 8 supreme-level creatures were typically reserved for immortal kings, representing a high standard of prestige. Once one breaks into the realm of true immortality, who would willingly serve as a mount? Senior, what type of ancient beast shall we choose as our mount this time? Wong Hong inquired. Wang Mian smiled, gesturing toward a magnificent mountain ahead. Behind that mountain lies our choice. While they may not possess the strength of the pure-blood Qingwan, their reputation is equally formidable, embodying both auspiciousness and majesty. Wong Hong gazed upon the towering mountain, feeling its immense grandeur, stretching endlessly into the sky. This area dedicated to the raising of steeds resembled a small world of its own, vast and boundless, teeming with countless ancient beasts. Only when members of the clan ventured out would these creatures be summoned. Otherwise, they roamed freely, foraging at will. Accompanying Wang Mian toward the mountain's rear, Wong Hong encountered an array of wondrous sights, his eyes darting about in marvel. He beheld a golden-winged rock soaring high above, its golden feathers radiating dazzling light, appearing like a moving sun suspended in the sky, casting vast shadows below. He also spotted colossal fish gliding through the waters, adorned with dragon whiskers, horns, and scales, their bellies sprouting claws, clearly connected to true dragons. Furthermore, there were sacred spirit deer, their antlers emanating a gentle glow. Merely approaching them brought forth a refreshing aura that calmed the restless mind, creating a state ideal for enlightenment. Wong Hong was astonished. Are there truly such miraculous creatures that can aid in understanding the Tao? As they continued, he found himself in awe of the formidable power of the immortal family. Every ancient beast nurtured here was extraordinary. At last, they reached the mountain's rear. Just as Wong Hong was about to inquire further, Wang Mian extended his hand, pointing in a specific direction. Following his gesture, Wong Hong glimpsed a group of towering beings meandering gracefully among the clouds of the rear mountain. Chapter 36, The Celestial Steed. Wong Hong focused intently, discerning the forms and appearances of these beings. To put it simply, they resembled a herd of horses with wings. Yet they were vastly larger than any equine he had previously encountered. Each was impressively robust and strikingly majestic, their hooves ablaze with terrifying flames, collapsing the void beneath them, inch by inch, disintegrating and shattering the air. The sight was truly terrifying, prompting Wong Hong to imagine the fate should one of those hooves land upon him. He would likely be reduced to ashes in an instant. In addition to their blazing hooves, the bodies of these magnificent beasts were extraordinarily unique, not only possessing immense strength, but also covered in a layer of dragon scales, imparting an air of invincibility. Moreover, the scales of different ancient beasts varied in form and hue. Some were azure, while others were blood red like a dragon, exuding an air of regal dominance akin to a true phoenix. Standing tall and imposing, they seemed to be colossal divine mountains amidst the clouds, radiating an intense sense of oppression. As for the realms these beings inhabited, Wong Hong could not fathom, perceiving them as profoundly deep and expansive as an ocean. Are these the celestial steeds? Wong Hong ventured to voice the words that had surfaced in his mind. To his surprise, Wang Mian nodded affirmatively. You are correct, young master. These ancient beasts are indeed celestial steeds, and they are remarkably rare purebreds. Even within the entire primordial ancient realm, purebred celestial steeds are scarce. This lineage is considered one of the finest among mount species. This time, we shall ride the celestial steeds to the South Sea gathering, Wang Mian declared with a smile. As he spoke, he called out, and the celestial steeds, leisurely strolling in the distant clouds, immediately lifted their heads, as if summoned by an unseen force, their gazes sharpening with focus. Then, with a resounding neigh that shattered the clouds, the colossal hooves of the steeds ignited flames as they soared through the air toward Wang Mian and Wong Hong, moving with such swiftness that it felt as if a bolt of thunder had streaked across the sky. In the blink of an eye, 9 celestial steeds thundered into view, aligning in a single file before Wong Hong and Wang Mian. Their powerful necks, intricately scaled bodies, and robust limbs exuded an overwhelming pressure, akin to mountains standing resolutely. Their eyes, as large as saucers, blinked and rolled, observing the beings before them. While Wang Mian was familiar with them, it was a first encounter for Wong Hong, who sensed their curiosity and reverence towards him, given his noble lineage. Each of the celestial steeds here possesses supreme cultivation. Although their realms are not as formidable as the soon-to-be immortal Qingwan, they are nonetheless a rarity within the domain of supremacy. Wang Mian surveyed the surroundings and remarked thus. Upon hearing this, Wong Hong felt a slight tremor in his heart. Is this the grandeur of the celestial king's lineage? 9 supreme-grade celestial steeds, pulling the ancient chariot, are undoubtedly unparalleled, an unstoppable force. It is important to note that during the chaotic epochs of the future, those of supreme rank were the pinnacle experts within a realm. Yet in the present mid-epoch of the celestial ancient era, they have been relegated to mere chariot-pulling beasts. Such a vast disparity is almost unfathomable. This is the progeny of the celestial king. You should have heard of him long ago. The young master is about to journey to the South Sea for a gathering, and it is your honor to pull the ancient chariot. Wang Mian addressed the 9 celestial steeds. They possess the wisdom and cultivation of the supreme realm. If they so wished, they could easily transform into human form. At this moment, upon hearing Wang Mian's words, the 9 celestial steeds nodded in unison, their gazes towards Wong Hong growing ever softer. Soon, they followed Wang Mian and Wong Hong to the place where the ancient chariot was stationed. Wong Hong took the lead in choosing, and shortly thereafter, he selected a bronze ancient war chariot, riddled with arrow holes and axe marks. He chose this one because Wang Mian had regaled him with tales of its glorious past, having once surged through enemy formations, invincible under the guidance of the Wong family's celestial king, crushing foes from all directions. This ancient war chariot could be likened to a tome chronicling the vicissitudes of time, etched with the exploits of an invincible celestial king, bearing witness to his grand triumphs and flourishing conquests. The ancient chariot still bore layers of celestial arrays, each exhibiting varying degrees of damage, condensed into intricate and profound ancient characters, engraved upon its walls, emanating a rare and formidable killing intent. Upon taking a seat in this chariot, one could distinctly hear the resounding echoes of battles long past, a deafening roar reverberating through the ages, profoundly stirring the soul. Choosing this bronze ancient war chariot represented Wong Hong's attitude, sharp and radiant, his battle spirits soaring high. Subsequently, he and Wang Mian ascended the ancient chariot, igniting a succession of celestial symbols that unleashed an imposing aura. Every arrow hole and axe mark glimmered with light. These marks were remnants of formidable foes that had once left their traces upon it, and even now, they had not faded. They were imbued with the chariot's momentum, igniting a fierce battle intent within their hearts, yearning to immediately commandeer the ancient chariot and charge recklessly at their enemies. With a resounding roar, the celestial steeds transformed into streaks of radiant light and entered the celestial formation, taking their respective positions. In an ethereal manner, the reins wrapped around their bodies. In the next moment, the 9 celestial steeds raised their forelegs high, their blood awakening and boiling within, as they had pulled for the powerful across generations. This instinct surged forth, resonating with the celestial arrays upon the bronze ancient chariot. Boom! The void trembled, producing explosive sounds as the celestial steeds pulled the chariot, tearing through space at breakneck speed towards their destination. Within the Wong family South Celestial Estate, many powerful beings sensed the commotion and turned their gazes in one direction. The 9 supreme celestial steeds embarking on their journey was a sight so grand that, apart from the celestial king, only a celestial prince could command such an entourage. Some discerned the implications and couldn't help but marvel at the strength of the celestial king's lineage. In a residence of the collateral branch, a remarkably ambitious youth gazed upon this scene, his eyes flickering, his expression inscrutable, harboring profound schemes. He was Wong Yu, who sought to seize the upper hand and claim the unrivaled soul seed belonging to Wong Hong. Unfortunately, the disparity in their identities thwarted his ambitions. After waiting in vain for half a year, he was compelled to settle for the seed of the ancient universe's embryonic form. Now he had perfected his cultivation, merging the embryonic seed into his flesh, achieving a fundamental evolution and leap on the level of life itself. Though this bolstered Wong Yu's confidence, he still felt uncertain in the face of Wong Hong, who had forcefully ascended the ancient steel. He was acutely aware of the terrifying nature of the unrivaled soul seed, compounded by Wong Hong's mastery of the transcendent spirit sword technique, leaving him with little assurance of victory. Chapter 37, The Purple Mansion. The two were the same clan and ought to have advanced together, side by side. However, Wong Hong's sudden emergence had caught everyone off guard. The Wong family's celestial king, who had remained childless for several epochs, had unexpectedly sired a son a decade ago, stealing all of Wong Yu's brilliance. From that moment on, the family's resources began to tilt in favor of the former, and as their treatment diminished, the powerful from the collateral line, and Wong Yu himself naturally harbored no goodwill towards Wong Hong. Yet, with the celestial king present, the collateral branch dared not make any excessive moves. One day, I shall be the one to reach the summit, Wong Yu muttered to himself as he turned to leave. He was also among those invited to the upcoming journey to the South Sea, set to depart imminently. Although he wished to overshadow Wong Hong, such aspirations were unrealistic. Merely the presence of 9 supreme, celestial steeds pulling the chariot made him unworthy of riding. Furthermore, attempting to outshine Wong Hong could potentially incite internal discord, igniting trouble and inviting calamity. Boom! Following the supreme celestial steeds, another radiant streak of light traversed the heavens, hastening after them. The South Sea's purple bamboo forest is a celestial estate, nestled upon the vast expanse of the South Sea, a secluded sanctuary of female deity. Since ancient times, it has been a renowned scenic spot, frequently visited by true immortals and hosting gatherings of exceptional talents. Here, the boundless azure sea stretches infinitely, resembling a magnificent jade carving, translucent and lustrous, enveloped in swirling mists, with celestial energy rising and permeating the surface, creating a picturesque paradise. Within the depths of the mist, clusters of purple bamboo grow, their roots embedded in the azure sea, each stalk robust and flourishing, akin to towering mountains. Their roots anchored deep in the seabed, while the majority of the bamboo stalks rise above the surface, unwavering against the onslaught of raging winds and colossal waves. Gazing across the landscape, the purple bamboo sparkles as if forged from purple gold, each segment radiating brilliance, with dense leaves flowing with hazy purple mist, exuding ethereal energy, creating a scene of breathtaking splendor. In days gone by, the South Sea's purple bamboo forest was tranquil and serene, almost devoid of human presence, as it served as a retreat for true immortals, demanding reverence from the beings of this realm. However, now it was bustling with activity. The heavens above were no longer a clear blue, as streaks of light sliced through the sky like shooting stars. These were the fleeing lights of cultivators, varying in colors and aura, yet united in their purpose, to attend the gathering of exceptional talents. The beings already present had divided into several areas according to their realms, raising their cups in toasts and exchanging greetings, their spirits evidently high, all smiles and lively chatter. The beings here were all extraordinary, each exuding an ethereal aura, embodying the essence of celestial beings, their every word and action imbued with profound truths of the universe. Even in a gathering of youth, the sights were divine and harmonious. Not only were the beings present engaging in conversation and discourse, but they were also keenly observing the continuous influx of cultivators arriving. Suddenly, the distant azure sky underwent a dramatic change, as if purple energy surged forth from a far-off land, rapidly enveloping the area, obscuring the sun and spreading across hundreds of thousands of miles. This was the arrival of the Purple Mansion. A middle-aged figure resembling a Taoist spoke, his eyes filled with reverence. The Purple Mansion, though currently devoid of any beings at the level of a celestial king, has historically been home to such exalted entities, thus embodying a profound legacy. Presently, it is under the vigilant guardianship of a quasi-celestial king, whose formidable prowess is widely recognized throughout the ancient realm, rendering it an influential power that cannot be overlooked by any faction. The manifestation of their arrival is marked by a distinct phenomenon, the emergence of ethereal purple mist from the east. Such an occurrence signifies the arrival of a cultivator from the Purple Mansion, with the intensity of the purple aura expanding in accordance with the strength of the visitor. At this moment, a dense wave of purple energy envelopes the heavens, shrouding hundreds of thousands of miles, indicating that the beings arriving are undoubtedly among the most powerful from the Purple Mansion. Before long, the inhabitants of the Purple Mansion made their entrance aboard a majestic purple celestial vessel, traversing the towering purple bamboo groves as they journeyed deeper into the mansion. As onlookers gazed upwards, astonishment flickered in their eyes upon recognizing the figure standing at the helm of the vessel, a venerable elder with hair as white as snow. The most formidable being of the Purple Mansion, a quasi-celestial king who, while rarely engaging in combat, has long since left an indelible mark across the ancient realm through countless legends. No one anticipated that this ultimate authority of the Purple Mansion would personally attend this grand assembly, with a quasi-celestial king in attendance. The speculation regarding the presence of a celestial king seems far from unfounded. Perhaps this occasion heralds a remarkable opportunity for breakthroughs. Who is that? A voice emerged from the crowd, noting a remarkably poised youth standing behind the quasi-celestial king, whose aura was enigmatic and profound, prompting inquiries as to why such a figure had not been recorded on the stone tablet. It is not uncommon. The rankings on the tablet do not encapsulate the entirety of one's potential, as many prominent figures opt not to place their offspring upon it prematurely, fearing it may dampen their confidence. Generally, they remain concealed for a period, awaiting the opportune moment to enter the world. It is reasonable to deduce that the Purple Mansion is of this ilk, that youth is likely a hidden prodigy, whose name has yet to grace the stone tablet, and this assembly may very well serve as their initiation into the world. Perhaps we are fortunate enough to witness the emergence of an unparalleled genius. Rumors of the Purple Mansion's supreme ancient seed, the primordial purple chi, selecting a prodigy after many years have circulated, suggesting that this dormant invincible seed has finally found its perfect match. The resurgence of the primordial purple chi, a symbol of invincibility, is poised to once again reverberate throughout the ancient realm. What was once thought to be mere hearsay may indeed hold truth, as one esteemed individual expressed in astonishment. The primordial purple chi seed has stirred tumultuous waves throughout the vast annals of ancient history, with each manifestation heralding the rise of an invincible figure. Throughout this history, the Purple Mansion has maintained a low profile, subtly present alongside. Almost every time a transcendent individual who has merged with the primordial purple chi has unexpectedly passed, the Purple Mansion has managed to recover the lost, invincible ancient seed, awaiting the next chosen one. The means by which they precisely locate these lost seeds remains shrouded in mystery, rendering imitation impossible. Over time, the primordial purple chi seed has come to be regarded as the seed of the Purple Mansion. However, the criteria and standards for selection are exceptionally stringent, often resulting in long intervals between selections. This era has witnessed a significant passage of time since the last emergence of the primordial purple chi seed, and it is high time for its return to the mortal realm. Chapter 38. The ancient monk. The velocity of the purple celestial vessel was remarkable, akin to a shooting star plunging into the depths of the southern sea's purple bamboo forest, vanishing within the ethereal mist. Below, a multitude of beings engaged in fervent discussions regarding the Purple Mansion and the primordial purple chi seed. The arrival of a quasi-celestial king undoubtedly elevated the assembly to a new pinnacle of excitement. The reason is simple. The final stages of such assemblies typically feature a supreme being delivering profound teachings as a conclusion. Although there have been whispers of celestial king's presence at this event, the reality remains uncertain. While assemblies of prodigies are common, celestial kings seldom grace them. Suddenly, an awe-inspiring phenomenon emerged from another direction in the heavens. A sacred radiance cascaded down, illuminating the clouds and the earth, accompanied by the melodious sound of bells resonating from afar. In the distance, the crowd seemed to glimpse a majestic peak soaring into the void, surrounded by the sun, moon, and stars impossibly grand, with a great sun suspended above, intermittently echoing the resounding chants of scripture. That peak is Shumi Mountain, the fourth highest in the world. The origin of the ancient monk lineage. Recognizing its significance, some in the crowd expressed their astonishment. This lineage has always been shrouded in mystery, conducting their affairs discreetly, often traversing the world in silence, while cherishing the tranquility of time's passage. Occasionally, a seemingly ordinary temple in a common field may harbor an immortal monk, whose stillness belies the magnitude of their actions. Thus, none dare underestimate the ancient monk lineage. Even a tattered, impoverished monk commands reverence. As the phenomenon of Shumi Mountain manifested, the sound of tides reverberated across the heavens and the earth, revealing an expansive ocean that had seemingly appeared out of nowhere. Several monks navigated a humble boat across the waters, seemingly ferrying those destined to cross over, seeking to liberate all sentient beings. The ancient monk lineage holds the belief that this world is a boundless sea of suffering, and their doctrine revolves around guiding souls through this endless torment. Hence their arrival by boat. At the helm stands a renowned enlightened monk, with whom I once shared a fleeting encounter atop Shumi Mountain. He has long since entered the realm of immortal monks, possessing profound Buddhist teachings and having guided many formidable demons and monsters. His standing within the ancient monk lineage is significant. It is said he can converse directly with the legendary invincible monk king. I never expected such a powerful figure would attend the grand assembly at the Southern Sea's purple bamboo forest. Are you unaware? The immortal flower Yun shares a profound bond with the ancient monk lineage. In her youth, she cultivated on Shumi Mountain and achieved extraordinary accomplishments in the path of Buddhism. She even received guidance from the esteemed monk king. Had her aspirations not diverged, she might have become part of the ancient monk lineage herself. This assembly is particularly noteworthy, as many influential figures have gathered, their convergence seemingly bearing ulterior motives, perhaps related to the recent disturbances along the borders. The beings from foreign realms are known for their martial tendencies, having annihilated numerous ancient realms in recent epochs, leaving destruction in their wake. Recently, they have shown signs of agitation near our borders, prompting many esteemed individuals to venture forth to instill fear. I have a premonition that the upcoming developments will be significant, potentially leading to an all-out war. A spirited young man spoke, clad in celestial attire, hailing from a true immortal family, exuding an extraordinary presence and eloquence, drawing a considerable assembly of young elites around him. His assertions carried a weight of truth, prompting many to ponder deeply, brows furrowed in contemplation. The prospect of a full-scale conflict with foreign realms is far from favorable, as it pertains to the fate of all sentient beings. A comprehensive war is improbable. With our realm's esteemed individuals present, the foreign entities would not dare to invade. Regardless of their numbers, they would be utterly vanquished, countered a voice within the crowd. A descendant of a true immortal family. This remark incited a ripple of agreement among those nearby, including the young man from the true immortal family. They hold the utmost reverence for the most powerful beings of the primordial ancient realm, believing that as long as those illustrious names continue to shine in this world, the foreign realms shall not dare to encroach upon it. However, there exists a faction of individuals who harbor a rather pessimistic outlook, for their illustrious backgrounds afford them access to numerous clandestine revelations. At this juncture, the ancient realm can be deemed exceedingly frail. The legendary figures spoken of by the masses have either ventured to other realms, vanished without a trace, or become enmeshed in esoteric pursuits that render them immobile, bound by their own convoluted paths, thus making their escape from confinement a prolonged endeavor. It is undoubtedly after discerning such intelligence that the foreign domains have begun to contemplate their ambitions toward the ancient realm. Naturally, they have refrained from brazenly proclaiming their designs, as such actions would only exacerbate the prevailing chaos and incite trepidation among the denizens of the ancient realm. Amidst the fervent discussions of the crowd, a magnificent galaxy suddenly descended from the distant horizon, heralded by the approach of 9 robust celestial steeds, drawing an ancient bronze war chariot that bore the scars of time. Long before their arrival, the ominous aura they exuded had already permeated the atmosphere, causing the purple bamboo leaves to rustle and the turbulent waters of the South Sea to surge violently, crashing relentlessly against the roots of the bamboo. Heavens! Whose chariot is this? Drawn by 9 purebred, celestial steeds of the harmonious path. It is likely that even true immortals might not possess the privilege to ride such conveyance. Could it be that a celestial king has graced us with their presence? The crowd gasped in astonishment, speculating that the chariot was indeed bearing a celestial king. Yet, soon after, the truth was articulated by a voice amidst the throng. This was the ancient war chariot of the Wong family, a relic once wielded by their celestial king, who had traversed the realms, conquering all in their path and vanquishing rival celestial kings. Observe the myriad arrow holes and axe marks adorning the chariot, each a testament to the glorious legacies of celestial beings past. If that is the case, does it imply that the Wong family's celestial king is present? Yet, this unparalleled figure had been dispatched to the borders to intimidate the foreign marauders, and thus could not possibly be in attendance. I conjecture that the occupant of this chariot is most likely the son of the Celestial King, who recently ascended to prominence within the ancient realm. And among the remaining powers of the Wong family, none are deemed worthy to command such an esteemed vehicle. Upon hearing that the visitor might be the son of the Wong family's Celestial King, the young prodigies in the vicinity erupted in excitement, all eager to behold this extraordinary talent, who had, upon his emergence, already eclipsed his peers within the ancient realm. A few formidable young beings subtly shifted their gazes toward the bronze war chariot, their expressions revealing their unique status, which surpassed even that of true celestial heirs. They formed a small enclave, having previously engaged in quiet discourse, exchanging laughter and camaraderie. Chapter 39. The Outworldly Presence. It was only with the arrival of the Wong family's Celestial King's son that their attention was captured. It seems this gathering has not been in vain. First, there was the long-hidden harbinger of primordial purple chi from the Zifu, followed by the arrival of the ancient monk lineage from Shumi Mountain, and now, the Celestial King's son, whose overwhelming prowess had already surpassed us all upon his emergence, has also arrived, a truly exhilarating prospect. A young man clad in Taoist robes chuckled lightly. Indeed, this assembly boasts what can only be considered the most elite assembly of beings from the Tao realms within the ancient realm. Beside him, a being adorned in golden divine armor affirmed. Despite his youth, he already exuded an aura of invincibility, robust and commanding. The others, too, wore expressions of delight, their gazes relaxed and serene, devoid of conflict or discord, akin to true friends, each radiating an ethereal aura of celestial essence. As they spoke, the 9 celestial steeds, embodying the harmonious path, descended rapidly, shattering the tranquility of the gathering. All eyes turned heavenward, their faces suffused with reverence. This was all due to the unparalleled Wong family Celestial King, whose name resonated with might, instilling awe across the realms, renowned alongside other legendary figures of the ancient realm. Though he hailed from the celestial domain, upon achieving enlightenment, he chose to take root within the primordial ancient realm, becoming one of its guardians. With a thunderous arrival, the celestial steeds touched down, their fiery hooves igniting the ground. After a few powerful beats of their wings, they folded them away, as the time-worn war chariot settled onto the earth. In the gathering, a profound silence enveloped all beings, who gazed intently at the war chariot. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Before the occupants could disembark, the 9 celestial steeds displayed their might, raising their noble heads high, exhaling white celestial mist. Their voices resonating like thunder, reverberating through the void, their immense eyes scanning their surroundings with an air of haughtiness and disdain. This vicinity, designated for the gathering of young prodigies, held no formidable adversaries in their eyes, rendering them unimpressed. The young cultivators, met with disdainful gazes from the celestial steeds, remained unfazed. For these steeds were not only of the Celestial King's lineage, but possessed extraordinary prowess, deserving of respect. Naturally, some harbored dissatisfaction. Yet the disparity in status and strength stifled their grievances. Creak! The bronze war chariot glimmered, its doors, marked with deep axe scars, swung open, unleashing a blinding light. A shadow of the river of time emerged, and a colossal axe, forged from chaos itself, cleaved through the air, severing all in its path, aimed directly at the chariot, ultimately becoming wedged in the doorway, failing to penetrate it. In the next moment, a figure seated within the chariot made their move, their powers so overwhelming that the scene became a blur, amidst the ensuing distortion. The spectators glimpsed the final image of the colossal axe, its might capable of rending chaos and recreating the cosmos, shattered into countless fragments, scattering widely. This was a vision of the Wong family Celestial King subduing a great adversary in years gone by. The crowd was left astounded. Such an overwhelmingly powerful being was vanquished swiftly, their weapons splintered into numerous shards. Such a spectacle was indeed terrifying. As the vision crumbled into dust, a near-miraculous young man emerged first, radiating the aura of a true celestial, instantly captivating the attention of all present. Following him, Wong Hong descended from the ancient war chariot. His innate beauty, combined with an immensely potent celestial aura, rendered him akin to a youthful true immortal, mysterious and formidable. Many young prodigies revealed expressions of gravity, sensing a palpable danger emanating from Wong Hong, causing goosebumps to rise upon their skin. Wong Hong surveyed his surroundings, perceiving the harmonious atmosphere of this realm, which felt starkly incongruent with his own presence as he stepped forth from the bronze war chariot. The chariot had borne witness to countless battles, saturating it with an aura of lethality. Any being that rode within it would inevitably reflect that aggression, and Wong Hong was no exception. He had anticipated a fierce confrontation at this gathering, expecting tensions among the various factions to be taut, yet upon his arrival, he discovered the reality to be rather different. He swiftly tempered his lethal intent, embodying peace and tranquility, no longer radiating an overtly combative demeanor. The young beings at the banquet sensed this transformation within him, and the sense of estrangement dissipated significantly, prompting several to approach him for conversation. Wong Hong felt a sense of astonishment, as he detected no malice from the majority of these youths. Their spirits were remarkably tranquil. Surrounded by numerous prodigies, he was akin to a moon amidst a constellation. Ultimately taking a seat before a jade-stone chair. On the jade table lay rare fruits and exquisite wines, their faint fragrances wafting through the air, suffused with spiritual energy. Clearly not of mundane origin. Below, the white mist barely reached knee-height, with golden lotus flowers in full bloom, their roots and leaves shimmering with an extraordinary brilliance. As Wong Hong settled into his seat, a magnificent five-colored divine deer approached him gracefully, bearing a jade platter atop its antlers. Adorned with an array of exquisite fruits in vibrant hues, each one extraordinary and far from mundane. It lowered its head slightly in reverence, presenting the fruits to Wong Hong. Before he could respond, a white ape ambled forward, dutifully offering him fine wine. The entire scene unfolded with an effortless grace, far removed from the clamor of the worldly realm, exuding an ethereal beauty. Wong Hong, captivated by this ambience, smiled and nodded, plucking a fruit to savor before downing the contents of his cup in one swift motion. After the divine deer and the white ape retreated, swirling mists enveloped the area, and a pristine celestial crane descended, clutching several leaves in its beak, which it precisely dropped into Wong Hong's teacup. In that instant, a small purple cauldron leapt from the water's surface, radiating a dazzling violet light, while an ancient chaotic bell materialized, resonating with the profound aura of the Tao. The fragrance of tea instantly wafted through the air, elevating the young prodigies present to a transcendent state, as if they were on the brink of enlightenment. This ancient tea of enlightenment, bestowed by the immortal master Hua Yunjin of the purple bamboo forest, was a rare gift, with only a handful in this region deemed worthy of such an honor, signifying immense potential recognized by true immortals. Indeed, Wang Zu's arrival stirred the attention of the true immortal, garnering admiration from all. A youth from a true immortal family remarked, "Indeed, Wang Zu's prodigious talent is unparalleled. He shall undoubtedly emerge as a leader among our generation." Surrounding Wong Hong, the young beings eagerly echoed their praises, their words flowing like poetic verses. Wong Hong humbly replied, requesting that they refrain from addressing him as Wang Zu, and instead refer to him as Wang Xiong, yet none dared to comply. After all, he remained the son of the immortal king, and his lineage commanded respect. In the distance, Wang Mian observed Wong Hong seamlessly blending into the gathering of young elites, a smile gracing his lips as he gradually vanished into the depths of the celestial mist. He understood that on this stage of youthful brilliance, Wong Hong was destined to shine. At this moment, he intended to venture towards the area where true immortal practitioners congregated, as the situation at the borders had worsened. With war imminent between the foreign realms and the ancient world, attending the assembly of true immortals might yield valuable intelligence. At the jade-stone table, Wong Hong wore a smile as he engaged in natural conversation with the surrounding youths, their discussions spanning a wide array of topics, including cultivation challenges within the Tao realm, the state of the ancient world, and the principles of the great Tao. Fortunately, Wong Hong had adequately prepared in advance, keeping pace with his peers. Otherwise, he would have been a loss for words, an unworthy representative of the immortal king's lineage. Having met Wang Zu, the young prodigies encircling Wong Hong parted to create a path as a group of remarkable youths strolled toward him, their expressions serene and eyes gleaming with warmth. Bowing in greeting from distance, like the others present, they honored him with the deference reserved for elders. Wong Hong's gaze sparkled as he nodded in acknowledgement. He had long noticed this extraordinary group, each individual far surpassing the offspring of true immortal families surrounding him, possessing an immense depth of heritage, setting them apart from the rest. Without a doubt, these young beings hailed from forces far more formidable than even the true immortal families. The ancient immortal laws placed great emphasis on inheritance, and in the nascent realm of Tao cultivation, the advantages of beings with powerful backgrounds were insurmountable. Akin to a blazing sun in the sky, unstoppable. Even if there were exceptional talents among their peers, it would take time for them to catch up in later stages. Thus, the most formidable prodigies in the Tao realm were predominantly those of extraordinary lineage. I have encountered fellow Taoists. In truth, we are all contemporaries on the path of cultivation. As equals in the same realm, why should I be referred to as Wang Zu? He remarked with a gentle smile. You may call me Wang Daoist or Wang Xiong instead. He shook his head, amused, feeling somewhat out of place as a young man among his peers addressed as Zu. Such a title would be inappropriate. Wang Zu, as the esteemed child of the immortal king. How could we, your contemporaries, presume to compete for glory with the immortal king? The youth clad in Tao robes laughed heartily. exuding a unique charm that seemed to transcend the mundane. The golden-armored youth beside him chimed in, unwilling to change the form of address. Wong Hong, observing this, could only acquiesce. As these remarkable beings approached him, he promptly raised his teacup and stood to greet them. One by one, they introduced themselves. From the Qian Kuan sect, I am Li Daoj. It is an honor to meet Wang Zhu. From the Stone Clan, I am Shi Jin Tian. It is a pleasure to meet Wang Zhu. From the Zhenhuang Clan, I am Feng Qin. It is a privilege to meet Wang Zhu. From the Jiu Yuxiong Clan, I am Yu Qingzuan. It is an honor to meet Wang Zhu. 4 extraordinary beings, each with an impressive lineage, were either descendants of sects established by the immortal king or heirs of his family. Even Yu Qingzuan, whose ancestors had not reached the immortal king realm, could still wield the power of an immortal king through secret methods. Wong Hong greeted each of them warmly, engaging in genuine discourse regarding Tao, rather than mere superficial pleasantries. He had already sensed their sincere attitudes through the tremendous power of his divine consciousness. Despite their origins from powerful factions, they were neither arrogant nor condescending. Instead, they exhibited a commendable humility, a rare and commendable atmosphere. Among the latter 3, Wong Hong could deduce their identities based on the information he had gathered in the perfect world. Shi Jin Tian was likely a descendant of the Stone Clan among the 7 kings of the border. During the mid-ancient era, their immortal king had not yet fallen, and the clan was at its zenith. Thus, its descendants were privy to unparalleled resources and training. Feng Qin had made her lineage clear, hailing from the Zhenhuang clan, a descendant of the renowned Zhenhuang of the future, who ranked among the 10 fiends. Yu Qingzuan shared a similar fate. His ancestor, a Jiu Yuxiong who never ascended to the immortal king realm, yet still gained notoriety among the 10 fiends of the future. As for Li Daoj, he emerged from the Qian Kuan sect, a name Wong Hong had never encountered, leaving him puzzled for some time. After conversing, Wong Hong learned just how extraordinary and formidable the force behind Li Daoj was. The Qian Kuan sect was founded by an immortal king known as the Qian Kuan Immortal King, whose legendary artifact was the Qian Kuan bag, said to be capable of consuming the heavens and the earth, swallowing entire universes and ancient realms, a terrifying power indeed. Many formidable figures had emerged from this sect, making their mark in the primordial ancient world, such as the Great Red Sky Lord and the Pure Way Sky Lord, who were once dubbed the twin absolutes of Qian Kuan, illuminating the younger generation of the ancient world like the sun and moon, unmatched by any. Their unstoppable rise had caused the name of the Qian Kuan sect to resonate throughout the primordial ancient world, and even now, its renown persisted. Upon learning this, Wong Hong's expression grew solemn. The Great Red Sky Lord and the Pure Way Sky Lord were supreme figures in the ancient world, ranking among the foremost of the 33 lords of the primordial ancient realm, their strength formidable and their brotherhood unparalleled, further enhancing the prestige of the Qian Kuan sect. With Li Daoj hailing from such a sect, it was clear that its foundation and power were anything but ordinary. Wong Hong and the 4 prodigies took their seats, each holding cups of tea infused with the ancient tea of enlightenment, clinking them in a silent toast, while also acknowledging the true immortal offspring surrounding them, ensuring nobody felt overlooked. As the tea was consumed, a rich aura of enlightenment permeated the air, enveloping the young prodigies and lifting the atmosphere into the realm of the great Tao. As the guests exchanged cups and shared their insights and understanding of the Great Way, a lively atmosphere of camaraderie enveloped the gathering. They engaged in spirited discussions, not only humbly seeking guidance and unraveling mysteries, but also offering valuable advice and strategies to one another. Laughter and smiles adorned every face, creating an ambience of warmth and joy. However, Wong Hong, relying on his formidable spiritual strength, sensed a handful of beings harboring ulterior motives, akin to a few rotten apples spoiling the entire pot. Such occurrences were inevitable. Not every cultivator possessed the mindset befitting their path. This world, inherently one of survival of the fittest, had already cultivated a commendable atmosphere. The chaotic era depicted in the perfect world felt almost utopian in contrast to this setting. Many beings possessed celestial strength, but lacked the ethereal grace and tranquility that should accompany such power, instead exuding an aura of malevolence and indifference to the lives of others. In stark contrast, during the celestial ancient era, cultivators generally embodied the virtues expected of their kind, perhaps sensing that such an ethos might bolster the overall strength of the ancient realm. The celestial kings forged an ancient steel beside the world tree to rank the prodigies within their domain, aiming to foster internal competition. Yet, this endeavor could not alter the fundamental perceptions surrounding cultivation. At its core, cultivation is a pursuit of transcendence and eternal life. For the descendants of celestial kings and true immortals, the quest for longevity is scarcely a concern. They are unburdened by the limitations of lifespan. If one is to seek the way, companionship and fellow practitioners become essential, and regarding peers as rivals often leads to conflict. However, It is far more beneficial to transform enmity into friendship, cultivating allies on the path of cultivation. Moreover, the ancient celestial laws are directly rooted in the Great Way and necessitate a corresponding mindset. It is said that the principles of the Tao are inherent and natural. Thus, those who cultivate must pursue the Great Way with sincerity and authenticity. In essence, Wong Hong appreciated such an atmosphere. Fewer adversaries mean more allies, a net positive. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant. Compared to the battle-hardened realms beyond, the ancient domain's ethos seemed overly gentle. Sometimes, trouble finds you, even if you seek none. The soft-hearted nature of this primordial ancient realm would struggle against the fierce spirit of the external domains. Of course, the outcome of any conflict hinges on the strength of the higher echelons. Should they falter, the rest of the opposing forces would pose no threat, easily extinguished with a mere flick of a finger. Conversely, if the higher powers were to fall, no number of lesser beings could alter the inevitable collapse. Wong Hong sighed inwardly, acutely aware of the arduous path ahead. Ultimately, this peaceful ancient realm would inevitably be swept into a vortex of blood and fire. Just as Wong Hong pondered these thoughts, a voice broke through his reverie. Upon his arrival, Wang Zhu ascended the stele with remarkable prowess, swiftly surpassing all beings within the realm of cultivation, akin to the sun rising majestically in the sky. This, in part, attested to his strength. Shi Jintian, unassuming yet eager, expressed his desire to engage in a friendly contest with Wang Zhu, serving as a touchstone for the gathered Dao brothers. After Shi Jintian humbly spoke, he glanced at Li Dao Gu, Feng Qin, Yu Chengzun, and several other formidable true immortal offspring. Understanding his intent, everyone responded with smiles. The strength of Wong Hong was a query on the minds of all present. Witnessing an exceptionally talented young prodigy crushed effortlessly would evoke a blend of shock and curiosity. With Shi Jintian stepping forward as a challenger, the spectators eagerly anticipated the unfolding drama. Shi brother, your sincerity is commendable, Li Daogu remarked with a resigned shake of his head. Haha, Shi brother's spirit of contribution is an exemplar for our kind. Though I wonder if Wang Zhu would be inclined to offer us some guidance. Yu Chengzun added with a hearty laugh. Wong Hong responded with a smile, gently shaking his head. While engaging in a friendly spar is certainly agreeable, like all of you, I am merely a being of the realm of cultivation. Yet to grasp the essence of the Great Way, what wisdom can I impart? Wang Zhu speaks true. Let us focus solely on the contest. Shi Jintian nodded in agreement. Indeed, I was presumptuous, Yu Chengzun quickly acknowledged. Splendid. Wang Zhu and Shi brother will engage in a contest. We shall witness an enlightening spectacle. The true immortal offspring surrounding them beamed with anticipation. Being the foremost in the realm of cultivation is a title of immense merit, one that undoubtedly places him ahead of the four prominent prodigies present. The prospect of witnessing such an individual in action stirred excitement among the crowd. Under the watchful eyes of all, Wong Hong set aside his teacup, exchanged nods with Shi Jintian, and made his way toward the designated arena prepared by the host for the prodigies to spar, devoid of jade tables, wine goblets, or any such distractions. The space had been fortified by special energies, allowing the young prodigies to unleash their full potential. Upon reaching the contest arena, Wong Hong and Shi Jintian took their positions several paces apart before coming to a halt. Wang Zhu, please do not hold back, Shi Jintian respectfully urged. Clasping his fists, sensing the gravity of the moment, Wong Hong reciprocated the gesture, his demeanor growing serious. It was evident that Shi Jintian genuinely sought to understand the disparity in their strengths. Having shared a sincere rapport during their interactions, Wong Hong felt a sense of obligation to respect this friendship. Very well, Shi Dao friend, do be cautious, Wong Hong cautioned gently. Wang Zhu need not worry. After all, I am a descendant of a celestial king, Shi Jintian replied with a smile. As the words left his lips, a brilliant golden radiance emanated from him, his golden armor shimmering with divine patterns, reminiscent of a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. In that moment, a terrifying surge of vitality erupted, reverberating through the void. What a formidable essence! A spectator marveled. The Shi clan's celestial kings are renowned for their vitality. It is said they could engulf an entire realm with their essence. Shi brother truly embodies his lineage. With a flick of his glowing finger, Shi Jintian summoned a blood-red seed that soared into the void, taking root and sprouting with a potent and mysterious aura. It grew at an astonishing rate, voraciously absorbing the energy of the void, rapidly transforming into a tree that blossomed and bore fruit. Both the tree and its blossoms were stained crimson, and as the fruit split open, a massive blood-red hand burst forth, exuding an overwhelming force aimed directly at Wong Hong's arm. While Shi Dao friend has advised me not to hold back, it seems he has initiated the aggression himself, Wong Hong jested. In response, he too summoned a seed of the Tao, suffused with a gentle azure glow, which swiftly absorbed the void's energy. It took root and sprouted into a vine, producing blossoms in its wake. With a thunderous roar, a vast river surged forth from the flowers, expanding exponentially and unleashing a deafening cacophony as it collided with the blood-red hand. Initially, the blood-red hand cleaved through the river, pushing forward against the torrent. However, gradually, the principles imbued in the hand were eroded by the flowing waters, diminishing in strength until it ultimately crumbled into nothingness. Witnessing this, Shi Jintian was taken aback. It was crucial to note that the blood hand technique he had employed was a forbidden secret art inscribed within the bloodline of celestial kings, making it nearly invincible among peers once unleashed. However, Wong Hong, with an air of nonchalance, proceeded to engage, revealing the profound depth and might of his prowess. Wang Zhu indeed exhibited extraordinary qualities. Shi Jintian marveled, perceiving Wong Hong as unfathomable, for he had appeared utterly effortless in his actions. In truth, Shi Jintian had overestimated the situation. Wong Hong had not held back, employing a unique technique of the Wong family. Dispelling the opponent's blood hand was well within his expectations. Though he retained ample strength to continue the assault, he chose to let it dissipate on its own. Chapter 42. The Spirit Sword Technique. Since Shi Jintian's formidable blood hand had initially targeted Wong Hong's arm, any injury sustained would heal rapidly, leaving no lingering repercussions. In the spirit of reciprocity, Wong Hong also allowed the residual energies to disperse, treating the encounter as a stalemate. In reality, the contest had favored Wong Hong. Both individuals were key cultivators nurtured within their respective celestial royal families, enjoying similar privileges. Wong Hong typically quenched his thirst with divine fruits and underwent various elixirs for refinement, while Shi Jintian was equally privileged, benefiting from an array of premier cultivation resources. Yet, a conspicuous disparity existed in the concentration of their bloodline powers. Wong Hong, as the son of a celestial king, stood in stark contrast to Shi Jintian, who was distanced by many generations from the celestial king ancestor of his clan. Were it not for a bloodline resurgence, he could not have ascended to a leadership role among the Shi clan at the level of spiritual cultivation. It is crucial to note that the Shi clan was thriving, with the descendants of celestial kings having proliferated extensively, making it a formidable challenge to distinguish oneself among such a multitude. Unlike the Wong family, which had a singular lineage, possessing only one direct descendant. Moreover, the source of the celestial king's bloodline power, rooted in the strength of the celestial king himself, varied significantly, greatly influencing the combat abilities of future generations. Hence, Wong Hong surpassed his opponent by measure. Defeating Shi Jintian in an area where he was not particularly adept underscored the gap in their strengths. It is essential to recognize that Wong Hong's greatest prowess lay in the realm of the spirit, rather than in physical vitality or corporeal form. There is no need for further conflict. Wang Zhu's vitality and physicality surpass mine, Shi Jintian remarked with a smile, refraining from further engagement. Daoist Shi, you flatter me. We shall consider a tie. Wong Hong humbly replied, devoid of any arrogance. Truly, the first among the realm of spiritual cultivation lives up to its reputation. Yu Qingzuan exclaimed, expressing his admiration for Wong Hong's combat prowess. He had previously sparred with Shi Jintian and understood the formidable nature of the blood hand technique, a forbidden art of the Shi clan's celestial king, which, once unleashed, could rend the heavens and earth, rendering it nearly insurmountable. This exchange tested their vitality, and it was not likely to be Wang Zhu's strongest aspect. If Wang Zhu lacks the celestial king's innate talent in the realm of spirits, I simply cannot believe it, remarked Feng Qin, a member of the true Phoenix clan, adorned in resplendent garments, her voice melodious, akin to heavenly music. Indeed, we have yet to witness Wang Zhu at his peak, Li Daoj, the inheritor of the Qingquan sect, said, nodding and clasping his hands towards Wong Hong. His accomplishments in the realm of spirit were considerable, often relying on this path to vanquish foes. Naturally, upon encountering a master equally versed in this discipline, he was reluctant to miss the opportunity for a friendly exchange. Very well, Daoist Li, do exercise caution. Wong Hong nodded, taking a deep breath and preparing to invoke his nascent mastery of the disorderly technique. This opponent was formidable, hailing from the Qingquan sect, a powerful celestial royal entity, with each generation's inheritors achieving remarkable feats, such as the likes of Qingwei Tianzhu and Dachi Tianzhu, who stood at the pinnacle of the ancient realm. As the inheritor of the Qingquan sect in this era, Li Daoj was indeed no ordinary individual. Engaging with such a rival, Wong Hong dared not be complacent. He summoned the ancient black characters suspended within his purple mansion, allowing them to coalesce around his spirit. Ultimately, they transformed into a black seed, more specifically, a pitch-black sword embryo. Upon its emergence, it voraciously consumed Wong Hong's spiritual power, quickly exuding an imposing aura. However, it soon became more restrained, as the influx of spiritual energy deepened its essence, radiating a mesmerizing black light. Buzz! The sword embryo began to ascend from Wong Hong's purple mansion, and as it breached the crown of his head, the entire world fell into a profound silence, as if it were the sole existence within creation. Every descendant of the true immortal, including those extraordinary prodigies of remarkable lineage, sensed a chilling essence surging towards their spirits, causing even the mightiest among them to tremble slightly. The spirit's sword technique. Shi Jintian, Feng Qin, Yu Qingyuan, and Li Daoj exchanged glances, each perceiving the astonishment reflected in the other's eyes. Indeed, this grand technique was overwhelmingly extraordinary, ranking among the three supreme sword techniques, alongside the grass character sword technique and the celestial tribulation sword technique. Once unleashed, it could devastate the world, leading to desolation and decay. In times past, this technique had existed only as a legend, seldom witnessed firsthand, for it was known solely to the Wong family's celestial king. He had wielded this supreme sword technique to achieve numerous illustrious victories, yet had never been publicly displayed. It was not until this gathering at the South Sea's purple bamboo forest that his progeny, Wong Hong, publicly demonstrated it, bringing this grand technique into the world. Li Daoj, positioned opposite Wong Hong, instantly felt an overwhelming pressure. Even his spirit, seated within the purple mansion, experienced a sharp pain before any action was taken, a testament to the terror of the spirit's sword technique. Wang Zhu, there is no need for restraint. I wish to test the extent of our disparity, Li Daoj declared, determination evident in his gaze. He had been gifted with remarkable talent from a young age, possessing an affinity for the Tao that set him apart from others. Regardless of the path, he could grasp its essence with ease, demonstrating exceptional insight. Throughout his cultivation, he had faced numerous challenges and successfully acquired the Qiankuan sect's most extraordinary Tao seed, merging with it to become the strongest inheritor of the Qiankuan sect's spiritual cultivation. His mentors, including the illustrious Dachi Tianzhu, had personally guided him. His path of cultivation had been remarkably smooth, and Li Daoj aspired to become an unparalleled powerhouse like his esteemed mentor. This journey was fraught with obstacles and thorns. To succeed, one must forge ahead, constantly surpassing oneself. Recognizing the gap between himself and Wong Hong was an essential step in this process of self-overcoming. Wong Hong comprehended Li Daoj's intentions. He nodded, truly not holding back. The unparalleled soul seed within his lower dantian, fused with his flesh, erupted with unmatched power of the Tao, coursing through his veins and flesh, converging into the purple mansion, before entering the black sword embryo floating above his head. This process transpired swiftly in the blink of an eye. The spirit's sword embryo, now empowered by the unparalleled soul seed, underwent a qualitative transformation. The black sword embryo thickened further, becoming immensely weighty and possessing substantial presence. Wong Hong did not hold back, urging the spirit's sword embryo forth towards Li Daoj. At that moment, time itself seemed to stagnate. The laws of the universe were influenced by the sword embryo, rendering the world immobile. The onlookers, as well as Li Daoj, experienced a peculiar sensation, as if their minds were active while their bodies remained sluggish, unable to react to the rapidly approaching black sword embryo. Break! Li Daoj bellowed, unleashing a torrent of symbols from his being to extricate himself from this state. Summoning all his strength, he finally regained mobility, disrupting the overwhelming influence. With renewed vigor, Li Daoj's spirit radiated with brilliance, donning an armor of light, stepping forth like a celestial being. Chapter 43, Defeat. This resplendent figure, holding a magnificent golden halberd, shattered the void around him, warping space as he charged directly towards the black sword embryo. What? Is that an exceedingly rare spirit weapon? Some true immortal descendants exclaimed in astonishment. To wield a primordial spirit weapon in an initial realm, such as the sea path, is utterly impossible without an overwhelmingly powerful primordial spirit. The scene before us, where Li Daoj grips a golden halberd, illustrates the formidable nature of his primordial spirit power, marking him as an exceptional talent among the progeny of celestial kings. Yet, confronted by the pitch-black sword embryo birth from Wong Hong's primordial spirit, Li Daoj felt a shiver run down his spine, his body quaking with trepidation. Such a terrifying method of primordial spirit offense was a sight he had never encountered before. In that fleeting moment, he regretted uttering those words earlier. Had Wong Hong chosen to unleash his full strength, he could have decisively crushed Li Daoj's primordial spirit. With a swift clash of the two prodigies' primordial spirits, the victor was determined in the blink of an eye. The golden halberd shattered before the ink-black sword embryo, splintering into two pieces within less than a breath, its once resplendent brilliance fading into dullness. Li Daoj's primordial spirit felt a chilling sensation at his neck, and the world around him spun. As if he had been struck down by that fearsome sword embryo, his head severed from his body. Was he to perish in such a manner? If his primordial spirit were to be extinguished, what use would remain of his corporeal form? His aspirations and ambitions crumbled into mere illusions. In that moment, Li Dao's mind was flooded with thoughts, and he gained profound insights into life. Just as he sighed, his gaze flickered, and he returned to reality. He found his primordial spirit suspended in the void, dazed and bewildered, while the onlookers around him stood in stunned silence, their eyes wide with astonishment. Some even gaped, unable to close their mouths in disbelief. Confounded, Li Dao instinctively touched his neck, only to find the imagined blade had not left a mark. It was smooth and unmarred. Bewildered, he pondered how he had not been cleaved by the sword embryo. It dawned on him that he had merely been ensnared in an illusion, unwittingly falling for a trick. How laughable it was that he considered himself among the apex of his peers in the path of primordial spirits, only to discover that there were indeed those beyond him, and he was far from reaching the pinnacle. Li Dao managed a bitter smile, a chill of horror coursing through him. Had this been a life-or-death struggle, he might have found himself merely a corpse. There is no need for you to be disheartened. My friend, Wong Hong consoled. I have merely benefited from the legacy of my forebears and achieved some accomplishments along this path. In truth, I have yet to accomplish anything significant. Li Dao shook his head, with Wong Hong's unparalleled sword technique. It was beyond doubt that he would one day stand atop the ancient realm. Wong Hong, recognizing Li Dao's sentiment, refrained from further comment, for he spoke the truth. His current strength stemmed from the fusion of two souls, an innate superiority over others, and the enhancement of extraordinary soul types and sword techniques. Without these foundational elements, he could not possess his present might. In comparison to Shi Hao, who had forged new territories and opened hidden realms, Wong Hong had indeed achieved little. He merely utilized existing resources to manifest their full potential. Nonetheless, he was only at the beginning of his journey, with countless opportunities ahead to create and weave his own legend. As Li Dao's primordial spirit dimmed, it had lost much of its initial brilliance. Though he had only received a single strike, the insights gained from that encounter were profound. He realized that the essence of a primordial spirit is inherently dark. Adorning it with radiant attributes through related pathways is somewhat superfluous. Instead, as Wong Hong demonstrated, revealing the primordial spirit in its purest and most fundamental form, channeling all power into offensive capability, allows the sword embryo to shatter all that stands in its way. This is the true path. In addition, Li Dao gleaned numerous other insights and returned to his corporeal body with a single step. He then solemnly clasped his hands in gratitude towards Wong Hong, expressing his heartfelt thanks. This strike has provided me with immense assistance, surpassing the benefits of countless battles. The rewards are truly substantial. This journey has not been in vain, and perhaps I shall achieve a breakthrough upon my return, he remarked with a smile, his face alight with appreciation. This is the essence of true camaraderie, allowing him to advance further on his path of cultivation. At that moment, Wong Hong's primordial spirit, sword embryo, also returned to his body. He opened his eyes, waved his hand, and replied, "It was nothing, merely a trifling effort." Despite their brief acquaintance, Li Dao felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if they were old friends. "Congratulations, Brother Li, on your abundant harvest. It is truly enviable," came the voices of Shi Jintian, Yu Qingzuan, Feng Qin, and others as they approached to extend their congratulations. They playfully remarked that they, too, wished to experience the cut of the primordial spirit sword embryo, hoping to gain some insights and improvements from it. Wong Hong was unbothered by their banter, eager to exchange insights and engage in friendly sparring. As for the true celestial heirs, they were acutely aware of the vast chasm between themselves and these prodigies, recognizing that they might not even qualify for a duel, and thus, none dared to challenge Wong Hong. At that moment, from beyond the venue, two extraordinary young beings approached the banquet area. One was a youth enveloped in dense purple energy, exuding an air of authority akin to a young emperor striding upon the earth. The other, with hands clasped together, radiated a gentle Buddhist light. Resembling a young novice monk clad in simple robes, the faint sound of chanting emanating from him, as if ancient monks were seated in meditation reciting sacred texts. The heir of the Purple Mansion, the descendant of the ancient monk lineage, gasped a descendant of the true celestial. These two figures were shrouded in mystery. One had been hidden away in the Purple Mansion for years, quietly merging with the invincible ancient species of Hongmeng purple energy, and no one knew just how powerful he truly was. The other had been cultivating on Mount Shumi, untouched by the world, rumored to be a reincarnation of an ancient monk of remarkable prowess. His emergence represented the ancient monk lineage's ongoing pursuit of the cycle of reincarnation, a matter of great significance with far-reaching implications. Now, as the two walked side by side and appeared at the gathering of prodigies within the Seed Path realm, no one could ascertain their intentions, personalities, or how well they would interact with others. Nonetheless, out of politeness, the crowd stepped forward to greet them. The heir of the Purple Mansion and the heir of Mount Shumi exhibited an unexpected affability, especially the latter, who maintained a humility befitting an ancient monk. Interacting with him felt akin to basking in a gentle spring breeze. Navigating through the throng, they approached the 5 extraordinary prodigies, their gaze first settling upon Wong Hong. "I am Ziki Qing, heir of the Purple Mansion. Honored to meet you." Wang Zhu spoke the purple-clad youth with an imposing demeanor, his tone imbued with respect. Wong Hong nodded slightly in acknowledgement. "I have encountered Taoist Ziki before," he replied, as the young novice monk beside him chimed in. "I am Kong Ju from Mount Shumi. Honored to meet you." Wang Shizhu. His hands were clasped, and atop his head were 6 neatly arranged scars. His countenance was refined, with rosy lips and white teeth. And his eyes sparkled with a clarity that felt transcendent, as if one could see through the mundane merely by locking gazes with him. Wong Hong's primordial spirit was extraordinarily powerful, far exceeding that of his peers, thus rendering his spiritual perception more acute. He sensed an unusual aura emanating from the novice monk Kong Ju, bringing an involuntary tranquility to his mind, as if all restlessness had dissipated like dust. In the distance, he seemed to hear the murmuring of ancient monks reciting scriptures, elucidating certain profound truths. This wisdom was shrouded in mystery, exceptionally profound and irresistibly alluring. Wong Hong, having listened to but a fragment, was immediately consumed by an insatiable curiosity and desire to delve deeper. Thus, he disregarded all external distractions, focusing intently on the scripture before him. The voice grew increasingly resonant, reverberating with a deafening clarity that stirred the very depths of his soul. A subtle tremor coursed through Wong Hong, and in an inexplicable moment, a flower of Buddhist and Taoist essence blossomed above his head, radiating light and unfurling its petals. Soon after, countless tendrils emerged from beneath the flower, stretching towards Wong Hong's crown, seemingly seeking to connect with his scalp. However, the instant they made contact, the dormant supreme soul seed within his lower dantian erupted violently, sending shockwaves through his being. Immersed in the ancient monk scripture, Wong Hong was abruptly roused by the crisp sound of the Tao, echoing in his ears. Crack! The light of the Buddha shattered, each petal disintegrating into a cascade of luminous fragments. His gaze shifted, and he beheld the once-sitting golden-bodied ancient monk vanish into nothingness. Within the lineage of ancient monks, any possessing a golden body of 6 spans was undoubtedly an immensely powerful figure endowed with extraordinary abilities. The source of the scripture's resonance had indeed been a being who had attained such a golden form, and as Wong Hong's spirit drew near, this entity had recited the sutras, endeavoring to guide him away from worldly attachments and into the embrace of enlightenment, urging him to explore the cycles of Buddhist teachings. Despite the formidable nature of his primordial spirit, he found himself irresistibly entranced by the overwhelming sound of the scripture. Fortunately, the Supreme Soul Seed provided a timely alert, enabling Wong Hong to extricate himself from that mire. In an instant, all visions faded into oblivion, and figures such as Zi Shiqing, Kong Ju, the 4 celestial prodigies, and the true immortal heirs manifested before him, as if the entire preceding spectacle had merely been an illusion. Strangely caught in a moment of clarity, almost on the brink of transcendence, Wong Hong felt no anger nor displayed any ire, for he understood that he was the progeny of the celestial king. Even the formidable Mount Shumi would not dare to easily ferry him across. What had transpired was merely an accident. A fleeting glimpse of an obscure ancient monk scripture had sparked an intense interest within him, prompting his proactive listening. "Such ease in emerging from our sect's sutras is indeed admirable," remarked Kong Ju. The young monk sighed and bowed to Wong Hong, his expression revealing genuine admiration. "The sutras of our esteemed sect are indeed profound, and I have learned much from you." Wong Hong smiled in response, his demeanor unaltered, having already returned to his usual composure. The sutras of the ancient monk's lineage were among the most potent, said to possess the ability to guide myriad beings towards enlightenment. The illustrious white jade dragon elephant and the fearless lion of Mount Shumi had both embraced Buddhism after being enlightened by these scriptures, transforming into sacred guardians of the faith. Gasps of astonishment filled the air, and the gravity of the situation weighed heavily upon those present, who were acutely aware that the white jade dragon elephant and the fearless lion were no ordinary beings. Though they had not reached the realm of the celestial king, they had long since entered the domain of true immortals, their strength formidable beyond measure. Indeed, the profundity of the sutras was unfathomable. However, the true significance lay in the practitioner. Only a being of extraordinary caliber could guide the likes of the white jade dragon elephant and the fearless lion. "You speak the truth," affirmed Yu Cheng. "The one who ferried those 2 sacred beasts is none other than our sect's paramount figure, the celestial monk king. Only he possesses the ability to achieve such a feat while reciting the sutras." Kong Ju nodded in agreement, propounding this assertion. The mere mention of the celestial monk king from the lineage of ancient monks caused a palpable shift in the expressions of the prodigies present. They recognized him as one of the most legendary beings from the primordial ancient realm, who had remained undefeated since his youth, leaving a legacy of unparalleled myths. Wong Hong, too, felt a surge of awe for this supreme figure and could not help but speculate on the identity of the ancient monk he had glimpsed, who had attained the golden body of 6 spans. Suddenly, the serene young monk, known as Kong Ju, approached Wong Hong, palms pressed together in reverence. Master Wong, our fates are intertwined, he spoke with a smile, revealing a row of pristine white teeth, exuding an air of innocent sincerity that belied any sense of caution. Wong Hong, however, remained discerning. How could a disciple from such a powerful celestial king-level sect be so simple? What prompts your words, esteemed friend Kong Ju? He inquired, his expression as calm and inscrutable as the depths of an ancient well. With a gentle smile, the young monk replied, just now, as you listened to the sutras, a flower of Buddhist and Taoist essence sprouted above your head, blooming in midair. This phenomenon is not one that every individual can experience. Only those with a connection to the ancient monks are granted such a vision. What does it signify to be connected to the ancient monks? Wong Hong pondered aloud. Does it imply that my path of cultivation within your Mount Shumi will yield greater achievements in the future? Kong Ju shook his head gently, elucidating, destiny does not possess a singular interpretation. Perhaps, in due time, you will find yourself ascending to our sacred Mount Shumi, where you shall receive enlightenment. Alternatively, it may pertain to other karmic ties related to the ancient monk lineage. In any case, the appearance of the Buddhist flower is not without reason, nor is its blossoming without cause. Perhaps, Wong Hong mused, my long-standing intrigue with the concept of reincarnation within your ancient monk lineage may indeed have summoned forth the flower. Upon hearing this, he felt a flicker of understanding. I witnessed the clash between Wang Zhu and Brother Li just now, and both Kong Ju and I bore witness to the formidable power of the primordial spirit sword technique. It is indeed as terrifying as rumored. Had I been the one to receive that strike, my fate would have mirrored that of Brother Li. Zifu had concealed him for many years, nurturing great expectations for him to emerge victorious in the world, to claim the title of the foremost cultivator in the realm, and to perpetuate the unparalleled myth of the primordial purple chi seed. Yet, in light of recent events, this aspiration now seemed utterly ridiculous. The title of the first had already found a home. Chapter 45, The Rival Seed. Zhi Qing chuckled bitterly, his heart heavy with reflections on the futility of the efforts of the elders within his sect. In times past, the fusion of the primordial purple chi seed had indeed claimed the first position multiple times, shaking the entirety of the ancient realm. Yet, there had also been occasions when it fell short, settling for second, third, or even fourth or fifth place. In this world, there's never been an absolutely invincible seed, only invincible individuals, while he was not without merit, having surpassed many predecessors in certain aspects. The prospect of claiming the title of the first in this era seemed nearly impossible. Your assertion is misguided, Wong Hong interjected. The primordial purple chi seed you have fused with is an unparalleled ancient seed, of which I have long been aware. It has produced many invincible beings, renowned far and wide. Zhi Qing shook his head with a pained smile. When a seed's renown eclipses that of its bearer, it becomes a form of bondage. Does it not? The young beings present nodded thoughtfully at his words. Indeed, it is the individual who is invincible, not the seed. An over-reliance on the seed may hinder one's ascendance to the apex. Often, supreme ancient seeds may guide their bearers toward profound realms, but breaking through becomes a formidable challenge. In truth, my sect's elders have long regarded Wang Zhu as my hypothetical rival. The primordial purple chi seed has its nemeses, and throughout history, it has engaged in battles against them. Now, with that invincible ancient seed in the Wang family's possession, they anticipated a fusion between Wang Zhu and the seed, leading to our rivalry. However, upon seeing you today, I perceive no trace of that ancient seed's aura within you. The primordial purple chi seed has not reacted. Zhi Qing revealed a hidden truth. Are you suggesting the celestial seed? Wong Hong exclaimed, recalling the 3 supreme ancient seeds he had encountered within the Wang family's Tao seed sea. His own fused supreme soul seed, the ancient cosmic embryo seed, and the celestial seed itself. The first 2 are unlikely to be the nemesis referred to by Zhi Qing. Only the Tianqiong seed could possibly fit that description. As expected, Zhi Qing nodded in affirmation. Indeed, it is the Tianqiong seed, which has manifested across various epochs, giving rise to numerous invincible beings. Each time it coexists with the Hongmeng purple chi seed, a grand confrontation ensues, gradually establishing them as eternal rivals, intertwined by an invisible thread of causality. The Tianqiong seed, legend has it, can elevate individuals to the realm of true immortals, holding equal stature with the Hongmeng purple chi seed. The fact that even the supreme ancestor did not choose such an invincible seed raises intriguing questions about potentially superior alternatives. Some ventured to probe Wong Hong. eager to discern the specifics of the seed he had merged with. Alas, Wong Hong remained reticent regarding his intentions for the seed. Although this secret would eventually be unveiled to the world, a few moments of concealment could do no harm. My dear friend's jest, he remarked. The ancient seed I have merged with is akin to the Tianxiang seed, though it is not suited to my disposition. Recognizing Wang Heng's reluctance to divulge more, the Inquisitor tactfully refrained from further questioning. At this juncture, Zi Shiqing and the young monk exchanged pleasantries with the other attendees, their faces alight with smiles. Haha, this gathering of ours has been greatly enhanced by the presence of several esteemed friends. This generation's path of seeding may indeed be among the strongest in history. One can only wonder if a true immortal king might emerge from it. Sure, Jin Tian's hearty laughter momentarily gave way to silence at the mention of the immortal king. It was no surprise. The bloodline of the immortal king had been his most formidable ally on his journey, aiding him in overcoming numerous adversaries. Yet, as he approached the threshold of the immortal king realm, the power of that bloodline could transform into a fearsome shackle, constraining his path to kingship. Such phenomena have grown rare throughout history, a truth known to all. When heaven opens a window, it invariably shuts a door elsewhere. The assembly's gaze turned towards Wong Hong, the focal point of the banquet. As the offspring of an immortal king, his bloodline power was rich and fervent, despite his current overwhelming strength dominating his peers. Upon reaching the door of the immortal king, such advantages would metamorphose into an iron cage, confining his path to kingship. One must not overly rely on the bloodline of the immortal king. Such dependence will inevitably lead to suffering, Li Daoqing stated candidly. He harbored no such concerns, as his elders were not beings of the Long realm. Thank you for your reminder, my friend. I shall keep it in mind, Wong Hong replied with earnestness. Subsequently, the group returned to their seats around the jade table. Just as they grasped their teacups, the ancient tea of enlightenment reappeared, this time delivered by a pure white crane that precisely dropped the tea leaves into the cups of Zi Shiqing and Kongjue. With that, the number of prodigies bestowed with the ancient tea of enlightenment rose to 7. In both demeanor and essence, they surpassed the true immortal offspring by a considerable margin. Some exceptionally gifted true immortal offspring were nearly on par with them, yet a discernible gap remained. The power of bloodlines is crucial in the early stages of cultivation, making a comeback exceedingly challenging. They raised their cups in joyous toasts, sharing their insights into the great Tao, occasionally engaging in friendly sparring to refine their understanding. Throughout this process, Wong Hong aided many, helping them grasp previously elusive principles, while simultaneously deepening his own understanding of the seeding path of vital accumulation, an integral part of the path to supremacy. Gradually, he sensed that his cultivation in this realm was nearing completion and that he would soon embark on the next domain. After everyone had digested their gains, they turned their discourse to the significant matters concerning the primordial ancient realm, accompanied by the strongest of their clan. Zi Shiqing and Kongjue became the focus of inquiry. This journey to the South Sea's purple bamboo grove was not merely a gathering, as their companions included formidable presences at the quasi-immortal king level, indicating that their assembly held greater significance. Zi Shiqing and Kongjue exchanged a glance, reluctantly admitting, originally, our elders instructed us to speak little and keep the matters of the border to ourselves. However, seeing that all present are extraordinary individuals, destined to become companions in the future, I cannot refuse your curiosity and shall divulge some information. Upon hearing this, the audience's attention sharpened, all eyes turning towards them. Among the assembled prodigies were descendants of immortal kings and powerful lineages. Yet they had come to the South Sea gathering without receiving updates from their respective clans regarding the border situation, possessing only a vague understanding. They were aware that foreign lands were stirring, potentially igniting a war between realms, but the specifics remained unclear. With an informed source willing to share insights, they were eager to listen intently. The impending war between the realms seemed unavoidable. Unlike previous skirmishes, this time the foreign realm was serious. With immensely powerful beings approaching the border, known as the Undying Kings, corresponding to our realm's immortal kings, supreme beings who transcend time and oversee the cycles of epochs. Chapter 46, The Undying King. The Undying King. Upon hearing this, the assembly gasped in astonishment. Their backgrounds were profound, privy to secrets unknown to many, and the term used to describe such beings surpassed even the heavens, bearing a weight greater than the cosmos itself. They represented the utmost authority of the foreign realm, akin to the immortal kings of the primordial ancient realm and the celestial domain. Such beings are as elusive as dragons, rarely seen in the world, yet once they emerge, it signifies that momentous events are afoot. Now, as the Undying King approached the border, the immortal kings of the primordial ancient realm also stationed themselves there to exert their influence, an unmistakable harbinger of an impending clash between the realms. War was truly on the horizon, poised to disrupt the tranquility of this blessed land. In the past, one might have thought war was a distant concern, hardly warranting worry. Yet now it loomed unexpectedly close, arriving with alarming swiftness that left all unprepared. A sense of unease permeated the hearts of the assembly as they speculated on the scale of the impending conflict, even pondering the odds of victory or defeat. They understood that when war erupts between realms, the mightiest factions bear the brunt of the impact. The immortal king families, true immortal forces, and others would undoubtedly find themselves on the front lines. Meanwhile, the true immortal offspring were still far from maturity, left to observe passively, entirely incapable of participating. A source of deep frustration. Brother Z, friend Kongjue, is this news truly credible? Asked one young being, hailing from a quasi-mortal king family, whose talent, strength, and potential were extraordinary, drawing perilously close to the offspring of an immortal king. Zi Shiqing regarded the questioner, his gaze flickering slightly, and replied in a somber tone. The news is indeed authentic, stemming from discussions among the quasi-mortal kings. As for why the foreign realm dares to invade the primordial ancient realm, I believe you can surmise the reasons. Our few supreme beings have been preoccupied with certain matters, rendering them unable to partake in the impending conflict. For instance, Lord Ancestor Jiling departed the ancient realm eons ago to pursue the great Tao in a mysterious, exalted domain. Now, only an avatar remains in the ancient realm to safeguard the divine kingdom, incapable of engaging in battle against beings of equal rank, a fact not hidden from scrutiny. Lord Wuzhong has business in the celestial domain. It is said that his last known location was in a vast, perilous wasteland, where dangers abound and even immortal kings have gone missing. It is unlikely that Lord Wuzhong will return anytime soon. In the recent epoch, the Lord of Reincarnation has become utterly engrossed in the study of the 6 paths of reincarnation, a pursuit that has exacted a dreadful toll, resulting in the shattering of his famed weapon, the 6 paths reincarnation disc. At present, aside from a few unparalleled beings of celestial royalty, none are privy to the state he finds himself in. For now, only the celestial sovereign of the Wong family possesses the capability to intervene. Thus he has taken up residence at the border, instilling fear in the realms beyond. Were it not for his presence, the foreign entities might have already launched a full-scale offensive. Fortunately, with the supreme celestial sovereign of the Wong family at the helm, the marauding forces from beyond are held in check. A sigh of relief escaped someone's lips, yet soon after, different perspectives were voiced. It is clear that relying solely on the Wong family's celestial sovereign will not suffice against the ironclad advance of the foreign realm. Given the overwhelming number of immortal kings among them, including formidable powerhouses capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with the likes of the eternal reincarnation. In truth, our realm harbors other celestial sovereigns, yet they are ensnared in conflicts unknown to others. The prospect of them uniting to confront the encroaching forces is rather unrealistic. One individual revealed a hidden truth. Despite the seemingly harmonious atmosphere of the primal ancient realm, devoid of much contention and bloodshed, there are inevitably grievances and discord among the celestial sovereigns. Achieving a united front is exceedingly difficult. Only when the ancient realm is truly on the brink of annihilation will they cast aside their grudges and cooperate. It is prudent for us to refrain from discussing the affairs of the celestial sovereigns. Our sole focus should be on striving to elevate ourselves. Thus spoke Li Daoqing from the Qingquan sect, bringing an immediate end to the topic. Many came to a swift realization. As mere cultivators at the level of Tao, it is a grave misstep to speculate upon the sovereigns. With the conversation shifting away from celestial sovereigns, attention returned to matters concerning the foreign realm and the border. As a descendant of the Stone clan, Shi Jintian received numerous inquiries. The ancestral land of his clan lies within the very region of the border, where generations have resided. With the foreign entities advancing, they would undoubtedly be the first to bear the brunt, and thus possess the most intimate knowledge of the border situation. Clearing his throat, Shi Jintian addressed the crowd. Indeed, as Brother Z has articulated, the situation at the border is far from optimistic. Our clan's progenitor, along with several venerable ancestors of the celestial path, have mobilized to prepare for a potential large-scale invasion by the foreign forces. Several supportive elders have also arrived. According to the clan's elders, dialogues at the level of celestial sovereigns have already transpired multiple times, each ending in failure. Should the demands of both parties remain unfulfilled, conflict will be unavoidable. Upon hearing Shi Jintian's words, expressions darkened among the assembly. From every conceivable angle, war appeared inevitable. Wong Hong remained silent, absorbing the news quietly. He understood that the probing assaults from the foreign realm were imminent, and a tempest was about to engulf the Wong family. This signified the beginning of a countdown for the treatment afforded to the celestial sovereign's offspring, when the greatest reliance becomes but a mirage. One must solely depend on oneself. After a round of discussions, the initial fervor among the crowd dwindled, each lost in their own thoughts, while the clinking of cups grew less frequent. the gathering of prodigies quietly approached its conclusion. Shortly, a melodious chime resonated from the depths of the purple bamboo forest in the South Sea, echoing far and wide. Every attending cultivator heard a call to venture deep into the purple bamboo forest, where a being of quasi-celestial sovereign status would commence a discourse. "Young master, please follow me," came the voice of Wong Hong just as Wong Hong was about to depart. In the next moment, a beam of celestial light enveloped Wong Hong, whisking him away in the blink of an eye. Upon reappearing, he found himself in an expansive venue, where the quasi-celestial sovereign had already arrived. Towering and enigmatic, he was shrouded in a veil of mysterious chaos, rendering his form indiscernible. The grand hall was dotted with vacant cushions, awaiting the arrival of beings destined to occupy them. Aside from Wong Hong, several other prodigies of celestial sovereign lineage had also arrived early, representing various realms of cultivation. Those who secured their seats in advance were well positioned for attentive listening. Chapter 47. The Discourse and the Unforeseen Change. Didn't the elders proclaim that a celestial sovereign would be giving a discourse at this gathering? Wong Hong inquired telepathically to Wong Hong after selecting a spot. While a quasi-celestial sovereign is undoubtedly formidable, they still pale in comparison to a true celestial sovereign. Wong Hong had anticipated encountering the fabled celestial sovereign, only to find that none had graced the event with their presence. You may not be aware, but the situation at the border is exceedingly tense. The celestial sovereigns are required to lend their support there, rendering their attendance at this gathering impossible, Wong Hong elucidated. Very well, to me, the distinction seems negligible. Wong Hong nodded in acknowledgement. As they conversed, the prodigies began to arrive in succession. Their attire varied widely, from battle armor to flowing robes, encompassing a spectrum of cultivators from various realms, both young and old. Wong Hong, seated beneath the platform where the quasi-celestial sovereign was to sit, turned to observe the assembly behind him. He beheld numerous individuals exuding exceptional charisma, each one a paragon among their peers in the primal ancient realm, embodying the potent essence of ancient bloodlines and boasting formidable strength, truly the elite of every level and domain within the realm. At that moment, gathered in the depths of the South Sea's purple bamboo forest, they all prepared to absorb the transcendent teachings of the quasi-celestial sovereign. As the chime resonated, the quasi-celestial sovereign gradually opened his eyes, revealing depths that seemed to encompass boundless galaxies, reflecting the terrifying spectacle of chaos reborn and the birth of the cosmos. The instant he spoke, the great Tao of heaven and earth converged, exhaling the first note of his teaching. As a golden lotus of the great Tao manifested in the void, a wondrous sight heralding the extraordinary nature of this discourse. The beings below inclined their ears, eagerly gathering the floating notes of the Tao, as if they were soaring through the cosmos alongside the quasi-celestial sovereign, instantly grasping profound principles. Not long after, the earth began to emit a bubbling sound, and sweet springs appeared, gushing forth nectar that nurtured all beings. Enthralled, the crowd became lost in the supreme truths conveyed by the quasi-celestial sovereign. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted from within the throng. Someone, struck by enlightenment, achieved a breakthrough right then and there, taking a significant step forward on the path to immortality. Observers could not help but express envy at this fortunate occurrence. To break through during the quasi-celestial sovereign's teachings is an unparalleled opportunity, one that is rare and fortuitous. After a moment of collective sighs of regret, the audience quickly regained focus, continuing to absorb the celestial sounds of the Tao. As time went on, more breakthroughs occurred, with one individual nearly achieving a state of unity with the Tao, stepping into the supreme realm. Fortunately, he halted, choosing not to squander this pivotal moment of unification. After bowing deeply to the quasi-celestial sovereign on the platform, he departed without a backward glance, intent on achieving this significant step in the sanctity of his family's domain, ensuring that once the tribulations of ascension were complete, the blessings of heaven and earth would cultivate a pure land, benefiting future generations. Often, when a supreme being or true immortal emerges from a family, the descendants receive a kind of baptism, growing ever stronger, and once they achieve success, they give back to the family, establishing a virtuous cycle. Regarding the other transcendent beings, upon reaching their respective realms, their tribulations were suppressed by an unparalleled force of magic. Only after departing from the confines of this sacred dojo would the corresponding tribulations erupt. At this moment, Wong Hong cast aside all external distractions. Everything else became irrelevant to him. His mind was solely attuned to the profound teachings emanating from the Dushenwang. He captured the formless sounds of the great Tao, which formed a mighty river within him, cleansing his primordial spirit, his physical body, and all aspects of his being. After undergoing this baptism repeatedly, strands of nearly transparent black mist were expelled from his nearly flawless body, surging through his pores and dissipating into the vastness of heaven and earth. In that moment, he felt invigorated, as if he were on the verge of transcending and ascending. Suddenly, a peculiar sensation surged within his abdomen, akin to something striving to break free from the earth. He directed his gaze towards the supreme soul seed, and indeed, it was this invincible ancient seed that was undergoing a transformation. Beneath the inky soul seed, the remnants of its shell gradually shed, turning to ashes and merging with his flesh and blood. The seed coat became increasingly thin, revealing some internal tendrils that writhed with vitality, harboring a terrifying primordial spirit power. Should they break forth and take root within Wong Hong's flesh, they would undoubtedly bestow upon his primordial spirit a formidable augmentation. At that point, he would effectively become a cultivator of the root establishment realm. As he gazed inward at his dantian, he sensed the supreme soul seed's urgent desire to rupture its shell. Through sparring with other prodigies, Wong Hong had solidified his Tao foundation to a certain extent. Subsequently, having listened to the Zheng's teachings, he had completed the final step, progressing along the path of the strongest, each step a testament to his impending entry into the second realm of the ancient immortal laws. Just as the tendrils of the supreme soul seed began to stir restlessly, attempting to breach the last vestige of its shell, an ominous aura enveloped him. Emanating from the boundless void, a celestial tribulation, he grasped the gravity of the situation. Unlike the chaotic epoch in the ancient immortal era, breakthroughs within the primal ancient realm would invariably invoke heavenly retribution. As Wong Hong was on the cusp of a breakthrough into the root establishment realm, his innate talents would naturally summon a thunderous tribulation. At that moment, a mysterious force intervened, forcibly suppressing the aura of the impending tribulation he had sensed. It was only upon his departure from this dojo that he would be able to perceive it anew. Wong Hong understood that it was the Disheng who acted to maintain the sanctity of the discourse, forcibly quelling his heavenly punishment. He took a deep breath, stifling the urge to break through, and once again attuned his ears to the profound sounds of the Disheng's teachings. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as the voice of the Disheng finally ceased. The dojo was now suffused with a multitude of golden Tao lotuses, and exquisite heavenly flowers cascaded from the void, falling into the sweet spring below. The assembled prodigies awoke from their meditative states, each having gained immensely and, through the perspective of the Disheng, glimpsed realms beyond their previous comprehension. All were left yearning for more, wishing to hear his teachings for days and nights on end. Wong Hong felt the same. He pondered the celestial splendor that the Disheng's teachings would undoubtedly present. As he lost himself in thought, an indescribable pressure surged from the farthest reaches of the infinite, overwhelming the entire South Sea bamboo forest and continuing unabated, spreading across all realms. Everyone was engulfed by this oppressive force, their hearts heavy, their primordial spirits anxious, akin to a solitary boat tossed upon a tempestuous sea. Even Wang Mian, at the true immortal realm, found it difficult to bear. "What is this?" someone exclaimed. In the next moment, darkness enveloped the sky, as a branch of unfathomable girth swept across the heavens, extending towards the borders. Chapter 48, Confrontation. What manner of branch is this? It spanned the celestial realm, robust as a dragon, effortlessly breaking the barrier between the heavens. Each leaf upon its branches was colossal and resplendent, suffused with chaotic energy. The land beneath its passage became shrouded in shadow, completely obscured from the sun, as if the apocalypse had descended upon the world. Simultaneously, the suffocating pressure that had gripped them receded like a tide with the emergence of this branch. Upon the vast leaves fell an ocean of Tao rules, solidifying the space, rendering it far more stable than ever before. The world tree S branch. Deep within the South Sea bamboo forest, several Kuang appeared in unison, each shrouded in a chaotic radiance. Their forms and garments obscured, only their towering figures reminiscent of colossal pillars standing firm. These formidable beings of the immortal Tao stood side by side, gazing at the world tree branch traversing the sky, their eyes betraying a gravity of concern. War has indeed erupted. The intentions of the foreign invaders remain unyielding, seeking to devour our sacred territory and plunder all. Many ancient realms have fallen victim to their treachery in recent epochs. Atinshang spoke coldly, his voice heavy with malice. This is but one reason. Otherwise, the dialogue among the Shang with the borders would not have been deemed necessary. According to the Shenwang, the foreign realm seems to be searching for something of great importance within our domain, proposing terms that are utterly unacceptable. The enmity between the two realms is already deep-rooted, steeped in the grievances of the imperial fall era and fundamental karmic ties. Under such circumstances, agreeing to the foreign realm's demands is out of the question. There are also suspicions that the foreign realm feigns interest in recovering something lost in our realm, aiming instead to pry open the gates of the borders for a full-scale invasion. With the two sides unable to reach an accord, war becomes inevitable. However, commencing a war at this juncture is exceedingly disadvantageous for our realm. The mighty ones are preoccupied and unable to join the fray, leaving the situation precarious, remarked the Dinsheng, enveloped in rich purple energy. He hailed from the Purple Mansion, an ancient power with a lineage that has endured the relentless tides of time, rising repeatedly from the ashes of decline. Beside him, within a gentle glow, stood an ancient monk, serene in countenance, whose hands were clasped in prayer. He spoke slowly, indeed. What you say is true. Our master of Shumi Mountain, the unparalleled immortal monk, is currently engrossed in the study of worldly reincarnation and cannot intervene at this moment. We can only hope that the Shanwang and the ancestral beings of the border can unite to withstand the foreign assault. What the true dragon and the true phoenix? Why do we not see them taking action? It is unknown. These supreme beings reside in sanctified domains, forbidden to others. Only fellow Shanwang may approach and pay their respects. Expecting them to intervene seems unlikely unless the foreign realm truly launches a full-scale attack, bringing the primal ancient realm to the brink of annihilation. If it is merely an assault on the borders, these beings may choose to observe passively, as the borderlands are the ancestral grounds of the Stone Tribe, the Mu Tribe, and the Vermilion Bird Tribe, all of which have Shan-level guardians. Even should the foreign realm invade, these Shanwang clans could effectively deplete their forces. The Wufu, Zhong Shanwang, shook his head with a sigh. Upon hearing this, the assembled Wong fell silent. If it were they who knew of the great battle occurring at the border, their initial reaction would likely be one of cautious observation, assessing the situation as the native beings at the frontier engaged in repelling the enemy's first wave of assault. Only after considerable attrition or a breach would they feel compelled to intervene. After all, it is not their own territory under siege. Although they share the same realm, their relationships have yet to reach a level wherein they would willingly shoulder the risks of potential demise to offer support. The celestial sovereigns who venture to the border for assistance are likely those with karmic ties to the ancestors of the frontier tribes, acting out of a sense of obligation. It is crucial to understand that the karmic relationships among celestial sovereigns represent significant oaths, and failing to repay these debts can have profound implications for their future cultivation and mental state. Thus, beings of such stature are acutely aware of the karmas they have incurred. Was it not always thus? Since the dawn of this era, the frontier tribes have been embroiled in continuous frictions with foreign domains, with warfare persisting intermittently without true respite. At its most severe, even the formidable fortifications along the boundary have been breached, leading to a bloodbath of the entire population within the city and the surrounding tribes. Fortunately, the frontier tribes have grown ever more resolute, reclaiming lost territories under the leadership of their ancestors and fiercely resisting incursions from the foreign realms. Logically, one would expect the significant powers from other heavens to dispatch forces to the border, collectively fortifying against external invasions. However, throughout the years, not a single force has taken such action, treating the frontier tribes' resistance against foreign incursions as a matter of course. Indeed, if this continues, I foresee grave consequences, and by then, it will be too late for regret, remarked a poised quasi-celestial sovereign with a sardonic tone. Your words are excessive, my friend. The border is the ancestral land of those few tribes. Would our dispatch of forces not imply an affront? One might mistakenly believe we intend to extend our reach there, retorted another quasi-celestial sovereign who had remained silent until now. The very entity the former sovereign had mocked. Do you truly believe that? Inquired the first quasi-celestial sovereign, his gaze piercing through the air. What do you mean by that? You are well aware of what I imply. To speak so unreservedly, do you not fear that no one will rein you in? Within the chaotic mist, the provoked quasi-celestial sovereign exuded an aura of unparalleled terror. Do you wish to confront me? The two quasi-celestial sovereigns stood at odds, neither yielding an inch, their formidable celestial auras wreaking havoc upon the land and void, causing even the colossal purple bamboo groves to tremble perilously. Fortunately, another quasi-celestial sovereign intervened just in time to suppress the overwhelming force radiating from the two beings, preventing any collateral damage to those within the purple bamboo grove. At that moment, a strikingly beautiful female celestial approached with a smile, offering words of reconciliation. She was none other than Hua Yunjin, the mistress of the southern sea's purple bamboo grove, well acquainted with several celestial sovereigns and of no ordinary standing. Upon her arrival and intervention, the two quasi-celestial sovereigns dissipated their oppressive energy, exchanging cold glances before snorting in unison. In the Taoist arena, the assembled prodigies, all extraordinary in their own right, naturally sensed the tension between the quasi-celestial sovereigns, detecting an unusual atmosphere. Chapter 49, The Calm Before the Storm. Wong Hong observed the unfolding events with a tranquil demeanor, finding no surprise in the internal strife among the quasi-celestial sovereigns. The atmosphere of cultivation within the ancient realm was indeed commendable, imbued with the bearing and ambience of cultivators. However, beneath the surface, there existed a multitude of contradictions and undercurrents. Take the celestial sovereigns, for instance. Beings of such caliber were not as united as one might imagine. Otherwise, they would not have been so thoroughly defeated by foreign domains in later eras. The confrontation between the quasi-celestial sovereigns at the Southern Sea's Purple Bamboo Grove served to validate this assertion. Senior, does the activation of the World Tree's branch signify something? Wong Hong suddenly inquired of Wang Mian. Indeed, unless something of great significance arises, the World Tree would not act lightly. The branch above us must be engaged in communication with celestial beings from the World Tree's core, and the ritual's outcome indicates that the situation at the border is dire. At the very least for our side, Wang Mian affirmed, his expression turning grave as he gazed towards the direction of the border. The foreign forces must be exceedingly fierce. Regrettably, the number of celestial sovereigns dispatched for assistance is limited. I cannot ascertain the condition of the esteemed celestial sovereign. With his prowess, he should be able to safeguard himself, he murmured, concern etched on his face for Wang Heng's father. After all, he was the pillar shielding the Wang family from tempests. Should he fall, their celestial vessel would surely sink. Wong Hong sighed inwardly, already aware of the battle's outcome at the border. He ventured to ask if he could accompany them to witness the situation firsthand. As anticipated, he received a negative response. Rest assured, young master, the celestial sovereign is supreme, unrivaled across ages, and will face no peril. Before departing, he entrusted me with the instruction that no members of the Wang family are to approach the border. Thus I cannot fulfill your request. Please understand, Wang Mian relayed. Very well, I comprehend. Wong Hong nodded, casting his gaze skyward with a heavy sigh. It seemed he had arrived at an inopportune moment. Had he arrived earlier, while his father, the celestial sovereign, had yet to depart for the border, perhaps he could have attempted to dissuade him, even if the chances of success were slim. Yet now, it was too late to say anything. He could only silently await the outcome that had long been determined, bracing himself for the impending storm. Senior, let us return, Wong Hong suddenly proposed. Seeing his subdued demeanor, Wang Mian assumed it was due to worry for his father's safety and nodded in agreement. With a command, 9 purebred heavenly steeds of the harmonization realm let out a resounding neigh, pulling the ancient bronze war chariot marked with scars from blades and arrows towards the Dawa soil. This place imposed no restrictions on the ingress of steeds, thus there was no concern of offending the local lord. The Wang family's heavenly steeds are drawing the chariot. It must be that the Wang ancestor is returning. His father, that supreme celestial sovereign, has gone to the border, and, as his son, he is undoubtedly anxious. Murmured someone nearby. A great upheaval is imminent. During such times, we should also make our way home and prepare accordingly. Others whispered, readying themselves to depart. The heavenly steeds dashed forth like a shooting star, coming to a precise halt before Wang Mian and Wong Hong. Wang Mian exchanged pleasantries with the quasi-celestial sovereigns and true celestial beings before respectfully positioning himself behind Wong Hong, awaiting his ascent into the chariot. At this moment, Wong Hong found himself uncertain of what the future held. Would the friends he had made be able to share cups and converse freely about the Tao, as they had today? With a sigh, he bid farewell to the esteemed prodigies of the harmonization realm. Esteemed friends, with chaos approaching, I hope that in the days to come, we may yet sit together and raise our cups in joyous camaraderie. Why such pessimism, Wang ancestor? Should the ancient realm truly face a life-or-death crisis? I believe every celestial sovereign would not stand idly by. The foreign realms cannot so easily lay claim to our domain, replied Li Daoqing, the heir of the Qingquan sect. Wong Hong smiled at his words, but did not respond immediately. After a considerable pause, he finally replied, perhaps. He then turned to Shi Jintian, stating, Friend Shi, the situation at the border is grim. It will be best for you to remain here. With your current cultivation level, even if you were to return, you would not be able to offer much assistance. Shi Jintian, clad in golden battle armor, though still young, exuded an extraordinary presence and formidable spirit. He let out a hearty laugh, his eyes reflecting a gentle light tinged with gratitude as he replied, Thank you for your suggestion, Wang Zhu. My presence here at this juncture is indeed a contingency left by my family, who harbored reservations about the ancient realm. They dispatched me here to ensure that, at the very least, our family's legacy would not be severed. Understanding dawned on Wong Hong, confirming his earlier suspicions. As for the appreciative glances cast by Shi Jintian, he could empathize. During this perilous time at the borders, the Wong family's celestial sovereign risked his own demise to defend the border against incursions from foreign realms, aiding the Shi clan and others. Regardless of the underlying motivations, the border clans had ample reason to express their gratitude. Subsequently, Wong Hong bid farewell to others, completing his farewells before slowly ascending the bronze ancient war chariot, with Wang Mian following closely behind. With the powerful hooves of 9 celestial steeds striking the void, the chariot soared into the sky, vanishing in an instant. The remaining prodigies on the Dao soil, witnessing this, hurriedly followed in Wang Heng's footsteps, while the quasi-celestial sovereigns, who had been embroiled in disputes just moments before, dispersed in discontent. Some departed in silence, their figures dissipating, while others exchanged hushed words, beckoning the young prodigies who accompanied them to leave. The two who had nearly clashed merely scoffed before swiftly retreating. In the span of a brief tea ceremony, the vast Dao soil saw its populace dwindle to just a few. The reclusive true immortal Hua Yun could not suppress a deep sigh. The discord among the people of the ancient realm would inevitably lead to calamity, especially during this large-scale foreign assault. Should the border clans suffer significant losses due to isolation, their dissatisfaction would surely incite unimaginable turmoil within the 33 heavens. Not far from her, a quasi-celestial sovereign nodded in agreement. It was an inescapable truth. As long as the external crisis was not sufficiently grave or profound, unity within the ancient realm would remain an unattainable dream. In the current situation, to stabilize the border clans after the impending conflict, all factions and families must step forward to offer reparations. Only such measures could quell their fury. This was a task that could only be fulfilled by the intervention of those supreme beings. The true immortal Hua Yun had always maintained a close relationship with the two prominent figures. Perhaps she could counsel them on this matter. In truth, the Great Unending and the Great Reincarnation had previously discussed this very issue, ultimately concluding that the border clans could be granted kingship, with blessings bestowed upon them by the various clans within the 33 heavens, thereby forming a mark of honor etched into their bloodlines, acknowledging their contributions. Chapter 50, the activation of the seal. Blessings from the clans to confer kingship and establish a mark of honor. This was indeed a mutually beneficial solution. The two celestial sovereigns had already devised a remedy. The quasi-celestial sovereign expressed his admiration. Regrettably, the two had yet to implement their plan before departing for their respective matters. The true immortal Hua Yun sighed. Indeed, now, to reach out to the two sovereigns, they would have to rely on the true immortal Hua Yun. The quasi-celestial sovereign remarked politely, not as flattery, but as a matter of fact, for her close ties with the Great Unending and the Great Reincarnation might indeed facilitate communication. I dare not presume. I am merely a humble, true immortal, lacking such capabilities. Yet, for the tranquility and stability of the ancient realm, I shall exert myself to the utmost. With her words, I felt reassured. Soon after, the last quasi-celestial sovereign departed, and the South Sea's purple bamboo forest returned to its former tranquility. The Wong family's celestial abode, mysterious and vast, boasted thriving cities, boundless secret realms, and numerous celestial residences, signifying immense wealth and influence. However, this prosperity rested upon the unparalleled authority of the celestial sovereign, intertwined with every facet of their existence. Should the celestial sovereign ever fall, all splendor and grandeur would be reduced to ashes overnight. On the bronze ancient war chariot, Wong Hong gazed down through the ancient window, beholding the magnificent scene below. His expression remained inscrutable, yet a hint of melancholy flickered in his eyes, as if he foresaw the decline of the celestial manor. As the son of the celestial sovereign, this was the pinnacle of his existence, surpassing countless peers and even claiming the top spot in the first realm of cultivation, the Dao realm, earning renown across the land and showcasing unparalleled talent and potential. Yet, fate is often fraught with twists and turns. It was a cruel irony that he was the son of the Wong family's celestial sovereign, who had never made an appearance, having already gone to the borders and instructed his subordinates to prevent any Wong family members from venturing there. This effectively severed Wong Hong's means of communication with his father, leaving him powerless to avert the approaching storm. In truth, even if he could converse with his celestial sovereign father, his counsel would likely be of little consequence. For the celestial sovereign was bound by the threads of fate and would not retreat at the mere words of a being at the Dao realm. Are you still worried, my lord? The forces at the borders are not weak. United, they boast nearly a dozen celestial sovereigns stationed there. They are the ancestors of the border clans, battle-hardened and formidable, even if not titans. Moreover, with the support of our Wong family supreme, celestial sovereign, and several other celestial-level powerhouses, significant issues should be avoided. With the strength of the celestial sovereign, even if the border cities were to fall, they could ensure their own safety and retreat in time. When the foreign forces descend, even if the other celestial sovereigns of the ancient realm are reluctant to intervene, they will have no choice but to act. Within the chariot, Wang Mian sought to console him. Wong Hong could only respond with a mechanical nod, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. Let us return to my secret chamber, he said softly. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Mian guided the 9 celestial steeds toward Wong Hong's place of cultivation. Navigating through layers of restrictions, Wong Hong and Wang Mian entered a dimly lit passageway. The flickering candlelight concealed malevolent and resentful gazes. Those who had opposed the Wong family celestial sovereign were subdued and refined into lamp oil, sealed within this passage for countless eons, enduring relentless torment day and night. Young one, calamity approaches. I see disaster looming over you, rooted in your very bloodline. If you wish to survive, come to me and lift this lampshade. I shall impart to you the supreme method to avert catastrophe. From the depths of the passage, a voice, ancient and laden with eerie power, suddenly emanated from a lamp that flickered erratically, capable of ensnaring the hearts of men. Wong Hong's spirit stirred, and the dark sword embryo representing the peace-suppressing technique trembled slightly, releasing an unparalleled sword aura that cleaved through the void, scattering dark energy and faintly eliciting cries of anguish. That old wretch Wang Jin indeed left a contingency upon you. At that moment, Wong Hong regained his composure, his cold gaze fixed upon the ancient lamp, his eyes narrowing with a surge of murderous intent. Previously, he had passed this spot several times without encountering any threat, believing the entities contained within had long since lost the strength to unveil their seals after being refined into lamp oil. Little did he expect that the beings within the lamp possessed such defiance and the ability to influence the external world. It remained uncertain whether his celestial sovereign father had overlooked this detail or had intentionally left it behind. Wang Mian, filled with surprise and anger, stepped protectively in front of Wong Hong, placing himself between him and the lamp. Just moments ago, he had nearly allowed Wong Hong to fall into peril before him. Had that occurred, he would have been unable to absolve himself of blame. Senior, could you extinguish all the lamps along this passage? While my father's intentions were good, I find no need for them now. Wong Hong spoke up. He always felt that these oil lamps posed a significant danger. Several of them were undoubtedly remnants of former celestial kings. Now, with a storm approaching, leaving them intact was akin to harboring a ticking time bomb, and it would be wiser to extinguish them all. However, Wang Mian shook his head. These ancient lamps were meticulously crafted by the celestial king himself, imbued with his formidable power. I cannot destroy them. We must await his return to do so. Very well, Wong Hong replied with a sense of resignation. After a moment of contemplation, he embarked on a bold endeavor, directly slicing his fingertip to let a drop of blood fall, a vivid crimson that appeared almost luminescent and exuded a fragrant aroma. Blood? What do you intend to do? The voice from within the oil lamp grew tense, akin to a mouse spotting a cat. Without a moment's hesitation, Wong Hong cast the droplet of blood onto the lamp's shade. Instantly, the lamp radiated a blinding light, revealing terrifying symbols, the sheer force of which sent a shiver down Wang Mian's spine, leaving him feeling unnerved. He was certain it was the power of a celestial king, capable of ending his life in an instant. A thick black smoke billowed from the oil lamp as its occupant was mercilessly assaulted by the celestial king's power, suffering tremendous losses and emitting agonizing cries. Soon after, as Wong Hong's blood burned away, the wails ceased abruptly, as if the entity had perished entirely. Wong Hong certainly did not believe that a single drop of his blood could obliterate this remnant of a celestial king. At best, it would merely weaken it, serving as a lesson. He paid no further heed to the remnants within this lamp, and shifted his gaze to the other oil lamps. Since his blood could activate the seal left by the celestial king, Wong Hong surmised he could use it to control and suppress these lamps, which might prove invaluable in the future. Chapter 51, Preparation. He proceeded to replicate his earlier action, using his blood to trigger the seals of the lamps that were presumably once celestial kings, igniting them one by one, causing a cacophony of screams to erupt within the passage. The other remnants within the lamps, realizing the peril, promptly fell silent, fearing that Wong Hong would bestow upon them a drop of his blood as well. After subduing them, Wong Hong wasted no time in removing each lamp, one by one. Throughout this process, the interiors of the lamps remained eerily calm, evidently aware of Wong Hong's formidable prowess. He carefully stored them within his ancient ring, isolating each lamp in a secluded corner to prevent any communication between them. Once he had completed this task, Wong Hong noticed Wang Mian observing him with a peculiar expression. Senior, is something the matter? Do you have any concerns? What is the young master doing? Is he perhaps anticipating that something may befall the celestial king, and thus preparing in advance? As a true celestial being, Wang Mian was no fool. He could discern Wong Hong's intentions. He found it hard to believe that this son of the celestial king harbored such a lack of faith in his father. Of course, one must always prepare for unforeseen circumstances. There are only benefits to this, none of detriment, Wong Hong candidly admitted. I am indeed preparing to make a hasty retreat. While he believed his father, the celestial king, would return, the nature of his condition remained uncertain. The injury that could compel such a powerful celestial king to sit in meditation was undeniably grave, and Wong Hong had to consider the future. Wang Mian fell silent, initially brimming with confidence in the Wong family celestial king. But now, for reasons unknown, he felt a twinge of uncertainty. Perhaps this was the fickleness of human sentiment, which could be infectious. However, despite his wavering, he dared not act as Wong Hong did. After all, he was not the son of a celestial king. Even if Wong Hong's preparations proved unnecessary, he would face no repercussions, whereas he would be risking his life if caught. rendering his efforts meaningless. Moreover, with the Celestial King absent, formidable beings such as Xinting and Xuanyang remained to maintain order within the estate. Any turbulence would be ruthlessly suppressed. Only Wong Hong, with his unique identity and circumstances, could afford to prepare in advance. For others to do so would be tantamount to courting disaster. Very well. Does the young master require my assistance? Wang Mian inquired. Since my amnesia, I have scarcely ventured outside and am not well acquainted with the celestial estate. Once I have organized my secret chamber, I kindly ask you to show me around, Wong Hong replied, to which Wang Mian readily agreed. Seeing this, Wong Hong did not linger, swiftly returning to his secret chamber to remove anything portable, such as the stone bed imbued with chaotic energy, beneficial for cultivators in comprehending the Tao, along with the Kuma mat and stone table. His principle was clear: nothing that could be taken should be left behind. Once the chamber was entirely cleared, he hurried back to Wang Mian, requesting to be taken to the Sea of Tao seeds. 3 supreme ancient seeds remained. He had fused with one, Wang Yu had assimilated another, and there should still be one more left. Presently, apart from the 2 of them, no one else in the Wang family possessed the capability to gain the approval of a perfect ancient seed. Initially, he had compelled Wang Yu to fuse with a seed out of necessity. It was beyond his control, for his father had instructed him to choose first before allowing Wang Yu to follow, without indicating a desire to sever ties with the collateral branches. At that time, Wong Hong had just arrived and was labeled as amnesiac, thus his influence was limited. Otherwise, he would have long since acted as he had indicated, endeavoring to eliminate the collateral branches or drive them back to the celestial domain. Now, with one perfect ancient seed still remaining in the Sea of Tao seeds, regardless of its potential utility, Wong Hong was determined to secure it for himself. As the celestial formation activated, a dazzling light flashed, and Wang Heng's figure vanished from Wang Mian's sight. After a dizzying moment, he returned to the ocean of Tao seeds. This time, he had already planted a supreme soul seed within himself, no longer in the barren state he had once been in. The intense aura of the seed radiated from his lower dantian, as if proclaiming its sovereignty. The principle of the Tao seed law dictated that one could not harbor more than one type of seed. If multiple seeds could coexist, chaos would ensue, with the most powerful factions ruthlessly hoarding seeds, leaving others with no escape. Standing amidst the vast expanse, ancient seeds recoiled from Wong Hong's presence. The fierce aura of the supreme soul seed was so intense that it frightened the other seeds away. This left Wong Hong somewhat apprehensive. If he were to encounter the remaining perfect seed, would he also be unable to approach it? With a heart full of trepidation, he set forth, drawing upon his prior experience to swiftly arrive at the area where the embryonic seed of the ancient universe had manifested. After a brief sensation, Wong Hong confirmed that the perfect seed was indeed absent, not because the aura of the supreme soul seed had frightened it away, but because it had genuinely vanished. This indicated that Wang Yu had fused with the embryonic seed of the ancient universe. Upon receiving this information, he promptly headed towards the region where the Tianqiong seed resided. Sure enough, this seed, renowned for its invincibility and considered a rival to the Hongmeng purple chi seed, remained quietly floating in the depths of the ocean. Sensing Wong Hong's arrival, the seed began to tremble violently. Clearly conflicted, it wished to distance itself from Wong Hong, who had already established a seed Tao. Yet for some reason, it lingered, wavering in place. Is it because I came into contact with its rival, the Hongmeng purple chi seed, during the South Sea Bamboo Grove assembly, and have thus absorbed some of its aura? Wong Hong pondered, a realization dawning upon him. These two seeds were deeply intertwined, having faced off in numerous historical confrontations, establishing a causal relationship worthy of being termed as archrivals. Consequently, the Tianqiong seed did not flee but instead quivered in place. Wong Hong exhaled softly, sensing that he still had a chance. He controlled the supreme soul seed within him, minimizing its aura to the point of near invisibility. As he did so, the Tianqiong seed gradually stabilized from its agitated state. This marks the initial step towards gaining the trust of this ancient seed. Subsequently, he recited incantations, endeavoring to communicate with the ancient entity. Initially, the process proved arduous. The Tianqiong seed harbored a degree of hostility towards Wong Hong due to the aura of the Hongmeng purple chi, compounded by Wang Heng's recent entry into the realm of cultivation, rendering their interaction exceedingly challenging and fraught with difficulty. Fortunately, through Wang Heng's relentless perseverance, he eventually managed to assuage the resentment of this ancient seed, which in turn pledged to assist him in finding a suitable host to confront the impending emergence of the Hongmeng purple chi in this lifetime. With a resonating hum, the Tianqiong seed trembled and made its choice, soaring towards Wong Hong and directly entering his ancient ring. With a sigh of relief, Wong Hong unhesitatingly returned to the outside world, for many tasks awaited him. Elder, lead me to the medicinal garden. Chapter 52, Omen. Wang Mian did not inquire further, but swiftly enveloped Wong Hong in a beam of light, transporting him instantaneously to the medicinal garden of the immortal king. This was the very place where Wong Hong's journey in this realm commenced, a time when he believed that all he witnessed was but a dream. Little did he realize. This dream was profoundly real, and now he had fully integrated into this world. Without uttering a word, Wong Hong strode purposefully into the immortal king's medicinal garden. Everything remained remarkably familiar. The path was rugged, winding through secluded corners, with various divine herbs flourishing on either side, laden with fruit and exuding a rich fragrance that wafted through the air. Just inhaling a breath of it filled him with a sense of comfort, as if every fiber of his being were evolving and transcending. This medicinal garden of the immortal king boasted resources in divine fruits that were beyond imagination. Whatever existed in the outside world was predominantly found here, and perhaps even what was absent elsewhere could be discovered within. At the deepest recess of the path stood an ancient longevity tree that had survived countless eons, bearing numerous longevity fruits. Just one of these fruits could alleviate any concerns regarding lifespan, aligning the consumer with the cosmos itself. Upon his initial arrival, in a haze, he had consumed the juice of this fruit, and the pain in his soul was immediately alleviated, rendering its efficacy nothing short of miraculous, ultimately allowing him to awaken. This was, of course, due to the longevity tree's benevolent act of removing the essence of longevity from the fruit. Otherwise, the effects would have been even more exaggerated. In addition to the longevity tree, Wong Hong recalled the presence of a group of extraordinary divine herbs nestled deep within the garden, indistinguishable from ordinary cultivators in terms of intelligence. Among them were the purple old ginseng, the fiery red divine flower enshrouded in flames, the ancient tree laden with fruit, and the grass with 9 leaves, each etched with patterns resembling cauldrons, bells, and swords. Without exception, these were incredibly rare divine herbs, not far from the longevity medicine, worthy of being termed as extraordinary elixirs. It was no wonder they were housed in the innermost sanctum of the garden by an immortal king. This time, Wong Hong's objective was to procure the longevity tree and the extraordinary divine herbs. Should he acquire them, his future path would undoubtedly be considerably smoother. As for whether his father, the immortal king, would hold him accountable upon returning from his grievous injuries, he had already prepared a comprehensive explanation. Before long, he traversed the dimly lit path and arrived at the spot where he had previously lost consciousness. The longevity tree still stood there, towering at approximately the height of an adult man, its trunk robust and aged, covered in a white mist that glimmered as if rooted in a celestial realm. Several fruits of varying sizes hung among the leaves, emanating the fragrant aroma characteristic of longevity medicine. Surrounding it, Wong Hong beheld the extraordinary divine herbs, including the familiar purple old ginseng, the fiery red divine flower, the fruit-laden ancient tree, and the grass adorned with 9 leaves. Although it was not the renowned 9-leaf swordgrass and had yet to embark on the path of cultivation, it remained formidable, possessing immense medicinal value. As soon as he entered, the longevity tree and the assembly of divine herbs sensed his presence and turned their gazes towards him. Young Master Hung has arrived. How fares your soul injury? Is it any better? The longevity tree inquired first, expressing concern. Wong Hong nodded, gratitude evident on his face. Much improved. Thank you, Elder, for your prior assistance with the longevity fruit. It is of no consequence. We follow the immortal king and are under his protection, and as you are his progeny, it is only natural for us to offer our aid, the longevity tree replied, shaking its branches. What divine herbs have you come to gather this time, young Master Hong? The last time, your soul encountered misfortune, and you may not be as familiar with this place. We can provide you with assistance, the purple old ginseng chimed in, along with the other divine herbs. However, to the astonishment of the longevity tree and the assembly of divine herbs, Wong Hong shook his head and made a surprising declaration. I have come to invite you all into my ancient ring to prepare for the impending upheaval. His candid words left the longevity tree and the divine herbs astounded, momentarily at a loss for words. Surely, young Master Hung is not jesting? The immortal king is eternal, reigning supreme over the heavens, surveying the annals of time. What upheaval could possibly befall the Wong family? The fiery red divine flower responded, skepticism evident in its tone. Certainly not a jest. The waters of this world run deep, and even the immortal king is not impervious to death. An invasion from foreign realms has undoubtedly been in preparation for some time. Those powerful immortal kings from the primordial ancient realm have chosen to observe, providing no support. The border conflicts may suffer greatly, and my father has been invited to confront a formidable foe, the undying king of the foreign realms, where the probability of unforeseen events is alarmingly high. My invitation for you all to enter the ancient ring is merely a precaution. After all, the Wong family is not without enemies, and there are even issues from within. Wong Hong elucidated. Upon hearing his words, the divine herb began to murmur amongst themselves, deliberating, as Wong Hong's reasoning held a degree of validity. Do you sense something amiss? The longevity tree, which had remained silent, suddenly posed a question to Wong Hong. Yes, I have a vague sense of foreboding that I cannot shake off. It is undoubtedly an ill omen, Wong Hong acknowledged, nodding. He had initially uttered this casually to gain the trust of the longevity tree and the divine herbs, hoping to invite them into his ancient ring. However, to his surprise, as soon as he finished speaking, he felt a faint pain in his left chest, a tightening sensation that made breathing laborious, as if calamity were imminent. Startled, Wong Hong quickly pressed his hand to his chest, attempting to alleviate the discomfort, but to little avail. The longevity tree and the divine herbs exchanged glances, wondering if young Master Heng's words bore truth. Could the Wong family truly be on the brink of a monumental upheaval? Please, accompany me into the ancient ring, should my father return safely. I will ensure your return to this place. Wong Hong gasped, aware that time was of the essence, as the impending upheaval loomed near. The longevity tree and the divine herbs hesitated, finding it hard to make a decision, as this was not a trivial matter. However, in the next moment, a voice resonated. Dispelling their doubts, one by one they approached the ancient ring held by Wong Hong. Follow him. This was the voice of the chaotic, celestial vine of the Wong family. A figure of high status, second only to the immortal king, who had followed him for countless years. It had played a significant role in the acquisition of the longevity tree long ago. Thus, its words held considerable weight in the immortal king's medicinal garden. Certainly more so than Wong Hong, the amnesiac prince. What does this mean? The longevity tree inquired, directing its question towards the source of the chaotic celestial vine. The concerns of the immortal king before his departure may indeed come to fruition. Accompany this child. Even if the Wong family were to fall, he would rise again. Standing atop the pinnacle, the chaotic celestial vine sighed deeply, then communicated with Wong Hong, urging him to proceed to its rooted location. Chapter 53. The Will of Heaven. The ancient tree, which had obtained the answer, hesitated only briefly before it, along with a multitude of divine herbs and the celestial soil beneath its roots. Entered the ancient ring of Wong Hong. The interior space was vast, capable of accommodating numerous items, rivaling that of small chaotic world. Once inside, they settled in a dedicated medicinal garden, quietly awaiting news from the outside world. At this moment, Wong Hong was exerting all his strength to breathe deeply, feeling as though a colossal peak weighed upon his chest, making normal respiration nearly impossible, despite the evident emptiness above. What could this possibly be? He urged the supreme soul seed, unleashing a remarkable force of spirit to counteract that sensation. Fortunately, it proved somewhat effective, granting him a measure of relief. Without a moment's delay, he retraced his steps, fearing even the slightest delay. Although he was unaware of the origin of this oppressive feeling, he distinctly understood that it was ominous, a portent of impending calamity. The pressing task was to hasten to the chaos celestial vine, a being he could trust implicitly. With unsteady steps, he staggered out of the immortal king's medicinal garden, nearly collapsing to the ground. Observing this, Wong Mian, who had been waiting outside, was taken aback and rushed to support him. "Young master, what has happened? Are you unwell?" he inquired, puzzled. The medicinal garden contained only unrefined spiritual herbs, which should pose no threat to Wong Hong, and they were loyal to the immortal king, thus could not harm him. "Elder, please take me to the celestial vine," Wong Hong said, his complexion pale and voice urgent. "Understood," Wong Mian nodded, grasping Wong Hong's arm and vanishing from the spot. As a true immortal, his speed was unfathomable, and within mere breaths, they arrived at the mysterious area brimming with chaos. Had it not been for the restrictions at the Wong family estate, he could have arrived even faster. As they reached their destination, they beheld a broad passageway stretching before them, the very stone path they had traversed last time. The celestial vine had long since opened its path, awaiting their arrival. Wong Mian, with no hesitation, charged forward, bringing Wong Hong directly to the foot of the celestial vine in the blink of an eye. Towering and majestic, it was rooted in solid soil, shrouded in chaotic aura, with a single leaf capable of upholding the universe. However, that was but a memory. The celestial vine now resembled an elderly man at sunset, bereft of its former vitality, appearing frail and decrepit. The once vibrant green leaves had turned a desolate yellow, with several having already fallen to the ground, lying carelessly upon the earth. The once robust and vigorous roots were now riddled with cracks, suffused with the aura of decay. No matter how one looked at it, this celestial vine seemed to be on the brink of death, teetering on the edge of demise. What transpired? Just recently, this invincible celestial vine had forcefully acquired the fountain of immortality from a quasi-immortal king, yet now it appeared as though it was barely clinging to life, unmistakably on the verge of perishing. What could be the reason? This question surged unbidden in the minds of both Wong Mian and Wong Hong. Celestial vine, how could you have come to this state? Could there be an external enemy invading? Wong Mian inquired loudly. As he spoke, another yellowed leaf snapped off, falling to the ground and stirring up clouds of dust, mingled with countless fragments of leaves. Desolation and regret were Wong Hong's immediate feelings. Once having stepped into the realm of the immortal king, standing proudly in the path of immortality, it ought to have been eternal and indestructible, coexisting with the sun and moon. Yet now it lay gasping for breath, on the verge of entering the underworld. To him, the celestial vine was undoubtedly trustworthy, and the death of such an elder would be an immense loss. There is no external invasion, the celestial vine whispered, its tone unnaturally calm, reminiscent of an elderly man who awaited death with the knowledge of his fate. Without external foes, how could you have changed so? Wang Mian queried, a sense of foreboding rising within him. One cannot escape destiny. My decline is fated, predetermined, and unalterable. But you are a quasi-immortal king. How could you perish due to such so-called fate? I have severed the heavens and fortunes for millions of years, provoking heavenly tribulations. This is the moment I am closest to destiny. Thus, I cast an omen in the name of primordial chaos to divine the fate of the Wong family. The result is evident, manifesting in my being. The Wong family is destined to fall, like the setting sun, the decay of the roots foretelling the collapse of its pillars, while the fallen leaves signify the passing of vibrant lives. Such is the will of heaven. Human effort cannot defy it, the celestial vine stated calmly. What? Your condition represents the fate of the Wong family? Wang Mian was left speechless in shock. Does this mean the Wong family is doomed? Wong Hong, however, was not surprised. He had anticipated such a fate, but was taken aback that the quasi-immortal king would resort to divination, which seemed to doom itself. It was well known that the Wong family had an immortal king. Divining the fate of such a lineage would naturally exact a terrifying toll. He expressed his confusion and regret, feeling it unjust for the celestial vine. I had foreseen this. Even without this divination, calamity was unavoidable. Born from chaos, I possess a natural intuition that allows me to foresee life and death. Otherwise, I would not have abandoned this form. Elder, Wong Hong's voice trembled slightly. Since arriving in this world, the celestial vine had aided him immensely, and now, facing its imminent departure, how could he not be moved? Do not grieve. Do not be sorrowful. I was born from chaos, and upon my demise, I shall return to chaos. From chaos I came, to chaos I shall return. All is but a cycle. Though the Wong family's fortunes are thus, I have also discovered a glimmer of hope. As he spoke, a branch of the chaotic celestial vine extended towards Wong Hong's chest. Upon it hung a ripe gourd, its surface etched with myriad intricate patterns, profoundly mysterious, harboring astounding power. This is the fruit of my life's path, my most formidable means of offense, originally containing a sword. Once unleashed, it could rend the heavens and earth, shaking the world. However, after I cast that omen, its nature became uncertain, shrouded in the vastness of fate. Even I do not know what lies within. Perhaps it may change according to one's will. I gift it to you. Wong Hong was momentarily stunned. A quasi-immortal king's life fruit, the strongest means of attack, was simply bestowed upon him. Accept it. You are the last hope of the Wong family. Me? The last hope? Wong Hong was perplexed. Could it be that the Wong family estate, situated so far from the borders, would also face calamity? That is impossible. Quickly accept it. I sense a devouring force approaching from a void. The voice of the celestial vine suddenly grew urgent. Wong Hong ceased to hesitate, hastily securing the gourd within the ancient ring. This ring is too conspicuous. I will assist you in refining it into your body. The celestial vine, summoning its last remnants of strength, pointed out, and the ancient ring on Wong Hong's finger vanished in response, becoming a mark inscribed within his bone. Having completed this, a chilling power descended, manifesting as dark symbols that began to creep upward from the roots of the celestial vine, devouring all in their path, annihilating everything. Simultaneously, an uncanny and terrifying symbol emerged upon Wong Hong's body as well. Chapter 54. Curse and Annihilation. Wong Hong could not help but emit a chilling scream. A sound so harrowing it echoed like the wails of ancient specters, reflecting the profound agony he was enduring at that moment. With the emergence of dark symbols, he felt as though he was being consumed, his very essence seeping away, drawn into the insatiable void of those symbols, each one a gaping abyss, unfillable and eternal. Wang Mian's immediate instinct was to rush forward to rescue him. After all, his duty was to protect Wong Hong, and should anything happen to him, Wang Mian's own life would be forfeit. However, the chaotic immortal vine restrained him. An inexplicable curse surged forth from that brutal, warlike world intertwined with darkness, emanating from the very bloodline, an unstoppable force. The source of all this turmoil lay with the immortal king, who had been cursed, the affliction spreading through his blood. I had once withered away, only to be resurrected by the blood of the immortal king. It now seemed that this very essence had turned into an instrument of fate. As he spoke, A few remaining withered leaves from the vine fell with a resounding thud, the scant vitality they possessed devoured by the dark curse. Once immensely powerful, able to contend with the immortal king, the vine now appeared so frail and powerless. Its life force was rapidly dissipating, the decay of its body accelerating, sending shivers through Wang Mian's heart as he watched in horror. "Elder Vine, what must I do?" Wang Mian cried out, anxiety gnawing at him. For Wang Heng's life was withering away, and as his guardian, he felt utterly helpless. "Go, take these tokens, and summon the immortal king," the vine commanded, shaking its remaining branch, scattering 4 or 5 items. Among them were a dragon horn, a phoenix feather, a small golden bowl forged from celestial gold, and a replica of the Qian Kuan bag. These were entrusted to the vine by the immortal king of the Wang family for safekeeping, to be used in times of need, and now their moment had truly arrived. While this was not a grand gesture of goodwill, it was sufficient to summon the relevant immortal king, who, while unlikely to engage in battles against formidable foes, could still intervene to save Wang Heng's life. Wang Mian grasped these items and immediately felt an aura belonging to the immortal king emanating from them, vast and mysterious, invigorating him with hope that Wong Hong could be saved. If an immortal king intervened, perhaps the unfathomable curse could be quelled and its consuming nature halted. "Hurry!" The usually gentle, chaotic, immortal vine erupted in a thunderous roar, its voice reverberating in Wang Mian's ears. His complexion paled, and without daring to linger, he seized the items and departed. Within the depths of the chaotic secret soil, only the waning chaotic immortal vine and the struggling Wong Hong remained. "Do not give up. You are the glimmer of hope, the bearer of the Wong family's aspirations. You must survive." The vine's words echoed in Wang Heng's ears, bestowing upon him the courage and strength to resist. With a fierce roar, Wang Heng's face contorted in rage, his eyes blood red. His once dark hair had turned pale and lifeless due to the draining of life force, and the robust physique he once possessed had been reduced to mere skin stretched over bones. Yet he continued to fight back. The essence of the longevity fruit he had consumed, along with the divine fruits he had ingested, had accumulated a reservoir of vitality within him, becoming latent potential hidden within his flesh. At that moment, they surged forth like a spring, granting him a fleeting chance to breathe. Simultaneously, the Qian Kuan fortune bestowed upon him by the vine began to take effect, with rings of divine energy slowly ascending, mysterious and intricate, inscribed with the profound principles of heaven and earth, capable of connecting to the realm inhabited by the Wang family. 1,000,000 years of Qian Kuan fortune had converged here, safeguarding Wong Hong from obliteration. The divine rings, resplendent and radiant, connected with the heavens, constructing an extraordinary domain around Wang Heng's body, entwining secrets of fate and fortune, significantly delaying the progress of the dark curse's consumption of his life force. Of course, this was also partly due to Wang Heng's limited cultivation. Curses of such magnitude, like those faced by the vine, were terrifyingly boundless, leaving no room for resistance, allowing it to be mercilessly slaughtered. In the Wang family estate, among the collateral branches, Wang Yu, who had merged with the primordial seed of the ancient universe, gazed in horror at the humanoid black stain upon the earth not far from him. It was a true immortal of the collateral branch, possessing profound cultivation, though not as formidable as a quasi-immortal king. He was a strong figure in the realm of true immortals and the ancestral progenitor of Wang Yu's lineage, having lived through countless ages. Who could have imagined that such a powerful being would perish in an instant, consumed by a terrifying black symbol? His immortal body and spirit were entirely reduced to ashes. Not only this true immortal, but others from the collateral branch were also targeted by the black symbols, emerging from their blood with relentless ferocity. In the span of merely half a tea's worth of time, 3 true immortals from the collateral branch, along with numerous sovereigns and many other powerful beings, met untimely deaths, with none escaping their grim fate. Wang Yu remained alive only because he had merely attained the Dao realm, and thus the curse's potency was not as severe. Furthermore, he had integrated with a vibrant ancient seed, which could shield him for a time. However, his demise was still inevitable. It was merely a matter of time. How could this happen? Wang Yu pondered, bewildered. This was the Wang family, under the protection of a supreme, immortal king. Who would dare to attack this place? From whence did these bizarre black symbols originate? Just as he was engulfed in confusion, a voice resonated in his ear, followed by a heartfelt sigh. Is it an ancient curse from the immortal king of a foreign realm? Or perhaps an even more dreadful source? In any case, it is inexplicable. A figure appeared within the territory of the collateral branch, tall and majestic, standing like a towering mountain, with long black hair cascading casually over his shoulders, exuding an imposing aura, evoking authority without the need for anger. Perched upon his left shoulder was a 3-legged golden crow, enveloped in flames. Wang Yu instantly recognized him as Sun Yang, the foremost warrior under the command of the immortal king of the Wang family. Hope flickered in his eyes as he struggled to crawl towards him, his voice a desperate plea. "Elder Sun Yang, save me." Sun Yang glanced at him, but the warmth that once characterized his gaze had vanished, replaced by coldness and indifference. Wang Yu sensed the ominous shift, a foreboding feeling rising within him. "Elder, I have shared a bond with your lineage for many years. To claim there are no ties would be false. Alas, the immortal king has decreed your demise, and you must accept it. This curse has indeed spared me much trouble, allowing me to remain cold-hearted." Wang Yu was left speechless, realizing that the curse originated from a foreign realm, and that the immortal king of the Wong family had intended to eradicate his branch all along. "Your talent is commendable. You had the potential to reach the pinnacle. Yet, your lineage has been foolish, incessantly engaging with the immortal domain, even daring to vie with the immortal king's descendants. Extinction is but a natural consequence." Chapter 55 Betrayal. Wang Yu's pupils widened in shock, realizing that every action taken by his lineage had been observed by the immortal king. "The Lord initially intended to grant you an opportunity for redemption, but you squandered it and continued your connections with the immortal domain. This left no recourse. When calamity strikes, your lineage must be the first to perish," Sun Yang stated. Wang Yu recalled the events leading up to this moment. He had indeed been invited to the grand gathering at the South Sea's purple bamboo forest. After Wong Hong departed in a chariot drawn by 9-headed heavenly steeds, he had followed closely behind in his own vehicle. However, they encountered individuals from the immortal domain along the way, preventing him from attending. Subsequently, the higher-ups of his lineage engaged in clandestine discussions with the immortal domain, the nature of which remained a mystery. Little did he know, all of this had been closely observed by Sun Yang. At this moment, Wang Yu was engulfed in despair, fully aware that his demise was imminent, with no one capable of rescuing him. With a spurt of black blood, his abdomen shrank, the ancient cosmic seed that had fused with him being devoured entirely by the black curse symbol, reducing it from its once plump state to a withered remnant. What a pity for such a perfect ancient seed. This seed was, in truth, an opportunity bestowed upon your lineage by the esteemed one. It is lamentable and sorrowful. Xuanyang, witnessing this scene, could not help but shake his head. Wang Yu, in excruciating pain, was rendered speechless, tears streaming down his face, his breath faint and shallow, teetering on the brink of death. In this moment, he regretted his earlier dismissiveness towards the words of the immortal king, realizing that since Wang Hang's arrival, the collateral lineage had undergone a drastic transformation. The immortal king of the Wong family had sensed this change and had offered warnings. Yet the higher-ups of their lineage had taken it lightly, indirectly leading to the calamity of today. Even without this terrifying curse, it seemed he would have perished at Xuanyang's hands. Soon, Wang Yu's life flickered out, and like his kin, he was reduced to a pile of human-shaped ashes. Thus, all beings of the collateral lineage perished beneath the enigmatic curse. Xuanyang observed the devastation in silence, saying nothing. Had it not been for his high regard for this young being, he would never have shared so much. Now, with the dust settled, there was no turning back. In the chaotic secret soil, the root ground of the immortal vine, Wong Hong continued to struggle, employing every means to resist the power of the curse. Even the supreme soul seed fused within his body was expelled to ward off disaster and prolong his life. Not far away, the immortal vine had but a sliver of its form untouched by corrosion, its fall now a foregone conclusion. Suddenly, the dying immortal vine spoke to the void, its tone remarkably serene. "Since you have arrived, why conceal yourself?" As the words fell, a robust figure emerged from the void, stepping forth before the immortal vine. He was none other than Xuanyang, the newly confirmed quasi-mortal king, who had hastened to the immortal vine's root ground upon fulfilling the immortal king's command, only to conceal his presence for reasons unknown, and was compelled to reveal himself once discovered by the immortal vine. "Friend, how fare you?" Xuanyang's face bore no trace of embarrassment. Rather, he inquired nonchalantly about the immortal vine's condition. "With fall imminent, why feign ignorance?" replied the immortal vine. "It is indeed lamentable that you, who have emerged from chaos, cultivated for countless epochs, and achieved such mastery, must now see it all buried beneath this dreadful curse." A hint of sorrow flickered in Xuanyang's eyes, yet the immortal vine remained unfazed, seemingly aware of Xuanyang's true intentions. "You seek the chaotic gourd, do you not? I have already bestowed it upon this child, having dripped his blood upon it. It wholly belongs to him. You overthink, my dear friend. As the foremost warrior of the Wong family, how could I commit such a grievous act? Just moments ago, I was still busy fulfilling the immortal king's entrusted tasks, witnessing the collateral lineage's extinction with my own eyes." Xuanyang shook his head, indicating he was not the type to kick someone when they were down. "Xuanyang, you are a clever man. Many matters need not be veiled in secrecy. With the immortal king yet to return, what is it that you fear? When I first subdued you, both the immortal king and I anticipated that such a day might come. Yet, human calculations pale against the heavens. Who could foresee that the esteemed one would fall victim to an otherworldly curse, its eruption mediated by blood? At present, The only force capable of counterbalancing you is ensnared by the curse, and your fall is merely a matter of time. Now, there is no one to restrain you. You may do as you please. The immortal vine spoke with alarming calmness, a tranquility that aroused suspicion. Xuanyang, however, could not genuinely believe such a notion. An unparalleled immortal king, even when beset by calamities at the borders, was not someone a mere quasi-immortal king could provoke. At this moment, any misstep could lead to his utter annihilation. My friend, Yuyist, had I not joined the Wong family and received the immortal king's aid, I would never have achieved my current standing. Why would I repay kindness with malice? Everything I have done has merely been a struggle for survival. If you, dear friend, were unharmed, I would never dream of severing ties with the Wong family. With you present, even if the immortal king were to face misfortune, he could rest assured in leaving his legacy with me. I would assist you, but should you fall, the immortal king would never entrust his legacy to me. So, what shall be done with a quasi-immortal king like myself, who is so intimately aware of the Wong family's affairs and of young Master Hong? Surely, the esteemed one would not leave such a significant risk unaddressed. As for the immortal king's safety, I believe if he were in good health, he would not allow the curse to erupt within his own bloodline, endangering his progeny. The immortal vine sighed. The words spoken by the other were indeed factual. The Wong family's immortal lineage had numerous enemies. When the family's immortal fell and required a guardian for the heir, a trustworthy protector was essential. Otherwise, it would endanger Wong Hong. Clearly, Xuanyang did not belong to that category. Given this, the most prudent course of action for the Wong family's immortal was to eliminate all risks entirely. So what do you intend to do? I have already sent Wang Mian to summon the immortal king. Your time is running short, inquired the immortal vine. Xuanyang's gaze flickered as he looked at Wong Hong, largely covered by black symbols, and then at the flickering flame of life of the chaotic immortal vine, feeling a tumult of conflict and hesitation within. Ultimately, reason triumphed over desire. The formidable presence of Wong Heng's father left an indelible mark deep within him, instilling a profound fear of crossing boundaries that could lead to his own demise. Your misunderstanding of me runs too deep. Xuanyang is not that kind of person. I take my leave. Perhaps fate will allow us to meet again. With a respectful nod, Xuanyang turned on his heel, departing without a backward glance, intent on escaping before the immortal king arrived, lest he be too late. Watching Xuanyang's retreat, the immortal vine let out a long breath. The immortal king had gone to the borders, and part of its reason for remaining was to deter Xuanyang. It had hoped that with its presence, even if the immortal king encountered trouble, the Wong family would remain secure. Who could have anticipated such malice from another realm, unleashing such a terrifying curse? Despite meticulous calculations, it had failed to foresee this outcome. Fortunately, Xuanyang, wary of the immortal king's might, had refrained from reckless actions, thus avoiding a grave error. Chapter 56, Memories. As time progressed, the life of the chaotic immortal vine gradually ebbed, ultimately reaching its final moments. Approaching death, it felt neither fear nor hesitation, existing in a state of tranquility and serenity, gazing down at Wong Hong with a benevolent expression, observing his unyielding spirit as he battled against the curse. A sense of satisfaction blossomed in the immortal vine's eyes. Wong Hong had grown under its watchful eye, from his first cries to his unsteady steps, his babbling words, and eventually into a handsome youth. Every moment had been etched into the immortal vine's heart. It had once personally aided in his foundation, nurturing him as its own, forming a deep emotional bond. Now, as they approached the divide of life and death, an overwhelming sense of reluctance filled its heart. At the very least, it had not witnessed this young man achieving invincibility and ascending to the realm of the immortal king. Farewell, the immortal vine sighed. Despite the many regrets, it could not reverse the flow of fate or alter the conclusion of its fall. It cast one last glance at the world it had fought through for endless epochs. At the celestial abode it had protected for several eras, its mind flooded with vivid memories of yesteryear. On that day, a strikingly handsome young man had suddenly appeared, guiding the bewildered vine out of chaos and into the mortal realm. Together, they traversed the land, conquering battlefields, triumphing over formidable foes time and again, escaping death repeatedly, forging a legendary reputation. That was the most unforgettable chapter of the immortal vine's existence, one that would linger in its memory for all eternity. With a sense of nostalgia and melancholy, the last remnant of the immortal vine was consumed by the curse, its essence extinguished, and it fell into oblivion between heaven and earth. The elder Wong Hong struggled to keep his eyes open, yet he forced himself to gaze towards the immortal vine's direction. He could scarcely believe that such a kind and gentle elder had perished in this manner. Just a short while ago, this venerable figure had severed the chaotic fate of 1,000,000 years, securing the spring of immortality, exuding immense power. Even in its final moments, it remained composed, repelling the rebel from the Wong family. The immortal vine was truly a mentor worthy of trust and devotion, akin to how the god of willows regarded Shurhao. Regrettably, it had departed forever, leaving behind only a corroded body, standing solitary upon the chaotic secret soil. In that moment, an unusual emotion blossomed within Wong Hong's heart. A tide of hatred towards the foreign realm surged forth. The curse from that distant land had not only devoured one of his elders, but now sought to consume his own life. This was a profound karmic connection, and should he survive, he would undoubtedly seek to repay it. With a cough, black blood erupted as Wong Hong lost control over his body. What had become of the supreme soul seed, which had valiantly resisted the curse's power for so long? He could not fathom. His head had become the soul sanctuary. A black sword embryo hovered quietly in the air, a legacy of the calming chaos technique. Wong Hong had only deciphered a fragment of it, leaving the vast majority beyond his understanding. Unmoved by the dark curse, the sword embryo remained steadfast. Wong Hong held no expectations for it. His profound and dark essence braced itself for a final stand, aware that Wang Mian had taken a token to summon the immortal king. The longer he could endure, the greater the hope of survival. A strange sound resounded, emanating from the flowing blood, as terrifying, jet-black symbols emerged, launching an assault upon the last sanctuary of Wong Hong. The blood vessels within his head reacted similarly, as the curse's powers surged like a tidal wave, suffocating him. Wong Hong exerted every effort to resist. His dark essence transformed into the sword embryo, unleashing the calming chaos technique. In an instant, sword chi surged within his head, intertwining black and dark light. He struggled valiantly, but the might of the curse was insurmountable. Wong Hong, drained of strength, watched helplessly as he was engulfed by the curse's symbols. His vision blurred, and faintly, he perceived the motionless sword embryo springing into action, releasing a humanoid entity wielding a black essence sword, rampaging and restoring order to the chaotic world. Ultimately, Wong Hong could withstand no longer as darkness consumed his sight. It felt as though he had entered a dream, wherein he was born of a celestial maiden, heralding his arrival with an array of celestial phenomena. Everyone praised his extraordinary talents, believing he could shatter the shackles that bound the immortal prince from attaining the status of immortal king, forging an unparalleled myth of dual kings. He had a father, a figure standing at the pinnacle of the immortal king realm, revered by all, a guardian of the realm. From his early years, this immortal king father dedicated immense effort to lay an unshakable foundation for him, hoping he might tread the path of invincibility, all the while under the silent protection of an immortal vine. A decade slipped away in the blink of an eye, and on this day, the youth ventured to his father's medicinal garden to gather herbs. A sudden thunderous sound erupted, jolting Wong Hong's drowsy essence awake. When he opened his eyes, he was met with a shocking sight. The black sword embryo, symbolizing the legacy of the calming chaos technique, had shattered, countless fragments drawn towards him by some unseen force, while the churning black ocean of curses below seemed poised to unleash something. In the next moment, a blazing black sun erupted from the ocean of curses, hurtling directly towards Wong Hong's essence. It was the supreme soul seed, which had lost contact, now surging upwards from the lower dantian. Due to the curse's corrosion, it had reached the brink of annihilation, yet it fought valiantly to reach Wong Hong's essence. As the fragments of the sword embryo collided with the wounded supreme soul seed and the battered essence of Wong Hong, an astonishing force erupted. Calming chaos technique. Wong Hong felt as if divinely inspired, unleashing the complete technique, carving a bloody path out of the black ocean, thus relinquishing his corporeal form. However, the curse unleashed by the foreign realm was merciless, a deadly curse that surged through the void, vowing to eradicate the Wong family without leaving a single survivor. At this moment, Wong Hong had exhausted all his strength, helplessly watching as the black symbols approached. Simultaneously, he grasped a significant truth. The reason he had never recalled the original owner's memories was that the immortal king of the Wong family had left a safeguard within his offspring's bloodline. The sword embryo of the calming chaos technique was not only a legacy, but also a form of protection. Should his progeny face calamity, the legacy sword embryo would safeguard his essence until the immortal king arrived. Wong Hong's arrival had originated directly from within the essence, leaving no trace of invasion. Yet, this sword embryo had still siphoned away Wong Hong's memories, leading to his perceived amnesia. Now, with the legacy of the sword embryo shattered, the sealed memories naturally returned to his soul. It was only at this moment that he truly became Wong Hong, free of any blemish. Realizing all of this, Wong Hong was drenched in cold sweat, unable to fathom what would have transpired had the sword embryo's legacy remained intact and the immortal king returned. Had his progeny been seized by another, Wong Hong might have acted decisively to eliminate them. Chapter 57. The Arrival of the Kings. There was no time to ponder further. As a wave of weakness swiftly spread throughout his body, Wong Hong struggled to pry his eyelids open, but it was a futile endeavor. He could only helplessly allow them to close slowly. Just as a sliver of light remained, he seemed to glimpse a radiant brilliance, sweeping across the vast sky like an ocean, dispelling the darkness. The coldness within his essence dissipated, replaced by a hint of warmth, as if he were immersed in a soothing hot spring. Was it an illusion? As the thought crossed his mind, Wong Hong lost consciousness. From the outbreak of the dark curse to the present moment when his essence departed the body, he had held on for long enough. His foundational energies were somewhat depleted, an achievement unattainable by others for a being at the realm of the Tao. An overwhelming voice resonated, echoing throughout heaven and earth, shaking the void with a rumble, disrupting the laws of the great Tao. Alas, Wong Hong could no longer hear it. His foundational energies had been exhausted, plunging him into a deep slumber. As the voice faded, the dark symbols surging towards his essence were halted by a ray of golden light, fiercely clashing in the void, neither yielding. The curses from the foreign realm were exceedingly peculiar. They grew stronger against the powerful and weaker against the feeble. However, they too had their limits. Following the recent depletion caused by the sword embryo's legacy, the black symbols found it challenging to assert dominance in the presence of a mortal king-level power. Being inherently foreign to this realm, the eruption within the primordial ancient world would naturally face the suppression of the great heavens. Of course, the potency of the curse also depended on its dosage. The vast majority of the curse's power resided within the immortal king of the Wong family, who bore nearly all the pressure. Yet, for beings below the immortal king level, even a mere touch of such a curse would spell certain death. Boom! The heavens darkened. The void appeared to solidify, and the terrifying might belonging to the immortal king swept across the celestial and terrestrial realms, bringing an eerie stillness to the chaotic Wong family. The departure of Sun Yang solidified the collapse of the Wong family, plunging the immortal mansion into turmoil, where some harbored trepidation and exercised restraint, while others, unable to resist temptation, brazenly schemed for the treasures of the immortal mansion. Numerous true immortals participated in this tumult. Having learned of the complete annihilation of the Wong family's collateral line and the demise of the spirit-offering immortal vine, witnessing Sun Yang's betrayal firsthand, they cast aside their trepidation and reservations, descending upon the immortal abode to plunder and wreak havoc. Ordinarily, significant locations within the estate were safeguarded by monarch-level restrictions, rendering entry impossible for true immortals. However, these barriers have been deliberately breached, allowing unimpeded access, and under such temptation, courageous souls were plentiful. Once they burst inside, they were met with a dazzling array of treasures within the immortal monarch's residence, so opulent that even true immortals found themselves rooted in place, unable to move. Yet, lost in their elation of discovery, they failed to anticipate the swift arrival of the immortal monarch. In an instant, panic seized these beings as they fled in desperate haste. Alas, it was too late. A colossal golden hand emerged, capturing the fleeing lights of true immortals and tossing them into a cage, as effortlessly as one might grasp a handful of chicks. Soon after, a blinding golden light illuminated the heavens, revealing an ancient war chariot forged from the celestial gold of the Yellow Path, radiating an overwhelming monarchical aura that enveloped the entire Wong family estate. The true immortals in the cage, along with the other beings within the estate, gazed skyward, their hearts trembling with awe. They recognized the arrival of a legendary immortal monarch from the ancient realm, who had attained enlightenment through the essence of celestial gold, commanding reverence across the ages. The chariot of celestial gold was his emblematic vehicle, drawn by a divine golden bull. It is beyond the imagination of ordinary folk to consider the spectacle of an immortal being pulling a chariot. Such a display of power compels one to bow in worship, prostrating oneself in reverence. Have I arrived too late? Sighed an elderly figure with golden hair and beard, seated within the chariot. Though his stature was less than a foot, he appeared even smaller while in meditation, his visage bearing the weight of extreme age, as if he had been seated in the annals of prehistory. Beside him was a familiar figure, Wong Mian, who had ventured into the outer realms to summon the immortal monarch. Leaning against the golden bull bestowed by the spirit vine, he had successfully roused the golden Taoist from his seclusion, returning just in time to save Wong Hong and quell the unrest that had erupted within the Wong household. Furthermore, the golden Taoist had summoned other corresponding immortal monarchs to convene at the Wong family estate. Spirit Vine Elder, Wong Mian cried out in despair upon seeing the lifeless form of the spirit vine. It was irrevocably deceased. Even the might of an immortal monarch could not revive it. Forgive me for arriving too late to avert this tragedy, lamented the golden Taoist, seated within the chariot. Wong Mian, suppressing his sorrow, replied with utmost respect, Your Excellency, it is your timely intervention that saved my lord and quelled the turmoil within the Wong family. I recall there was a quasi-immortal named Sun Yang from the Wong family. Why did I not see him? The golden Taoist inquired, puzzled. He then utilized his formidable power to restore the previous scenes of this place. Impressions etched in the river of time, indelible. Wang Mian was momentarily stunned as he witnessed the confrontation between Sun Yang and the spirit vine. In a moment, Sun Yang had opened several key areas of the Wang estate before his betrayal. Has Elder Sun Yang indeed turned traitor? The golden Taoist mused, his brow furrowing slightly. If he is a traitor, then let us retrieve him for Taoist Wang. As he spoke, his eyes emitted terrifying golden beams, radiating an overwhelming aura of authority. Just as the golden Taoist prepared to act and retrieve Sun Yang, his hand halted midair. What is it, my lord? Wang Mian inquired, sensing the gravity of the situation. The golden Taoist, with a grave expression, replied thoughtfully, he has been taken by an immortal monarch. Only an immortal monarch could obliterate traces so thoroughly. What? Wang Mian exclaimed in astonishment. An immortal monarch has taken Sun Yang? Could there have been prior collusion? He shook his head, dismissing the notion. If there had been prior connection, it would have been impossible to conceal from the Wang family's immortal monarch. There must be another, undisclosed reason. Suddenly, a piercing avian cry resonated through the sky, accompanied by an overwhelming crimson flame as a colossal true phoenix descended upon the Wang family estate. From another direction, powerful beings approached, their presence suffocating even before they fully arrived, instilling a sense of dread. Before Wang Mian could fully comprehend the situation, majestic figures emerged from the chaotic secret soil. Enveloped in dense chaos light, the aura of the immortal monarchs radiated outward, instilling awe throughout the estate and beyond. With the golden Taoist present, a total of 5 immortal monarchs had gathered in this location. Under such circumstances, no being would dare provoke or disrupt this gathering, for that would be tantamount to courting death. Chapter 58. The Blood of the Phoenix in Nirvana. Even with Wang Mian's extensive lifespan as a true immortal, he had never witnessed such a gathering of 5 immortal monarchs. His heart raced, and he dared not draw breath. Beings of this caliber were often elusive, their true forms rarely seen. It was only due to today's extraordinary events that such a spectacle unfolded. Wang Mian cast a sorrowful glance at the remains of the spirit vine, then turned his gaze towards Wong Hong's unconscious form and the flesh that had been utterly consumed by dark symbols, his heart filled with anxiety, fearing that this calamity would render Wong Hong irreparably damaged. It was vital to remember that Wong Hong's potential and talent were unparalleled within the primordial ancient realm. His name inscribed on the ancient steel, triumphing over the path of seeds, and dazzling amidst the competition at the southern sea's purple bamboo forest, eclipsing the progeny of many immortal monarchs. If he were allowed to mature smoothly, he would undoubtedly have the opportunity to attain the status of an immortal monarch. Yet now, Wong Hong faced grave misfortune. Though his life was preserved, his body had been devoured by an alien dark curse, poised to follow in the footsteps of his collateral relatives. How could one not feel urgency? Without a corporeal form, the soul would be akin to a leaf adrift without roots. To this day, Wang Mian vividly recalled the immortal monarch of the Wang family speaking of the significance of the physical body during a past sermon. Even with a soul as powerful as his, capable of standing tall against other immortal monarchs of the same level, one could not overlook the necessity of the body. If Wang Hong were to lose his corporeal form now, it would be nearly impossible to amend such a flaw in the future. For this body was birthed from the womb, the most primal and original vessel, intrinsically aligned with the soul, an irreplaceable entity that no other body could substitute. Reflecting on this, Wang Mian could not restrain himself from speaking out. Esteemed immortal monarchs, is there still hope for my lord body? The golden Taoist was the first to respond. This curse is not a simple one cast by an immortal king. Its essence is of a high order, terrifyingly so, making us feel a chill of dread. Fortunately, the curse's power is minimal and has been weakened. Acting now, it should be feasible to preserve this body. Upon receiving this affirmative response, Wang Mian let out a long sigh of relief. As long as the body remained intact, Wang Hong's path would not suffer an irremediable blemish, and there remained hope for a resurgence. I shall take action. The blood of the phoenix in Nirvana possesses inherent resistance to dark powers, making it ideally suited to dispel this curse, declared one of the towering figures, their voice resonant and magnetic, shrouded in the principles of the Tao, rendering it impossible to discern gender. However, Wang Mian recognized this figure as a notorious and formidable true phoenix from the ancient realm, standing at the pinnacle of the immortal monarchs, unmatched both above and below, often referred to as an immortal being. This being resided in a place of seething magma and searing heat, rumored to dwell within a colossal phoenix tree, with a domain extending for tens of thousands of miles, all designated as forbidden zones. To tread upon this land without invitation would result in incineration by the prohibitive forces within. Although the phoenix is traditionally revered as an auspicious beast, the ascent of this malevolent entity is steeped in blood and flames, rendering any listener's soul to tremble involuntarily. Legend has it that due to excessive bloodshed, the progeny of the true phoenix gave rise to the blood phoenix lineage. As for the 3 supreme beings accompanying the true phoenix, Their origins are astonishingly formidable. They are all unparalleled entities from the primal ancient realm. One is the true dragon, a fearsome entity that stands alongside the true phoenix, hailed as the first of all races. Its descendants, upon reaching maturity, can attain the status of immortal kings, making it the ultimate aspiration for countless races in their evolutionary journey. Throughout this process, their forms invariably evolve to resemble that of the true dragon, underscoring the extraordinary nature of the first race. Tales circulate that the true dragon may be even more ferocious than the true phoenix, a claim not made lightly. Like the true phoenix, the true dragon's abode is a forbidden realm. Any being daring enough to approach, save for those of the immortal king level, would effectively be courting death. The other two are the mighty Qian Kuan immortal king, master of the Qian Kuan sect, whose name reverberates across the 33 heavens. He is a veritable titan, wielding the Qian Kuan bag, exerting tremendous pressure both within and beyond the universe, with even the illustrious Qing Wei Lord and Qi Lord as his disciples. The final figure is the immortal monk king of Mount Xiumi, leader of the ancient monk lineage. He has perfected the immaculate 6-foot golden body, achieving unparalleled success in the corporeal domain, standing immovable against adversaries of the same rank. Moreover, this immortal monk king is a master of the cycle of reincarnation, and has pledged to create a human reincarnation within the primal ancient realm, guiding countless beings across the turbulent seas of suffering. The reason for the presence of this formidable ancient monk was a token from the celestial vine, featuring a relic left by a deceased monk from epochs past, which serendipitously became a token of goodwill. By merely presenting this relic, the immortal monk king would be compelled to lend a hand, repaying a favor to the royal family's immortal king. When Wang Mian was tasked with selecting from 5 tokens, he unequivocally dismissed the true dragon and true phoenix. For there have been instances where true immortal beings intruded upon their domains, only to be ruthlessly slaughtered. He feared for his own life. The Qian Kuan immortal king, known for his penchant for wandering the heavens, was also a risky choice, as he might not be available. As for the immortal monk king, Wang Mian recalled that during his visit to the southern sea's purple bamboo forest, the monk had mentioned he was in seclusion, even foregoing the border battle. With no other options, he ultimately chose the golden Taoist, who had visited the Wang family millions of years prior, when Wang Mian was merely a minor supreme being, having had only a distant encounter with him. In the end, Wang Mian's choice proved fortuitous. The golden Taoist arrived just in time to avert a greater tragedy. As the true phoenix concluded, she stepped forward, gently touching the body of Wong Hong, which was on the verge of being consumed by the dark curse. A slender, crimson beam of light shot forth from her fingertip, piercing the darkness like a bolt of lightning. Initially all was still, as if the crimson beam had been swallowed by the shadows, fading into silence. However, within the span of a mere breath, faint red light began to emerge from the depths of the inky symbols, intensifying as if a red sun were striving to break free from beneath, burning fiercely. With a resounding boom, the crimson radiance and the dark aura erupted simultaneously, engaging in a fierce struggle within Wang Heng's body. They devoured and extinguished one another in an all-consuming battle. Wang Mian observed closely. The crimson brilliance was formed by numerous tiny, true phoenixes, vibrantly alive, standing in stark opposition to the endless dark symbols. Thus commenced a confrontation of immortal king caliber. One side, the undying essence of the phoenix's nirvana blood. The other, the formidable dark curse from another realm, of a nature so elevated that even the immortal kings dared not underestimate it. The battleground for this clash, however, was none other than the corporeal form of an immortal king's progeny, an intrinsically unequal affair, yet it was unfolding in reality. After a fierce exchange of blows, the true phoenix's nirvana blood began to gain the upper hand, gradually suppressing the dark curse. Within Wang Heng's body, vibrant, true phoenixes adorned in resplendent feathers, ablaze with magnificent flames, fearlessly charged toward the dark symbols, exploding upon contact and taking the curse with them into oblivion, turning to ashes. Yet, in the next moment, these ashes trembled, and new, brilliant flames emerged, continuously joining the fray. Meanwhile, the dark curse, unbeknownst to its impending demise, was cut off from its source of power, unable to sustain itself amidst the relentless onslaught, progressively driven into a corner. Just when the last strand of the curse remained, it surged back fiercely, consuming a substantial amount of phoenix blood. This blood, one of the most precious fluids of the true phoenix, known as nirvana phoenix blood, was reputed to facilitate resurrection and transformation, brimming with life essence. The dark curse, having ingested a significant quantity of this phoenix blood, felt rejuvenated, surging with vigor and overpowering the nirvana blood in return. The true phoenix's expression turned grave amidst the chaotic light, and without hesitation, she unleashed another stream of phoenix blood into the battle against the curse. Perhaps feeling uneasy, Her fingertips shot forth yet another beam. The addition of these two streams of nirvana blood once again shifted the tide, forcing the dark curse into a precarious position. It was thought that this time it would be obliterated, but to everyone's astonishment, this final strand of the dark curse proved more resilient than anticipated. And even the true phoenix struggled to extinguish it. What a terrifying curse. It is no ordinary affliction and may very well involve secrets of some dark origin. I shall seal it away for future contemplation with you, my esteemed companions. Observing the prolonged struggle against the phoenix blood, the Qian Kuan immortal king finally spoke up. As he did, a beast hide bag manifested in his hands, the Qian Kuan bag his weapon. This ultimate ancient artifact, crafted from the hides of myriad divine beasts and countless chaotic treasures, symbolizes the essence of all beings and the convergence of myriad paths. Representing one of the most renowned treasures of the primal ancient realm, possessing boundless power, capable of containing the stars and celestial bodies, and even creating minor realms. With a thunderous roar, the Qian Kuan bag unleashed its might, the force of its laws surging forth like an ocean, locking onto the final and most potent remnant of the dark curse and voraciously consuming it. Subsequently, layers of prohibitions and seals were applied, binding this curse so tenaciously that, regardless of its formidable nature, escape became impossible. After completing this, Wong Hong's body finally descended into tranquility. However, due to the dark curse's insidious erosion and the fierce battle with the phoenix blood, his corporeal form was left riddled with wounds, utterly shattered, devoid of vitality. Most alarmingly, his blood had been drained, leaving barely a few drops. Were it not for the preservation of the last few drops by the true phoenix's nirvana blood, Wong Hong's body would have undoubtedly been reduced to a mere husk. Witnessing the curse's expulsion, Wang Mian's anxious heart finally found solace. Yet almost immediately, the true dragon's words sent his heart racing once more. The dark power had seeped deep into the marrow, corrupting the very essence, rendering the body likely irreparable. It might be more prudent to abandon it and forge a new one. How could this be? Wang Mian was taken aback, casting a desperate glance at the assembled immortal kings. The golden Taoist and the immortal monk king both sighed heavily. The true dragon's assessment is indeed accurate. The body may be preserved, but its essence has been tainted. This is no ordinary dark force, lamented the golden Taoist. I implore you all, esteemed lords, to lend your strength. The young master must tread the path of invincibility in the future and cannot afford to be without his primal body. Wang Mian performed a grand salute to the celestial kings, beseeching their assistance. While the original body is undoubtedly of great significance, a body that has been tainted by darkness may well become a shackle on the path of the great Tao. The darkness, deeply rooted in the essence, lay in wait like a venomous serpent, poised to obliterate him at any moment. The golden Taoist shook his head, expressing concerns about this hidden peril, which could extend through the bloodline to future generations, leaving a lasting impact. The celestial monk king added his voice to the discussion. At that moment, the true dragon emerged, striding towards Wang Hong's body. I owe Wang Taoist a favor. I shall do my utmost to eradicate the darkness from his essence, he declared candidly, intending to repay the Wang family's celestial king. As he spoke, a stream of vivid crimson materialized in the true dragon's hand, blood from a celestial king, immensely precious, imbued with profound spirituality and unfathomable power. Under the gaze of all present, the true dragon allowed a drop of this celestial blood to fall into Wang Hong's body. In an instant, the true dragon's blood met the Nirvana Phoenix's blood, unleashing a surge of celestial-level power and an unimaginable vitality. Wang Mian's eyes widened in awe as he beheld this astonishing spectacle. The age-old legend of the dragon and phoenix in harmonious union, which he had never witnessed before, unfolded before him today. A true dragon and a true phoenix danced within Wang Hong's body, simultaneously healing wounds and seeking traces of darkness. Upon discovery, they would halt and exert their full effort to eradicate it. Gradually, Wang Hong's body began to restore itself. The once withered flesh gradually regained life, transforming from shriveled state to a robust form. Ultimately, the body was fully restored, with raven black hair cascading freely, a handsome visage now plump and rosy, exuding vitality. Even the chest rose and fell rhythmically, breaths flowing in and out, as if he were merely in slumber. While some traces of darkness were expunged, perfection was not achieved. The profundity of that dark power lingered ominously. The true dragon furrowed his brow, remarking, eradicating it entirely is quite challenging. Ultimately, whether his primordial spirit should return to the corporeal form requires careful consideration. The Nirvana Phoenix concurred. The original body was preserved, and its strength vastly exceeded previous limits. The dark curse had corroded the flesh, yet the true dragon's blood and the Nirvana Phoenix's blood had jointly reshaped it, a truly unimaginable fortune. Moreover, This body inherently possessed immense potential, being the offspring of a celestial king, and now it was even more extraordinary. However, the cost was the indelible traces of darkness concealed within its essence. Fortune may lie within calamity, and calamity may rest within fortune. It is difficult to discern clearly. They mused. The celestial kings turned their attention to Wong Hong's unconscious primordial spirit, astonishment evident in their eyes. The fragments of the tranquil order's inheritance, the obliterated supreme soul seed, and the extraordinarily gifted primordial spirit entity coalesced within Wong Hong's essence, rendering it extraordinarily complex and chaotic. Now, as Wong Hong lay in a state of oblivion, devoid of consciousness, uniting these three forces required external guidance. The celestial monk king, who had remained silent until now, stepped forward, enveloped in a gentle aura of Buddhist light. His countenance was handsome, his gaze clear, exuding a sense of returning to simplicity. I, a humble monk, am willing to chant the Sutra of Unity to help Master Wong's spirit merge into one. Chapter 60. The Return of the Celestial King. Upon hearing the celestial monk king's words, the assembled celestial kings fell silent for a moment before speaking in unison. Then we shall trouble you, celestial monk king. Wang Mian vaguely sensed an unusual atmosphere. He gazed at Wong Hong's primordial spirit and quickly grasped the underlying cause. The primordial spirit sword technique. Renowned as one of the three supreme sword techniques alongside the celestial calamity sword technique and the grass grip sword technique, was an unparalleled offensive secret art in the realm of primordial spirits, something every living being yearned to attain. Now, fragments of this supreme method lay scattered within Wong Hong's primordial spirit, easily accessible to the five celestial kings present, who could merely extend their consciousness to discern everything. Wang Mian believed that there must have been a fleeting moment of temptation for the five celestial kings, who were acutely aware of the terrifying power of the tranquil order. Yet, being in the same realm and motivated by the desire to repay the Wong family's celestial king, it would be morally untenable to take advantage of someone in need to seize the great method. Additionally, achieving consensus among the five kings in such a short time was implausible. They were far from being close enough to do so. Therefore, the celestial kings relinquished their thoughts of acquiring the inheritance fragments. At this juncture, the celestial monk king volunteered to assist Wong Hong in addressing the chaotic state of his primordial spirit, and naturally, no one opposed. After all, they were all here to repay a favor. It would be unreasonable to monopolize the task without affording others the opportunity to contribute. Each celestial king had lived through several epochs, if not longer, and their depth of character was profound, making it unlikely they would engage in such low-minded behavior. With the approval of the kings, the celestial monk king promptly sat down, his body levitating in the void. He joined his hands in prayer. A radiant halo emerging from behind his head, his eyes gently closed, exuding an aura of serenity. Lotus flowers of Buddhist and Taoist significance blossomed around him, elucidating the highest mysteries of this teaching. Shortly thereafter, a brilliant light erupted from the center of the celestial monk king's brow, sending forth a vast wave of primordial spirit energy that left all present in awe. It is well known that the Lord of Mount Sumeru has cultivated a flawless golden body, unrivaled among celestial kings. Yet few are aware of the formidable strength of his primordial spirit. Before they could marvel too long, the celestial monk king began to chant. This time, he recited one of the supreme scriptures of the ancient monk lineage, the Sutra of Unity. Unlike the Sutra of Crossing Beings, which ferries all living beings, the Sutra of Unity is a powerful method specifically for the primordial spirit, condensing all the mysteries of the great Tao into written form. If a being of great cultivation were to recite it, it could unleash tremendous power, useful for both combat and healing. The portion the celestial monk king intended to recite was for healing. He parted his lips, his voice slightly weathered as he began to chant the mysterious Sutra of Unity. As the scripture resonated, an indescribable ripple of spirit spread throughout the chaotic secret soil. Wang Mian felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over his primordial spirit, involuntarily radiating a hazy glow, as if the deepest potential within him had been awakened, invigorating his spirit and banishing all fatigue. Not only did Wang Mian, a true celestial being, benefit, but even the celestial kings present experienced substantial enhancement to their primordial spirits. Though there was no essential transformation, it was still an extraordinary boon. It is known that celestial kings possess certain immortal qualities in their primordial spirits, and with the adoration and prayers of countless beings, their primordial spirits grow stronger over time, becoming unbreakable. Enhancing a celestial king's primordial spirit through external means in a short time is a daunting task, but the ancient monk lineage's Sutra of Unity achieved this feat, largely due to the reciter's prowess. The recitation continued, predominantly affecting Wong Hong's primordial spirit, under the baptism of one wave of spirit ripples after another. The chaos within Wong Hong's primordial spirit began to improve, as if an unseen hand was orchestrating everything, guiding the three powers toward unification. The celestial monk king's voice resonated powerfully, and the chant of the Sutra of Unity echoed throughout the Wong family estate, dispelling all negative emotions among the beings within the celestial abode. This grand celestial residence returned to its former tranquility and harmony. Before long, the recitation came to a halt, and the celestial monk king rose from his meditative position, still with hands joined in prayer. At this moment, Wong Hong's primordial spirit had been refined into a singular entity, devoid of any chaos. Both the fragments of the tranquil order's inheritance and the obliterated supreme soul seed had merged seamlessly within his primordial spirit. This is undoubtedly astonishing, rendering Wong Hong, who is already extraordinary and possesses a soul far superior to his peers, even more formidable. The dark little figure of his primordial spirit is adorned with intricate which shimmer subtly, exuding an air of mystery and profundity, an embodiment of the ultimate essence of the soul, which should have remained concealed within the supreme soul type, manifesting its power through its symbiotic growth with its host. However, now, the supreme soul type is being eroded by a dark curse, teetering on the brink of annihilation. Before its impending doom, it breaks free from the depths of the curse, drawing near to Wong Hong's primordial spirit, and through the recitation of the celestial monk Wong, it completes its final journey, transferring all its principles and mysteries to the host. The fragments of the Fengzhi inheritance are of no lesser significance, harboring the power of the celestial king, which has been exhausted in the battle against the curse, ultimately merging seamlessly into Wong Hong's primordial spirit. This signifies that he has wholly obtained this supreme great method. Wang Mian and the other kings silently observe Wong Hong's still unconscious primordial spirit, yet their hearts are anything but tranquil. Could this truly be the primordial spirit of a being of such a profound realm? Given his age and cultivation level, it is simply unfathomably powerful. Coupled with that pristine original body, the potential of this youth is immeasurable, far surpassing his contemporaries, with the sole regret being the dark peril lurking within his physique. The kings remain mute, for in a certain sense, they have collectively forged such a monstrosity. Thus, it can be said that they have repaid the karmic debts of the past, whispers the celestial monk. The other four celestial kings share this sentiment, yet they do not depart immediately. Instead, they stand in place, quietly awaiting the return of the Wong family's celestial king. Wang Mian, uncertain of the specific circumstances surrounding the Wong family's celestial king, hastily inquires, "Esteemed celestial kings, how fares my lord?" Wang Daoyu single-handedly quelled the turmoil at the borders, driving back all foreign entities that intruded upon the imperial gates, even vanquishing an immortal king, an achievement truly worthy of the heavens, replies the golden Taoist, his golden eyes radiating immense authority as he gazes towards the border, seemingly witnessing the earth-shattering battle that transpired there. He has slain an immortal king. Wang Mian stands in stunned disbelief, for to him, beings of such exalted status as celestial kings are immortal and indestructible. Even among celestial kings, it is challenging to subdue one another. At least, it requires ample preparation to achieve. This was a secret he had learned while listening to the celestial kings expound their teachings. To his astonishment, the Wong family's celestial king had directly obliterated an immortal king during a great battle, which speaks volumes of his formidable prowess. Yet, such a powerful celestial king has fallen victim to the insidious machinations of foreign forces, succumbing to an inescapable dark curse. The foreign forces have retreated. A dozen immortal kings have chosen to withdraw, no longer engaging in battle with the ancestral beings of the border tribes, as the death of an immortal king has severely dented their morale. The Qinquan celestial king speaks up, elucidating the current state of affairs at the border. The kings return to the imperial gates to mend the damaged passage between realms, constructing layers of seals. It appears the outcome of the border conflict has been decisively settled. The true dragon also chimes in. The war has concluded. The world tree branches have departed from the borders, returning to their essence. Wang Daoyu should also be returning. As these words resonate, a vast and majestic power of celestial king caliber sweeps across the cosmos, arriving instantaneously at the Wong family's celestial abode. Wang Mian's celestial form trembles. He is all too familiar with this power, which belongs to the supreme celestial king of the Wong family. This time, in the border conflict, he displayed tremendous might, employing the primordial spirit sword technique to decisively slay the immortal king, causing a dozen immortal kings to refrain from rash actions and reluctantly choose to retreat. Even while afflicted by the dark curse, he managed to quell the chaos in all directions and survived, evading death. However, the terrifying dark curse has corroded the celestial king's body, rendering him gravely wounded, and his situation is exceedingly perilous. Before Wang Mian could fully comprehend the situation, The Wong family's celestial king had already returned to the celestial abode, directly descending into the chaotic secret soil. This ancient and towering being, even while gravely injured and on the brink of death, still emanates an overwhelming aura. Particularly after having just vanquished an immortal king, he carries a fierce momentum, surrounded by droplets of blood belonging to the immortal king, which burned fiercely, clearly indicating that he emerged from the royal blood, having crushed his opponent with absolute strength. Had he not been afflicted by the dark curse, he would not have been reduced to such a weakened state. Upon his arrival in the chaotic secret soil, the Wong family's celestial king witnesses the scene of his longtime companion, who fought alongside him, now lifeless, leaving only his solitary corpse standing there. A wave of sorrow washes over him as he realizes that the demise of the celestial vine was caused by the blood of the celestial king from years past, which in turn attracted the dark curse. Nevertheless, he does not rush to approach, but instead directs his gaze toward the 5 celestial kings present. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all of you, dear friends, for aiding in quelling the turmoil within the Wong family and saving the life of young Wong Hong. Wong Hong expresses his gratitude to the Qinquan celestial king, the true dragon, the golden Taoist, and the others. If it were not for your timely arrival, Wong Hong's life would have been irrevocably lost, with unimaginable consequences. Wong Dao, you need not be so formal. Every cause has its effect, and every morsel consumed is preordained. The others respond, acknowledging the interconnectedness of past actions and present outcomes. Wong Hong nods in agreement, tacitly accepting this notion. With the debts of karma settled, they are no longer indebted to one another. Wong Dao, your condition seems rather dire. The dark curse within you rages fiercely, sending chills down our spines. Should it not be swiftly suppressed, there may be grave danger ahead, as you are a celestial king of our realm. Having suffered such calamity due to the invasion of foreign forces, we shall not stand idly by. We are willing to assist you in suppressing the dark curse. Chapter 61. Ancient Artifacts. Upon hearing this, Wong Hong offers a faint, bitter smile, his gaze dimmed. As the one cursed, he is acutely aware of the terror associated with such dark curses. Even with the assistance of the kings, the fundamental nature of the curse cannot be altered. Nevertheless, he does not refuse their goodwill. At the very least, the presence of others will significantly improve his situation in the short term. Then I shall trouble you, esteemed friends. Wong Hong replies. Without hesitation, he sits down, awaiting the 5 celestial kings to position themselves in a pentagonal formation, encircling him at the center. Subsequently, the 5 celestial kings simultaneously exert their power to assist Wong Hong in suppressing the surging dark curse within him. His severe injuries are primarily due to the curse's potency. After slaying the immortal king and emerging from the royal blood, it was during his most vulnerable moment that foreign forces struck, planting a terrifying curse that erupted violently within his blood. At the same time, several immortal kings seized the opportunity to attack, resulting in his grievous wounds. However, he did not allow his adversaries to escape unscathed. Employing the primordial spirit's sword technique to repel all incoming foes and injuring all those who dared to assault him. It was Wong Hong's unmatched valor that instilled fear in the hearts of the dozen immortal kings, ultimately leading them to retreat. The fall of a supreme powerhouse is already a significant loss. Should Wong Hong, afflicted by the curse, take down 1 or 2 more with him, the cost would be exorbitant, rendering it a poor bargain for the foreign forces. Furthermore, at that time, there were nearly a dozen celestial kings stationed at the borders, making an invasion exceedingly difficult. It would be wiser to retreat and wait for the curse to take effect, thereby incapacitating Wong Hong. Thus, this grand 2-realm conflict concludes, with the foreign forces being repelled. While it may seem that the foreign forces suffered a loss with the death of an immortal king, in reality, the true loss lies with the primal ancient realm. They have lost a formidable combatant, and even if they do not perish immediately, their situation is precarious, rendering them unable to partake in the celestial king battles for the foreseeable future. Ultimately, their survival remains an uncertain prospect. At this moment, the 5 great immortal kings united their powers to suppress the curse dwelling within Wong Hong. On the surface, the results appeared promising. The curse that had infiltrated a significant portion of the immortal king's body was entirely confined to one leg, allowing the restored parts of his form to regain their crystalline brilliance. However, not a single immortal king displayed any semblance of ease. Without exception, their expressions were grave, shrouded in a veil of foreboding. Wong, my friend, who cast this curse? Why is it so intractable? Inquired the Qinquan immortal king, his brow furrowed in concern. As a formidable figure, his strength was beyond question, capable of overshadowing the heavens. Yet, in the face of this dark curse, he appeared somewhat powerless. Despite their collective efforts, they had managed to eliminate only a fraction of the curse's influence, merely compressing it into a single leg. This approach merely addressed the symptoms, not the root cause. The compressed dark curse would inevitably resurge, and when it did, the backlash could be even more ferocious and terrifying. The immortal kings were acutely aware of this reality, and thus they ceased their attempts. Could it be the work of those ancient beings from the other world? Ordinary, undying kings lack such power, speculated the true dragon. Wong Hong shook his head, offering a statement that sent a chill through the gathered immortal kings. No, this time, the oldest beings of the other world were not present during the siege. Kuan Di, Wu Shang, and Puemo Wang were absent. Otherwise, I would find it difficult to traverse the borders. The one behind this is not an undying king, but rather an artifact imbued with primordial dark power, emanating an ominous aura from afar. If I am not mistaken, it is the legendary ancient artifact of the other world, linked to the origins of darkness. What? Are you suggesting that the curse was instigated by the ancient artifact of the other world? The Qian Kun immortal king and others could no longer remain seated, rising in alarm. At the very least, it played a crucial role in the cursing process. Wong Hong affirmed with a nod. No wonder the curse is so difficult to eradicate. If it involves this ancient artifact, it is hardly surprising, mused the true phoenix. Earlier, when they attempted to dispel the dark curse from Wong Heng's body, a strand of his nirvana phoenix blood had nearly been counterattacked, underscoring the formidable nature of the curse's power. As it stands, the curse is challenging to eliminate, and we are at an impasse. What do you plan to do, my friend? The true dragon inquired. I am acutely aware of the curse within my body. Once the dark power accumulates enough strength to retaliate, it may well signal my demise, Wong Hong replied. There is no need for you to expend further effort. Please return. I am deeply grateful for your assistance today. If I am fortunate enough to survive this calamity, I shall ensure ample rewards await you. The 5 immortal kings, upon hearing this, chose to say no more. They had already witnessed the perilous nature of the curse, which was truly insidious, akin to maggots gnawing at the bones. Their attempts had revealed that this was beyond mortal capability. Now, with Wong Hong weakened and still burdened with matters concerning the Wong clan, these peak-level immortal kings deemed it unwise to linger further, and thus they took their leave. Take care, my friend. Yun from the South Sea has already attempted to contact Wu Zhong, and I have also sent a message to the reincarnation realm. Perhaps soon, the reincarnation friend will emerge from his retreat. Regarding the curse, they may have a solution. Until then, please take care, they urged. Understood, Wong Hong nodded, watching as the 5 immortal kings departed. Once the Qian Kun immortal king and the others were out of sight, he turned to face the apprehensive Wang Mian. My lord immortal king, I beg your forgiveness. I failed to protect the young master, Wang Mian lamented. Wong Hong shook his head, his gaze deep and unfathomable. No, you have performed admirably and fulfilled your duty. In times of peril, one's true character is tested. Some choose to remain steadfast, others to betray, and some to incite chaos. His voice grew increasingly cold, and the fury of an immortal king could evoke a terrifying wrath, plunging the entire immortal king's estate into an icy winter. Please spare me, my lord. I was momentarily blinded by folly to commit such a grave transgression. Wang Mian pleaded. Forgive us, immortal king. We did not harm a single member of the Wang family. In the golden cage, a group of suppressed true immortals trembled in fear. They were mere true immortals, incapable of withstanding the wrath of an immortal king. In this moment, an overwhelming sense of regret washed over the assembly, as greed and misjudgment had led them astray. Who could have foreseen that with the death of Xian Teng and the annihilation of the collateral line, the Wang family would not collapse despite the betrayal of their quasi-immortal? Moreover, when Sun Yang departed, he had deliberately opened some crucial secret locations. Under such temptation, who could resist? Insects stir trouble, Wong Hong uttered coldly. Then without hesitation, he raised his hand, and the beings within, along with the golden cage, were reduced to ash. Wang Mian, watching from the side, felt a chill run down his spine. Among those suppressed in the golden cage were several beings beyond his comprehension, even a quasi-king. Yet, before an immortal king, they appeared insignificant and powerless. Even with the Wang family's immortal king severely injured, he still possessed the capability to easily annihilate them. He silently thanked his lucky stars for not having chosen the wrong side or abandoning Wong Hong, for otherwise, he might have already become one with the ashes. You have done well. Alas, the Wong family has reached its end, its glory fading like smoke in the wind. Take this token and seek refuge in the immortal domain. There resides an old acquaintance of mine. Wang Mian felt a weight in his hand, discovering 2 items. One a spatial artifact containing rewards for him, and the other the token mentioned by Wong Hong, suffused with the aura of an immortal king. His heart warmed, realizing Wong Hong was paving a path for his future. Thank you, my lord immortal king, he murmured, sighing inwardly. He refrained from saying more, accepting the immortal king's token before swiftly departing. With Wang Mian's exit, the chaotic secret grounds became desolate, leaving only Wong Hong, his son Wong Hong, and the remains of Xian Teng. Wong Hong stood there, appearing somewhat solitary, his gaze filled with sorrow as he looked upon the vast immortal estate, gently waving his hand. In an instant, all beings within the estate were sent away, including the mounts that the Wong family had nurtured for many years. Those who had contributed to the Wong family would receive their due rewards, while others were expelled along with their belongings. Chapter 62. The Name of Suppression. Their memories were conveniently erased. Wong Hong had no desire to make public the events that transpired within the Wong family, wishing to avoid external scrutiny. The information that had already leaked could not be retracted. What is done is done. At present, he needed to contemplate the future of the Wong family and that of his own progeny. The dark curse was only temporarily suppressed, and it could erupt and retaliate at any moment, possibly with even greater ferocity. Whether he could withstand it in his severely weakened state remained uncertain. His situation was dire, his survival hanging by a thread. Wong Hong held little hope for the Wuzhong and reincarnation that the 5 immortal kings had mentioned, for he understood that when it came to the ancient artifact of origins, even if the 2 great titans were present, they would likely be unable to resolve the curse. Everything depended on him alone. In this moment, his left and right arms, Xian Tong, had perished due to the dark curse, and the collateral true immortals had turned to ash. The first battle had been marred by betrayal, and the quasi-immortal had fled, carried away by immortal-level beings, obscuring the cause and vanishing without a trace. This could very well be the doing of his enemies, or perhaps beings interested in the suppression tactics and the resources of the immortal kings. In any case, the current situation of the Wong family was fraught with peril. In the face of the choice between forcibly propping up the Wong family to grant Wong Hong a chance to grow, and allowing the Wong clan to succumb to the annals of history, he opted for the latter. The act of dispatching the family's cherished steed serves as a compelling testament to his decision. The unpredictable nature of the dark curse loomed ominously. He was uncertain whether he could withstand its backlash. Had he chosen the former course, any misstep on his part could lead to the collapse of the Wong family, placing Wong Hong in a perilous position. It was far more prudent to permit this vast family to disintegrate, allowing him to withdraw and linger in the shadows, seizing the opportunity to exert his remaining influence while the family was still intact, and to scout for any unwise individuals who might pave the way for Wong Hong's ascent. Operating from the shadows invariably affords one a measure of initiative. A formidable immortal king concealed in the darkness wields greater deterrent power than one exposed to the light. As long as both he and Wong Hong remain alive, the ancient Wong family cannot be deemed extinguished. There will always be hope for a resurgence. Simultaneously, within the primordial ancient realms 33 heavens, tales of the Wong family's immortal king unleashing his might, vanquishing the undying king, repelling the foreign forces, and quelling the chaos from all directions spread like a tempest. The myriad beings, previously consumed by concern for the border situation, breathed a collective sigh of relief upon hearing this news, praising the invincible prowess and monumental achievements of the Wong family's immortal king. From the impetuous young prodigies brimming with fervor to the venerable supreme beings who have walked the path for years, and even the true immortals and quasi-immortal kings who have traversed the celestial realm for countless ages, all shared in this moment of glory. This was a battle of realms, a matter of honor, faith, and morale for all beings. Thus, Wang Jin's decisive actions in such a monumental conflict and the resounding victories he secured naturally captured the attention of the entire realm. To think that an undying king, who has endured countless epochs, gazed upon the heavens and witnessed the rise and fall of eras, was ultimately slain by our realm's immortal king, blood staining the borders, ignited a fervor within the hearts of many. It is unfathomable to imagine the sheer awe inspired by the battle at the borders, where a primordial spirit sword emerged, cleaving through foes and restoring order across the 10 directions. In this clash, the foreign realm not only lost an undying king, but also 2 quasi-undying kings, alongside several undying beings, with many more sustaining grievous injuries on the battlefield. Most fell beneath the might of the primordial spirit sword technique, a supreme art destined for victory from its inception, as if it were born to quell turmoil. In the ancient realm, a quasi-immortal king expressed his admiration openly, allowing his voice to resonate throughout his territory. Soon, the name of the quelling technique spread like wildfire, reaching every corner of the 33 heavens. The renown of this unparalleled sword technique reached unprecedented heights, resonating across the vast ancient realm and among boundless beings. Each soul who heard its tale was inevitably struck with awe. Its fame overshadowed that of 2 other comparable sword techniques, rising like a resplendent sun. Countless beings yearned for this technique, as the legend of a single individual wielding a sword to repel an entire army from the borders became the aspiration of every cultivator. Even the immortal kings of the ancient realm lauded this technique, extolling Wang Jin as formidable combat prowess. In the foreign realm, at the borders, the army, shrouded in darkness, began to withdraw slowly. Their steps were synchronized, disciplined. Each soldier bore an air of menace, a veritable host of fearsome warriors. Although traces of lingering dread flickered in their eyes, they did not falter. This time, the foreign realm had gathered over a dozen undying kings for a tentative assault on the primordial ancient realm, expecting to achieve a decisive victory, penetrating deep within the realm to obliterate it. Little did they know, a formidable figure emerged unexpectedly, wielding an invincible technique, brandishing a black sword embryo, and wreaking havoc upon them. An undying king, two quasi-undying kings, and several undying beings perished under this overwhelming technique. The reason was simple. They had crossed the borders, penetrating into the ancient realm. To that powerful figure, the borders appeared as a forbidden line. Any who dared to cross it met with swift retribution. Being repelled by a single being instilled a sense of dejection and despair in every foreign soul. Nevertheless, they retained some confidence. For the most ancient and unparalleled existences of their realm had yet to intervene. They believed that once these taboo beings emerged, even the one wielding the black sword embryo would find it difficult to withstand the ironclad advance of their army. The morale of the troops seemed somewhat diminished. A being of formidable stature spoke, standing as a colossal ancient mountain, adorned with symbols and emanating the aura of an undying king. It is imperative that we do not allow this despondency to spread. We must invigorate our spirits, remarked another undying king nearby. Allow me to take the lead. From among the dozen demonic figures, one being stepped forward. His name was Yutua, an exceedingly ancient and supreme existence whose name had long since become taboo in the foreign realm. At this moment, Yutua stood before the army, towering and surveying all, his imposing stature akin to a monument, instantly elevating the spirits of the foreign beings. He was an immensely powerful, undying king, renowned for his glorious achievements, having once led the foreign army to bloodily cleanse several ancient realms, thus earning him immense respect. Many would fall into a fervor at the mere sight of him. This was merely a trial, and the failure was anticipated. Though this realm's strength is not as formidable as ours, it is by no means weak. With several invincible beings holding the fort and a significant number of immortal kings, achieving a decisive victory in one fell swoop is improbable. The being who wielded the primordial spirit sword earlier is indeed one of those invincible entities. True, one of our undying kings perished, leaving his remains in that realm. But his death was not in vain. He exchanged his life for that of the invincible being. It will not be long before we hear news of the sword embryo's master-esque demise, so there is no need for discouragement. Once our oldest existences emerge, that will be the time for our all-out assault. Until then, we must conserve our strength and patiently await that day. Yutuo's voice resonated with an ancient and profound quality, imbued with an almost magical power capable of uplifting spirits and significantly enhancing morale. Indeed, once he finished speaking, the previously disheartened foreign army's spirits surged, and all beings united in a thunderous chorus, chanting the praises of the undying kings, their fervor shattering the clouds above. Utterly unreflective of a recently defeated army. Witnessing this scene, the undying kings exchanged approving nods. The Wong family's immortal king fell victim to the origin blood curse and was severely wounded by several of us. He should not survive much longer. Historically, those afflicted by the curse have met their demise without exception. Even a titan is not exempt. Yet, a sense of unease lingers within me. Could this time be different? Dear brother, you worry too much, another responded. We are all aware of the terrifying nature of the origin blood curse. It has claimed the lives of several invincible immortal kings before. Were it not for its insurmountable power, how could it be used only once per epoch? The master of the primordial spirit sword, having been ensnared by this curse, will not only perish but will also take his kin with him. Thus, a powerful immortal family will crumble, alleviating much pressure for our forthcoming assault. After all, that technique is too fearsome, possessing the power to instantly slay an undying king. Even we find it challenging to contend with. Fortunately, this clan is on the brink of annihilation, and the primordial spirit sword will soon fade into the annals of history. A youthful voice emerged from a battle-worn chariot, untainted by age, reminiscent of a youth in the prime of life. Before the war chariot, an ancient ox toils as a beast of burden. Possessing an immortal path, it willingly pulls the cart for a living being, embracing this duty with pride rather than reluctance. With each step it takes, the jingling of its harness rings out, resonating clearly in the ears of every sentient creature nearby. When the distant foreign army gazes upon the war chariot, expressions of reverence and devotion grace their faces, with some fervent souls even viewing it as a symbol of faith. Sitting cross-legged within the chariot is the supreme being known as Anlin, a figure akin to Yutua, existing as a taboo within the vast foreign realms. The mere mention of their revered names conjures the manifestation of their formidable weapons in the void, a testament to the power of true names, formidable enough to instill dread. Anlin's reassurances have significantly eased the anxieties of the unsettled immortal king. Indeed, the origin blood curse has never missed its mark, having even claimed the lives of titans. Why, then, should there be concern over an immortal adversary. That individual's might is likely well known throughout our realm, yet this can serve as motivation for their progress. Muse an immortal king. At the border, within the primal imperial city, an overwhelming aura of blood fills the void, staining the sky with a riot of colors. The laws of myriad paths lie in disarray, with countless punctured walls and bloodstains marking the battleground. Just moments ago, a cataclysmic battle unfolded here. As the foreign army breached the city, mercilessly slaying all beings left within, including near-immortal kings and true immortals hailing from the border clans, who have guarded this city for generations against foreign incursions. Over the course of extensive years, the primal imperial city has been besieged multiple times, each instance resulting in its reclamation. However, this time, the border clans suffered devastating losses. The forces stationed within the imperial city were entirely wiped out, and reinforcements faced catastrophic casualties. Were it not for the iron-blooded intervention of the royal immortal king, who fought fiercely to drive all foreign entities back, countless more lives would have been lost among the border clans. Though they emerged victorious in the battle between realms, it was a Pyrrhic victory, devoid of any cause for celebration, shrouded in sorrow and despair, with dark clouds looming overhead. Upon the weathered battlements of the imperial city, several imposing figures stand side by side, the ancestors of the border clans, each embodying the realm of immortal kings. In this moment, their gazes are cast towards a singular direction, worry etched upon their faces. The foreign realm is indeed treacherous. They have dared to cast the origin blood curse upon King Wong when he was unprepared. A red-robed immortal king exclaimed vehemently, his temper flaring, exuding a palpable aura of menace, eager to lead an army against the foreign realm to vent his pent-up fury. Flames engulf his form, even his hair a fiery hue, as he wields a golden bone staff and bears a pair of divine bird wings, radiating intense heat. The other immortal kings, having long grown accustomed to his fiery temperament after years of shared battles, regard his outburst with familiarity. With a resounding thud, a massive skeletal club strikes the ground, reverberating through the city walls. Its owner, a brawny man clad in animal skins, with a wild beard and bare torso, exudes a primal ferocity reminiscent of ancient tribes. Countless supreme beings have perished beneath the origin blood curse over the past few epochs, with one emerging in each era, all possessing illustrious renown. King Wong's situation is dire. We cannot remain idle. We must swiftly restore the passage between realms and then venture forth to investigate. This time, had it not been for King Wong's divine intervention, the border clans would have suffered even greater losses, lamented the wielder of the skeletal club. The most critical issue remains that in this war between realms, aside from the allies we summon ourselves, not a single clan from the ancient realm has extended their hand in assistance. It is truly disheartening. They have made it clear they wish for US to bear the brunt of the conflict, to be ground down to dust without respite. The fiery-tempered immortal king scoffed, his heart heavy with indignation. Zhuke, do not speak in anger. This is our ancestral land, our homeland. How can we allow darkness to seep in, permitting the foreign realm to trample upon it? Another being interjected, his form entwined with the elements of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, shrouded in an air of chaos, rendering him indistinct. Yet, there is merit in your words. The major powers in the ancient realm must provide us with an explanation. Our kin cannot be sacrificed in vain. He continued, indeed, an explanation is warranted. The other kings concurred. They have guarded the borders for generations, enduring untold losses of kin, friends, and descendants. The toll has been immense. Protecting against the foreign realm should not fall solely upon a few clans, but must be a collective endeavor of all beings within the ancient realm. Subsequently, the kings deliberated the motivations behind the foreign realm's assault on the ancient realm, questioning whether it was truly in search of remnants abandoned in this world, or merely a guise to slaughter the primal ancient realm and plunder its resources. I believe the foreign realm's intent is to invade and seize everything. Their supposed quest for lost treasures is merely a pretext. How could their treasures possibly be left behind here? Even if they were, they would not allow them to be taken away, one observed. In stark contrast to the turmoil and chaos outside, the royal immortal estate, having weathered great calamities, appeared exceptionally tranquil and harmonious. Once a thriving abode, it now stood desolate and empty, devoid of life. The relentless passage of time never halts for anyone. The splendor of yesteryears has become a relic of the past, and no amount of nostalgia can alter that. Within the chaotic secret soil, Wong Hong remains in slumber, having enjoyed a restful sleep. His primordial spirit feels enveloped in warmth, akin to being immersed in a hot spring, and he dreams profoundly. In his dream, he merges with a vast expanse of heaven and earth, becoming part of the celestial path, sensing the joys and sorrows of every being living within this realm, akin to the legendary Tao of heaven, overseeing the passage of time and witnessing the myriad facets of life. During this process, he witnesses scenes of parting and death, observing that among the departed souls, some dissipate into the ether, while others linger, their essences preserved in the form of obsessions. Wong Hong finds this phenomenon intriguing. It seems he has grasped the essence of the soul, yet a shroud of mist obscures his understanding, preventing him from seeing clearly. Eventually, the dream shifts, and he finds himself on a battlefield, wielding a black primordial spirit sword against a tide of incoming foes. With cold determination, he swings his sword, vanquishing all in his path until the sun and moon themselves fall. At last, all comes to an end, and he slowly opens his eyes. You have awakened. A gentle voice resonates, both familiar and foreign, causing Wong Hong to momentarily pause. In the next instant, he realizes it is the voice of his father, the immortal king, who had appeared in his memories. This signifies that his father has returned from the border. Wong Hong jolts awake, the remnants of sleep vanishing in an instant. At this moment, he exists as a primordial spirit, having just emerged from slumber. Before him, a figure identical to his own, exquisitely lifelike, hovers in the void, entirely black, with mysterious symbols flickering across its surface, exuding an aura of profundity that feels entirely transformed from before. With no time to examine the changes in his primordial body or physical form, he directs his gaze towards the source of his father's voice. A towering figure comes into view, standing before the remnants of the immortal vine, turned away from Wong Hong, motionless, as if in solemn remembrance. Having stood there for an indeterminate length of time, with a magnificent physique and broad shoulders, he stood there like a towering mountain, instilling an involuntary sense of peace in those who beheld him. It seemed that hiding behind him would ensure safety, allowing one to face the raging tides and fierce storms without fear. Wong Hong, who had regained 10 years of memories, gazed at this figure and felt an inexplicable emotion welling up within him. He recognized it as the sentiment of a son towards his father, a natural desire for reliance and communication, mingled with a hint of respect and admiration. It must be noted that this was a quintessentially invincible immortal king, the creator of one of the 3 supreme sword techniques, the calming technique, who single-handedly repelled the forces of the foreign realm, achieving victory in the interdimensional war. Whoever became his son would undoubtedly harbor a sense of reverence, aspiring to emulate him. Father, Wong Hong called out to Wong Gon, his heart brimming with the emotions a son feels for his father. It is often said that immortal kings are cold and unfeeling, having lived for so long that they have grown indifferent to the world's vicissitudes, treating all matters with a sense of detachment. Yet, this is not an absolute truth. There are immortal kings who retain their original intentions, possessing warmth and humanity. The utterance of father was laden with profound emotion, stirring the deep-seated memories within Wong Gon, from the 10 months of gestation to the moment of birth. And through a decade of foundational cultivation, the appearance of this father-son bond was akin to a miraculous gift from the heavens for Wong Gon, already an immortal king. Thus, he cherished it dearly, having paved a path for his son from an early age, providing elixirs, foundational training, and supreme soul seeds. He had envisioned that under his protective wings, Wong Hong would flourish, ascending to the ranks of the ancient world's elite beings, and perhaps even ushering in a new myth of dual immortal kings, elevating the Wong family to unprecedented heights. Little did he anticipate that, due to the foreign realm's incursion and his commitment to the Stone King's pact to repay karmic debts, he had to station himself at the border to deter the foreign forces. Ultimately, he fell victim to their dark curse, which brought calamity upon the Wong family. Anyone in this realm with blood ties to him or who had absorbed his blood was afflicted by the curse, including his own son. At that time, amidst the chaos of battle, Wong Gon lacked the energy to attend to Wong Hong, who was ensnared by the curse, though his worries remained undiminished. Fortunately, thanks to the contingency he had entrusted to the immortal vine before leaving, he was able to summon an immortal king to preserve his son's life. However, upon returning, Wong Gon learned of Wong Hang's awakened soul talent and the consequent loss of his memories, as the remnants of his primordial spirit sword, meant to combat the dark curse, had shattered and fused with Wong Hong's spirit. He could not discern the changes that had transpired within his son's essence. Neither did he wish to forcibly restore Wong Hang's memories or reveal past scenes to him, for even in the absence of memories, the bond of blood between father and son could not be severed. Now, Wong Hang's reaction confirmed this notion. From his voice, it was evident that he felt neither estrangement nor unfamiliarity in the presence of his father. Wong Gon felt a surge of relief in his heart and beckoned Wong Hong to his side. Upon seeing this, Wong Hong felt a mix of nervousness and excitement. It was the first time since arriving in this world that he stood so close to his immortal king father. He traversed the void with his primordial spirit, standing shoulder to shoulder with Wong Gon. However, the warmth he had imagined did not materialize. Instead, he felt a chilling sensation, as if a prickling unease had settled upon him. As he widened his eyes, he noticed that one of his father's legs was shrouded in an ominous darkness, teeming with countless dark symbols swirling about. This horrifying scene sent shivers down Wong Hong's spine, prompting memories of his own harrowing experience under the curse when he had been left with no escape, ultimately resorting to abandoning his corporeal form to break free. To his astonishment, the curse afflicting Wong Hong far surpassed his own torment. The weight of it was negligible in comparison. "Father, your leg." Wong Hong shook his head, signaling his unwillingness to discuss the dark curse that had taken hold there. "Have your memories returned?" he inquired, gazing into Wong Hong's primordial spirit. The boy, meeting his father's penetrating gaze, felt as if those eyes contained the entirety of all realms, the sun, moon, and stars, imbued with boundless wisdom that seemed capable of unraveling all secrets. "Yes, they have returned," Wong Hong affirmed with a nod. Wong Hong did not press further, but turned his attention to the dilapidated immortal vine, speaking in a tone tinged with sorrow. "Immortal vine, you have accompanied me through countless years of struggle, from my youth to my enlightenment, through stages of true immortality, quasi-immortal kingship, and finally, immortal king. You could be considered my kin, as well as your elder. Alas, fate has dealt a cruel hand. The former true blood of the immortal king has harmed it, rendering it a harbinger of death, leading to its demise." Wong Hong too felt a profound sadness. The immortal vine had shown him unparalleled kindness, offering itself without reservation. The elder had once spoken of its origins from chaos, declaring that after death, it too must return to chaos, for everything is but a cycle, perhaps its only wish. Born in chaos, buried in chaos? Wong Hong's heart was a medley of emotions as he extended his palm, and in an instant, the remains of the immortal vine transformed into a pile of ashes, resting in his hand. Then, with a decisive motion, he tore through the layers of void, creating a direct passage to chaos. Everything here was chaotic and disorderly, devoid of direction, yet shrouded in mystery, concealing endless enigmas and treasures. The immortal vine had come into being in such an environment. Now, with its death and its body turned to ashes, Wong Hong sought to honor its final wish by interring it in chaos. As a gust of wind swept by, the ashes were lifted, drifting into the boundless chaos, quickly vanishing from sight. Thus, a quasi-mortal king departed completely, leaving no trace behind. Perhaps one day, I too shall leave this world, leaving you alone. At that time, everything will depend on you. If you do not perish, the Wong family shall not be extinguished. Wong Hong suddenly uttered these words. Wong Hong understood that his father must be in a grave predicament. The fact that an unparalleled powerhouse was forced to achieve such a state by the dark curse spoke volumes of its power. He yearned to change the fate of his immortal king father, yet felt utterly powerless against a challenge that even the immortal king could not surmount. In that moment, Wong Hong acquired yet another motive to strengthen himself. To save Wong Hong, he must evolve at breakneck speed, gaining the power to resolve the dark curse before the arrival of the end of the immortal ancient era, lest the tragedy of his father's demise be inevitable and unalterable. Father, who is invincible in this world, whose existence is eternal. Even the mightiest will face extinction one day, and I am no exception. Wong Hong spoke with disbelief, his face reflecting incredulity. Such notions are but illusions. You must face the harsh truth and accept reality, even if it is cruel for one so young as you. Wong Hong spoke candidly. He was uncertain whether he could withstand the backlash of the dark curse. Hence he needed to prepare his son mentally, and had already devised a path for Wong Hong. Your primordial spirit has merged with the vanishing supreme soul seed and fragments of sword technique inheritance, resulting in significant enhancements in both potential and Dao cultivation. Your corporeal form has also benefited from the trials of the curse and the blessings of true dragon blood and phoenix blood. This body is exceptionally formidable, though it bears some flaws, having been eroded at its essence by the dark curse. Yet, these imperfections are trivial and will not impede your advancement along the path of immortality. If at this moment your primordial spirit were to return to its rightful place, you would surpass your peers by an unfathomable margin, with few capable of matching you. Even in the absence of any action, merely secluding oneself in meditation could lead you to become a genuine immortal. In the battle at the border, I quelled the turmoil of the ancient realm, a monumental achievement. The celestial kings, recognizing this deed, would surely protect you, allowing you to remain in the ancient realm, diligently cultivating, thus paving a smooth path to the true immortal realm. Wang Jin spoke softly, sketching a vision of Wong Hong's future as an immortal. However, Wong Hong discerned the underlying implication of these words. This path promised a tranquil ascent to immortality, a life of peace and safety. Yet, should he aspire to advance further, to challenge the threshold of a quasi-immortal king or even an immortal king, the journey would become arduous. To put it bluntly, it would amount to a life of languid existence. To the ordinary eye, achieving true immortality grants one boundless longevity. With eternal life, what is there left to fret about? One could easily choose to recline in comfort. Yet, with knowledge of the future, Wong Hong understood that mere immortality was insufficient. The incursions from foreign realms, the chaos of ancient epics, and the impending reckoning, all were exceedingly hostile to true immortals. Even the immortal kings could not guarantee a safe passage through these trials. Therefore, the notion of transcending to true immortality only to languish in mediocrity was utterly unacceptable. It was far better to seize one's fate firmly in one's own hands than to leave it to the whims of destiny. Perhaps Wong Hong had chosen this very path, to methodically become a true immortal amidst the calm, without addressing the dark corruption within his body, which had led to future generations bearing this dark essence. It was likely this very reason that the dark beings had set their sights on him during his infancy, resulting in the calamity of eternal life. This time, Wong Hong was not the same Wong Hong. He could not tread the path of the lamb to the slaughter. Thus, he voiced his inquiry, is it possible to become an immortal king? Wang Jin, with eyes as tranquil as a still pond, shook his head slightly. The essence of your original body has already been tainted by darkness, while advancing on the path to immortality poses no challenge. Aspiring to become an immortal king is utterly impossible unless you willingly plunge into darkness, becoming a super dark seed cultivated by foreign realms. Much like the immortal king Yutua from the other domain, Wang Jin divulged this ancient secret. Upon hearing this, Wong Hong met his father, the immortal king, with unwavering resolve and firmly rejected this path. I desire to attain the status of an immortal king in this epic. I do not wish to settle for mere, true immortality. His words rang out with conviction, affirming his determination. Are you truly serious? Becoming a true immortal without enduring the trials of life and death, living peacefully. What could be amiss with that? He inquired. His father had quelled the recent turmoil, driving away the foreign armies. The foreign realm, having failed to achieve its objectives, would not relent. It could return at any moment. When that time comes, the situation will not merely involve attacking the borders. The ancient realm shares boundaries with a foreign territory at more than one location. When the iron hooves of the foreign domain invade this fragmented world, can a mere true immortal hope for safety? Therefore, I must ascend to the rank of immortal king and stand out in this epic, seizing control of my destiny. Wang Heng's eyes sparkled with ambition as he laid bare his aspirations before Wang General. Do you comprehend the arduous and treacherous path of becoming an immortal king? Without my might to intimidate, your journey will be fraught with obstacles. At that point, you may lose even more. Perhaps you will falter before reaching your destination. Wang Jin continued, elucidating the stakes, hoping to gauge Wang Heng's true intentions. I fear nothing. If I cannot stand atop the immortal path, what peace can I speak of? What guardianship can I offer? Just like the dark curse upon your leg. Father, in my weakness, I am powerless. Only in strength do I earn the right to seek solutions. This sense of helplessness I abhor. I would rather face death on the path to becoming an immortal king than retreat, Wong Hong declared, his words stirring something within Wang Jin, surprising him as well. 4. Based on his understanding of his son, he had expected him to choose the path of stable ascension to immortality. Since birth, Wong Hong had enjoyed the privileges of an immortal prince, with unparalleled status and resources, his path predetermined by his father and elders. Every aspect of his foundation was laid according to Wang Jin's designs, leaving him as a mere puppet, passively gaining strength. Indeed, the foundation of an immortal prince was extraordinary and defied convention, yet it had also stripped Wong Hong of his creativity and the innate spirit expected of cultivators, rendering him somewhat incapable of independence. Wang Jin observed all this, acknowledging that his earlier indulgence had led this extraordinarily gifted child astray, turning him into a flower in a greenhouse. Unexpectedly, an awakening of talent and a bout of amnesia had allowed this child to mature significantly, qualifying him to step out of his swaddling and embrace the storms ahead. To cultivate oneself, one must first cultivate the heart. To aspire to become an immortal king, one must possess the ambition of an immortal king. In this regard, Wong Hong had passed the test. Wang Jin felt a wave of relief wash over him, releasing a long breath. Every father wishes for his son to soar. Who would desire their progeny to lead a life of lethargy? As he slightly steadied his emotions, Wang Jin's expression and gaze suddenly turned grave. He fixed his eyes upon Wong Hong and unveiled the second path he had long prepared. As I previously mentioned, the essence of your original body has already been tainted by the dark curse. Should your primordial spirit return to its rightful place and follow the path of our realm, it would undoubtedly have a catastrophic impact on your quest to become an immortal king, potentially delivering a fatal blow at a crucial moment, causing your efforts to come to naught. Resolving this issue is actually quite simple. At this juncture, Wang Jin paused, then uttered words that astonished Wong Hong. You need only allow this body to immerse itself in darkness to perfectly evade the pollution of its essence. Moreover, the essence tainted by the dark curse could even become nourishment for your evolution. What? You want me to plunge into darkness? Wong Hong was genuinely taken aback. For a moment, He questioned whether his father, the immortal king, had shifted his stance, but he quickly dismissed the thought. Such a notion was implausible. Wang Jin's gaze remained serious as he corrected Wong Hong's misinterpretation. It is the physical body that must descend into darkness, not the entirety of yourself. Wong Hong was perplexed. If only the physical body were to descend into darkness, would it still be his body in the end? He voiced his concern. Do not rush. This relates to the method I am about to impart to you, Wang Jin explained. He then began to elaborate on a mysterious technique. Essentially, it was a method of creating avatars. As is well known, the technique of creating avatars has never been the mainstream in the cultivation world. However, the advantages of this method are numerous and enticing. Even with its flaws, many cultivators pursue it with unwavering resolve. The most common technique involves splitting into two. Many powerful beings have mastered this, yet none have regarded it as their primary cultivation method. The reason is simple. At a certain level, the distinction between primary and secondary loses significance. This does not imply that the path is flawed. Rather, it reflects the inadequacy of the level of the techniques they have mastered. There exist supreme beings capable of splitting their bodies into 6 parts, each sealed within a different longevity herb, wandering through myriad realms and comprehending myriad paths. None dare to act against their avatars. As long as the level of the technique is sufficient, it is feasible. In my travels across the myriad realms, I once encountered an extraordinarily remarkable being who forged an unprecedented method of creating avatars. This being was truly extraordinary by delineating the essence of the human body. They divided their original form into 3, each cultivating the path to immortality. Upon reaching their respective peaks, they would merge back into one, achieving an unparalleled elevation, thus ascending to unimaginable heights. However, this method of division differs significantly from the body-splitting techniques that have been passed down through the ancient realms. One allows for the death of a single body, while the other becomes increasingly powerful, capable of further splitting itself, thus continually striving toward the pinnacle. The other, however, dictates that once a body perishes, the essence of that being is irrevocably extinguished, as it is composed of vital energy, spirit, and consciousness, each element indispensable to the human form. The technique I wish to impart to you is indeed this second method of essence, energy, and spirit division. What became of that being in the end? It perished. One of its avatars met with an unforeseen demise, severing its path to the pinnacle, leading to the eventual demise of the other 2 forms as well. Wang Jin stated candidly. Upon hearing this, Wong Hong fell silent, pondering deeply without uttering a word. After a prolonged silence, he resolutely declared, Father, I wish to learn this method. Chapter 64. One body divided into 3. A singular entity transforms into 3 manifestations of essence, energy, and spirit. Should one of these forms encounter misfortune, the cultivator's journey is irrevocably halted, extinguishing any hope of reaching the apex. The risks associated with this technique are formidable, rendering many hesitant to pursue it. Yet, Wong Hong found himself devoid of alternatives. The dark curse that eroded the very essence of his corporeal form was a force so potent that even an immortal king could not eradicate it. Presently, his corporeal essence had become tainted. Recklessly reinstating his primordial spirit would obliterate his path to ascension, culminating in him becoming merely a minor true immortal. The sole escape lay in the method of division Wang Jin had described. By separating the tainted corporeal essence and embracing the darkness, he could embark on an evolutionary path distinct from that of the Dao Seed technique. Meanwhile, the other manifestations of energy and spirit would traverse different realms, witnessing diverse vistas. Once all 3 forms ascended to their respective pinnacles, they could merge into one, breaking free from their constraints. I shall ask you once more, are you certain you wish to learn this method? That being was already astonishing in its own right, yet ultimately met with failure. A lamentable outcome. Even to this day, no one has successfully traversed this path. All that lies ahead remains shrouded in uncertainty. Furthermore, once one embarks on this journey, retreat becomes impossible. Wang Jin elucidated the risks inherent in this method, compelling Wong Hong to contemplate deeply. To his surprise, Wong Hong answered without hesitation, No one has succeeded? That suits me perfectly. If I can master it, this will be my path, the one most suited to me. At this moment, due to the contamination of his corporeal essence, he had reached a dead end. Indeed, division into 3 was the most appropriate technique for Wong Hong. Satisfied with this response, Wang Jin nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. He then recounted the experiences of that once great prodigy, analyzing the reasons for its downfall. The division into 3, while allowing for the cultivation of all 3 forms within a single realm, was fraught with peril. The adage one mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers holds true. Even more so when it comes to 3. The being transgressed this critical taboo. Even without unforeseen events, it likely could not have progressed too far. It would be wiser to allow the 3 forms to inhabit 3 separate realms, granting them ample space and opportunity to flourish. Once each embodiment attains prominence in its respective domain, the prospect of merging can be reconsidered, at which point the immortal king may be realized. Of course, should one possess sufficient strength, it is conceivable for each avatar to ascend to kingship, potentially enabling a venture into that elusive domain. As he spoke, a glimmer of yearning flickered in Wang Zhen's eyes, only to vanish just as swiftly, returning to his usual demeanor. Wong Hong felt a tremor in his heart. Fully aware of the ethereal domain Wang Zhen referred to, the realm coveted by all immortal kings, a pursuit that drove many to madness. In the eyes of those who did not understand, the realm they sought was that of the celestial emperor. However, in truth, the immortal kings were still far from attaining the status of celestial emperor, merely qualifying as quasi-celestial emperors. Yet, even achieving the title of quasi-celestial emperor has been an elusive dream for all but a few throughout the ages. Is there truly a chance for division into three? Does Father imply that one form would venture into foreign lands, another remain in the primordial ancient realm, and the last seek a greater domain? Could it be the celestial domain? Precisely. Each form would inhabit a separate realm, each striving to become a paragon of its own domain. Without the audacity to transcend all limitations, such an endeavor is unfeasible. Wang Zhen nodded in acknowledgement. I understand. I will not disappoint you, Father. Meanwhile, the clamor and turmoil stemming from the border conflict continued to reverberate throughout the realm. In the 33 heavens, every clan and every corner was abuzz with discussions about the Wong family's immortal king employing the calming chaos technique to quell the great upheaval. Ever since the calming chaos technique was articulated by a quasi-immortal king, the heavenly sword technique had been forgotten, with the three characters of the calming chaos technique resounding everywhere. A turn of events even its creator, Wang Zhen, had not anticipated. Yet behind the excitement and fervor lurked an ever-growing pride and self-satisfaction. Following this defeat, the foreign lands appeared to have plummeted in people's esteem, believed to pose no further threat. Alarmingly, no one dared to expose the disparity in strength between the two realms. The beings of the ancient realm, from the highest to the lowest, felt that the foreign lands had suffered defeat and were too intimidated to attack, anticipating a lengthy and serene period ahead. History had shown that after each skirmish with the foreign lands, they would retreat for an extended time. Only an exceedingly rare few possessed the clarity to sense something amiss, believing that the foreign lands might return with renewed vigor for a large-scale invasion. However, what could a minority accomplish? Their voices were drowned amidst the masses. The wheel of history rolled inexorably forward, treading a preordained path. The world lay in silence, seemingly awaiting an unforeseen change. Breaking news. The six paths of reincarnation immortal king has emerged from seclusion, and the elusive Master Wuzhong, who had vanished into the vast desolation of the celestial domain, has also made contact. According to reports from the Nanhai Purple Bamboo Forest Fairy Yun, Master Wuzhong has set forth, preparing to return to the ancient realm. The simultaneous return of these two titans raises questions. Is it related to the foreign land's recent troubles? Yet, did we not achieve a resounding victory? Some remain perplexed. In truth, it cannot be deemed a great victory. The Wong family elders sustained severe injuries, and recent indications suggest that significant upheaval has transpired within the Wong family, pointing to the elders' grave condition, potentially life-threatening. Perhaps the Wong family might collapse as a consequence, becoming a relic of history. What, if that is indeed the case? It hardly qualifies as a great victory. The elder of the Wong family, who wields the calming chaos technique, is one of our realm's most formidable guardians. Should anything happen to him, it would greatly weaken the strength of the ancient realm. Hence, the return of the two immortal king titans is likely aimed at addressing the elder's injuries. As news of Wang Zhen's injury spread, the beings of the ancient realm felt a degree of apprehension, albeit limited. Deep down, they still believed their realm to be the victor. After all, an indomitable king had perished in battle. Additional rumors surfaced, causing quite a stir throughout the ancient realm. In this conflict, the border clans suffered significant losses, with cities being razed by the foreign lands and numerous powerful beings, including quasi-immortal kings, falling in battle. With no reinforcements from other realms, the border clans expressed their discontent, issuing an ultimatum for the clans to provide an explanation, insisting that their kin should not have perished in vain. This was a war between two realms. Logically, other clans should have dispatched aid rather than leaving the border clans to fight alone. This situation indeed felt somewhat unjust. Indeed, in recent epochs, the foreign lands have frequently harassed the borders, and the border clans have fought valiantly, repelling the enemy at great cost. The other clans and forces from various realms should have expressed their support long ago. The majority of beings in the primordial ancient realm could empathize with the border clan's grievances. Had they been in their position, they would have felt similarly. However, the great powers remained silent, their muted response shrouded in mystery. Whether born of guilt or other reasons remains unknown. Such an attitude has left many beings discontented, particularly those factions with ties and friendships along the border, who have risen to voice their grievances, decrying the indifference and inaction of certain formidable powers. Soon, the situation escalated into a cacophony of unrest. As it appeared that matters were spiraling beyond control, a prospective immortal king from one of the major factions could no longer remain silent. He stepped forward to quell the uproar, silencing all dissenting voices. There was no need for concern regarding the border affairs, for as proclaimed by our esteemed immortal king, both the infinite master and the king of the six paths of reincarnation would take the lead in addressing this matter, ensuring a satisfactory resolution for the border tribes. Upon hearing that the infinite immortal king and the king of the six paths of reincarnation would intervene, the populace's anger began to dissipate. Unbeknownst to Wong Hong, who was wholly absorbed in the supreme technique of the three bodies, the tumult within the ancient realm had little bearing on him. The endeavor to partition one's essence, spirit, and vitality into three independent entities was no trifling matter, and he pondered how the extraordinary individual who conceived this technique had accomplished such a feat. After imparting the knowledge of this grand art to Wong Hong, Wong Hong allowed him to delve into understanding it, while he himself had more pressing matters to attend to. The necessity of plunging his corporeal form into an exotic realm, steeped in dark matter, to cultivate a new primordial spirit was a consideration of utmost importance for Wong Hong. His current task was to acquire the primordial dark matter, which would facilitate the emergence of that dark primordial spirit, integrating it into Wong Hong's three bodies technique. Although the dark curse accumulating within his legs possessed dark attributes, it remained, after all, a lethal curse, unsuitable for utilization as dark matter. Moreover, the undying kings he had battled with had long since expended the dark matter within them through evolution. Regrettably, he had failed to seize it during the conflict. Nevertheless, Wong Hong knew where to procure it. In the vast emptiness of the Wong family's celestial abode, Wong Hong's primordial spirit sat cross-legged within the chaotic secret soil. At this moment, his eyes were gently closed, immersed in profound enlightenment, surrounded by shimmering symbols that twinkled like distant stars, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. These were not celestial ancient texts. Their inability to resonate with the natural laws of this realm served as the finest testament to their obscurity. They resembled fragments of a forgotten ancient history, imbued with the essence of time, suspended there as if recounting the glory of a once great civilization and its tragic end. Only when Wong Hong bestowed these characters upon him did Wong Hong realize that the civilization from which the brilliant progenitor of the three bodies technique hailed had long since faded into history. Reduced to ashes, the entire ancient realm had been submerged in chaos, vanishing from existence. Perhaps in epochs to come, only the ancient characters in Wong Hong's possession would bear witness to the once resplendent divine and demonic civilization that had thrived in the vast expanse of time. Initially, Wong Hong could have directly elucidated these ancient characters in the form of celestial ancient texts for Wong Hong's understanding, yet he refrained from doing so. Instead, he chose to instruct Wong Hong in the comprehension of these ancient characters, encouraging him to grasp their essence independently. In Wong Hong's view, each being interprets such laws through their unique lens, and what one understands becomes their most fitting comprehension. Had it been his former self, he would have prepared everything for his son, but now, his perspective had shifted. He believed it unwise to stifle his child's creativity. Indeed, as he had envisioned, Wong Hong found himself enraptured by this unparalleled art, unable to extricate himself from its depths. Through the ancient characters long absent from history, he gleaned the ingenious thoughts of the progenitor, occasionally infusing his own interpretations into the mix. Having already mastered over 1 million foundational celestial ancient characters, Wong Hong's understanding of the great principles was far from lacking. After all, his starting point was extraordinarily high, incomparable to that of cultivators without a robust background. Upon delving into the intricacies of this technique, he truly grasped its extraordinary nature, at the very least addressing the shortcomings of the splitting technique. In the perfect world, there existed a method of divine reincarnation, namely the primary and secondary body technique, practiced by three beings, Yuchan, Dichong, and Kunpingzi. Among them, Yuchan fell victim to the backlash of this technique, her secondary body slipping from her control and transforming into Qing-Yi, entangled with her primary body for an extended period before ultimately achieving fusion. Dichong similarly faced the peril of his secondary body developing its own will. The only one who did not encounter such conflict was Kunpingzi, who was regarded as the progenitor of the divine reincarnation method. However, it appeared that this technique might have been bequeathed to him by his mother, as it had been established during the illustrious era of celestial antiquity, drawing numerous cultivators to its allure. In Wong Hong's eyes, the absence of conflict between Kunpingzi's primary and secondary bodies was not due to his comprehensive mastery of the technique, but rather stemmed from the differing circumstances that he faced compared to Yuchan and Dichong. Both his primary and secondary bodies were compelled to survive amidst the encroachments of the Celestial Palace and other factions, their interests and desires aligned, necessitating the existence of one to ensure the survival of the other. Furthermore, in the overarching context of evading pursuit, the perspectives of both bodies remained congruent, naturally preventing any backlash. However, in a different environment, such harmony would not be guaranteed should the thoughts of the primary and secondary bodies diverge. Conflict and the struggle for survival would become inevitable, an irremediable flaw of the splitting technique. Conversely, the three bodies technique imparted by Wong Hong was fundamentally different. The three avatars were, in essence, manifestations of a single being's essence, spirit, and vitality, forming an inseparable whole. Each avatar could be regarded as a primary body, eliminating the possibility of betrayal. Upon recognizing this characteristic, Wong Hong felt a slight relief. He had feared that the division into three bodies might lead to a situation akin to that of Yuchan, yet it appeared his worries were unfounded. The three bodies, each situated in a different realm, would each become paragons within their respective worlds, a daunting challenge indeed. Wong Hong sighed, acknowledging the sheer magnitude of the task ahead. It was essential to understand that the celestial domain was vast, teeming with numerous celestial royal families, and the exotic realms were even more daunting, with an overwhelming number of undying kings. Each undying king signified the presence of an imperial or royal lineage. Faced with such formidable adversaries, dividing oneself into three bodies would inherently diminish one's potential across various aspects. Thus, navigating through a throng of monsters to carve out a path was no simple feat nevertheless. Wong Hong possessed the confidence and audacity to traverse the three realms. All he needed now was to thoroughly master this technique and await word from Wong Hong. Meanwhile, Wong Hong had meticulously gathered all the rare treasures, potent elixirs, and celestial materials collected by the Wong family over several epochs. Having resolved to render the present Wong family a relic of history, he concealed himself in the shadows, ready to pass these resources on to Wong Hong. Due to the recent upheaval, the visible treasury of the Wong family had been partially looted. Astute true immortals seized the opportunity to flee with a portion, while others, driven by greed, were caught off guard and captured by the Golden Taoist, ultimately meeting their demise at Wong Hong's hands. For a powerful, celestial royal family, such losses were hardly consequential, as the family possessed another, more authentic treasury, one that only an immortal king could access. The accumulation of several epochs rendered the wealth within this treasury astonishingly rich. Even the mere extraction of a single piece of celestial gold the size of a grinding wheel was no remarkable feat. Such an immense reservoir of resources would undoubtedly stir the desires of even the most powerful celestial beings. After organizing the Wong family's treasury, Wong Hong did not return to the chaotic secret soil, but instead stood quietly before the celestial abode, seemingly awaiting something. After a considerable time, a shocking wave of immortal king-level energy surged from the horizon. A few streaks of light transcended the void, surpassing the confines of heaven and earth, as if traversing the river of time, instantaneously crossing numerous celestial realms, arriving before the royal family's celestial abode. Taoist Wong, how fares your injury? A venerable elder, adorned with fiery wings of a divine bird and wielding a golden bone fragment, inquired loudly. Bathed in flames, he possessed unmatched speed and a fiery temperament. He was none other than the ancestral figure of the borderlands, the Vermilion Bird King. Accompanying him were two other towering beings. One, bare-chested and clad in primitive beast skins, bore a great bone staff at his waist, reminiscent of a figure from an ancient tribe. He was the progenitor of the Stone Clan. The final individual, shrouded in chaos, was enveloped by swirling storms of wind, rain, and lightning, exuding an aura of dominion over these natural calamities. Before Wang Jin could respond, the Stone Clan's ancestor spoke again, his tone tinged with apology. Brother Wang, I apologize. The others are tasked with guarding the interdimensional passage, wary of a potential counterattack from the foreign realm. Only the three of us are present. However, their intentions are with us. We possess various longevity elixirs and ancient remedies, and we shall spare no effort if they can aid you. His words were sincere, devoid of any pretense, which Wang Jin could easily discern. Yet, the dark curse was not something that could be remedied by mere elixirs. It was an unrealistic fantasy. This curse is insurmountable. My esteemed friends have long contended with the formidable beings of the foreign realm and possess a deeper understanding of its nature than I do. I trust you're more aware of the origins of this curse. Wang Jin spoke calmly. As the three descended and stood side by side, they exchanged glances and ceased to conceal anything further, laying bare the origins of the ancient curse. On that day, our friend was eager to return, and we could not inform you in time. This is the blood curse of the foreign realm, linked to that mysterious ancient artifact. Historically, we know that to invoke this curse, the blood of an immortal king is required as a catalyst, and it can only be cast once per epoch. Once this curse is sown, no one has survived since its inception. Among the ancient realms previously conquered and slaughtered by the foreign domain, there were indomitable beings of great stature, yet all perished due to the blood curse. Now becomes clear. I wondered why the blood of that immortal king vanished into thin air after his demise. It transformed into the blood curse, Wong Jin mused. Recalling the moment he struck down the immortal king with his pacification technique. What has transpired is now beyond our control. All we can do is exert every effort to save Taoist Wang's life, spoke the being from chaos. To everyone's surprise, Wong Jin shook his head. My esteemed friend should understand that the blood curse is inescapable. It is futile to exert ourselves further. In this realm, all my blood relatives have perished to ashes, save for one young son who has narrowly escaped disaster. I seek nothing more than for you, my esteemed brothers, to look after him in the years to come. Upon hearing Wong Jin's words, the Vermilion Bird King, the Stone Clan's ancestor, and the sovereign of calamities and chaos could not help but sigh and lament. They recognized the truth in Wong Jin's statement. Once the blood curse infiltrates the essence, it becomes like maggots gnawing at the bone, beyond remedy. Very well. We shall remember your wishes, Taoist Wong, and ensure he suffers no injustice, replied the Vermilion Bird ancestor, with the other two offering their promises as well. Satisfied, Wong Jin nodded and then spoke softly, there is one more matter. I implore you, my esteemed brothers, to lend your assistance. Feel free to speak, Taoist Wong, they urged. The long-absent Wong Jin had finally returned to the chaotic secret land. At this moment, Wong Hong had already comprehended the method of division he had imparted, mastering its intricacies and developing his own understanding, rather than merely replicating it. After a brief examination of Wong Hong's progress, Wong Jin expressed his approval. He then informed Wong Hong that the time to commence had arrived. His primordial spirit had remained detached from his corporeal form for too long, which was not a favorable situation and could lead to complications. Wong Hong nodded earnestly, inhaling deeply. It would be impossible not to feel nervous, considering that this technique stemmed from an ancient realm that had long since been obliterated across multiple epochs, representing an uncharted path. Once the three bodies separated, whether they could truly merge as theorized remained uncertain. Embarking on this journey left no room for retreat. This method had been passed down from his father, an immortal king, who could not harm his own child, indicating that the division of the self had undergone the scrutiny of the immortal king's gaze, rendering the probability of success exceedingly high. In contemplation, Wong Jin had already drawn Wong Hong's physical form into the carefully prepared formation. This was an ancient array inscribed with the power of the immortal king, specifically constructed for Wong Hong. With a flick of his hand, a black thread appeared in Wong Jin's palm, heavily sealed, its aura unable to escape even a hint. However, upon merely catching a glimpse, Wong Hong felt an unsettling sensation, his heart racing, as though he were gazing upon a venomous serpent. This is dark matter. The ancestors of the borderlands, having battled the beings of the foreign realm for years, frequently encountered dark matter. I had requested a strand from them. Do not underestimate this fragment. If it were to erupt, it could contaminate vast territories, transforming them into realms of darkness. As he spoke, Wong Jin released the seal, allowing the strand of dark matter to infiltrate Wong Hong's corporeal body. Before long, his form began to darken, consumed by the encroaching darkness. Simultaneously, the dark matter began to exert its influence. Every particle of flesh within Wong Hong's body evolved at a visibly rapid pace, the cost being the evaporation of the dark matter throughout this process. With no primordial spirit to anchor his head, the intense stimulation from the dark matter sparked signs of a new primordial spirit's regeneration within the Purple Palace. Wong Hong felt a chill in his primordial spirit, as though it were about to sever its connection with his body. Without the corporeal form, the primordial spirit would be like a reed without roots. Hence the coldness he experienced. Soon after, a luminous orb indeed emerged within the darkened head. It was naive but already possessed an independent will. At this juncture, the dark matter had nearly exhausted itself, vanishing without a trace within Wong Hong's corporeal form, leaving no sign of its previous corruption. Seeing this, Wong Jin hesitated no longer and immediately activated the ancient formation, seeking to absorb the will of this newly birthed primordial spirit. You must act swiftly, he urged Wong Hong. Without a moment to be astonished, Wong Hong promptly complied with Wong Jin's instructions. In the collaboration of the ancient array and Wong Hong's formidable primordial spirit will, the dark primordial spirit was swiftly overwhelmed, becoming a part of Wong Hong's own essence. Though birthed from dark matter, it bore no trace of darkness, thus eliminating any risk of tainting Wong Hong's primordial spirit. Now that this corporeal form has undergone the dark matter's stimulus and given rise to a primordial spirit, as long as the will you leave within the body remains intact, there shall be no issue. It is now time to practice that method for real, Wong Jin concluded, producing a vague furnace, which was truly exceptional, perpetually enveloped in chaos, floating and radiating the essence of the great Tao. This is the treasured yin-yang furnace of the Cicada clan, embodying the dual energies of yin and yang, with boundless mysteries, ranking among the finest in the ancient realm. This time, I have borrowed this furnace to seek a glimmer of hope for you. Wong Heng's heart quaked. The Cicada clan's yin-yang furnace? Indeed, it was a supreme treasure, for it nurtured the dual energies of yin and yang, capable of reversing the cosmos and manifesting great transformations, granting a being the opportunity to defy fate. Yin and yang are the most proximate pairs of primordial pathways to chaos, and all phenomena can be elucidated through the lens of yin and yang. For instance, Wong Heng's division into three bodies signifies the essence of yin, while the unification of these three bodies represents yang. The alternation of yin and yang gives rise to all things, and thus, the Great Way is attained. Wang Jin contemplated this deeply, recognizing that this method was a novel path. The theory of three bodies uniting was merely conceptual. Therefore, he sought to imbue this theory with potent causality, nurturing its potential for fruition in the distant future. To the yin furnace, he simply stated, Wong Hong, his primordial spirit nodding in affirmation, strode confidently into the furnace, soon followed by his corporeal form being cast into the depths of the yin furnace. Subsequently, Wang Jin hurled numerous potent herbs and treasures into the furnace, each a defiance of heaven, enough to make even an immortal king's heart bleed. There was no alternative. The three primal essences of spirit, energy, and essence could not exist in isolation. Each essence required the other two to coalesce within the human form, and these powerful herbs were intended for that very purpose. Before long, Wang Jin paused, having lost count of the myriad herbs and substances he had cast into the yin furnace, all crucial to nurturing the true immortal. He believed they would suffice. His gaze shifted towards the yang furnace, and without hesitation, he cast in even more defiant substances, all related to light, time, and causality. Wang Jin spared no expense in this endeavor, aiming to awaken a thread of vitality in the cosmos, thereby planting the seeds of future success for Wong Hong. Once everything was prepared, he sealed the yin and yang furnaces and commenced the process of burning and refining. Within the yin furnace, Wong Hong sensed the power emanating from the furnace, beginning to decompose the various potent herbs around him into their most fundamental particles, even starting to disassemble his primordial spirit and corporeal form. Suddenly, a tremendous sound erupted as if the yin and yang furnace had been struck by some mighty force, producing a resonance akin to the booming of a grand bell, awakening all who heard it. Following this, the rhythm of the Great Way permeated the air, expanding alongside the profound sound, immersing Wong Hong in an epiphany of enlightenment. Without delay, he unleashed a long-lost supreme technique, the ancient characters swirling with the essence of time and epochs, intertwining around his primordial spirit, body, and the elemental particles formed from the decomposed herbs. At that moment, a wave of primal yin energy coiled around, enveloping the contents of the yin furnace, creating a chaotic mass that obscured all clarity, a mysterious transformation. Simultaneously, in the yang furnace, substances connected to light, time, and causality were also being decomposed, enveloped by a wave of primal yang energy. The aura of the Great Way involuntarily radiated from the treasures within the furnace, astonishing Wang Jin outside as he sensed something extraordinary unfolding. With a thunderous roar, the energies of yin and yang began to swirl, causing both inner furnaces to tremble and forge an inexplicable connection. This was the miraculous aspect of the yin and yang furnaces, utilizing the dual energies as a bridge to link the inner workings of both, creating a profound bond. As the yin and yang furnaces shook once more, their sound resonated like a great bell, reverberating with a powerful tone that stirred the soul. This furnace was shrouded in enigma, possessing unfathomable powers capable of altering and reversing all. No one could discern the exact occurrences within the furnace, not even Wang Jin. Yet he perceived through the extraordinary phenomena outside that all was progressing favorably. Heavenly purple energy descended, manifesting as transformations of the Great Way, evolving in the void, some becoming lotuses, others resonating as mysterious scriptures, echoing throughout the cosmos. This auspicious display persisted for an extended period, with the yin and yang furnace continuing to tremble, seemingly refining materials of unprecedented defiance. Eventually, the phenomena expanded, affecting the entire Wong family's celestial abode. Observing this, Wang Jin felt a significant alleviation of his initial worries. In truth, when he acquired this grand method, the ancient realm had already fallen into decline, teetering on the brink of destruction, with too many uncertainties to validate and verify. Had Wong Heng's corporeal essence not been tainted, he would not have resorted to such a peculiar remedy. Fortunately, all was proceeding smoothly, and the method indeed held a chance of revival. Suddenly, the yin and yang furnace convulsed violently, signaling that the refining process had reached a critical juncture. At this moment, the extraordinary nature of the yin and yang energies revealed themselves, transforming the impossible into the possible, reversing failure into success. As the final tremor resonated, The yin and yang furnace fell silent once more, all the aura of the Great Way retracting within, shrouding the entire furnace in a hazy veil, as if it were about to transcend this realm and escape to the beyond. Sensing this, Wang Jin gazed skyward, where the ominous aura of tribulation began to gather, a terrifying presence that sent chills down his spine. He did not hesitate and quickly retreated from the yin and yang furnace. When a supreme technique emerges, the heavens and the Great Way unleash the most dreadful retribution. Only by enduring can one survive. Failing to withstand it results in becoming ash. From Wong Hong's extensive experience, the tribulation looming above the yin and yang furnace was undoubtedly among the most forbidden tribulations throughout history. Given his circumstances, it was certain he would not survive. Fortunately, with the treasure of the yin and yang furnace concealing the heavenly secrets, he had a sliver of hope for survival. Thunder rumbled. The entire Wong family celestial abode plunged into an ocean of endless lightning, various forbidden thunder tribulations descending. Some were so formidable that even Wang Jin, as an immortal king, felt a shiver of dread. He even glimpsed a blood-red guillotine flickering in the clouds, dripping with the blood of unparalleled talents, an utterly chilling sight. It hovered uncertainly above the yin and yang furnace, several times attempting to descend, yet losing its target, remaining suspended in place, trembling. This was the legendary guillotine that appeared but once in an era. Wang Jin's expression grew grave. Powerful as he was, had he encountered this blade in his youth, he too would have found it difficult to escape its fate. Time passed, and gradually, the aura of retribution dissipated, the guillotine's whereabouts unknown. As the once ominous sky cleared to a brilliant blue, unclouded, the Grand Wong family celestial abode had become a scene of devastation, obliterated under the fearsome heavenly punishment. However, Wang Jin paid little heed to this. It was meant to be destroyed. He stepped forward, approaching the yin and yang furnace, which had transitioned from its hazy, deceptive state back to its usual appearance, mysterious, ancient, and inscrutable. Everything appeared normal. Yet Wang Jin felt a twinge of anxiety as he cautiously opened the door of the yin furnace. Even with the composure of an immortal king, he could not help but feel a slight tension. With a clang, the door of the yin furnace swung wide open, releasing a surge of chaotic energy. Following this, a shadow bent down, grasping the edge of the furnace door, emerging alongside the chaotic energy. It was none other than Wong Hong himself. But that was not the end. After his emergence, another figure appeared from within the furnace, following the same path, followed by a third figure. Chapter 66. Different paths witnessing this scene. Wang Jin understood that Wong Hong had succeeded, truly manifesting that method and thoughtfully evolving into three distinct visages. One was the manifestation of Wong Hong's primordial spirit, representing the divine aspect of the three bodies of essence, spirit, and energy, retaining his original appearance since he merely needed to employ the peaceful order technique for the world to recognize him. The other two figures bore entirely unrelated visages. Thanks to the miraculous effect of the yin and yang furnace, they had split into three within the yin furnace, akin to a rebirth from the maternal womb, not forcibly altering their countenances. Even if someone were to employ magic to investigate their origins, they would only reveal their current forms, unaware that these two individuals were, in fact, Wong Hong. Furthermore, all three figures had been meticulously segmented as per the prearranged design. The sole imperfection lies in the fact that the corporeal embodiment must be cast into the abyss of darkness. Yet coursing through this flesh is the blood of Wong Hong, an element of profound significance within the essence of his being, immutable within the confines of the yin furnace. The immortal kings of foreign realms might dream of the taste of Wong Hong's blood, for once the embodiment steps into the alien domain, its presence would be inevitably detected. To this end, Wong Hong had long been prepared. He beckoned the embodiment to approach him. Subsequently, he acted to extract the blood of the embodiment, purifying it before reinfusing it back into the corporeal form. This purification involved the meticulous compression of his hereditary essence until it vanished within the blood, rendering it, at least superficially, devoid of any trace of his lineage, thus not qualifying as his progeny. However, this alone proved insufficient. He inscribed symbols of the celestial king level within the blood of the embodiment, capable of concealing causality and thoroughly obscuring the hereditary essence. Thus, for the immortal kings to unearth the secrets of the blood's origin, they would need to compress it to its utmost limits and then unravel the illusions constructed by the celestial king symbols to discern the truth. Yet, as long as Wong Hong's embodiment refrained from provoking the immortal kings, such scrutiny would hardly arise. Having resolved the issue of the embodiment's bloodline, Wong Hong then inspected the Qi and Shen bodies, ensuring no discrepancies existed before he approached the yin-yang furnace, opening the door of the yang furnace. Clang! As the door swung open, unlike the yin furnace, this inner chamber was utterly barren, devoid of any remnants. Not even a whisper of essence remained. Despite Wong Hong having cast numerous legendary ancient herbs into it, some of which were long lost to time, originating from the cataclysmic ancient realms, their revelation would surely entice even the celestial kings. Yet now, all traces of these ancient herbs had vanished, as if what had been placed within was merely an illusion, not the tangible substance. Nonetheless, to Wong Heng's surprise, he smiled. The Yang furnace, in correspondence with the Yin furnace, symbolized Wong Heng's prospective fruition. Its emptiness suggested that the great herbs had indeed enacted their purpose, perhaps to bear significant fruit in the future. Had there been even a trace of residue, Wong Hong would have had cause for concern. "Father, what is it? Is there something within the Yang furnace?" Wong Hong inquired. "Nothing of consequence." Wong Hong shook his head, unwilling to divulge the events transpiring within the Yang furnace, for such knowledge might bind Wong Hong to an unseen causality, potentially jeopardizing his future endeavors. All burdens of causality should rest upon the shoulders of this dying father. Earlier, it had been stated that the embodiment would venture into the foreign realm to comprehend the path of darkness. Thus, where should the Qi and Shun bodies go? What are your thoughts? Wong Hong shifted the topic, inquiring about the paths of the Qi and Shun bodies. Wong Hong pondered for a moment before sighing. "Originally, I sought to cultivate the Tao seed method, planting the supreme soul seed within my being to attain the utmost path. However, the dark curse descended, eroding that seed, leading to its decay. Although the essence of the supreme soul seed merged into my primordial spirit before its demise, the Tao seed method ultimately failed. Now, I wish to pursue the Tao seed method once more. But my father no longer possesses a soul power seed comparable to the supreme soul seed for me to merge with, rendering the Shun body unfit to remain in the primal ancient realm. My intention is to send the Shun body to the celestial domain while allowing the Qi body to remain in the primal ancient realm to retrace the Tao seed method." He was acutely aware that the Shun body, derived from the primordial essence, could only pursue the Tao seed method by choosing an imperfect soul power seed, which did not align with his desire for the strongest path. Conversely, the Qi body had a broader selection when it came to choosing a perfect seed. At present, he possessed a ready-made, suitable perfect seed known as the Heavenly Dome seed. Overall, it seemed more fitting for the Qi body to remain and pursue the Tao seed method, while the Shun body ventured to the celestial domain to witness its resplendent cultivation civilization. Wong Hong nodded in agreement with this reasoning. "This indeed aligns with your path. However, be mindful that the celestial domain is rife with peril. Embarking upon it under the name of my progeny will only invite greater danger. In truth, the Shun body using its true name within this realm would have been the safest approach. With my monumental achievements in quelling chaos, the celestial kings would protect you, and none would dare to harm you. Yet, can one truly attain perfection in this world? Perhaps this is simply your fate. I do not subscribe to the notion of predestined fate. I believe that my destiny is in my own hands, not dictated by heaven," Wong Hong declared resolutely. Witnessing his son's unwavering ambition and steadfast resolve, Wong Hong felt a swell of pride in his heart. Yet even so, an additional layer of security would augment the hope for success. "I shall confront the immortal kings at the border, paying a heavy price for it. This is a debt owed to me by the ancestors of the border clans, and they have promised to protect you should peril arise. Now, you must journey to the border and meet with them. Those comrades will surely leave means upon you, enabling you to navigate the celestial domain with protective strength, ensuring your safety even in the face of the celestial king's wrath." Wong Hong imparted these words with heartfelt gravity. Upon hearing this, Wong Hong felt a stirring within. As a father, Wong Hong had sacrificed so much for his son, paving a path of unparalleled greatness. "Father, you must hold on. Wong Hong will strive with all haste to attain enlightenment and find a remedy for the dark curse, allowing you to escape suffering and reclaim your former glory." Ultimately, this was the only declaration he could muster. Presently, he found himself devoid of power, engulfed by an overwhelming sense of helplessness. The only means to escape this feeling was to grow stronger. Wong Hong chuckled. "Your intentions are more than sufficient. There is no need to rush due to the curse upon me, for such haste would only lead to your own ruin. Remember, as long as you endure, the Wong family shall not perish." Wong Hong committed this to memory. With that, the Shun body prepared to depart, embarking on a journey to the border, eager to witness the place where his father had slain the immortal kings. Suddenly, the Shun body paused, turning back to pose a question that had long weighed on his mind. "Father, what of my mother? She accompanied you to the border, but did not return. Is it possible?" Wong Hong hesitated, reluctant to voice the unspoken words. Arriving in this world, he had experienced what it meant to have a father's love akin to a mountain, and based on his memories from the past decade, a mother's love was equally profound. The celestial maiden who bore him had cared for him with exquisite attention. Thus, Wong Hong harbored a heartfelt hope that his mother was safe. Rest assured, she is unharmed, having returned to her family in the celestial domain. Upon hearing this, Wong Hong could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I did not refine my essence into her blood back then. Otherwise, she would have perished like the celestial vine. Wong Hong remarked, his eyes reflecting deep sorrow at the mention of the celestial vine, before reminding. The blood curse of the foreign realm is a significant causality. You must etch this into your heart. Wong Hong's heart trembled, understanding that Wong Hong was cautioning him to remember the fate of the celestial vine at the hands of the foreign realm. Father, do not worry. I shall not forget. Not only the causality of the celestial vine, but also that of Wong Hong. With these two burdens alone, peaceful coexistence with the foreign realm would be impossible. The embodiment's venture into the foreign realm, while unavoidable, also serves to study their laws. For to know oneself and one's enemy is to guarantee victory in 100 battles. Before his departure, Wong Hong bestowed upon Wong Hong the spatial treasure he had long prepared, assisting him in refining it into his being. With a wave of farewell, Wong Hong embarked on his journey to the borderlands, carrying a portion of resources bestowed by Wong General in truth. Wong Jin could have effortlessly sent him there directly, yet chose not to do so, for he wished for Wong Hong to comprehend that henceforth, everything would depend upon his own endeavors. As the divine essence departed towards the frontier, only the essences of spirit and chi remained behind. Though their appearances were somewhat unfamiliar, the bond between Wong Jin and them still echoed the connection of father and son. He distributed a portion of resources to each of these essences, infusing them into their very bones, a method far superior to the techniques employed by the immortal vine, a testament to the craftsmanship of a celestial king. Far from the realm beneath our feet, the primordial ancient realm boasts 33 heavens, allowing one to select any of the remaining 32 as a starting point. Furthermore, from this moment forth, the name Wong Hong must be buried deep within your heart. You are forbidden from uttering it to anyone, even to your closest friends or cherished confidants. From today onward, you shall be known as Gu Wudi. Do you understand? Wong Jin addressed the essence of Qi, to which Gu Wudi responded affirmatively. Excellent. You shall remain here for now and cultivate the seed before departing. Otherwise, carrying a perfect seed poses considerable dangers. In the primordial ancient realm, the most crucial element is the Tao seed. There is a profound saying, possessing a perfect Tao seed is akin to mastering one's own fate. Thus, beings relentlessly seek these seeds, employing various means. Should Wong Heng's essence happen to pass by, the concealed Tianxiong seed within may be detected, inviting endless troubles. Therefore, it is best to integrate it into your being at the earliest, planting it to avoid prolonged uncertainties. Wong Jin then approached the essence of spirit, imparting similar instructions. You too must deeply entrench the name Wong Hong within your heart, never to disclose it to anyone. From now on, your name shall be Jinjin. I am not well acquainted with the circumstances of the other realm and cannot provide you with extensive information. Upon entering that domain, you must first reshape your true form, erasing the grand Tao of the primordial ancient realm, and then assimilate the heavenly Tao of the other realm into your being, fully integrating into that world. This must be done swiftly to mitigate the risk of being discovered by the beings of that realm. In the years to come, all shall rely on you. Remember, unless absolutely necessary, do not provoke the immortal kings, for doing so may expose the secrets of your bloodline. Jin Jin comprehended. The essence of spirit nodded, indicating its understanding. Wong Jin inclined his head, and then a figure identical to him emerged from his back, shrouded in a haze. Let us hasten. It is prudent to act swiftly. While the attention of the other realm's beings is focused on the battle at the border, I will guide you into their domain, spoke Wong Jin's transformed self. The essence of spirit expressed no objections and promptly approached Wong Jin's avatar. A cascade of celestial light enveloped the two figures, and in an instant, they vanished from sight. Their whereabouts unknown. Time waits for no one. We must commence the planting of the Tao immediately. Wong Jin instructed the remaining essence of Qi. Under Wong Jin's watchful gaze, Wong Heng's essence extracted the Tianxiong seed, which shimmered in a celestial azure, seemingly encapsulating the vastness of the eternal sky, evoking a sense of grandeur. The Tianxiong seed, invaluable beyond measure, is renowned as the perfect ancient seed bestowed by the heavens upon their progeny, shrouded in mystery. Throughout history, every being that has merged with this seed has invariably left behind a resounding legacy. It stands in opposition to another seed, known as the invincible seed, the two having been adversaries entangled across several lifetimes. As far as I know, the Hongming purple Qi seed of the Purple Mansion has, after many years, once again chosen a successor, having been concealed by them and never emerging into the world. Once you merge with the Tianxiong seed, you are destined to confront the young beings of the Purple Mansion. Father, I have already encountered that being during the Celestial Heroes gathering in the South Sea's Purple Bamboo Forest. His name is Ji Shiqing. Though I have not fought him, I sensed his formidable power. The Hongming purple Qi seed is indeed as formidable as its reputation suggests. Wong Hong recounted the gathering he attended before the upheaval in the Wong family. At that event, the two had vaguely become friends. He had thought their futures would not cross paths. Yet now, as he prepares to merge with the Tianxiong seed, he is about to become an adversary of Ji Shiqing. For fate is ever so unpredictable. In any case, you must prepare yourself promptly. The Hongming purple qi seed is not to be trifled with. You are no longer merely a fraction of your former self, Wang Jin cautioned. I understand, father. Perhaps the former Wong Hong could have bested Ji Shiqing, but it is no longer so simple. The essence of qi no longer possesses the formidable primordial spirit, nor the extraordinary physique of his youth. With that, the essence of qi settled into a meditative posture under Wang Jin's scrutiny, commencing the preparations for the planting of the Tao. Countless ancient celestial characters manifested, swirling around the essence, as if he were ensconced within a resplendent river of stars. This was a testament to Wang Heng's remarkable mastery over celestial characters. Initially numbering in the millions, they had fused into several 100,000 due to his previous integration with the grand cosmos during the planting of the Tao. Their inherent power and profundity now elevated to a new echelon. Such astonishing accumulation provides the most solid foundation for Wang Heng's renewed endeavor. With practiced ease, he guided the Tianxiong seed into his body, sinking it into the lower dantian of this corporeal form. Buzz, a familiar sensation, surged through him, causing Wong Hong to shudder involuntarily, reminiscent of the moment he first planted the supreme soul seed. Or the Tao fruit from the immortal vine. Retrieve it. The treasures within may accompany you in your growth, he recalled. This chapter was initially entitled Waste, hence the delay, but ultimately, it has transformed into, for the sake of battle, born eternal. At the mention of this, Wong Hong focused his thoughts, and a colossal gourd materialized before his chest. This was the Tao fruit forged over a lifetime of cultivation by the immortal vine, having once nurtured a celestial sword, its most potent weapon. Once unleashed, it would surely result in rivers of blood. Throughout his extensive journey of cultivation, it remained uncertain how many formidable foes had met their end by the sword within that gourd. However, as time progressed, the immortal vine had evolved its celestial mechanism to divine the future of the Wong family and encountered a cataclysm. The sword within the gourd had become obscured, its nature indeterminate, even to its owner, the Tao fruit itself. When it was entrusted to Wong Hong, he was informed that the treasures within the gourd might change in accordance with the desires of the opener. Now, the moment to unveil the gourd had arrived, and curiosity welled within Wong Hong. Would the sword, submerged in celestial mechanisms, truly undergo a significant transformation? As the opener, what deep-seated desires did he harbor for the treasures within? A knife, a sword, an axe? Upon reflection, he realized he possessed no clear notion. With a blend of curiosity and trepidation, Wong Hong placed his palm upon the enigmatic patterns adorning the surface of the chaotic gourd. The immortal vine had not instructed him on how to open it, nor had Wang Jin provided any guidance. Thus, Wong Hong could only attempt to establish a connection with the gourd, communicating his intent to unveil it. To his astonishment, the moment this thought took root in his mind, the patterns on the chaotic gourd began to glow. An ancient aura burst forth, as if a chaotic microcosm had been unveiled, manifesting various phenomena in the void, heralding that the contents within the gourd were extraordinary. Chaotic energy surged forth, erupting from the mouth of the gourd, and in the blink of an eye, a shadow ascended from within, imbued with the essence of nascent creation and cloaked in mysterious light and shadow, thus entering the world. Once this shadow fully emerged from the chaotic gourd, the gourd's surface immediately wilted, as if it had undergone the passage of eons in an instant. Wong Hong keenly sensed the extraordinary nature of the shadow, which had amassed all the essence of the chaotic gourd, an unimaginable feat at that moment. He discerned the true form of the shadow, which was none other than a formidable halberd. Although it had just come into existence, its sharpness was evident, exuding an overwhelming aura that was truly awe-inspiring. The halberd, in its nascent state, had already formed a profound bond with Wong Hong, for he was the one who had unlocked the chaotic gourd. With a mere thought, the halberd floated towards him and landed in his grasp, perfectly tailored in size, dimensions, and weight, as if it had been crafted solely for him. Long life battle halberd, Wong Hong mused, recalling the celestial artifacts of the Wong family in the perfect world, particularly the long life battle halberd. A great halberd indeed seemed fitting. With chaos looming, such a lethal weapon was essential to vanquish all foes. Wong Hong spoke aloud. Simultaneously, the heavenly canopy descended, embedding itself deeply within his lower dantian's flesh. In that instant, Wong Heng's essence vibrated violently, merging harmoniously with the vastness of the universe. The miraculous effects of the perfect seed manifested once more, allowing the cultivator to meld with the cosmos and grasp the secrets of the fundamental principles of the Tao. This was of paramount importance for cultivators pursuing the path of the seed, which explained their fervent desire for the perfect seed. Wong Hong was no stranger to this sensation. He had experienced it long ago when merging with the supreme soul seed, which had enabled him to cultivate extraordinary Tao fruits, merging millions of ancient celestial characters into pairs. This time, like the last, he found himself wandering in the vast ocean of the Tao, comprehending the intangible mysteries that words could not convey. In contrast to the tangible paths described by the ancient celestial characters, the formless Tao existing between heaven and earth was infinitely broader. Even when cultivators achieved the Tao and attained supremacy, they merely grasped a fragment of its essence. The heavens soared high, and the vastness of the universe unfolded endlessly. Beyond the primordial ancient realm lay the expansive celestial domains, boundless alien territories, and myriad realms across the cosmic ocean. In this moment, Wong Hong's spirit was once again struck by the realization of his own insignificance. Buzz, countless ancient celestial characters gathered around him, slowly swirling to outline a magnificent tableau of the Tao, deepening Wong Hong's understanding of the celestial path. This time, there were no signs of mutual integration among the characters. Wong Hong understood that they had likely reached the pinnacle of what could be achieved within the realm of the seed. To advance further, a breakthrough in his Tao practice was necessary. Suddenly, Wong Hong's spirit trembled, and a vast azure sky appeared before his eyes, supreme and sovereign. It dominated the world and suppressed all. If the power of time were added to this azure sky, allowing different historical skies to overlap and form an eternal azure expanse, it would be akin to compressing the river of time, achieving eternal dominance. This manifestation of the Tao from the heavenly seed revealed the terrifying potential of this seed to Wong Hong. The eternal azure sky, with its magnificent might, crushed everything in its path, embodying the pinnacle of supremacy, a perfect match for the halberd birthed from the chaotic gourd. At that moment, the ancient seed resonated with Wong Hong, igniting a fervent desire within him to engage in a grand and exhilarating battle against formidable adversaries. After a considerable time, Wong Hong gradually calmed down, successfully planting the seed once more. His eyes suddenly widened, and beams of light shot forth, shattering mountains and splitting rocks, causing the very earth to tremble. He then rose to his feet, wielding the chaotic halberd, his gaze fierce and filled with battle intent. As if he were born solely for the purpose of combat. The heavenly seed, the chaotic halberd, and his essence were destined to wage war until the end of time. Battling through the ages. Wong Hong sighed, his gaze shifting as if he envisioned his essence engaging in fierce combat against countless foes. If he was born for battle, then he would continue to fight until he reached the realm of the Celestial King. Wong Hong's eyes sparkled with confidence. During the planting of the seed, he deeply understood the essence of the heavenly seed. To achieve perfect integration with this seed, he must possess an indomitable mindset, bravely cutting through obstacles, a sentiment that resonated with him deeply. Very well, you have not disappointed me. Now, you may depart, Wong Hong said appreciatively. Father, Wong Hong hesitated to speak. Go forth. I will do my utmost to endure until the day of your success, waiting for you to resolve the dark curse and assist me in regaining my former glory. Wong Hong understood that this endeavor would become his life's mission, one he could never forget. If that were the case, let this obsession deepen, for profound obsessions often unleash unimaginable strength in times of despair, aiding one in overcoming adversity. I will not let you wait long, Father, Wong Hong replied calmly, his tranquility signifying his earnestness. Very well, I await your return. Subsequently, Wong Hong chose the great Crimson Heaven as the starting point of his endless journey, beyond the realm of the Wong family's celestial abode. The great Crimson Heaven? It borders the alien domains where fireseed cultivators gather, teeming with powerful beings. A splendid place for honing one's skills, Wong Hong's father acknowledged. You should have heard of the Lord of the Great Crimson Heaven, a disciple of the Qingquan sect, whose Tao seed is a perfect fire seed, possessing the ability to connect heaven and earth. On that day, you will witness the resplendent scenery of that path. Nodding, he instructed Wong Hong to depart immediately, assuming the name Gu Wudi, to commence his journey towards attaining the Celestial King. In truth, this was not merely an alias. Emerging from the yin-yang furnace was akin to a rebirth of the original body, a recreation of chaos. His father, Wong Hong, had bestowed upon him his surname and name, not a fabrication of his own making. It aligned with the cosmic cycle of the Tao. Thus Gu Wudi was indeed his true name. Even if someone traced its origins, they would only arrive at this appellation. Finally, Wong Hong bid farewell to his father and set forth on the path to the great Crimson Heaven. At this juncture, the three bodies of the father and son had all departed for their destined places, leaving behind the vast and desolate Wong family celestial abode with only Wong Hong's father remaining as the last living being. He stood upon the barren, ruined earth, resembling a statue, exuding an air of solitude and desolation. Not long ago, the celestial estate had flourished, but in an instant, it had become dilapidated and forlorn. Devoid of life, such a stark contrast elicited a sigh of lament. The former splendor had ultimately faded away like leaves in the wind. Tao friend, a voice emerged, laden with the weight of time, tinged with a hint of melancholy. The celestial glow was radiant, enveloped in layers of auspicious light, as a purple-gold pathway extended from afar. Arriving just a step behind the voice, a middle-aged man strode along the purple-gold path, shrouded in mist, his true visage obscured, yet emanating a remarkable authority. Most astonishingly, above his head floated a disk, suffused with chaotic energy, exuding the power of the six paths of reincarnation. Reincarnation, Tao friend, it has been a long time. Wong Hong's father greeted with a light chuckle, his eyes gleaming with unmasked joy, for the visitor was an exalted being he greatly admired, a companion with whom he had shared profound discussions. Yet, among celestial kings, time was of little consequence. Their encounters were often separated by epochs. It has indeed been a long time, the middle-aged man echoed, sharing the sentiment, though the sorrow outweighed the joy. It has been an entire epoch since our last meeting. Memories of the past often linger in my heart, as if everything had transpired just yesterday. Wong Hong's father sighed deeply, revealing a nostalgic expression. Indeed, despite the proximity, each encounter is separated by an entire epoch. The middle-aged man mused with a bitter smile. They were celestial kings, each with their aspirations. Their sole desire in this life being to realize their ambitions and make further strides upon the path of the Tao. Thus, their infrequent meetings were entirely understandable. However, this did not diminish their mutual admiration. Wang Tao friend, I apologize for my tardiness. At that moment, a weathered voice resounded, accompanied by the sonorous chime of a bell, reminiscent of the dawn and dusk of an era. In the distance, the great bell tolled leisurely, its tone serene, devoid of sorrow or joy, merely evoking a sense of time's inexorable passage. Suddenly, a massive bell descended, and from it emerged a robust middle-aged man, his gaze wise, with long black hair cascading over his shoulders, exuding an air of great authority and presence. Wu Zhong, you have arrived, he welcomed with a smile. Wang Jin reciprocated with a grin. Among all the beings in the primordial ancient realm, he held the highest regard for these two towering figures before him, along with a revered ancestral spirit who had ventured into the boundary sea and had not been heard from in ages. Now, with both giants present, he felt a sense of elation, even though he bore the curse of the origin blood. The three gathered within the dilapidated Wong family celestial abode and sat cross-legged. 3 exquisite cups of unparalleled celestial tea materialized, suspended in the void, brewed with the fire of the Tao. And soon the air was filled with the fragrant aroma of tea and the subtle essence of the Tao. They reminisced about the past, each recounting their experiences and insights over the course of an epoch, exchanging thoughts on the Tao, with each participant gaining from the discourse. As their philosophical discussions concluded, they turned to the matter of the dark curse. Wu Zhong and Lu Dao had come for this very reason, fully aware that Wang Jin was an indispensable force in the primordial ancient realm, and they did not wish to see him perish. Unlike other celestial kings in the ancient realm, the two giants possessed a grand vision, always casting their gaze upon the entirety of the ancient realm and even the heavenly seas. This expansive perspective contributed to their high prestige. I have heard whispers of the origin blood curse. Throughout the ages, many a giant has succumbed to its grasp, and presently, no remedy has been found. Sighed the immortal Wu Zhong, a hint of helplessness in his tone despite his formidable strength in facing this curse. Would you consider reincarnation and recultivation? With your innate talent, it may not take long for you to regain your status as a celestial king. This method, he suggested, might effectively weaken the origin blood curse. If one reincarnation is insufficient, then another. If 2 fail, then perhaps 3, 4, or even 10. Lu Dao, the king of 6 paths, earnestly proposed this. Unable to bear the thought of this unparalleled celestial king, the creator of the primordial spirit sword technique, falling to the curse, it would be a grievous loss. Absolutely not. I am acutely aware of my circumstances. The reincarnation you speak of cannot save me. Furthermore, is it truly reincarnation and rebirth? It is merely borrowing a new body to be reborn. How could a dignified celestial king, like myself, resort to such a path? Wang Jin firmly shook his head, resolutely rejecting the notion. The two giants, recognizing the futility of their suggestion, could only relent. Ultimately, they departed, powerless against the origin blood curse. Wang Jin watched as the two vanished from this realm, then quietly turned and faded away, his whereabouts unknown. From that day forth, the tribes and beings residing around the Wong family celestial abode were astonished to discover that the once resplendent estate of the celestial king had utterly vanished, becoming but a memory. As word spread, it swiftly stirred great upheaval within the ancient realm. Rumors regarding the fate of the master of the peacekeeping technique circulated widely, with varying accounts emerging from all corners. However, this news of the Wong family's decline was soon overshadowed by another significant event in the ancient realm. Under the leadership of the two giants, Lu Dao and Wu Zhong, various factions and tribes in the primordial ancient realm resolved to compensate the border tribes, bestowing upon them heavenly blessings and creating a mark of glory forever etched into their bloodlines, to be remembered through the annals of time. The mightiest among those tribes were then crowned as kings, earning the reverence and admiration of all beings. Wong Hong, who was hastening towards the border, naturally heard of this development. I am fortunate to witness the grand coronation, he mused to himself, recalling the tragic fate of the border tribes during the chaotic epochs of the future, once held in the highest esteem, only to be tarnished and vilified. It must be said, this was the most egregious and infuriating case of injustice in the primordial ancient realm. Chapter 68. The Celestial Tao, the Imperial City. Would this life repeat the mistakes of the past? Wong Hong was uncertain. His current focus was on how to ascend to kingship with the utmost speed, embarking on the path of unparalleled strength. Otherwise, even if he became a king, he could not resolve the dark curse afflicting Wang Jin, remaining merely a weakling subject to the whims of others among the celestial kings. As for the impending conflict between the foreign realms and the primordial ancient realm, he chose not to dwell on it for the moment. Concerns for the future were even less pressing. Should the border tribes truly find themselves on the brink of a historical injustice, he would extend his assistance if capable, refusing to remain apathetic. Of course, if he were powerless, he would not feign strength. Silently, he pressed on, keeping his royal identity concealed as he journeyed. The Wong family was at the center of a maelstrom, on the verge of collapse, embroiled in numerous controversies. Should his identity be revealed, he might quickly find himself surrounded, with troubles cascading upon him. In comparison to being ostentatious, a low profile proved far more advantageous. Although his current cultivation was absent, and his Tao seeds had been shattered, his primordial spirit remained robust. Once he unleashed the peacekeeping technique, even beings whose Tao seeds had taken root would find themselves no match for him. Thus, he possessed sufficient means for self-preservation, and even in the face of uncontrollable danger, he had contingencies in place. Fortunately, his journey proceeded smoothly, devoid of any obstacles. At this juncture, a middle-aged man appeared, striding towards Wong Hong, his formidable aura silencing all present, rendering the bustling sounds into an eerie hush. Yet, lingering too long in one's comfort zone might dull the ambition to strive, leading one to rely solely on the fading glory of their father. He momentarily drifted into thought before promptly assisting the supreme of the Stone Clan, Shirgu. As the adage goes, strength lies in numbers, arriving at this battlefield. Recently stained by the blood of the indomitable king, none could predict whether war might reignite. Upon reaching Wong Hong, he simply uttered, "Wong family, Wong Hong," which sparked a tempest of discussion. "You are the offspring of the Wong family celestial king?" Shirgu inquired as they walked, recounting to Wong Hong the storied history of the ancient architecture. Entering the primordial imperial city, one could truly grasp the vastness of this realm, with its towering pavilions and meandering rivers, expansive and boundless, rivaling a chaotic microcosm. The entirety of the primordial ancient realm comprised merely 10,000 paths, yet on this day, it alone claimed 3,000, a testament to its extraordinary nature. He approached Wong Hong, bowing deeply, and proclaimed, "Shirgu of the Stone Clan, I pay my respects to the Wong ancestor." As they neared the city, all practitioners descended from the heavens, walking to honor the primordial imperial city and the border tribes. Soon, commotion arose from within the low mountains, a voice resonating, calm yet imbued with ancient echoes. Upon learning that his visit was at the behest of the Wong family celestial king to meet their progenitor, several true immortals dared not delay, promptly escorting Wong Hong deeper into the imperial city towards the secluded quarters of their ancestor. Upon arriving at the designated area, they needed only to fly in that direction to behold the primordial imperial city. Thereafter, he personally led the way, ushering Wong Hong inside amidst the watchful eyes of multitudes. Reflecting briefly, he continued on, utilizing various teleportation arrays to swiftly approach the border. The burial grounds posed little threat. The interred spirits preferred slumber, rarely causing disturbances, thus sparing the border tribes from peril. However, the dominion of the foreign realms was an entirely different matter. Exiting the sect equipped with teleportation arrays, he surveyed the surroundings and beheld verdant trees, majestic mountains, and rivers, a vibrant tableau of life. They had fought and campaigned across various ancient realms, erasing and conquering many, always casting covetous glances at the primordial ancient realm, never relinquishing their desire to intrude upon this domain. In response, Wong Hong graciously declined their offers. His purpose for visiting the primal imperial city was to meet the celestial king, and he was fundamentally not on the same path as they were, hence, their paths would not converge. As the final teleportation concluded, Wong Hong arrived in a verdant realm, rich with the melodies of birds and fragrant blossoms. Soon, they reached their destination, Upon hearing Wong Hong's words, the celestial king within the low mountains could not help but emit a sigh. Now, his own kin had unexpectedly appeared at the city gates, allowing them the rare privilege of witnessing his true form. How could they not feel exhilarated? The Wong family's celestial prince had arrived at the imperial pass. This was indeed a momentous occasion. Some of the mightiest beings among various clans would be bestowed the title of king, their bloodlines henceforth regarded as noble, elevating them above ordinary races to a degree. Who would not wish to witness such a moment of racial birth? Naturally, a considerable number of cultivators were drawn by the celestial beings. During this time, several streaks of light approached Wong Hong, transmitting their thoughts to inquire if he would be willing to form a party with them. Most were beings of the rooting and sprouting realm, and upon observing his swift movement, they expressed their desire to travel together. Subsequently, Shirgu bid farewell and returned to the city gates to maintain order, while several true immortals from the border clans took on the role of welcoming Wong Hong. Wong Hong observed all of this as he silently advanced through vast expanses of heaven and earth. At last, he neared the realm of the border. Witnessing this scene, he could not help but inwardly marvel. For one who had retained his original identity, the primal ancient realm was indeed a comfortable zone devoid of danger. With Wong Hong's accomplishments, wherever he roamed, the world would honor him as ancestor. Even true immortals would show him respect. It was hard to believe that this was the scenery of the borderlands, so starkly different from the desolate deserts he had envisioned. This time, during the foreign incursion, an immortal king had perished on the spot, with his indestructible primordial spirit being thoroughly eradicated by the calming chaos technique. Furthermore, the great Tao Heaven was the realm within the primal ancient realm that boasted the most celestial kings. It could be said that this sky was a cradle of exceptional talents, evoking admiration from all. The great Tao Heaven lay at the edge of the primal ancient realm, bordering the foreign lands and the burial grounds, historically a hotspot for conflict. They spoke in unison, offering grand salutes to Wong Hong. They had witnessed the Wong ancestor. Not far away, streaks of light soared into the sky, heading in a unified direction, vanishing into the clouds in the blink of an eye. How was Taoist Wong's injury? The vegetation ahead began to thin, and the presence of living beings drastically diminished as well. The wars among cultivators had ultimately impacted the surrounding environment. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the destination of his journey. Nearby cultivators were similarly arriving, including several formidable beings at the harmonization realm. With this purpose in mind, a multitude of cultivators embarked on their journey to the border. Ever since that immortal king fell on the city walls, this area had been in such a state for many days. Even though the immortal king did not belong to this world and had not integrated with the great Tao of the ancient realm, his death still triggered tremendous phenomena that lingered for a long time. Shirgu felt a surge of joy upon hearing this, developing a fondness for this celestial prince he had never met. The Wong family's celestial king had unleashed the calming chaos technique, slaying the immortal king and quelling turmoil across the 10 directions. In the present primal ancient realm, who did not know of this? Countless cultivators regarded him as their faith. Esteemed seniors, you honor me, Wong Hong replied. Although the interior of the imperial city had been thoroughly processed, traces of fresh blood could still be seen on some walls. Undoubtedly remnants from the foreign incursions. At this moment, cultivators were arriving ceaselessly from afar. As long as they identified themselves and clarified their origins, they could enter this formidable pass. One of the supreme beings had already reached the harmonization realm, and he was no ordinary supreme. He hailed from the border clans and had fought against foreign beings for years, naturally exuding an air of grim slaughter. From this, it was evident that Wong Hong's journey to the celestial domain was an exceedingly wise decision. The powers there were intricate and would not hold the same reverence for Wong Hong as the beings of the ancient realm. The primal imperial city, built at the juncture of the great Tao Heaven and the foreign lands, bore witness to this bloody and fiery epic. Throughout the long passage of time, this city had frequently been ravaged by foreign beings, only to be reclaimed repeatedly, with countless lives lost upon its walls, both from the primal ancient realm and the foreign lands. A scene of utter devastation. Though Wong Hong had lost his cultivation, his comprehension of the celestial ancient script remained intact. By harnessing his formidable primordial spirit to channel the words of the great Tao, he could still achieve remarkable speed. The border clans were each stationed in specific areas, maintaining a close-knit camaraderie with an unceasing flow of visitors. Along with the influx of cultivators from the 33 heavens, the primal imperial city was currently thriving, experiencing an unprecedented zenith of prosperity. Even amidst substantial disparities in cultivation, they were more than willing to pay their respects. For Wong Hong's intervention had repelled the foreign army, sparing the border clans from even greater losses. At the end of the desolate land on the horizon, a magnificent giant city soared, piercing the clouds and spanning the heavens. Along the way, Wong Hong was not the only one heading to the border. A large number of cultivators set out, eager to witness the grand occasion of the coronation, their streaks of light swirling through the sky, even obscuring the sun and moon, creating a magnificent spectacle. The words of the Supreme Being were soft, yet carried great weight. A Supreme who had achieved the harmonization realm showed such respect toward the youth who had yet to reach his prime. The coronation ceremony, which would reverberate throughout the entire primal ancient realm, was bound to attract true immortals from all factions, with celestial kings standing tall. Wong Hong was no exception. He walked into the imperial city, and the closer he approached, the more he could appreciate the grandeur of the city, with colossal stars floating just outside, even surrounded by resplendent rivers of stars. Upon their arrival, several true immortals proceeded with utmost caution, fearful of disturbing the progenitor. This great Tao heaven must be the original form of the future 3,000 Tao states and the vast uninhabited zones, he sighed, contemplating the vastness and mystery of this realm, finding it hard to believe that the future would fracture into such a state. It seemed that the desolate desert in the perfect world was a result of the foreign invasion. Prior to that, even the borderlands were not so barren. Should even one such being emerge to preach, blessing all beings, it would not be in vain. Perhaps it could even lead to a breakthrough, ascending to new heights. By lineage, Wong Hong was the son of the Celestial King, and the generational gap between him and the Celestial King was substantial. Thus addressing him as Wong Ancestor was entirely reasonable. Wong Hong felt a surge of emotion. This city truly epitomized legend, having witnessed and experienced so much. From a distance, one could deeply appreciate the magnificence and grandeur of this colossal city, built from some resilient stone, having endured the passage of time. Stained by the blood of countless celestial beings and immortals, its walls had long since become impervious. Soon, news spread like wildfire, inciting discussions among the cultivators who arrived at the imperial city, all recounting the great deeds of his father. During this foreign incursion, the Wong family provided support to the border, rescuing the border clans from peril. We are immensely grateful. Henceforth, any member of the Wong family who arrives at the great Tao heaven shall be our most esteemed guests, Shirgu proclaimed. Wong Hong stepped into this legendary realm, standing atop a high peak, gazing out at the boundless territories ahead. The beings of the border clans stationed at the city gates, upon witnessing this, promptly emulated Shirgu, paying their respects while addressing him as Wong Ancestor. Suddenly, Shirgu halted his steps. Not far ahead, several figures shrouded in mist, exuding the aura of celestial beings, stood waiting as if they had been anticipating his arrival for quite some time. The secluded sanctuaries of the venerable immortal kings are undoubtedly extraordinary. As Wong Hong stepped into the realm of the low hills, he was immediately enveloped by a profound aura of the Tao, facilitating one's journey towards enlightenment. Should one choose to cultivate in this sacred space, the benefits would be immeasurable. Originally, the retreat locations of several ancestral clans were situated elsewhere, seldom gracing the imperial city. However, following the recent bloodshed within the city, they resolved to relocate their sanctuaries within, taking personal command to prevent the catastrophic loss of life from occurring. Humility is invariably more endearing than arrogance. Yet, the geographical positioning of these retreats destined them for anything but tranquility. The vast and boundless territories, teeming with countless races, concealed treasures such as longevity elixirs, divine medicines, and celestial gold within the enigmatic hills, awaiting discovery. On this particular day, known as the Day of the Great Tao, it is proclaimed that there are 3,000 paths to enlightenment. Elder Shur, seemingly accustomed to formality, was met with a remark from a being hailing from the border clans, expressing astonishment and drawing curious glances from the passing cultivators. The horizon was painted a deep crimson by the setting sun, casting a sanguine hue across the ancient city, reminiscent of a battlefield drenched in blood. This was merely a glimpse of what Wong Hong observed. Within the 33 heavens, such scenes were likely commonplace, leaving one to ponder the multitude of cultivators that would eventually converge at the borders. Upon sending forth his divine sense towards the low hills, he found them awaiting him with reverence. These hills, varied in shape, were adorned with vibrant flora in some areas, while others were ablaze with fire, barren of life, and still others were shrouded in chaotic mist, exuding an air of profound mystery. Wong Hong bowed towards the hills and responded, in regard to the immortal king, "My father's affliction is difficult to remedy, yet it has not reached the point of imminent demise. He can endure for a time yet. The origin blood curse is utterly vile. Though he may persist for a while, it is ultimately futile, as he will inevitably face obliteration. We all owe your father our lives. Had the blood curse targeted any one of us, we would have met with a similar fate. Thus, we have pledged to safeguard your father in the years to come." Chapter 69. The Seven Kings' Vigil. The nearby true immortals were taken aback, realizing that their ancestral lords, the seven immortal kings, were prepared to protect a single individual. In all the world, apart from the offspring of the Wong clan's immortal kings, could there be another being granted such privilege? With the seven immortal kings standing guard, Who would dare challenge Wong Hong? Even an immortal king would think twice. Wong Hong was profoundly moved, momentarily stunned. His father spoke of protection, not merely safeguarding. The former implied a shield over his safety, while the latter suggested a commitment to ensuring his path to enlightenment was unhindered, a distinction of great significance. On his journey, he had contemplated the future injustices faced by the border clans, pondering how he might assist, yet now, with the 7 formidable kings vowing to guide him, the weight of destiny was palpable. He felt compelled to engage with the affairs of the border clans, whether he desired to or not. Before Wong Hong could respond, the chaotic mist atop the low hill swirled, and radiant light of the Tao burst forth as 7 towering figures emerged from the haze, standing before him. They were the 7 kings, the most formidable ancestors of the border clans, who had fought side by side through countless epochs to protect their homeland from foreign invasion and desecration, forging an unbreakable bond akin to that of sworn brothers. Now, as the 7 kings stood before Wong Hong, they resembled colossal chaotic mountains, exuding immense stature and grandeur. Yet rather than instilling a sense of oppressive weight, they bestowed upon him an unparalleled feeling of security. Imagine, should an immortal king seek to thwart Wong Hong's path, only to discover that he stood before not 1, but 7 formidable protectors. What thoughts would cross the mind of that immortal king? He would likely sheath his weapons and reconsider the wisdom of opposing such formidable allies. In that moment, Wong Hong felt a profound happiness. What greater backing could one desire than the unwavering support of his 7 immortal uncles? Subsequently, they inquired about Wong Hong's future intentions, leading to a response that left them quite astonished. This engendered ongoing transformations within certain realms of the system, birthing new branches, yet fundamentally, the overarching path remained a singular law within the existing framework, not a creation of an entirely new cultivation system. The immortal domain? Do you aspire to traverse that path? Uncle Zhu and another seated at the stone table recounted their experiences and insights since parting in the South Sea's purple bamboo forest. Wong Hong, rising from his cushion, approached to assist Shi Jintian. Undoubtedly, the Stone King recognized Wong Hong's exceptional innate talent in the realm of the primordial spirit, which prompted him to bestow several divine herbs upon him. As he entered the celestial palace, an overwhelming aura of time enveloped him, evoking a sensation of traversing through the annals of history, with engravings along the way chronicling significant events of the past in the border imperial city. When Shi Hao traversed realms to confront the rain god, he found himself in a desolate universe, where a sealed portal hinted at the return route of a being poised for reckoning, accompanied by the consciousness of a celestial entity from the immortal domain. However, the true immortals insisted he enter. Thus, Wong Hong, unable to refuse, took residence within the grandeur of the celestial palace. Naturally, he harbored no reason to decline. Yet he remained curious about the identity of the immortal king destined for the immortal domain, as mentioned by the Stone King. Soon after, the 7 kings returned to the low hills, and Wong Hong took his leave, escorted by several true immortals of the border clans to his resting place. As he turned to Wong Hong, one of them spoke earnestly, "Your Uncle Zhu is a forthright man. Do not take offense." However, his words, though coarse in delivery, bear truth. From this day forth, you are our nephew. Wherever you go, should you encounter adversity, remember you have 7 uncles backing you. Without a suitable ancient seed that resonates with oneself, it is indeed unwise to pursue the path of cultivation. The Stone King sighed, surmising the circumstances. Indeed, the Wong family's celestial abode has become a relic of the past, reduced to ashes. Wong Hong affirmed this statement. Oh, does Wong Zhu know Jin Tian? That truly is Jin Tian's fortune. Wong Hong nodded with a smile at this remark. Sure, Jin Tian, filled with sentiment, noted that while many immortal offspring existed in the world, few possessed the humility of Wong Hong. Shi Jintian paid his respects to Wong Zhu. The remaining 5 kings introduced themselves, facilitating Wong Hong's address. As Shi Hao ascended, the laws of the immortal domain underwent yet another transformation, evolving on the foundations of blood and cave heavens towards new pathways. However, regardless of the changes, they remained tethered to the roots established by the ancestors of butchers. Now, Wong Zhu and my clan's ancestor are akin to uncle and nephew, separated by countless generations. The cultivation paths of the immortal domain have forged countless formidable immortal kings. Shining brightly, the nephew has long admired them and seeks to witness their glory firsthand. This was an immensely significant gift, leaving the observing true immortals wide-eyed in astonishment. It provided him with the strongest support for his solitary venture into the immortal domain. If this speculation held truth, then the contemporary laws of the Chaos era could potentially become Wong Hong's foresight and advantage. The ancient stone carvings, with their rugged textures, recounted the primal and glorious epics of yore. Soon, Wong Hong followed several true immortals to his temporary abode, a magnificent celestial palace, suffused with the essence of the Tao, exuding an extraordinary presence. They came to realize that the recognition of kinship spoken of by their ancestor was not mere rhetoric, but rather an earnest and genuine acknowledgement. Wong Hong murmured, eliciting a hearty laugh from the Vermilion Bird King, who playfully patted him on the shoulder. "Is it true that the news of the extinction of the Wong family South Celestial Estate has reached us?" inquired Shi Jintian, after a brief pause. A valiant youth clad in golden battle armor strode in with purpose. "The path of Tao is not inferior to that of the celestial realm. However, given that you have been affected by the origin blood curse, it is likely that your Tao seed has also suffered." Just as Wong Hong pondered the celestial system, a youthful voice suddenly emanated from the bone token. "Regrettably, we possess no suitable seeds for you here. The perfect ancient strains we sought have already found their fusers," remarked the Mu Clan's king, shaking his head. "To my knowledge, a fellow celestial king intends to venture into the celestial realm and could provide you with passage," said Shi Wang. He was of a similar age and mental maturity as Shi Jintian. Yet Wong Hong preferred the company of his peers, not wishing to appear as an ancient relic. "I am your Uncle Bai." Upon seeing Wong Hong seated on the meditation mat, the golden-armored youth's face brightened with joy as he approached and bowed deeply. A magnificent figure stepped forward, engulfed in flames, adorned with a pair of vermilion bird wings, and bearing a golden bone fragment. Indeed, it was the ancestor of the Vermilion Bird clan. Wong Hong marveled, "A true immortal in my beck and call. Such treatment is truly surreal." Subsequently, the seven kings engaged in conversation with Wong Hong, expressing their concerns for his future. Upon learning that he had, with his father's assistance, overcome the dark curse and forged a path of his own, their gazes exchanged understanding. Recognizing that this matter pertained to Wong Hong's personal secrets, and thus refrained from further inquiries, Shi Wang smiled gently. From the moment he decided to protect Wong Hong's path, he had regarded him as a beloved nephew, treating him as his own. "Elder, has Shi Jintian, our clansman, returned?" Wong Hong inquired. "I had a brief encounter with him in the South Sea South Purple Bamboo Grove." His voice resonated powerfully, causing the void to hum, a tone that the other six kings were already accustomed to, as was the nearby true immortal. "Here are several divine herbs, comparable to those surrounding the ancient longevity tree in the Wong family's celestial medicine garden. They are brimming with spirit and potent in efficacy, all related to the soul." With the protection of the seven kings, no matter where he went, he would be regarded as an esteemed guest, and even if someone harbored hostility towards him, they would likely refrain from displaying it openly. Only sure how secret realm truly opened a new system. As he walked along, Wong Hong was captivated until he reached the palace's end, where he regained his senses. Smiling, he replied, "The ancestor is unaware that when Jintian entered, the clan's true immortal ancestor repeatedly instructed him not to be disrespectful to the ancestor. Let us not frighten the child," he added, revealing an envious expression. As a leading figure of the younger generation of the Shi clan, his encounters with his ancestor were few and far between, far less intimate than Wong Hong's. Seeing Shi Wang present gifts, the other kings were eager to follow suit, offering a dazzling array of rare herbs, celestial materials, and more, creating an overwhelming spectacle. However, traveling to the celestial realm is significantly more perilous than cultivating in the primal ancient realm. While we may provide intimidation, there is no guarantee that reckless celestial kings will not act against you. And within that domain, there are celestial kings with whom we have past grievances. "Child, you are the bloodkin of Wang Daoyu, and we are of the same generation as him. Thus we shall be your uncles from now on. You may call me Uncle Zhu." Of course, all of this was merely Wong Hong's conjecture. The specifics would require verification upon arriving in the celestial realm. He informed Shi how that the 9 heavens and 10 earths had reached the end of the law. Strictly speaking, the teachings circulating therein were transmitted from the celestial realm, meaning that the laws of the celestial realm should resemble those of the contemporary world. However, the celestial realm is vast, teeming with talent, and from time to time, prodigies emerge, instigating change and carving new paths. In essence, the current laws of the celestial realm require half an epoch of evolution to reach the state of contemporary laws from the chaotic ancient era. There exists a temporal relationship between the two. Uncles need not worry. For your nephew, it matters not where he goes. After all, the tribulations and calamities one must endure to forge a new system are far too numerous, and ordinary beings would scarcely survive. It is essential to understand that the rough framework of the celestial realm was jointly established by a group of celestial kings, and their shared tribulations were fraught with peril. The difficulties are evident. "Indeed, I am your Uncle Mu," Shi Wang declared. "During our conversation in the South Sea South Purple Bamboo Grove, we shared much joy. Why does our reunion now seem so distant?" Wong Hong teased with a smile. Not far away stood several equally grand celestial palaces. Noticing Wong Hong's tone reminiscent of their earlier meeting, Shi Jintian immediately relaxed a bit. The The so-called path of innovation that the celestial realm's prodigies speak of likely resembles how's integration of the 10 caves into one. Should you venture into that realm, exercise caution, warned the Bai clan's king solemnly. The ancestor of the Shur clan stepped forth and addressed the vermilion bird ancestor, saying, Wuzhong, the six paths, and the ancient clans of the realm will soon arrive at this city to confer titles upon the border clans. This is a grand occasion, a significant event worthy of remembrance in an epic. Remain in the city and await the conclusion of the title conferral before entering the celestial realm. A warm current flowed through Wong Hong's heart. He refrained from uttering pleasantries, bowing in respect to the seven kings and expressing his gratitude. In that moment, he genuinely regarded these seven rulers as his uncles. This is our first meeting. The uncles have no formal gifts to present, but take these trinkets. From now on, cultivate diligently and do not tarnish your father's illustrious name, Shur Wong stated, gesturing as a stream of light flew forth, hovering before Wong Hong's chest. The environment of one's birth is beyond our control. In terms of seniority, I may be older than you, but on the path of cultivation, we are fellow travelers. Wong Hong regained his focus and promptly followed the procedures as instructed by the true immortal, opening the gates of the celestial palace. He nodded solemnly, knowing that he would not invoke the names of the seven kings unless absolutely necessary. While a grand tree may be beneficial, it also attracts attention, and every entity possesses its duality. The system indeed aligns with that of the celestial realm, although he had yet to comprehend its contents. He could roughly envision the direction of the celestial system through the lens of a perfect world. After the border war concludes, he will return. He is currently in the imperial city, and I shall summon him to meet the ancestor shortly. The Shur clan's true immortal responded. By the way, I am your uncle Shur. At that moment, the true immortal departed, leaving behind a bone token. Should Wong Hong require anything, he need only activate the token, and a true immortal would arrive. Additionally, there were numerous treasures related to the primordial spirit, many of which had become extinct, existing solely in legend. Shur Jintian has come to pay respects to the ancestor. Haha, splendid. From now on, should anyone dare to harm you, simply invoke my name, declaring yourself the nephew of the Vermilion Bird King. If they still lack sense, your Uncle Zhu will not hesitate to intervene, ensuring they find no resting place. Upon realizing that such a palace was designated for welcoming celestial kings, Wong Hong was taken aback, repeatedly insisting that he did not require residence in such a celestial palace, that any other would suffice. Very well, the laws of the celestial realm are profound and ancient, with significant origins. Traversing the laws of the celestial realm may also lead to the attainment of great paths. All of this was brought forth by his father. At this juncture, without Wang Jin's influence, what was Wong Hong truly worth? He arrived at the place of meditation and cultivation, seated upon a sacred wooden mat, closing his eyes to nurture his spirit while contemplating the future path of cultivation for his divine form. In essence, the realm of immortals is not entirely unfamiliar. We currently find ourselves in the mid-era of the immortal antiquity, and the dissemination of the immortal laws to the 9 heavens and 10 lands coincided with the conclusion of the immortal antiquity era. This time, he refrained from any modesty or evasion, addressing the immortal king in a manner befitting uncle and nephew. In terms of lineage, he undoubtedly surpasses Shur Jintian by a considerable margin, and to the true immortals, this signifies an audience with an elder. I am your Uncle Qing. My condolences. Shur Jintian sighed, offering words of comfort. A grand immortal king's residence had collapsed overnight. Anyone who underwent such a monumental transformation would find it difficult to come to terms with it. Look forward. As long as my father and I remain alive, the Wong family of the ancient realm shall not be considered extinguished. Chapter 70, The Immortal Realm. Although Wong Hong spoke with a carefree demeanor, Shur Jintian understood that witnessing his family's South immortal estate become a relic of history was a painful experience. After some contemplation, he extended an invitation to Wong Hong, suggesting they meet the extraordinary talents gathered at the border. A grand gathering of prodigies was currently underway in the city, more splendid than the previous assembly at the South Sea's purple bamboo forest, uniting nearly all the gifted beings of the primordial ancient realm. Indeed, I am eager to encounter those prodigies of the ancient realm that I have only heard whispers of. Wong Hong nodded in agreement. He was on the verge of departing this realm for the immortal domain and wished to glimpse the caliber of the younger generation of the primordial ancient realm before making the comparison upon his arrival in the immortal domain. With that, Shur Jintian rose and led Wong Hong away from the immortal palace. They traversed through majestic palatial structures and scaled towering mountains, ultimately arriving at their destination. It was an expansive courtyard, devoid of ostentatious gold and jade, and lacking intricate carvings. At first glance, it appeared to be an ordinary yard. Yet, no one dared to underestimate its significance. The reason was simple. The courtyard's master was a true immortal, residing there for years and over time. Even the grass and trees had absorbed the essence of the immortal path, exuding an extraordinary aura of Tao. As Shi Jintian and Wong Hong entered the courtyard, they were greeted by pavilions arranged along a gently flowing stream, adorned with divine trees and rare herbs, emanating a robust life force. Inside the pavilions were stone tables and chairs, where several distinguished young individuals were engaged in spirited conversation, raising their cups in a lively atmosphere. Upon seeing Wong Hang's arrival, they all approached with warm smiles. It felt as though they had truly entered an immortal paradise, where the immortals debated profound truths, devoid of violence and the stench of blood. It is worth noting that Wong Hong ranked first in the realm of Dao seeds and had never diminished in standing. Even when his Dao seed was extinguished and he lost his cultivation, his rank remained unscathed, still shining brightly at the pinnacle like a resplendent sun. At that moment, the prodigies gathered by the stream recognized who Wong Zhu was, stepping forth to pay their respects. Who could have anticipated that Wong Hong would retain such vigor, maintaining his supremacy even after losing his Dao seed? Subsequently, numerous prodigies from the ancient realm approached to offer their greetings. Just then, several familiar figures emerged from a distant pavilion, acquaintances of Wong Hong from their previous encounters in the South Sea's purple bamboo forest. Each time he recalled this, an unusual glint flickered in his gaze. The fact that he could not engage in rivalry with Zixiong left a profound regret in his life. The stream flowed quietly, occasionally accompanied by the sound of young prodigies snapping their fingers, invoking ancient verses and manifesting a Dao seed, transforming it into a miniature vessel that drifted downstream. This brought Wong Hong to reminisce about Princess Yao Yu and Wang, she from the chaotic era of the future, who inherited their ancestral enmity, forever at odds with one another. Such a gaze sent a slight shiver down Zixiang's spine. As the prodigies contemplated this, a flicker of astonishment coursed through them. If it were their own Dao seeds that shattered, it would likely cause grievous injuries, obliterating their paths. For instance, that youth from the Su family hailed from a vast eternal life dynasty, a lineage that had long harbored animosity towards the Wong family, their enmity persisting across several epochs. As if locked in a deadly standoff, the occurrence of such a calamity was unforeseen. Fortunately, they remained unharmed, which was a silver lining amidst the misfortune. Wang Zhu must take care of himself and not allow this to sever his path. Of course, this was merely a formality. The actual objective was to deepen the camaraderie among the young prodigies. He aspired to leverage the prestige of his immortal king uncle to annihilate these few families. Yet this was implausible. Indeed, we arrived early to partake in this gathering of prodigies, which is undoubtedly the most comprehensive assembly of the ancient realm's talents. We cannot afford to miss it. Ah, what a pity. Wong Hong expressed a semblance of regret. Following this, everyone returned to the pavilion, seated upon stone chairs, each raising a teacup in a gesture of camaraderie. In the true immortal courtyard, with a gentle murmur of flowing water and the fragrant aroma of tea wafting through the air, they engaged in discussions on profound truths. A unique romance and elegance exclusive to cultivators, devoid of conflict and hostility, only tranquility. Lacking a direct cause, the border clans had no reason to attack friendly forces. However, given the current circumstances, mere goodwill would not suffice. Should the Su family act foolishly and provoke him, he would not hesitate to obliterate their lineage in the future. Indeed, it is Wang Zhu. Haha, Wang Zhu has graced us with his presence. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Li Daoj boisterously laughed, making a gesture of contrition. The Tianxiong seed? That is a seed renowned alongside the Hongming purple chi seed, an invincible ancient seed. Beings fused with it are called the sons of heaven, immensely powerful, destined to tread the path of immortality. Someone expressed their astonishment, acknowledging the might and reputation of the Tianxiong seed. Wang Su, are you gazing at me in such a manner because your seed has encountered calamity and you seek to exchange it for a new one, coveting the Hongming purple chi seed within me? Greetings, Wang Zhu. Shi Jintian, the leading figure of the younger generation from the Shi clan, is known to all the prodigies here, yet Wang Hang's visage remains somewhat unfamiliar to them. At that time, none among the crowd could fathom that the true form of Qi Shun was, in fact, the revered Wang Zhu they spoke of with such respect. Who was Wang Zhu? Surely, he had encountered many prodigies of the immortal king lineage, unfamiliar faces who had not participated in the South Sea's purple bamboo forest gathering. This expedition to the border was a momentous event that resonated throughout the epochs, and they had every reason not to miss it. After several rounds of conversation, Wong Hong forged new friendships. The next meeting with these young prodigies was uncertain in time and circumstance. Perhaps it would be amidst their rising prowess, engaging in light-hearted banter. My clan elders informed me that the archenemy of the Hongming purple chi seed, the Tianxiong seed, resides within the Wang family. Could it be that Wang Zhu seeks to fuse this invincible seed and make me his adversary? Zixiang suddenly recalled Wang Hang's earlier gaze, prompting a bold conjecture within his heart. However, He also perceived that several beings harbored a faint hostility towards him, mistakenly believing they concealed it well. Yet they underestimated the strength of Wong Hong's primordial spirit. I have long heard from Brother Shi that Wang Zhu possesses extraordinary talent, unparalleled in the ancient realm. Seeing you today, it is indeed, as the rumors suggest, a valiant young man from the Mu clan, Mu Lin, bowed to Wong Hong, expressing such admiration. Nevertheless, Wong Hong dismissed this conjecture. I appreciate your concern for the Wong family, Li Daoj. I am well. My current situation is quite favorable. He could sense that Li Daoj genuinely cared for him, devoid of pretense. Thus his gratitude was heartfelt. However, when he inquired about the whereabouts of the Tianqiong seed, his father had informed him that it had mysteriously vanished, likely taken by a treacherous true immortal. This indicated that the loss of a Dao seed had not rendered this extraordinary being languid. He still possessed an incomprehensible depth of strength. Now, I yearn to merge with the celestial seed, yet there seems to be no means to do so. He hails from the Qian Koan sect, the unparalleled successor of this era, endowed with extraordinary talent and boundless potential, his disposition mirroring that of his name, carefree and unrestrained. Zi Shiqing remained silent, his countenance revealing no trace of joy. At the South Sea's Purple Bamboo Grove Conference, he had witnessed Wong Hong's formidable prowess. If his arch-nemesis were Wong Hong, he felt a profound sense of hopelessness, believing he would most likely be defeated in their fated contest. Esteemed fellow Taoists, have you arrived at the frontier ahead of time? Where are the esteemed immortal king and the true immortals? Wong Hong swiftly shifted the topic, for he had been the focal point of attention from the outset, and some among the crowd seemed intent on probing deeper, making it untenable to continue in such a manner. Upholding the philosophy that having one more friend equates to having one less enemy, Wong Hong had resolved many conundrums aboard the vessel, thereby forging numerous friendships. However, soon, Zi Shiqing began to introspect on his own shortcomings. How could he revel in the misfortunes of a friend's family? Thus, he awkwardly replied, "Indeed, it is rather regrettable. Had Wang Zhu been able to merge with the celestial seed, our rivalry would surely have become a glorious tale, celebrated throughout the ages. For instance, there are the young prodigy Yu Chengzuan of the Jiu Yu Yao clan, the descendant Fengqin of the Zhenhuang clan, the small Mongkong Ju from Shumi Mountain, and Zi Shiqing, the unyielding wielder of the Hongmeng Ziki seed." As Wong Hong beheld a handsome youth clad in Taoist robes striding purposefully towards him, a name surfaced in his mind, Li Daoj. He had nearly perished beneath the weight of a dark curse, and had lost the chance to see the light of day once more. The surrounding individuals, upon hearing this, felt a pang of regret. That was an invincible and perfect ancient seed, a rarity in this world, and to have lost it like this was indeed disheartening. The young talents sharing the pavilion with this boy were unfamiliar with Wong Hong, yet from the mention of Wang Zhu, they gleaned some insights. Wang Zhu, the future? Let us proceed step by step. Without a suitable Dao seed, it is as if a skilled cook is unable to prepare a meal without rice, Wong Hong remarked, self-deprecatingly. A beautiful maiden adorned in a fiery-hued divine gown chimed in with a melodic voice, her lineage evident as she bore a pair of vermilion bird wings, wreathed in crimson flames, exuding an air of the extraordinary. So, it is Wang Zhu. Your Dao seed has perished. Have you contemplated how to continue your cultivation henceforth? As a family of immortal kings, the Wong family must possess more than one perfect seed, someone inquired, instantly captivating the attention of all the prodigies present, particularly Zi Shiqing. The inheritor from the Zi mansion recognized that the invincible seed he had merged with, the Hongmeng Ziki seed, was a nemesis to the Tianqiong seed. There existed an inescapable fate. The hosts of these two seeds were destined to engage in battle. Upon delving deeper into the backgrounds of these families, Wong Hong frowned slightly, for their relations with the frontier clans were notably amicable, with frequent interactions. In the chaotic ancient era, the Su family had lent their immortal king's shroud to Meng Tianjing multiple times, sheltering Shi Hao. Thus Wong Hong held a modicum of goodwill towards this clan. Rumors circulated that Wang Zhu had vanished forever, much like the Wong family's immortal mansion, and would no longer appear in this world. Upon hearing this, Dao Gu had worried for many moons, praying for Wang Zhu day and night. In hindsight, it seemed these were mere fabrications. As he spoke, Li Daogu paused momentarily, his tone imbued with a trace of melancholy. As for the stances of these families during the original chaotic era, Wong Hong was indifferent, should they become adversaries. Only one fate awaited them, death. Wong Hong nodded, just like the Changshang dynasty's Su family, according to the course of history. The true immortals of that clan would return wrapped in a shroud of the Wuzhong's 6 paths, the flag drenched in the essence blood of 2 great titans, transforming into a treasured banner, the immortal king's shroud. Zhu Yin of the Zhuke clan had encountered Wang Zhu. The crowd could not suppress their amusement, laughter bubbling forth. Thus, amidst the company of these youthful prodigies, Wong Hong cherished the moments dearly, This journey would soon take him far into the realm of the immortals, leaving only the chi body behind in the ancient realm. Wong Hong nodded, engaging each of them in conversation, the atmosphere remarkably harmonious. Each Tao ship represented a prodigy's uncertainties and confusions along the path of the great Tao, should anyone unravel the mysteries aboard. The ship's owner would serve tea to the solver as a gesture of gratitude. After discreetly inquiring with Li Daoqing and others nearby, he learned of their identities, all hailing from families that had grievances with the Wong clan. Hearing this, Zi Shiqing broke into a cold sweat, a sense of fortunate relief washing over him. It was fortunate that the Tianxiong seed had been lost, preventing the two from becoming arch-rivals. Otherwise, he would have suffered greatly. However, people remained skeptical that he would remain silent. They speculated what extraordinary ancient seed he might merge with in the future. Only those who had participated in the South Sea Purple Bamboo Grove Conference recognized Wong Hong, rising in unison, their expressions filled with astonishment, as if struggling to believe their own eyes. Although only a few days had passed since the conclusion of the South Sea event, for Wong Hong, who had survived a life-and-death ordeal, it felt like a lifetime ago. The immortal king and the true immortals are preparing for the coronation. It shall arrive shortly. Li Daoqing replied. As soon as the two arrived, they captured the attention of all the prodigies in the pavilion. Dao friend Zi, you may not know this, but I indeed thought so. The mere thought of competing with you brought me great joy, said Wong Hong, a hint of lightness in his tone. Ah, Dao friendly? A youth in the pavilion exclaimed, hastily stepping out to greet them. He half-jokingly inquired. Wong Hong chuckled and shook his head. Dao friend Zi, you overthink. The selection of the Hongmeng Ziki seed as your merging vessel signifies that others have no chance, myself included. Wong Hong nodded in acknowledgement to each prodigy, his demeanor exuding warmth. Regardless of the Wong family standing, he remained the offspring of an immortal king, a lineage that overshadowed all others present. Wong Hong smiled and shook his head. What cultivator would not relish such an atmosphere? As the fervor of the gathering peaked and began to wane, a resounding voice rang out, halting the movements of the young talents, who turned to gaze towards the courtyard's entrance. The immortal domain's Pan, Wong has arrived. With these words, a celestial melody floated through the air, enchanting and melodious, followed by the appearance of golden lotuses sprouting from the ground, saturating the entire primal imperial city. The atmosphere trembled as the sounds of the great Tao resounded, compelling all cultivators within the city to lean in, captivated by the heavenly spectacle. Chapter 71. The heroes of the immortal domain arrive, stirring the buried lands. A renowned and powerful immortal king from the immortal domain had personally come to the frontier imperial city to witness the coronation ceremony. Upon his arrival, he dispensed blessings, ushering all beings into a state of enlightenment. Undoubtedly, this was a grand feast of evolution, with many seizing the opportunity to break through and ascend to new heights. Naturally, the lower one's cultivation, the easier it was to achieve breakthroughs. Conversely, the higher one's cultivation, the lesser the probability of succeeding. For instance, for beings at the true immortal realm, advancing was exceedingly difficult. Often, they could remain stagnant for epochs, requiring time to endure. When a being reached the limits of their potential, barring extraordinary fortuitous encounters, they might find themselves forever halted at that threshold. Boom! The heavens trembled. As endless rain cascaded from the cosmos, golden crows soared overhead, and true phoenixes danced, countless golden Tao lotuses taking root in the void. A golden pathway extended from the horizon, vast and boundless, suffused with the supreme aura of the immortal king. The sovereign of the Pan has arrived. Seated within an ancient war chariot, shrouded in chaos, rendering his true form elusive to the outside world, only a vague silhouette of the majestic celestial king can be discerned. Boom! At that very moment, deep within the primordial imperial city, the formidable aura of the 7 celestial kings emanated from several low hills, swiftly resonating throughout the entire realm of the great Tao. Regardless of one's location in the great Tao, as long as they were not celestial kings, they could perceive their own insignificance. In reverence to their celestial visitor, the 7 ancestral clans at the border bestowed the highest honors, collectively emerging from the city to welcome the Pan-Sovereign, undoubtedly granting him significant prestige. Subsequently, the hazy figure of the celestial king stood tall, engaging in discourse. Aside from the celestial kings themselves, none knew the specifics of their exchange. Soon, the Pan-Sovereign was ushered inside, and, at that moment, the aura of the celestial kings gradually faded, vanishing from sight. The Pan-Sovereign, an unparalleled powerhouse and one of the mightiest beings in the celestial domain, has traversed an incomprehensibly long epoch, leaving the exact era of his existence a mystery. In the courtyard, a youth exclaimed, I never anticipated that such a transcendent celestial king would attend our kingdom's coronation ceremony. The celestial domain shares a common enemy with our realm. During the recent border war, the king of the Wong family decisively vanquished an immortal king, naturally stirring the celestial domain's attention. Hence, it is only logical for a peerless celestial king to grace the occasion, spoke Li Daoj of the Qiankuan sect. Moreover, the Pan-Sovereign has always maintained amicable relations with our realm's celestial kings and harbors no conflicts with various factions, making his representation of the celestial domain at the imperial city exceedingly fitting, someone else added. As the crowd conversed, the sound of celestial Tao resonated throughout the heavens, echoing in the hearts of the people. Under the auspices of the Hunyuan celestial king, the semi-celestial Yuhui arrived to offer his congratulations. In comparison to the Pan-Sovereign, the presence of the semi-celestial beings from the celestial domain was markedly diminished. They dared not create a grand spectacle, for at that moment, the imperial city was filled with numerous celestial kings, rendering mere semi-celestial beings inconspicuous. Following the Hunyuan celestial king, the semi-celestial Amu came to extend his greetings. One by one, illustrious names of ancient beings, regarded as titans within the celestial domain, emerged in the ears of the gathered crowd, leaving many in a state of awe and astonishment. They had never encountered so many celestial kings and semi-celestial beings in their lifetimes. It was only at this moment, with beings arriving from the 33 heavens, that they comprehended the magnitude of the coronation's influence, which had summoned numerous luminaries from the celestial domain. At this juncture, an unfamiliar name surfaced, causing Wong Hong to momentarily pause. The Wujing celestial king? He inquired, bewildered at the absence of knowledge regarding such a remarkable entity within the celestial domain. Observing his confusion, the other prodigies displayed expressions of incredulity, as if his ignorance of this celestial king's title was utterly astonishing. Is it possible that Wang Zhu is unaware of this celestial king? Wong Hong, noticing their reactions, began to scour through his memories from the past decade for any information regarding the Wujing celestial king, yet ultimately yielded no results. Since his birth until taking over this body, Wong Hong had predominantly resided within the Wong family's celestial estate, seldom venturing outside, nor had anyone informed him about the Wujing celestial king. I genuinely do not know. I humbly seek enlightenment from my fellow companions, Wong Hong earnestly requested, clearly perceiving that aside from himself, the beings present seemed well acquainted with the Wujing celestial king's origins. Wang Zhu, a fragment of the Wujing celestial king's bloodline, resides within you. Someone spoke, revealing the connection between them. What? Wong Hong exclaimed in astonishment, immediately recalling words previously spoken by his father. Following the conclusion of the border war, Wang Jin sensed impending doom from the blood curse and promptly returned Wang Heng's mother to her family in the celestial domain. Although he relayed this information to Wong Hong, he withheld further elaboration. It now appeared that the gentle celestial lady he remembered from his past was indeed a descendant of the Wujing celestial king. Not content with this revelation, Wong Hong proceeded to inquire further from the youthful beings nearby. Despite their tender years, they possessed a wealth of knowledge, given their esteemed identities and statuses. After a thorough inquiry, Wong Hong uncovered another crucial detail. The semi-celestial Wuxing had arrived from the celestial domain as the progeny of the Wujing celestial king. And Wang Heng's mother was the celestial king's daughter, making them siblings. Upon meeting him, Wong Hong would need to address him as uncle. With this newfound understanding, Wong Hong suddenly felt as though his lineage was extraordinarily formidable. A celestial king father, a celestial king grandfather, and 7 celestial king uncles. Those with close ties to him nearly reached double digits, an astonishing revelation indeed. However, a towering lineage does not guarantee invulnerability, for each celestial king has their adversaries. Before long, the formidable figures of the celestial domain gathered, including the supreme Pan-Sovereign alongside the renowned Hunyuan, Wujing, and Taisher celestial kings, as well as semi-celestial beings dispatched from entities so ancient they could be deemed taboo. Their names had echoed through the heavens long before. In the present, they were no longer widely recognized. Accompanying them were the young scions of ancient families and powers from the celestial domain, each exuding an air of superiority. Since time immemorial, the primordial ancient realm has been regarded by the celestial domain as the lower realm. Whenever celestial domain prodigies encountered those from the primordial ancient realm, they bore an inherent sense of superiority. It was inevitable, for the celestial domain is vast, far more expansive than the primordial ancient realm, often referred to as the birthplace of the celestial. It is a place where powerful beings abound, and the overall strength is unfathomable, especially concerning those of the celestial king caliber, who far surpass their counterparts in the primordial ancient realm. Upon the arrival of the young prodigy from the celestial domain, their ostensible purpose was to partake in the ancient realm's grand gathering of prodigies, ostensibly to engage in exchange. Yet in reality, their intention was to overshadow the ancient realm. However, their ambitions were thwarted, for as the celestial domain's elites arrived, the other celestial kings from the primordial ancient realm hastened to join them. In preparation for this coronation event, they had meticulously strategized throughout the 33 heavens, and now everything was in place, awaiting only the favorable winds. The Wuzhong celestial king has arrived. A voice echoed within the hearts of the assembly, followed by the resounding chime of a great bell, resonating throughout the primordial imperial city. The six paths of reincarnation celestial king has arrived. From the horizon, a road imbued with the essence of reincarnation extended forth as a majestic and enigmatic middle-aged figure strolled towards them, crowned with an ancient six-path reincarnation disc. All gazes turned skyward, hearts trembling in awe, for this six paths of reincarnation celestial king is regarded as one of the strongest in the ancient realm. To witness his presence is undoubtedly a stroke of fortune. The Qianquan celestial king has arrived. As the words fell, the heavens trembled in unison, as an unremarkable elder descended upon the clouds. Though he appeared unassuming, none dared to underestimate him, for he was the Qianquan celestial king, a formidable titan within the ancient realm. The true dragon lord has arrived. Chaos surged, unleashing an unparalleled ferocity that sent shivers down the spine of every being. As if witnessing a colossal true dragon suspended in the firmament, its gaze piercingly cold, scales formidable, as it opened its cavernous maw, roaring with thunderous might. This is the foremost race in the world, whose offspring are destined to ascend as celestial kings after maturity, an unparalleled existence within the realm of cultivation. Who, besides the true dragon, can achieve such an extraordinary feat? Yet, it is precisely because of this that the true dragon finds it exceedingly challenging to bear offspring. The true Phoenix Lord has arrived. Without the need for words, the crowd had already surmised the arrival, for crimson flames erupted forth, scorching half the sky. As an immense, celestial true phoenix soared into view, its magnificent wings unfurling to nearly blot out the entire firmament. Like the true dragon, the true phoenix is also enveloped in an aura of terrifying ferocity. They are renowned, supreme beasts, colossal harbingers of doom known throughout the primordial ancient realm. Should one learn of the bloody history surrounding their rise, one would surely be struck with fear, their legs trembling in terror, for they have slain and consumed countless beings. The majestic Kirin has arrived. In another part of the sky, a palpable malevolence billows forth, thickening into clouds that obscure the sun and moon. A massive, scaled beast prowls amidst the ominous clouds, its crimson eyes gleaming with an unsettling chill. This creature is another formidable beast of the ancient realm, the Kirin. In many realms, this lineage is revered as a creature of auspiciousness, yet in reality, the Kirin has also emerged from the blood-soaked battlegrounds as an unparalleled powerhouse. Behold, the second most esteemed figure has arrived. As these words were spoken, the heavens dimmed, revealing a dragon-like being adorned with wings. Its indifferent gaze fell upon the celestial kings who had reached the border city, ultimately resting upon the true dragon, from whose maw erupted a deafening roar. The earth trembled beneath the reverberating sound waves, shattering the ground and sending stones flying, as if the very world itself was being annihilated. The true dragon offered no response, merely casting a cold glance at its counterpart. The other celestial kings and fearsome beasts remained silent, showing no inclination to mediate, for they understood that these two beings had once clashed fiercely over the true name of the dragon. In the end, the winged primordial dragon fell short by a mere move, failing to claim the title of the true dragon, and thus relegated to the status of the second most powerful. The venerable lord of celestial gold has arrived. A celestial king whom Wong Hong was somewhat familiar with made his entrance, still harnessing the power of the celestial gold bowl. His appearance elicited waves of astonished gasps from the denizens of the ancient realm, for celestial gold is notoriously resilient, and beings who achieve enlightenment through it are rendered nearly indestructible. Simply standing there, even celestial kings find it challenging to make an impact. The Lord of the Celestial Monks has arrived. From the distant horizon, the transcendent chants of ancient scriptures reverberated throughout the universe. As a young and handsome monk with hands clasped together arrived aboard a vessel, accompanied by a multitude of ancient monks. Everywhere they passed, the ground was adorned with blooms of Buddhist golden lotuses. Additionally, a magnificent ancient lion with an imposing presence followed, its eyes filled with Buddhist intent, yet betraying an underlying ferocity. This was the fearless lion, once notorious for having devoured several true immortals, now transformed by the Lord of the Celestial Monks through sacred scriptures into a protector of the Buddhist faith. There also stood the white jade dragon elephant, akin to the fearless lion, serving as a potent guardian of the ancient monks, its strength rivaled only by celestial kings. The blue gold mongoose, a war beast of the ancient monks, boasted strength comparable to the two guardian beasts. Many conversed eagerly, awestruck by the formidable prowess of the ancient monk lineage, noting that they possessed no fewer than 3 colossal beasts of immense ferocity, not to mention the enlightened high monks. Soon thereafter, numerous distinguished figures arrived. including the celestial king who wielded the unparalleled treasure, the Ten Realms map. His life story is legendary, having once served as the sovereign of 10 realms. And through profound insight, he forged the 10 Realms map, thus ascending to the rank of Celestial King. His experiences rendered the title of Sovereign highly coveted, with many aspiring Celestial Kings vying for it, for without considerable strength, one could not hope to occupy such a position. Moreover, there were fearsome ancient beasts of the realm, such as the Kuanpeng, the Gu, the Jiuyou Hong, and the Tianjiao Ant, all renowned superpowers within the ancient realm. Although none had truly ascended to the Celestial King realm, each possessed their own extraordinary secret techniques, enabling them to hold their ground even against celestial kings when roused to fury. All these beings stood as titans within the realm of celestial kings, or were comparable in might, accompanied by a vast multitude of aspiring celestial kings and true immortals, including all 33 sovereigns. It could be said that nearly all of the pinnacle combatants of the primordial ancient realm were in attendance. Though some among the mightiest bore grudges and rivalries, on this day of crowning, all grievances were temporarily set aside, and none dared to broach the subject. The reason was simple. This was a moment of compensation for the border tribes against the incursions of foreign domains, a significant event in the annals of epics. Of profound consequence. Rumbling, at the heart of the ancient realm, a robust branch stretched across the heavens, descending upon the border, bringing with it boundless rules of the great Tao, instantly replenishing and nurturing the celestial realm. As the foreign army invaded, breaching the borders and igniting a battle among celestial kings, the immortal kings would certainly not spare the celestial realm. Thus, this day was inevitably marred by losses and wounds. Now, with the celestial king personally offering sacrifices to the world tree, a surge of power was invoked to restore and complete some of the fractured rules, adding a splash of color to the crowning ceremony. In a single day, within an ancient city, dozens of celestial kings and countless aspiring celestial kings and true immortals gathered. A terrifying force whose presence rippled far beyond the confines of the ancient city. In the neighboring mysterious realm known as the burial ground, supreme beings that had slumbered for epochs within great tombs were awakened, gazing in astonishment toward the imperial city. Tomorrow, we shall commence with an 8,000-word exposition. Chapter 72, The Invitation of the Celestial Kings. From the desolate and shadowy tomb, endless black mist surged forth, presenting a terrifying spectacle of annihilation and rebirth. A ceaseless cycle of existence. As time flowed like a river, a colossal, boundless figure emerged from the black mist, towering above the great tomb, gazing toward the border imperial city. This being, humanoid in form, belonged to the lineage of the burial warriors. Following a long evolution and journey, it had become a fearsome existence of the rank of the burial king. Its blood-red, deeply shadowed eyes, slightly decayed visage, and pallid arms flickered in and out of the magical mist, appearing utterly terrifying as its body was covered in blisters, swollen as if it had been immersed in water. Its gaze was cold and devoid of any emotional hue, fixated on the primordial imperial city, unmoving, as if petrified in time. Suddenly, this ominous figure, shrouded in black mist and exuding an aura of death and foreboding, narrowed its eyes and turned its attention elsewhere. With a disdainful snort, it gradually sank into the depths of the tomb, returning to slumber. The last direction it gazed upon revealed two towering figures, also burial kings. Yet unlike the one that had risen from the tomb, these bore no traces of death or foreboding. Rather, they appeared more sacred than the celestial kings of the realm. The two figures stood tall, majestic like mountains, enveloped in a mysterious mist, their forms hazy and indistinct. They first directed their gaze toward the ominous tomb, exuding black aura. The being of the branch lineage had also been stirred by the celestial king's presence. No need to concern ourselves with him. Our paths diverge, and we have no common ground, they spoke in unison. Contrary to the external perception of the burial ground as a realm filled with tombs and suffocating death, certain areas were even more sacred and resplendent than the secret lands of the immortals. Not all burial warriors are decayed and terrifying. Those of higher realms often exhibit a more divine nature. Of course, some extraordinary burial warriors prefer not to embrace the sacred, dwelling perpetually in realms of malevolence. Shrouded in black mist, these two types of burial warriors do not share a favorable relationship, and there exists an undercurrent of hostility between the sacred and the dark. They have been eternal foes since time immemorial. Periodically, friction arises between the two factions, leading to fierce conflicts, yet both sides exercise restraint, never seeking complete annihilation. Shifting their gaze back to the border imperial city, they were unexpectedly taken aback. The city still stood. A burial king, whose appearance radiated sanctity, lamented thus. For it had been a long time since he last awakened. When he had last stirred, the border tribes had but 4 progenitor celestial kings. Now, the number had risen to 7. During his slumber, 3 immortal kings emerged from the ancient primordial realm, indicating that he had been asleep for no less than 3 epochs. Typically, during times of conflict between the border imperial city and foreign realms, they remained deeply entrenched in their burial grounds, shielded by various seals that rendered them impervious to external disturbances. Even when the king, Wong Jin, vanquished an immortal king, they did not awaken. However, this time, the border imperial city was graced by the presence of dozens of beings at the level of immortal kings. The aura and fluctuations they emitted while gathered together transcended the confines of those seals, awakening not only the 2 great burial kings, but also the unparalleled burial king revered for his affinity for darkness. It seemed as though a fierce battle of immortal kings had recently unfolded, with the primordial ancient realm achieving a resounding victory by slaying an immortal king from a foreign domain. Consequently, the various kings converged upon this city to confer kingship upon the clans that had historically guarded it. One of the burial kings mused aloud, his eyes reflecting a river of time, clearly having grasped the significant events that had transpired at the border recently. The Pan King from the celestial domain had arrived, and other immortal kings dispatched important figures from their families to extend their congratulations. The immortal kings of the primordial ancient realm gathered in unison, making this kingship ceremony one of the most monumental events worthy of remembrance in this epoch. Nearby, a burial king began inscribing these events in an ancient burial tome. Having awakened at such a momentous occasion, we shall discreetly gather information. Agreed, but we must remain undetected to avert unnecessary complications. After reaching a consensus, the 2 burial kings concealed themselves and traversed the border, approaching the imperial city. Due to the presence of numerous immortal kings within the city, they dared not draw too close and instead observe from a distance, seeking to glean information from passing beings. In fact, some immortal kings, like Wu Zhong and Lu Dao, had already sensed these developments. However, they collectively decided that as long as the burial kings did not cause disruptions, there was no need to intervene. Inside the imperial city, Wong Hong and a multitude of prodigies emerged from the true immortal courtyards, having been informed that the kingship ceremony was about to begin. The streets of the ancient city were teeming with cultivators, all gazing skyward. There, the branches of the world tree obscured the heavens, a torrent of chaotic energy cascading down, with a single leaf cradling a star, epitomizing supreme power. Countless leaves showered down the laws of the Tao upon the city, fluttering like dense raindrops. Undoubtedly, this was yet another banquet of evolution, allowing many cultivators to step into the realm of enlightenment. However, due to the arrival of the Pan King, many had already made breakthroughs, making further advancement unlikely. Nevertheless, the deluge of Tao laws still afforded them substantial gains, deepening their insights into their future paths and the fundamental essence of the heavenly Tao. Witnessing this grand spectacle, Wong Hong observed the blessings bestowed by the immortal kings, followed by the rules raining down from the world tree, propelling a multitude of cultivators to take significant strides forward. Such an event might not occur even once in an epoch, which explained why cultivators from the 33 heavens hastened here with fervor. Simultaneously, this scene was utterly unimaginable for cultivators of the ancient chaotic epoch, who yearned for such heavenly opportunities yet found them elusive. Suddenly, a gentle voice resonated in Wong Hong's ear, emanating from the Stone King among the 7 kings, beckoning him to join the gathering of the immortal kings. With a hum, a resplendent path materialized and extended beneath Wong Hong's feet. Beside him, Li Daoj, Zi Shiqing, and the other prodigies of the ancient realm gazed upon the scene with envy. For this was an invitation from the immortal kings, granting Wong Hong access to their esteemed circle. At his age, he was singularly qualified to converse with the immortal kings. Truly, he was the descendant of Wang Zhu. Although he often mingled with them as an equal, his essence and status far surpassed theirs. We must strive diligently to bridge this gap, lamented a descendant of the immortal king. Easier said than done. Wang Zhu's Tao seed shattered, and he lost his cultivation. Yet his name remains enshrined atop the ancient steel, unmatched. This is a distance we can hardly fathom. Let's not dwell on such matters. The celestial prodigies have arrived, and their condescending demeanor is irksome. This time, our realm's prodigies are present, and we shall not allow them to flaunt their arrogance as before. With that, the young prodigies advanced toward the direction of the celestial guests, eager to engage in a spirited contest with the legendary youths of the celestial home. Meanwhile, Wong Hong had already stepped onto the path laid out by the Stone King. As the brilliance enveloped him, he felt his vision sharpen once more, and he found himself standing before a grandiose palace. Gazing ahead, the majestic palace emanated an immensely potent aura of the immortal Tao, imparting a sense of grandeur and magnificence. Outside the palace, figures mingled, all of them beings of the true immortal realm, congregated in clusters, engaged in lively conversation. Among them lay fearsome beasts resembling small mountains, reclining against the ground with their eyes half closed, seemingly in repose. Creatures such as the fearless lion from Mount Shumi, the white jade dragon elephant, and the blue gold marten. All notorious for their ferocity, despite having joined the ancient monk lineage and exhibiting a hint of Buddhist nature, retained their inherent ferocity. From the moment Wong Hong arrived, he captured the attention of these true immortal beings, for this was a gathering of immortal Tao beings, where a mortal could scarcely belong. Yet upon recognizing him, they were not surprised. One by one, they approached with smiles, greeting Wong Hong with reverence. "We have met Wang Zhu." The multitude of immortals collectively hailed him, leading the uninitiated to mistakenly believe Wong Hong was an immortal king himself. Wong Hong could only smile wryly at such accolades, as they were not earned through strength, but rather through his lineage. Nevertheless, he vowed that one day he would possess the might of Wang Zhu. After exchanging pleasantries with the celestial beings, Wong Hong excused himself, stating his intention to meet with the Stone King. As the celestial beings watched him stride toward the grand palace where the immortal kings convened, they too felt a pang of envy. That was a realm accessible only to those of immortal king strength. Aside from the quasi-mortal kings representing the celestial domain, no other beings had the privilege to enter, remaining outside to await their turn. Yet now, a mere mortal was granted entry, which was nothing short of astonishing. As he was about to cross the threshold into the palace, Wong Hong sighed with relief. Though the scrutiny of a throng of quasi-mortal and true immortal gazes weighed heavily upon him, just as he was on the verge of stepping through the palace door, he was startled to discover a vast shadow looming beneath his feet, completely engulfing his own shadow. Simultaneously, a chill coursed through the back of his neck, as if a ferocious beast had set its sights upon him. He swiftly turned to look behind him, and was indeed met by the sight of a colossal beast standing just behind him. The creature was entirely black, with two massive legs that resembled the pillars of the palace, its glossy fur smooth and devoid of any blemish. Clearly, this was a gigantic creature of pure black. When Wong Hong looked up, he found himself staring into a pair of enormous eyes and two massive nostrils. A black dog? The Black Sovereign? Wong Hong mused, recognizing it as a gigantic black dog. At this moment, in such an important setting, the presence of a massive black dog near the palace of the immortal kings could only be attributed to the one that accompanied the immortal king Wuzhou. Before Wong Hong could utter a word, the dark dog spoke first, its nostrils flaring as it fixated intently on Wong Hong's head. Drool occasionally dripped from the corners of its mouth, imparting an impression that it yearned to devour Wong Hong's head whole. "Youngster, my instincts tell me that your mind harbors treasures. If I could swallow your head in one gulp, perhaps I could ascend to the throne and establish my lineage." Wong Hong, unfazed by the canine's menacing demeanor, responded with a smile. "If you were to devour my head, I cannot say whether you would become a monarch, but I can assure you that you would meet your demise without a proper burial." The dark dog paused, momentarily taken aback. No other creature had dared to speak so boldly to it apart from Wong Hong. Its gaze darkened, emanating a fierce aura as if it were a primordial beast unleashed. Yet, Wong Hong remained undeterred, his eyes calm as he regarded the dark dog. After an extended silence, the dark dog withdrew its imposing presence, scrutinizing Wong Hong with renewed interest. "Intriguing. It appears your prowess on the ancient steel's ranking is well-deserved. After all, you are the offspring of that esteemed figure. To be ordinary would be nothing short of impossible. Flattery is unnecessary, esteemed one. You are the renowned dark dog, immortal under the illustrious Wuzhou, immortal king." "As I have heard," Wong Hong replied with a poised demeanor. "What? Dark dog immortal? Is this how your generation refers to me?" The dark dog's brow furrowed, clearly displeased by the title. "Indeed, esteemed one, your true form is that of a dark dog, and upon attaining immortality, it is only fitting to be called the dark dog immortal," Wong Hong affirmed earnestly. "This is preposterous. I wonder which scoundrel bestowed this name upon me. Should I ever catch them, they will surely regret it," the dark dog replied with indignation. Subsequently, it informed Wong Hong that he could call it Black King and extended an olive branch. "Youngster, while others may call you Ancestor Wong, I shall refrain. In the realm of cultivation, strength reigns supreme. You are not even an immortal being yet. Do you truly believe you are worthy of such a title? However, should you choose the right path and rise swiftly to genuine kingship, that would make a difference. What say you? Are you interested in venturing through the immortal realms alongside me? With my renown, you could traverse the immortal domain unchallenged." Wong Hong's lips twitched. It was evident that the dark dog was boasting. He shook his head in refusal, though he felt a strange familiarity with this Black King, a character he had often encountered in stories. Yet, upon meeting in person, he realized that one must not overly immerse oneself in the emotions evoked by literature, for it could lead to one's own detriment. After declining the dark dog's invitation, Wong Hong bid farewell and stepped through the massive gates of the immortal palace. The Stone King awaited him. How could he afford to delay? As he glanced back at the retreating figure of Wong Hong, the dark dog appeared contemplative, muttering to itself, "This young man's primordial spirit is surprisingly formidable, and his other talents are exceedingly rare, a promising candidate for cultivation." The grand palace was expansive, suffused with ethereal energy, permeated by the laws and aura of the immortal kings. Wong Hong walked with deliberate steps into a vast hall, where the sight before him caused his heart to tremble. Within the hall, all present were seated, immortal beings of the kingly level, each atop a divine wooden mat, enveloped in thick, chaotic energy, exuding an air of profound mystery. Their gazes were indifferent, as if they had transcended the vicissitudes of life and time, enveloped in an aura of great majesty. Chapter 73. The Ceremony of Kingship. Divine Radiance of the Heavens. To behold so many towering figures of the immortal kings up close stirred even Wong Hong's steadfast heart, rendering him momentarily speechless. Fortunately, the voice of the Stone King reached his ears, snapping him back to reality. Yet, the atmosphere around him felt as if it had solidified, rendering movement nearly impossible. Only when Wong Hong gradually approached the Stone King and the 6 other kings did the mountain-like pressure begin to dissipate. During this time, the king of the immortal domain cast a gentle and appreciative glance in his direction, nodding with a smile. Wong Hong intended to respond, but was met with a subtle shake of the head from the Stone King, signaling him to remain silent. He understood the unspoken directive from the immortal king and stood obediently behind the 7 kings, refraining from speaking or looking around. Nevertheless, he sensed the attention of several immortal kings from the ancient realm upon him, such as Wuzhong, Lu Dao, Qinquan, Jinlong, Jinhuang, the immortal monk king, and the golden Taoist, all of whom shared a certain camaraderie with his father. Conversely, some notoriously formidable beasts merely closed their eyes in meditation, seemingly oblivious to his arrival. The grand hall was arranged in a circle, with the immortal kings seated, while the 33 sovereigns of the ancient realm and the emissaries dispatched from the immortal domain occupied mats several feet behind them. The seating arrangements were dictated by strength, an immutable principle in this world. "Do you know why I summoned you?" The voice of the Stone King resonated within his heart. Wong Hong was taken aback, pondering silently. Wong Hong does not know. The matter of kingship could have been conducted once all the kings had assembled. Yet after discussions with your Uncle Zhuke and Uncle Mu, we decided to invite you to join the ranks of the kingship. After all, the blessings of myriad clans and the gifts of heaven, symbolized by the ancient character of glory, are of great significance and will greatly benefit you. There were both dissenters and supporters among the kings regarding your inclusion in the kingship, but after considerable deliberation, the proposal was approved. Unfortunately, your father has just sent me a message opposing this matter. I wish to hear your thoughts, if you desire it. Your uncles and I can persuade your father further. Perhaps we can change his mind. Know that this opportunity was hard-won and is not to be taken lightly. Kingship? Wong Hong was astonished. Does this mean he would share in the blessings of all clans in heaven? Would a character of glory be inscribed upon his forehead? His heart raced at the thought. Becoming part of the kingship meant aligning with the border clans led by the 7 kings. A tantalizing prospect that would likely lead him to agree without much deliberation. However, Wong Hong resolutely rejected the notion, and such a stance compelled him to ponder the advantages and disadvantages. He had already forged a close bond with the 7 kings, addressing them as uncles, and they had pledged to safeguard his path. To further unite with them through the kingship would signify an even deeper commitment. The geographical location of the Tao of Heaven was destined to become a battleground, a realm of turmoil. Perhaps Wong Hong was considering this very factor, not wanting Wong Hong to become too entwined with the border clans. Just as Wong Hong himself had ventured into battle to repay a debt, only to encounter unforeseen circumstances and become afflicted by the blood curse of origin, nearly losing his life, he now faced a countdown to his own demise. This served as a cautionary tale. Wong Hong wished for nothing more than for his son to live well. Reflecting on these thoughts, Wong Hong deeply appreciated his father's good intentions. He then replied to the Stone King, "Thank you, Uncle Stone, and all my uncles for your assistance. I believe it is best to adhere to my father's wishes regarding the kingship. He must have his reasons for such a stance." Upon hearing Wong Hong's response, the Stone King understood his perspective, nodded, and ceased to press the matter of his joining the kingship. Soon, the discussions among the kings concluded, and the ceremony of kingship was on the verge of commencing. Everyone began to move towards the grand palace's exterior, as Wong Hong followed closely behind the 7 kings. He suddenly felt an unusual gaze upon his back. He turned his gaze and beheld a towering middle-aged man who was staring intently at him, his features bearing an uncanny resemblance to his own. Wong Hong instantly realized that this was his long-lost uncle, the immortal King Wuxing. "Xiang'er, how fares your father's injury?" A foreign voice inquired, revealing itself to be that of Wong Hong's uncle. "Are you my uncle?" "My father's condition is stable for the time being," Wong Hong replied, uncertain of the relationship between his father and his mother's family. "Is that so? Then all is well. As long as your father remains alive, no great calamity shall befall us." The immortal King Wuxing exhaled in relief, uttering these words. "What do you mean by that, uncle?" Wong Hong asked curiously. "Your father and your grandfather are situated between the primordial ancient realm and the celestial domain, able to watch over one another. Thus, the enemies of our Wu clan The celestial kings dare not act recklessly. However, should anything happen to your father, our clan's adversaries in the celestial realm may seize the opportunity to launch an assault. At that point, our Wu clan would be in grave peril. Are the enemies of the Wu clan truly formidable? Wong Hong furrowed his brow, confirming his suspicions that every celestial king possessed their own foes, including his grandfather, the immortal King Wujing. Indeed, they are quite powerful, regarded as one of the mightiest beings in the celestial realm, extremely ancient, and moreover, they are not alone. They have allies. Could you divulge the name of this being? Ordinarily, I should not disclose this information to you, as knowing too much might not benefit you. However, I am aware of your extraordinary talent. Eventually, you will encounter individuals from that lineage. Thus, it is prudent to inform you beforehand, so that you are not caught unawares and suffer great losses. The ancient being is known as Ao Sheng, and he has sent emissaries following the sealing of the borders, likely to investigate your father's condition. Now I understand. Wong Hong thought back to when Ho obtained the myriad Dao tree, recalling that the guardian of this entity had mentioned that the myriad Dao tree originally belonged to a celestial king family that had conflicts with Ao Sheng's lineage. Eventually, that family fell, resulting in no descendants to claim the myriad Dao tree. It now seemed likely that this fallen family was indeed Wong Hong's mother's kin. This implied that the downfall of the Wujing celestial king had occurred towards the end of the primordial era, after Wong Gong's passing. Well, now that you are aware of his name, you should also be informed of the names of this being's allies. Tai Sai, Yuan Chu. Exercise particular caution when encountering these factions. Wuxing continued. Thank you for the warning, uncle. Hunger shall remember it. Wong Hong replied earnestly. Your mother misses you dearly and has longed to return to the primordial ancient realm. However, the circumstances are presently unusual, and she must remain in the celestial domain. If one day your father recovers, she will likely be able to return, or perhaps you may achieve sufficient cultivation to venture into the celestial realm, allowing for reunion. Wong Hong nodded thoughtfully. Since taking over this body, he had yet to meet his mother, the celestial being. His uncle was likely unaware that his journey was indeed destined for the celestial realm. Subsequently, Wuxing ceased communicating and followed the other kings out of the Grand Palace. Soon after, Lu Dao and Wu Zhong stepped forward to preside over the coronation ceremony. The first order of business was the heavenly sacrifice. Led by two prominent figures and numerous celestial kings, a multitude of quasi-immortal and true immortal beings stood upon the prepared altar, offering exquisite sacrifices, igniting celestial incense, and invoking the laws of the universe. The immortal King Wuzhong and the celestial king of the six paths stood at the forefront, holding forth a resplendent decree, articulating ancient and mysterious syllables that resonated throughout the 33 heavens, seemingly communicating with the cosmos and proclaiming the remarkable achievements of the border clans. The leaders personally spoke, recounting the causality of the heavens, a sight rarely seen throughout history. Both celestial kings and beings beneath them fell into a profound silence, intently observing this momentous celestial sacrifice. The formidable symbols and laws of the great path surged forth like an ocean, ebbing and flowing like the tides. Before long, a response echoed from the primordial ancient realm's 33 heavens, shaking the very foundations of the universe, igniting a brilliant divine radiance that shot forth towards the celestial heavens, descending upon the imperial city of the borders. Boom! The spectacle was overwhelmingly magnificent. An imperial city bathed in the divine light of the heavens, enveloping the entirety of the realms, imbuing every being of the border clans with an intangible blessing from the heavens. Simultaneously, the kings united, their powerful voices resonating through every corner of the 33 heavens. Regardless of whether they were super clans, ancient celestial dynasties, or small tribes of primordial origins, every being retrieved a sacred scripture, and all clans recited in unison. It was unimaginable that in the vastness of the primordial ancient realm, with all tribes and sects chanting the same scripture, the scene would be so awe-inspiring. The scripture affirmed and blessed the achievements of the border clans. Without accumulating small steps, one cannot reach 1,000 miles. Without gathering small streams, one cannot form a river or sea. At this moment, the small streams and rivulets from every corner of the 33 heavens converged towards the great path, gradually merging into an expansive sea. With blessings from myriad clans, coupled with the divine radiance of the heavens, the beings of the border clans were all cleansed, radiating with resplendent brilliance. The 7 great ancestors shone most brightly, like 7 blazing suns, illuminating the borderlands and dispelling the pervasive darkness. In the end, all the brilliance and radiance coalesced, condensing into a singular character of glory, embedding itself upon their foreheads and lying dormant within their bloodlines. From that moment on, whenever a being of the border clans engaged in battle, the ancient character of glory within their bloodlines would manifest, bestowing strength and protection. This was a testament to unparalleled honor. not only providing strength and safeguarding, but also entrusting the ancestral techniques of the clan's founders within the ancient character, passing them down to future generations, ensuring the continuity of their legacy, never to be extinguished. In addition to the clans of the 7 great ancestors, many other branches were also conferred kingship, for their ancestors had sacrificed their lives to protect the imperial city, and such achievements could not be overlooked. Even now, some clans lacked a celestial king, or even a true immortal, yet they still partook in the honor of kingship. The mightiest among them could attain the title of king. Should the first king pass away, the strongest of the next generation would inherit the title. As the ancient character representing glory formed, it was deeply imprinted within their bloodlines, and the entire city erupted in cheers, transforming the atmosphere of the imperial city into one of fervent celebration. Subsequently, this grand event transitioned into another phase. The imperial city was alive with revelry, myriad clans rejoicing. The celestial kings sat at the banquet, while true immortal-level white apes respectfully served wine, and celestial spirit monkeys presented divine fruits, placing them upon the chaos stone table for the celestial kings to savor. Celestial melodies resonated, enchanting and delightful, as the golden lotuses of the great path took root in the void, and sacred springs surged forth from the earth, releasing wafts of celestial mist. The primordial imperial city, an ancient stronghold that had endured countless epochs of warfare, transformed at this moment into a realm of celestial beauty. Cultivators reveled in this rare moment, celebrating the successful coronation, while others spoke of the resounding victory in the border war, all feeling a sense of pride and shared honor. Yet, Wong Hong quietly observed this scene, feeling out of place amidst the jubilant atmosphere. He felt like an outsider, watching as the primordial imperial city stepped into its most resplendent moment in history. Bathed in the divine light of the heavens and blessed by the myriad clans, with valiant figures from the celestial realm visiting. There was no doubt that the imperial city was magnificent and resplendent at this moment, destined to leave an indelible mark in the annals of time. However, what would come after the splendor? What lay ahead? Wong Hong pondered, remaining vigilant. Youth, while others celebrate the coronation, why do you wear a frown? Could it be that the situation of that individual is rather dire? The shadow reappeared. It was the Black King, standing before Wong Hong like a small mountain. It has nothing to do with my father. I was merely contemplating whether, after a period of flourishing and glory, there might eventually be a gradual decline. Everything that peaks must eventually wane, is it not so? Wong Hong responded, his mind drifting to the tragic fate of the primordial imperial city in the perfect world. Upon hearing this, the Black King furrowed his brow, eager to refute, for the border imperial city is fortified by the presence of 7 great celestial kings, impregnable as a fortress. Yet, upon deeper reflection, the notion that greatness must eventually decline is an immutable truth of existence, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Are you truly only 10 years of age? I cannot shake the feeling that you resemble the Wong ancestor they speak of, a reclusive ancient being. Could it be that individual has reincarnated into the body of child? The Black King mused, his gaze towards Wong Hong shifting, infused with a hint of wariness and reverence. Wong Hong could not help but roll his eyes. Predecessor, where are your thoughts wandering? If that were the case, when you called me a youngster earlier, you would have already collapsed into a stupor. Indeed, the Black King nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, outside the imperial city, the 2 great burial kings stood side by side, witnessing the grand ceremony of kingship unfold. One of the burial kings meticulously chronicled this event in the ancient burial texts. Within the reinforced 2-realm passage, a hollow, blood-red giant, I silently observed the entire spectacle. The immense eyelid blinked slowly before fading into the darkness. In a foreign land, within an ancient hall, several colossal figures sat cross-legged, engaged in conversation. Let them revel for now, when people are at their most triumphant. Their vigilance is often at its lowest. Chapter 74. The Imperial City, Foreign Realm, Great Crimson Heaven. Although it is said, the formidable fortress poses a considerable challenge. 7 beings of equal standing to us are stationed there, making it no easy feat to crush them swiftly. Should our army be delayed, reinforcements from that realm will surely arrive. At that time, crossing over will demand an exorbitant price. It matters not. This exploratory offensive is indeed intended to divert their attention. Our realm shares borders with the primordial ancient realm in more than one location. Presently, their focus lies on the primordial imperial city, which aligns perfectly with our intentions. I suspect those celestial kings would never anticipate that we would muster the strength of an entire realm to launch an assault. Precisely, our strategy is to strike across realms, taking them by surprise. Though some ancient fortifications and passages have been concealed by the passage of time, a portion remains usable. Furthermore, we are not alone in this endeavor. We have allies to call upon, capable of not only holding the celestial domain at bay, but also assisting us in conquering the primordial ancient realm, annihilating those beings entirely. Now, we await the emergence of those formidable figures. Although the power of the primordial ancient realm does not match ours, there are several beings of immense caliber that must be dealt with by our realm's most potent individuals. In the primordial ancient realm, the great Tao heaven, the imperial city, after a period of splendor and revelry, has reverted to its former desolation. Shadows flit across the streets, no longer echoing the grandeur of yesteryear. The Black King lay prostrate upon the city walls, gazing at this somber scene, and for reasons unknown, recalled Wong Hong's words. Is it possible that such a resplendent lineage, in its zenith, could one day face decline? A resonance stirred within its heart, and its expression grew slightly melancholic. The once crowded hall now stood empty, with only the 7 kings remaining. The celestial domain's Pan-King and various celestial envoys had already returned to their realm. Wong Hong stood outside the hall, patiently awaiting the Stone King's communication. The Stone King had previously mentioned that a familiar celestial king would be heading to the celestial domain and could take him along. At this moment, he clutched a spatial ring in his hand, delving into his consciousness to survey its contents. Remarkably, it was filled with rare treasures. As the child of a celestial king, the gifts from his uncle were certainly no trifles. Thus far, the cultivation resources in Wong Hong's possession surpassed those of the vast majority of true celestial beings, many of which could only be acquired by celestial kings. He was akin to a mobile treasury. Should anyone rob him, they would reap a fortune sufficient to elevate themselves to true celestial status. Currently, only matters pertaining to the celestial path could capture Wong Hong's interest. He lacked for nothing more than sufficient, and he could easily retreat to a secluded forest to cultivate in silence until he ascended to immortality. Yet Wong Hong understood this was not feasible. He required the essential trials. Those powerful celestial kings did not achieve excellence in every realm without overcoming formidable adversaries along the way, stepping upon countless corpses, gradually accumulating combat experience to ultimately become celestial kings themselves. Without the tempering of repeated battles, one would remain as fragile and delicate as a flower in a greenhouse. Only through the exchange and collision of laws can the brilliant fire of creativity be ignited. The genesis of new laws may very well spring from a sudden inspiration birthed in the heat of battle, thereby unlocking the door to a new world. No being has ever simply sat in one place, engrossed in solitary cultivation, and ultimately forged new laws. Thus, even with abundant resources, Wong Hong must traverse the world, engage in combat, compete, and hone his path. As he pondered, the Stone King's voice finally reached him, inviting him into the hall. Given the significance of his journey to the celestial domain, Wong Hong dared not delay, swiftly stepping into the ancient hall. Just as he was about to enter, a middle-aged man exited, and they crossed paths. Wong Hong recognized this being as the heavenly horned ant, one of the 10 great fiends of the celestial ancient era. Although the term 10 fiends had yet to be coined, the heavenly horned ant was already regarded as a formidable menace, evoking a sense of dread merely by the mention of its name. I have encountered Lord Heavenly Horned Ant. Wong Hong greeted with respectful reverence. The heavenly horned ant nodded indifferently, offering no further acknowledgement, merely brushing past Wong Hong. Were it not for his connection to Wong Hong, the heavenly horned ant might not have even cast him a glance. Wong Hong did not dwell on the indifference of these significant figures. Their relationship with Wong Hong was already distant, and now that Wong Hong faced tribulations, these beings naturally would not regard the still immature Wong Hong with any importance. The 10 great fiends of the perfect world were those who had endured the calamity of the realm's destruction. Their circumstances were vastly different, as were their perspectives and thoughts. Wong Hong composed himself and entered the hall. Within the ancient hall remained only 8 beings, the 7 kings of the border and a towering presence, whose thick black hair and wise gaze exuded immense authority with every gesture. Most notably, he possessed a chaotic bell, enveloped in the essence of chaos and celestial laws. Ancient yet extraordinary, the endless celestial king. Wong Hong gasped in astonishment, realizing that the being the Stone King mentioned accompanying him to the celestial domain was none other than the endless celestial king. In a foreign realm, within an ancient path long abandoned for countless epochs, 2 figures gradually materialized, becoming more solid. This was an extremely ancient passage. Its specific era could no longer be ascertained. I stumbled upon it inadvertently, and upon attempting to activate it, I discovered it was still functional, albeit unstable, with a risk of plummeting into spatial turbulence. Wong Hong explained, introducing the origin of this 2-realm passage. He then informed Wong Hong that after their transmission, the formation within the passage would completely collapse, rendering it inoperable henceforth. But how will Father return? Wong Hong inquired with concern. This is merely an avatar. Even if it dissipates, it is of no consequence. At last, we have successfully crossed into an alien realm. It is imperative to reshape the grand laws within our corporeal forms and thoroughly assimilate into this world, lest we risk exposure. Once the principles governing your being are entirely transformed to align with the rules of this extraordinary domain, you will be free to traverse its landscapes. However, do not forget to master the language of this realm and familiarize yourself with its customs and traditions. These endeavors must be undertaken by you alone, for I never anticipated the day my son would infiltrate an alien world. Wong Hong nodded, signifying his understanding. Wang Jin, embodying his divine consciousness, surveyed the surroundings, and upon confirming their safety, extended his hand. In an instant, the void began to stir, and the myriad grand laws converged, forming a furnace. Without needing to be prompted, Wong Hong voluntarily leapt into the furnace, subsequently opening his mind to allow his father's transformative powers to unfold. Boom! The grand laws were drawn forth, serving as kindling, igniting the furnace with divine fire, which roasted the very essence of the furnace. Before long, the furnace glowed a fiery crimson, steam billowing forth, swiftly dissipating into the cosmos. The primordial grand laws suffusing Wong Heng's essence were incinerated, overshadowed, or expelled by the alien rules under the furnace's scorching heat. When his essence had fully integrated into this foreign environment, the divine fire extinguished, the furnace shattered, leaving no trace behind. Excellent. You are now capable of navigating this alien realm. Exercise caution. Remember, should any misfortune befall your essence, it would sever the path of the other two bodies, halting your lifelong achievements in their tracks. The child has taken this to heart. There is one more thing. From this moment forth, you shall be known as Jin, while the name Wong Hong shall remain buried within your heart. Unless the day arrives when the three bodies unite and the Tao fruits merge, never mention it to others. Wong Hong solemnly nodded. Henceforth, I shall be Jin. He then observed as his father's embodiment gradually dissipated, carried away by the wind. As the incarnation of a celestial king, Wang Jin could not allow anyone to discover his prior infiltration of this realm. Should they uncover it, the risk of exposing Wang Heng's essence would significantly increase. From here on, all must rely on my own abilities. Jin murmured to himself, stepping forth upon the desolate land, having just arrived in this alien realm. He resolved to commence from the most fundamental aspects, as his father's embodiment had advised, beginning with mastering the language of this world and understanding its customs before considering the matter of showcasing his brilliance and contending with the prodigies of this realm. The Great Red Heaven, often referred to as the birthplace of fire seeds, is a domain where over half of its inhabitants have embarked on the path of cultivation by merging with fire-type Tao seeds, including the renowned Lord of the Great Red Heaven, famed for his mastery of the Great Red Heaven fire. Since time immemorial, this land has been abundant in fire seeds, occasionally yielding a top-tier fire-type Tao seed, which has propelled many to greatness. In a landscape where such prime Tao seeds are predominantly monopolized by powerful factions, the emergence of top-tier fire seeds in the Great Red Heaven has drawn countless cultivators, tirelessly seeking opportunities amidst the vast plains and towering mountains. Some assert that the abundance of fire seeds in this realm is linked to its very formation. Legends tell of a chaotic flame descending from the heavens eons ago, erupting within this vast expanse, creating countless fire seeds and scorching the earth into a crimson wasteland, thus earning the title of the Great Red Heaven. Though merely a myth, the belief in it is widespread. Otherwise, how could one explain the genesis of fire seeds? On this day, the entity known as Gu Wudi, an incarnation of Wong Hong, stepped into the Great Red Heaven. In the ensuing years, he would use this realm as a starting point to embark on his journey of enlightenment. Upon entering the Great Red Heaven, Gu Wudi immediately sensed the extraordinary aura of fire seeds permeating the atmosphere, the air's temperature notably higher than in other realms. As if a colossal furnace lay concealed beneath the earth, fervently ablaze, scorching the entire world. He marveled at the thought of the chaotic flame's legend, pondering if the mythical chaotic flame was indeed akin to the flame emitted by the footprints of a would-be celestial emperor. Unconsciously, he connected these two phenomena, considering that both are flames and perhaps share a hidden causality. Among the avian realm, myriad birds flock to pay homage to their sovereign. Might there not be a similar notion within the realm of flames? He found it quite plausible. Thus, it appeared that the Great Red Heaven was far from ordinary. Beyond its plethora of fire seeds, this realm also borders the alien domain. In epochs long past, a passage between the two realms once existed, much like the Grand Tao City at the celestial borders. However, following a cataclysmic battle among celestial kings, the ensuing shockwaves were so devastating that the passage collapsed, ceasing to exist. Consequently, the rulers of the primordial ancient realm shifted their focus away from this place, believing the connection between the Great Red Heaven and the alien realm to be permanently sealed. Yet, according to the descriptions from a perfect world, the Great Red Heaven is destined to become the most fiercely contested battlefield between the two realms in the near future. During the chaotic ancient era, The Great Red Heaven was renamed Li Hin Tian following its devastating defeat in the final war, where countless true immortals perished and 2 great leaders fell, leading many celestial kings to flee. It was from this realm that the incursion of the alien domain began in the Age of Shurhao. This land is imbued with sorrow and resentment, far from the tranquility it currently exhibits. Gu Wudi strolled across the Crimson Earth, sifting through memories tied to the Great Red Heaven, most of which were filled with melancholy and regret. He sighed, vowing that when he possessed the strength to participate in the war between the realms and influence the tide of battle, he must fortify this land, lest the alien domain invade, overwhelming all in a sudden onslaught. In the following half-month, he traveled towards the city where cultivators congregated, simultaneously refining his Dao seeds. Prior to encountering the Origin Blood Curse, he had gleaned foundational insights within the Southern Sea-S purple bamboo forest, thus establishing a basis for breaking through the Seed Dao realm. Now, as he recultivated the Dao seed methods, it was a familiar process, allowing him to quickly reach the pinnacle of the Seed Dao realm. After half a month of diligent cultivation, he finally achieved a breakthrough, transcending the bottleneck of the Seed Dao realm and entering the next stage, the rooting realm. The celestial seed embedded within his lower dantian broke through its exceptionally hard shell, and countless root tendrils sprouted forth, visibly merging with his flesh while remaining distinct. These tendrils regarded Wong Hong's flesh as fertile soil, deeply embedding themselves within, drawing nourishment while simultaneously serving Gu Wudi. The two coexisted symbiotically, mutually beneficial, comprehending the Tao and growing together. At the moment he stepped into the rooting realm, the advantages of the perfect ancient seed manifested once more.